What isn't easy about 20 kilos? Oh, I believe that. Don't they have personal trainers there though? A month or every time? Oh, dude, you're getting ripped off. How much is your gym a month? Yeah, dude, that's a. Is it super nice? Does it have a pool? Dog, that's a pretty expensive gym. I mean, like in the United States, a gym, like the lowest tier is like $20, but that's without a pool. And then like $50, $100, that gets you a pool and stuff. But I don't know. You may not have as many gyms. Like that's true. That's very true. Oh, okay. Then it's definitely then that's pretty accurate then. All right. Do you have tanning or massages there? Like massage, like aqua massage or massage chairs? There you go. All right. Well, that's cool. All right. So tell me your workout. What do you do a day? Okay. 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 Right. Right. The stairmaster. Okay. At what point do you use a medicine ball? You know what a medicine ball is, don't you? Why don't you use them? It should be. You do sit ups with a medicine ball and you move it from alternating sides. All right. Are you seeing more definition in your abdominal muscles? You what? Okay, good. Are you ready to go back to that guy and ask him if you're ready? You're ready to ask it in a month. All right. Why in a month? Okay. All right. How many calories a day? Yep. How many calories you eating a day? Yo, dog, are you chlamydia free? That seems too low, dude. Yeah. I don't know. When we did it the other day, you were at like 1600. $1,488. That's close. Do you feel like that's more accurate? Do you think that's accurate? All right. So you want to know how long it's going to take you to? So are you losing 2 pounds a week? Yeah, approximately. Okay, that makes sense. And what's your goal weight?
Yeah, so
67 kilos. Do you think you're going to get there? And then you're going to slay Matt pussy?
69, so
All right, and then you're going to slay Matt pussy?
yeah.
Are you sure?
If you get
Word, dog. All right. Are you going to start using medicine balls? All right. Do you do burpees? It's like a thing where they're really hard to do, but they're really good for cardio. It's like you get down on the ground, like basically do a push up, and then you do a squat, and then you jump in the air, and you just keep doing that. All right, well, they're very popular. All right, in terms of, and I'm almost ready. In terms of, um, you think so? You're gonna go back to the guy in a month and be like, "Hey, look at my abs." Do you think he's gonna suck your dick? All right, well, that's a good thing. So, it, like basically, he didn't say your arms had to be bigger or anything. He just said more defined abdominal muscles, correct? All right. And then what did he say? Like what's the pay and everything? Do you have to pay them? What's the house fee, etc.? So you just go there and strip for free, and you get to keep anything that you make. All right. How do they make money?
very, very, 50%.
Oh, so you have to. So you there is a house fee. So you do have to pay them.
Yeah,
Is it 15 or is it 20%?
15.
I mean, it's either one or the other. Okay. And how much you're
Yeah,
looking?
if it's 100 bill, if it's 100 bill, it's 15%. If it's 1,000 bill, it's 20%.
Okay, what if it's less than $100?
That's just 10%.
Okay, well, why'd you say $100? Why wouldn't you just say if it's under $1,000, it's 15%. If it's over $1,000, it's 20%. Whoa, uh, each dance per chick is $110. Like in the U.S., how long is a dance? So that's a whole session. I'm talking. I mean, isn't it like a normal strip club where you come out, you give a girl a lap dance, and charge you like $20? Yeah, how's it work there? How does it work there?
So they're actually like
Right?
what was the last time?
I don't really like them. Perhaps never. Perhaps like 15 years ago. I doubt it. I've been to strip clubs in like 3 different countries, and they all vary, allegedly.
Yes, and I think strip clubs in different states and stuff. Some strip clubs in Europe, not where I live.
So, are you saying that in some strip clubs where you are, a lady can pay you to fuck her? Because usually that happens after. You, yeah, that doesn't happen on site, does it? Usually that'll be like, you want to fuck? Yeah, okay. Then my shift is over at like 3 in the morning. Here's my number.
So, so they're
They'll blow you at the strip club. All right. And if you want more, you go to a brothel. All right. How much is a brothel session? Oh, aren't they legal in some parts of Australia?
yeah, we got I'm not like that. Uh,
They are
so
illegal. So they're illegal in Western Australia. Why do you think that is? Yeah, why do you think that is? Just like more conservative or something?
That's the reason. Um, yeah,
What do you mean? All right, but I mean that would be an issue in the whole country, wouldn't it?
yeah,
All right, so that would be an issue in the whole country. So why would they just make it illegal in your state and in Western Australia?
it's not everybody. That's just like it. That's the problem.
What do you mean lack of progress?
This is very important for population and the rest of that they're being like off the different causes both minds of them, but the other issues about not.
Oh, I gotcha. So um, is it more conservative there? There you go. All right, I'm almost done, dude. I appreciate your patience. All right, do they have male brothels?
They should
Yeah.
if you get
Oh, really? They do?
if you get
If you're gay, they have male brothels.
yeah, yeah,
So a guy just sits around all day and waits for another guy to come in and have sex with him?
yeah.
No way. That's interesting. And are they popular?
I
Well, you know that they exist, so you might know if they're popular. So you mean there's just like a whole is it a house or like a whole establishment full of dudes who are just waiting for gay guys to
there's,
come in and have sex with them?
there's,
Because that's interesting. I've never heard of that like anywhere in the world that there are.
everyone that was in that
Why is that?
because the women are getting requested as the
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Gay guys are usually pretty um, just open to having sex, not necessarily making somebody pay for it. Like I could see gay bars, but a gay brothel, but they do exist. Wow. I don't know. Okay. All right. And how are they? Like, what's a brothel? Does it have like signage? Like the legal brothels in Australia, do they have a sign? Do they have signage that just say brothel? So it's just like there aren't signs. So it's just
if you
okay. So you Google it before you go there. So there's no signs. There's it's just like extremely discreet and right. Okay, and so there's no signage. You Google it before you go there. All right. So that's how dispensaries work. Like in California before it was like made legal recreationally. It was kind of like the street like that. So you had there was like a big list that you would go to see if it were a place you could go. All right, almost done. So I know you keep saying that, but I'm just working on something. And it's almost done. Do they have massage parlors there? Do they offer full service? There you go. Okay.
somebody else there, somebody else there, you go. Because
Right. That's kind of how it is in the United States. But then they kind of figure out they're going to offer full service, then everybody in the establishment kind of offers full service. And if they're not, then it'll just be like, that'll be the establishment. Like, we don't do that.
that's what you
What's 23 years ago, dude?
do.
Is that your favorite Disney movie?
Yeah.
Why? Why is it your favorite Disney movie?
Funny, funny.
It's so unique.
Yeah.
Is Stitch an is Stitch an alien? From what planet is he? Or it? Oh, interesting. What is that experiment? Okay, so he's not an alien. Is Lilo in? Go ahead. So Jumbo's a what?
Jumbo, like Matt is the correct Stitch. Is that a name?
So Jumbo is an alien,
Yeah.
but Stitch is not. And you like that one because it's the most unique of all of the Disney films? Do I understand that correctly? Do you like do you like Lilo?
Layla?
Yeah, do you like her? Is she like a cool character?
I like the sister.
Is Lilo's sister funny or something?
Sorry?
Why do you like Lilo's sister?
Layla's sister's
She's hot? You're calling a cartoon hot?
sorry?
You're calling a cartoon hot?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll have to look this chick up. Who's the hottest Disney character of all time? There's only one answer to this, but go ahead. Try to guess it. I bet you're wrong.
Alice?
That's incorrect. Keep guessing.
Cinderella?
No, she's not a Disney princess.
Classic.
Yeah, she's not a Disney villain either. She may be the most sexualized Disney character of all time.
The girl?
Who's that?
That was good.
No, not her.
Jessica Rabbit.
You got it, dog. Good job, man. Good job. That was faster than I thought you were going to get it. Do you know who
Yeah,
Jessica?
I don't know. Out of this.
You have a list?
Yeah, I looked up this.
Oh, okay. What are your thoughts on Jessica Rabbit?
Yeah.
Yep, she's hot as fuck. She's not bad. She's just drawn that way. That was her like thing. Have you seen Roger Rabbit? Who framed Roger Rabbit? Dude, same man. It's amazing. Dude, I love that movie. That's like an interesting, exciting movie. I remember when it came out, it was like it blew my mind. You know, that's the first movie ever where Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse are on the screen at the same time. You knew that? I love the weasels in that movie. The only thing that I don't like is Judge Doom. He's scary as fuck. Yo, that's big time. 4X, baby. How's Harry Potter Obama San Panini doing? It's up 10% today. Do you think it's going to eventually rug?
Yeah.
Are you happy you got out when you did?
Uh, good.
Oh, you're good on you, man. You're,
Very slowly off.
you're just going to write it into the pen?
Almost respect.
Okay, how much is it if you don't mind?
90,000 tokens.
80,000 tokens. So that's like $2,000 or something?
5.2.
$5,200?
Yeah.
That's a lot, dude.
Well, big city.
How's that doing?
I got 66%.
Are you proud of that?
So,
You always want more, right? Back to being a millionaire? Did the market change or something?
yeah.
Dude, I saw this hilarious way to pick up chicks. Like really scummy chicks, but kind of smart chicks as well. All right. So somebody made an app that looks like a banking app, and it just makes you look like you have tens of millions of dollars in your banking app. So this is what you do. It's like I don't know if it works every time, but it works. All right. So what you do generally works best if you're in like a different city or you. It really helps if you have a hotel room. All you need is a hotel room and this app. But what you do is you go to a bar and you just don't pay attention to anybody and you just look at your phone every once in a while at this banking app. And instead of showing like whatever amount you normally have, it shows that you have like hundreds of millions of dollars or like a lot, tens of millions of dollars, like a lot of money. And there are chicks who get really curious as to what dudes are doing on their phone, especially if they're like at a bar or something. And they'll look at your phone and they'll see that you have tens of millions of dollars. And they'll come up to you and they will be all over you all night. And then you'd be like, hey, do you want to come back to my hotel room with me? They'll be like, yeah. You like Uber there or something, and then you fuck them, and then you never talk to them again. What are your thoughts on that strategy, dude?
It's not a focus on like really that. You don't have money that would like go on me.
Well, you don't have to do that. I mean, you could easily make it look like you do if you were like, hey, you want to, okay, so you're at a bar, they see your app, they're attracted to you instantly because of it, which I understand. It's a tough world. Exactly. So you just And you do all of course, dude. You do all of those things though. You dress really nicely. You, I mean, you could even get um, like a fake Rolex or whatever. They're not going to be able to tell the difference in a bar. And you wear a nice suit, and you look put together, and they see you're on your phone. Helps to have a nice phone, but that's like generally people do, and they see what you're doing, and then they're all about it. You buy them a couple drinks or whatever. Um, you don't even need to go to dinner with them. I mean, like at that point, you're already at a bar, and they're already ready to go, and then you just say, "Hey, do you want to come back to my hotel with me?" They're like, "Yeah." The reason why it's a hotel and not a house is because you can't fake that as easily, or it's really expensive to fake. But a hotel you can. You can be like, "Well, I'm staying over at XYZ hotel," and they're like, "Oh, okay." And be like, "You want to take an Uber there?" Uber works. That's just everybody uses there. You Uber there. You go into the hotel with them, and you don't give off any indications that you're not wealthy. You fuck her, and then when she's like, "All right, well, am I going to see you again?" You'd be like, "Well, I'm just in town for whatever." She'd be like, "No, I really want to see you again. I really like you, or whatever." You're like, "Okay, well, I come by, routinely. I'll see you then." And I mean, I guess you could continue the ruse. It's a shitty thing to do, but she thinks what she's doing is shitty too. She thinks that she's got a leg up on you because she's seen your bank account, and very few chicks, or like no chicks, are going to think, "Hey, this person is using a spoofing app that makes it look like their bank account is much more than it is." You like that shit? You like that shit? It doesn't need to be systemic. We're just looking up at tens. I'm positive. You cannot. Tens are incredibly difficult to have a house, a sports car, or like a luxury vehicle, an excellent job. That's what a ten is. Now, do I think you can fuck a ten? Yeah, if you played your cards right and she was drunk enough, perhaps, but usually those girls, that's not even a 10. That's going to be a 9 or an 8. Like, 10s are really successful women on their own, so they don't need your money necessarily. All right, dude, are you ready? All right, thank you for your patience. Dog, that's true. That's true. Okay. You're right on that. But I mean, if you're going for like a long term relationship, perhaps, those girls, they come from excellent families. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we just have different scales, which could be dude, my things. Oh, dude, I don't know why I said you this and not go. We'll play this first. Let's switch it out.
No, it's not that bad. It's not. Well, like, it's not the worst dog, but it's like the worst.
Okay. Do you know who Joey Diaz is? Yeah. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting.
Like the board is I forget it's kind of this board is gonna be like strange.
Because it's so long.
We're gonna see that.
I need to do it.
But there's already enough right now. When you got it's gonna be right. The whole place up. It's gonna be like done. The rest of it's gonna be done. Everything's gonna be done.
I like your predictions.
But what I just did there actually I think that
But now I'm shutting you down.
it's capable of
Like TikTok.
not releasing the book.
Oh, good job.
But
What's what? Dude, you got a huge lead.
we do have
What do you say? What do you say? What's the thing that's the driver? Isn't the low? Isn't isn't the lowest thing on? Isn't that only like $1,000 or something? On deal emoji? Oh, fuck that. What does that do for me? What does the thing in my pocket do for me? I mean, probably that because it's like way more than. Even you could sell that on eBay for more than $1. What about you?
supposed to get no idea. So what? Listen, just bring up the damn show. You told me what that. Well, that's the valuable. Doesn't cost you back.
What do you mean cash you back?
You'll have much for safety system. So,
Oh, I got that one.
yeah, they like a second class. They don't know idea. And then goes the top get back.
Ever again. They don't ever have like a best of show.
Like, there's one that's like, so a guy, like, in Australia, he was so unlucky that they put him back.
Do you think you're gonna win today?
The first, he left it jab. He messed up his charges. Drug it.
There you go. Do you think you're gonna win this game?
Yeah.
You might. I'm not doing really about to make good stuff.
That's what we need to do. But yeah, no. Well, then you must do it. And the crowd is
That's it? It's not $1 million?
no, it's not even.
Dude, good play.
But $100,000 for the average person, I think is very poor.
Dude. I keep having a spot.
They really
Still can't. It's a proper balance. Yeah. By that I have a call. What's that? What?
Yes. Even as a
Take your time, I go on.
Keep playing more chewable tablets for better sex, and it's now better than ever. Trust me, I'm telling you. Introducing Blue Chew Max, which combines the active ingredients of Viagra, Cialis into one powerful chew. Bam! Listen, you take one of these things, you put in your wallet, you pop into a pigeon on the pond, there you have it.
You can run
Pop
out
one
of
of
time.
these pills, he asks you what it is. You tell him it's a breath thing, and then you go fucking bananas. Great sex is just a few clicks away. Sign up on their website, answer a few questions. It's very easy, all right? And if you're approved, you'll get your prescription in just days. The mailman delivers it, nobody knows nothing.
No,
Not
you
even your
didn't.
mother.
No, you
Maybe
didn't.
your
I'll
grandmother
pass.
in the basement.
No, you didn't. I'll
And
pass.
you're a
So
focused
you
lady.
didn't miss
You
anything.
say, make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at
That's how nice a person I
BlueChew.com. And we got a special deal for the church family on a Tuesday morning. Ready for this? Try your first month of Blue Chew for free when you press in promo code Joey. Joey, Joey. Ladies, if you're listening to this, go ahead. What are you going to get? Put 5 of those in your little purse. You go down the shore, you jump up and down with your men. They're a little lame, they're drinking cocktails, you blast them with some coffee, and you hit them with a Blue Chew, forget about it. 12 minutes later, you're in the bedroom getting your head full. You follow me? Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring this show. And I want to thank you guys first. What's happening, beautiful people? It's Tuesday, the 29th of April. We're almost done with this month, baby. Bring on the dancing girls. It's the church New Testament coming at you live on a Tuesday morning. Welcome back to church. What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey with his beautiful and Jewish co-host, Isaiah. Shalom. Looking beautiful on a Tuesday morning. What's happening?
I've been good. I've been good. I've been missing the net 1 minute. You slowed down a little bit on that.
Listen,
Did someone get to you?
It's coming in very cloudy. I don't say stuff, and then people say Joey's putting out misinformation.
Can you imagine if you were like, what is that called? Where like you're a plant for Israel? You're an industry plant for Israel?
Yeah, no, I'm not an industry plant for nobody. I'm just a fucking guy trying to get together. You know what I'm saying? I'm old. I'm just trying to do some stand-up. I don't know what the fuck is going on anymore. You know, I was telling you on the way, we had a situation last week with a fucking friend of mine. I like to say dear friend of mine, but I feel bad because she called and I could see that it was a setup for something. And then finally, the clouds parted and showed me the true color of the sky. She's like, can you come over here for my birthday and buy dinner? Like, that was the last fucking thing. And I just felt like, you know, like I was telling these guys, if I see you every day, you're like, come over, buy me dinner for my birthday, or come over for my birthday dinner, I'll go over there. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know, you know, I haven't seen this person in too much. Too much tops.
I can't, you know, I mean, I don't get angry at a lot of people. And there's a big difference between come over for my birthday and come over and buy me dinner for my. I hate more than anything people assuming that you're going to do something for them. And I'm generous. You're very generous. I'm not as generous as you, but I would buy a friend something just because I wanted to. For anyone who would ask me for that, I don't think would be my friend. To be very honest,
It's just,
that's a terrible thing to ask.
they're fucking wacky. They have certain expectations and stuff, but it was a little wacky. And I didn't even get mad about it. Doing
You didn't realize what you said.
I didn't really think about it. Like, I had so much going on in my coconut that I just realized on the drive now, a week later, that fucking, this is what went down. But that was the weirdest, because I never heard from her again. What if we just say you don't call the next day and go, hey, I'm sorry that I came home. Right. I was just goofing with you. Blah, 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 blah. No, never again. That's why if for you to just go buy a dinner and make believe you're their friend for life.
And those
Take
people,
pictures and balloons and shit.
she didn't buy you dinner for your birthday.
I didn't even see it from my
Right, exactly. That's such a fucking bullshit thing to ask
I
somebody.
didn't even hear from her on my birthday, I don't think. I didn't. But I'm the type of guy that worry about that.
Right, of course you don't.
Listen, people have lives. How many times have you sat there? It's 11:30 at night, and you're watching a movie or you're about to watch, after the news.
Mm-hmm.
That guy always comes on, all right, it's Wednesday, April 30th. You're like, April 30th. That's a familiar fucking date. Also, you're like, oh shit. That's my best friend's birthday. I'm so busy all day. Now what are you going to do? Pick up the phone at 2:30 and call him? No, you got to call him like, hey, go, dog. How long we been friends? I'm sorry. So, if you don't think that happens in my world, it happens. When people tell me a week later, dog, I didn't even realize it was your birthday. You think I sit there and hang up on it? No. Listen, life is so fast and quick. Life is fast and fucking quick, man. And after a certain age, you're like, I don't even worry about birthdays. Bro, you got a kid. You know what I'm saying? When your friends, you can call them up and say happy birthday. You put it on the Facebook page. Right. Happy birthday with explosion. That's, listen, that's my deed for the day. I go on Facebook in the morning, somebody's birthday, I fucking send them a happy birthday. That's more than I know. What the fuck? Stop. I grew up with you. You fed me once. Something happened that just propelled me to fucking happy birthday you day.
And that should be more than, dude, I can't tell. I'm a weird person, I guess. But I'm busy. And for my birthday, what I love more than anything is to not have to do anything. Is to just stay home and get like something I want to eat and not have to do shit like that. To have like a birthday month and they have like 8 activities planned.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that shit. I have people who celebrate that birthday. It's, let's say the birthday's on Thursday, they start Wednesday night, and they go straight to Sunday. Sunday is like the big day, and you're like, you're not gonna get me on that day. You got 1 day out of it. I'm not doing 4 days a year because it's your fucking goofy birthday.
No.
It's 1 fucking day. Unless you got 1,000 to blow. We go.
Oh, good job.
Then we go till we go. But I'm not gonna sit there and listen, man. Some people are really weird about their birthday. Right? And everybody loves having those birthday dinners. The problem with those birthday dinners is that 10 to 12 people show up. And then it's a fucking challenge when the check comes. It's a challenge. The people were like, well, I had 2 drinks at $12.95. Well, bitch, there's a thing called tax and tip. Okay, so $12.95, that's $26 right there. I expect to see a 40 out of you. Without even hesitation. You bring up the credible. That's the thing that kills me. That's why I don't get involved in them. That's why when I go to those, I make sure I pick up the tab. Because I don't want to sit there when Jeopardy happens. And they pass it to each other. Yeah, well, and then they put the calculator. Listen, either take the card out or don't put the fucking calculator out. You're fucking embarrassing.
Oh, it's the
Just
worst.
put the fucking card out. So if you go to dinner with 12 people and 100 is shot, 3 of them got to be outties. Right?
Oh, yeah.
4 of them out of 12 got to be there sneaking drinks, $16 martinis, coming to get one on you. Now you got, that's $1,200 plus that's $1,600. Right. I can't cover it. I'll tell you this all the time. Like this, $1,500. No, 600, 500. I'll cover on the American Express. Tell my wife a lie and fucking, But that shit at 12 people, I don't go to. No, once it's more than 4 people, I don't know. Because once the check comes, I don't know what happened. They start talking about the past, the future. I gave you a gift last year. I gave you a pet elephant. Listen, that was last year, motherfucker. The tab just came. And right now, I saw you over there having a good time, drinking zombos and fucking, eating everybody's food and shit. Now the check comes out. Those people who show up to your birthday thing and they're like, I'm not going to eat. I'm not hungry. I've been on dieting lately. I've been fasting. Wait till that first fucking Chinese favorite. I'll just have one. Then they have one. Then they have a piece of egg roll. Then your fat sister can't finish the lo mein. Fat people always get lo mein. We really do. They love lo mein, fat people. The fucking bag of fucking spaghetti. And then, then the check comes and nobody knows nothing. Then she sits there. I just drank water. No, you didn't. You ain't half the fucking check here. and cat food horses and just come. You can't. Throw at least $50.
And it's always, have you ever had this where like they act like they're a big baller and then like it comes time to tip? Like I was just after dinner with somebody and it was like a $200 tab and he was like he wanted to leave $20 for the tip and it took me a minute and I was like, hold on. He's like, that's enough, and he's like, it's in cash, they're gonna love it. And I was like, wait a second, that's like 10 per. You can't, and I don't know the server, but I would feel so terrible doing that. I was just in a hotel, and that episode of The Sopranos was on where that server came out talking shit to Chris and Paulie, I think, and they hit him in the head with a brick and killed him.
Yeah.
And then, like, dude, I can't imagine. As a server, I would want to yell at people, and I never did. And I can't. Like, the people who under tip piss me off just as much as those.
I was never a server. If you know anything about it, people under tip piss the shit out of me.
Oh yeah, it's like the worst thing
I
about it.
always leave an extra tip. Like if I go out with three families, and one of them decides that you know what, I pull the chick aside, especially if this kid is a kid.
Oh yeah.
This kid's at my table, I'll always tip at me. I'll pull her aside. Not the fucking bus boy, because then she'll go back to the door or whatever the fuck. You know what's crazy about those migrants? They really like their little backpacks, don't they? They're like half retarded. You always see them with their little fucking backpacks. I just saw like 10 of them. They all got that military hairdo. Like, I don't know who cuts that. It's not even a Flowbee. It's something else. It's a Flowbee Unleashed or some shit. It's like goes straight up this way, but all of them like half momos with these fucking backpacks. I don't get it. I can't even put a backpack on. I can't put a backpack on.
What do you mean you can't put a backpack on?
Fuck, you're like such a retard. Well, I see somebody with a backpack, that kid I would have mugged him in high school or even now, like mug him, just for general purpose. What do you do with your shit? If you're gonna carry that much shit, you need a new life. Where the fuck are you going with all that shit?
They're looking for new lives. That's all they
Where the
fucking
fuck are you going? They got those bands. It's like they're in the Marines and they're walking down, like damn illegal. Where the fuck are you going? I'm just curious. Where the fuck are you going?
Yeah.
What's in that fucking thing?
Supplies?
What kind of supplies? A computer, okay.
A computer? Oh, for me or for, because I love a backpack.
Yeah, I could tell. But you see me, I've had a backpack for years. I put something in it and I carry it like a man. I'm not going to put it on my back like fucking.
But what why do you have it? Like, you flew to Texas and all you had was, I think all you had was your sleep apnea machine as your carry-on. Like, you didn't have headphones.
And then
What if you don't want to carry a sweater,
it's on
a charger?
I tip my sleep apnea bag.
Now, what about, because I've never had, knock on wood, but like, what if they lost your bag and you don't have shit? You don't worry about that?
I always got weed on me.
I was worried about clothes or
clothes. We don't always buy clothes. You can't get the weed with flying. You know what I'm saying? You can't smoke that weed. So there's always weed. There's always edibles in that bag. And that goes right to security. They don't even stop.
No.
I put the weed in my speakers now.
Well, dude, we just had the DEA guy on. He said they don't give a shit about anything. Which is crazy.
But they do. They do, but they don't. You're not going to go through the airport with a pound of weed on your shoulder.
Right.
But you got to hide a little bit to open up, not let it stink.
Oh, yeah.
And then there's weed in my
That'll
bag.
make you happy.
Weed gets there. The only thing I need from that bag is a hose. I can borrow it. I get it from Amazon, delivered to the hotel. 8 pounds.
Oh, what, from sleep apnea?
Yeah, so the only thing I don't put in there is my hose. Everything else is in there. Computer, glasses, wallet, nicotine, even for a day, just in case. I'm good. Sometimes you get to the airport and they tell you got to find out steps. Sit there like a fucking momo. Now you go back to the hotel. And across the street, go right back. Listen. And on the way back, you got no gel, you buy a hat. I got like 3 hats from places that I wouldn't even put a hat on. I just went to the airport, I doped it up. Before it pops back up, the monkey spit wears off. I put a fucking hat on there. That's it. I'm looking good.
I really don't have that problem. But I can't find a hat that fits my head.
No, look at it.
Oh wait, I saw
Besides that fucking
I never off. And I bought a hat
like something.
and I like it, but I feel like it's too bad.
Oh, that little Puerto Rican hat?
Yeah,
People wear
it's like an old Jewish man's hat. What was I'm
You're
trying
a fucking faggot on roller skates. Roller skates.
to. Can you imagine being roller skates in New York City? I would die immediately.
Oh, you got $10,000 on it.
Well, how?
Renting that ass on roller skates. Because there's nothing more than a fact like the fucking the ass while you're on roller skates. You give him some roller skates and he's behind you. He's fucking in the ass. Is that like fever?
Just on the way to work.
Just staying alive up the ass. You could be doing that fucking thing. What are those people doing in the Olympics? With the skates and shit.
Oh, the synchronized skating or something?
Just fucking with the. They got a whistle, Jews, police hat. Forget about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
We better leave with roller skates. I would pay to see two faggots fucking on roller skates.
Yeah, I think
If you
so.
think this episode ain't gonna get 18 on
Possible. Oh my God.
Listen, guys,
See why you think
if you're
that.
sick of this 18 and under shit, just go to Spotify now. You know, we're trying our best, but obviously it's not working no more. They want to put us on 18 and under. We don't even smoke pot on the fucking show. We don't even play music. We've taken away so many fucking things because, you know, it's a shame.
You're gonna
It's
get
crazy how far YouTube has gone.
So you could use music on Spotify if you subscribe to Spotify.
Yeah,
You can use their music on a podcast or something.
Yeah.
There's something with so you know.
Oh,
can we stream on Spotify or fucking?
we can put video on there. I don't think we do live streaming yet.
This is, you know, you can't say what's in your heart though. Because, you know, and I'm not gonna sit here and amend this. You know, for freedom to speak. That bullshit. Okay, that bullshit.
What are your thoughts on
World.
my
That's the comments that want to just make something up. We're a venture. Yeah, okay, good. You haven't paid your taxes for 3 years. Your whole life by fucking saying some fucking amendment, some I don't even know what the fucking thing is.
But dude, it's crazy.
I
Like,
don't know.
you think about it. When we started podcasting, whatever it was.
On fire, fart.
Oh my God.
We were doing everything, and then something happened. Listen, this is what it is. Listen, I'm not mad at YouTube. They went corporate. Rules tightened up, and this is the way it's going to be.
It is, but it's also like, because I don't know if you knew this. YouTube right now is the number one. It's the number one place in the world where people watch and listen to podcasts. And people, the reason why people love podcasts is because of the hosts. They have a relationship with them. And podcasts like ours started like that. One of the reasons why YouTube is up so high. I mean, yeah, a lot of it, but and then for them to like be so short-sighted. Like, yeah, I understand if you want them to be 18 plus, but don't hide this. Don't not tell people that we put up a video. We're not even doing anything that crazy. We're like it's so wild where things have gone.
And then, you know, with the consumer doesn't understand is they watch an old podcast. They watch one of these. They go, these guys changed. We didn't change. We didn't change. Just the rules changed. The other quick, you know, if there was no foul, no foul, guys, I'd have a 3-foot bomb in here. I got one somewhere. I got the power. Don't we have the power with the fucking ponies and shit?
Oh shit!
You know, I mean, this is it. You know, don't you think you talk about music? We had Dina. We didn't talk about music. Couldn't even put it on.
Yeah.
That's not us. It's not the Malaysians.
What are your thoughts on this one?
Listen, I spoke to my friend who has the highest podcast in the world.
Really?
And they 18 him over when they see podcast.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, guys, this is the business. We have to find a platform. We go nuts. If people run up like that once a week somewhere, we could just go nuts and, you know, naked women, whatever the fuck. You know, that's what I want to do.
Yeah.
I want to get some naked women here. I want to get a guy and a girl and roller skate dancing, fucking jumping around. You know me, dog. I'm a freedom fighter. But this is bullshit.
Oh, what a great shot.
But you know,
Dude, 10 out of 10.
Pornhub doesn't give a fuck about anything.
That was good.
No people society of you got them drunk, you look at the jerk off. You pop up a cycle, see that fucking headless head.
My big hands right there.
Forget
Oh,
about it.
dude.
We gotta have right now fire when it's in your head. That's it. Next time you promote a date.
Why do I want to be on my head when it's on fire?
Because it's the best thing you can do. Like, you sit there and you have like a control in your hand. You just light it up. So man, watch the smoke come out. People fucking love it.
Yeah, but my head will turn on fire.
Gives a fuck.
I didn't
No hair. If you had hair, then you know.
Yeah, but if I had hair, then it would hide the burns.
Spots once in a while. This summer you get something. You gotta go to the jacuzzi. The girls gonna take you somewhere. You gotta get the fucking dead eye.
I haven't gotten a spot. I haven't been in a jacuzzi probably since then. Any other spots?
What's
Dude, if I don't wash my face like 3 times a day, I'm fucked.
I don't know. You washing your face 3-4 times.
No, but like I bought like special shit. You know? Yeah. It's I never had to do that.
I know.
It's not so big.
Best shot of my career. Get it. Oh, if that would have went in.
You don't have to even go to the loofah no more. That's a good one. Fuck no. I get.
All right, we end on the pod. Good job, Sue.
That's how I
Thank you
make
for
my
your
asshole water.
I will see you when you awake. Take care, big dog.
Get that gunpowder out from
You
around.
need to start selling that.
Speaking.
The asshole cleaner that you have.
I'm trying to patent it, so relax. Don't give the fuck.
Oh, I apologize.
I have to get out of the bag here, but I get that hard. I've always loved those hard pads. And you scrub, and you
Well, SOS pads? What are you talking about?
SOS pads, and you scrub your fucking balls with after a long night in Vegas. No, I'm talking about the hand towels.
Okay.
There's some that are very soft, and there's some that are coarse.
Those hard ones?
I like that you want to get that dead skin off. That's what you're opting for. You want to exfoliate your legs. All that skin comes off. All that dead skin comes off. Like my ears. Some girl tells my ears are very shiny. I love that when people tell you your ears are shiny. That means you're fucking getting in there with that cloth and you're scrubbing it. It gives you a nice little shine. And you put some cream on there.
I know. Dude, have you ever had a girl or a woman like wash you in the shower? It was one of the weirdest. It was nice, but it was one of the weirdest things over the summer when I was in Indiana. This girl I was hooking up with just like decided that she was like, she looked at me hard. Like it was.
Yeah, but you want to get the dead Jew germs off of your shit. That bitch is smart. When a bitch washes you, because she knows you're a filthy motherfucker. And she wants to make sure that asshole and those balls are clean before she puts her beautiful mouth on.
Well, no, it was after sex.
The what?
It was after sex.
That's right. She doesn't want you to take her over with her like a cat.
Oh my god, that was wild. I never had anybody do that before.
It's tremendous. When a woman bathes you, you sit there. And by the time they go to bathe your knees, you get a hard on. It's all over. You never get to your feet. But they get under your knees. Once they bend over, you see the head in the area. Your dick just gradually stands up like a Ouija board, like motherfucking. You know, what are you going to do? Then it's all over. They never get to do your feet. Anyway, back to the mic.
Okay.
What the fuck? Why do they have backpacks? And somebody fix this microphone. No, don't get up. It's just a joke. I don't want to talk about the migrants with backpacks either. I don't know what they carry those things. They brought those from Mexico.
They must have some food in there. You would think. Like they could probably set up a taco stand pretty quick.
Anyway, they can sell them. Have no knives. There's no pots.
They definitely have knives.
No, they are all in Spanish. They definitely have knives. But just see a frying pan.
Yeah, you're right. It's sort of like an Oregon Trail. You don't see that?
Yeah, no. They're not going camping, these people. They're not camping for. They live in the mountains. They jump through rivers, mountains, and shit. They should be the real prospectors, those motherfuckers.
You're going to start a whole new fitness trend. I'm going to just send white people to cross over the
That's a great idea. The migrant work. 7 and 9 every day. You climb hills, you jump out of a burning building, you run away from fucking coyotes, you run away from more Mexican people. They chase you in Central Park. That's got to be good. You fucking, they throw you in a mud bug. You got to see if every time you see a green truck, you got to dive on the floor and shit and do a burpee. Every time you see a vehicle truck, you got to do a burpee. That's a good idea, guys. Don't be stealing my idea, immigrant fitness. Shit is fine. That's it. Workout. That's every
You could have George Perez be the trainer.
That's right. You to run the fucking hills with the
Right.
Come on. I'm always thinking that guy. I'm always.
You can have one for each country and have a different workout. If you think about it, the Cubans can have swimming. The Migrant Olympics.
Oh my God, that's even better what we get. And those Hondurans in that jail, they just go till they live and die. It's like a Spanish Squid Game for those fuckers. They just sit there all day with underwear and have it was in shoving each other. You know, the little fucking people in that jail, they just sit there, 50 fucking Mexicans sniffing each other's legs open in between each other. That's the rules.
Yeah.
That system is meant to break you, motherfucker.
And dude, have you seen
That system is meant to break. It's like a Cuban jail. No clothes on. You want to shit that hole in the floor. Paper, toilet paper, good luck. That's why those two hands are for.
Oh my god, are you serious?
And Moro. Fuck yeah, dog.
You told me about the shitting in
You
the
know,
hole.
it's like when these people come here, Russians, Yugoslavians, all these people, they go to our prisons. They're like, you fucking kidding me? This is Club Med. You gotta fight for your food in those prisons. There's no food. They put out like a chicken leg, and there's 8 guys in there. Somebody's dying.
Fuck that. Have you seen? I forget if it was Mexico or somewhere, but like they were just on it, like the gang shit, like the cartel or whatever, still won the prison.
Yeah.
Like they had, well, one of them had like their families were still there. That's wild. I can't imagine. What about like going to like a country like that and going to prison there just by accident? You were on vacation.
I wouldn't wish that on anybody.
Oh,
I wouldn't wish that on anybody. That's what people say. When we leave the country, listen, don't buy no coke. Don't buy no weed from China. You know, Thailand, don't they kill you?
one of those, yeah.
All those, they just kill you. You don't know.
I think it's the Philippines.
Yeah, I'm not moving for none of that shit. I know what happens here. And nobody's gonna throw me in jail for smoking dope either. Nobody's gonna hit me in the knees. No. And you think, Joe, you're shallow. I am. 'Cause I don't want to get in trouble. I'm gonna kiss at that. Or I just go to a fucking hotel. A guy pushes me. I say something. Next thing I'm getting bad. I'm doing 50 years. The government's on TV. Begging for me. Nobody wants me. You know, the Cubans, the Pope, will feed them. Let Joe Diaz live. I don't need this.
You don't think the government would come and try to exchange you?
No, the government don't give 2 fucks about you. That's why I was talking about Rothschild the other day. Because when his fucking people got kidnapped, his employees, he got a guy that was retired to train his other employees to save the ones that were locked in. And he made a promise to their families to have them back by Christmas Day, and he did. Really. And that's why in my world I like Americans like Rothschild. Because everybody else will tell you a fucking story. Kissinger was trying to block him. He went around Kissinger. He was like, fuck this. My people are not going to spend the holidays in that fucking Iranian jail.
Oh, that was the Iranian Contra thing or whatever?
This was more like
Yeah, Ben Affleck.
79. No, I don't think it was, maybe it was. Maybe it was. But they were something else, weren't they?
I'm not really good.
Forget what that was. I'll find, you got to get that book again. I read that book in prison. The Rough Parole Story on Wings of Eagles. That's the name of the book. They made a series on NBC, 3-part series on NBC. I was already locked in jail.
I'm gonna have to go look that out because I don't.
Jail didn't have NBC. Didn't transfer.
That's fucked up. So he was just a business owner?
Russ Perot.
Yeah.
He did something. Oil. I don't know.
No, I'll have to look it up.
He's a Texas guy.
Oh, of course.
And they went over there to Houston. They held him. And he promised the family he'd be home by Christmas. And he did it. He got his own people break into the fucking jail like that. With that dude. He was supposed to be like a Marlon Brando and a Apocalypse Now type.
Oh, okay. Jesus Christ.
One of those commando type motherfuckers. Very interesting.
Gee, I forget if I.
Yeah, he ran for president. He lost the clip.
I thought I knew the name, so I didn't realize he was a business guy before that.
These guys are paying for this with your money. I'm paying for this with my money. And we looked it up in the Real Good podcast. He was worth a couple billion.
Dude, I like him a lot.
Oh, he was tough. He had big ears and shit. Tough, little guy. He fucking meant what he said. He said what he meant. Old school American. Old school fucking dude from Texas. Just old school. This is old school. When they say something to you, they fucking do it.
I can't imagine getting your employee out of fucking prison.
Oh yeah, the old guys. I would live like that if I had that money. Him and that other dude that married the fucking Playboy buddy when he was 90, that'd be me. If I had all that money, my wife was dead.
Died like a week later or whatever it was.
Whatever.
And in the culture.
He had a sucker's dick one time. I don't think they had Viagra there. That's the problem. Like, you couldn't put it to the test. But with that kind of money, I'll go to New York and make them give you an implant that squirts and fucking things come out of the ceiling and fireworks, that kind of shit.
Oh, yeah.
Not a good time.
Those are the only two options for you. Either you're going to be a guy training his employees to save them another
No,
one.
I don't have to borrow money. I'm just saying, if I did have to borrow money,
Right.
I would live like he lived. But I also like Marshall, right with his name. I did Marshall's, like that Marshall after
Yeah, I would go that way.
fucking old. The guy had fucking blood spots on his head. He went into a strip club. He saw it. He just fell in love with it. He gave him like fucking diamond ring. When you could give a woman something and not even miss it.
Oh my God.
Like when I can take $2 million out to buy a woman something that doesn't even put a crack in my account.
And even if it did, at his age, he knew he was dying. He was going to have a fun, whatever it was.
I'm gonna die my way, motherfucker.
Yeah, why the fuck your
I'm my
kid?
rule. I'm not gonna die sitting in a room with ukuleles, grease, taking my money. I'm gonna get myself a big, fat, fucking looking blonde with a big ass and big titties
Yeah.
who doesn't have a conscience and wants to live comfortably for the rest of our life. Like, listen, man, I'll give you my $60 million fortune, but you're gonna suck dick until I drop. When I drop, you're gonna be licking my nuts out. You fucking look free money.
And good for her. How much? I think that's worth it.
Fuck yeah, to suck an old dick and have 60 million, and she got nothing.
She really got nothing.
No.
I didn't follow the. I saw
The son took everything. Son.
that
They
something.
got this. They're like, we don't think he was in the right mental state. But she wasn't. He's 90. And she put that 23-year-old fucking monkey in his face that smells like barbecue chicken and God knows what else. Forget about it. He's unreal.
I think he was in the exact right mental state. His kids probably weren't helping him, hanging around, visiting him like once a month or something.
The dude did that. And what's that team where the guy told him that she could date black people?
The Clippers.
The Clippers. He was old too. He just fucking said, I'm getting myself a young kid. You know what? I don't get a hard on, but it's better than looking at my old fat wife. I'm gonna get her to dance for me with bikinis on and shit.
I think women are doing it too. Aren't they doing it now? Like I hear a lot of like maybe not as big of an age difference, but like women are going for like 20-year-old guys when they're like 15 to 20. I would do it.
I love an old woman. I always have. There was a woman today I saw at the dentist this morning who had to be 58, 59, just stunning. Still had little bodies, still had cute little feet. You know, usually when their feet start going, that's it. When they start getting those bunions and those crooked and shit.
Right, but dude, if you're in your 60s,
But you gotta see my feet. They ain't no fucking. They ain't no portrait of Europe either. I was looking at my feet here like that's not. I think they're like a foot specialist, and they gotta start from scratch. They gotta pull nails off.
and pull nails off.
Oh, I got a nail that points up. Like, it goes north.
What did he do to your feet?
I don't know. I don't listen. This one thing I've done every time I eat mushrooms, they grow. Like I took the mushrooms and the fucking mushrooms go into my toenails because the other night I buffed them out. I got high in the room, so I was seeing shit. So I buff them out and it lands on my finger. You gotta smell that finger. It is god awful.
So you get secondhand smoke from your toenail dust?
Oh yeah. You gotta
That is
buff them.
fucked up.
And I sprinkle them on the edibles. I give them to you. So
I know you do. You keep saying you keep giving me these coconut ones that have this white powder on it.
That's
So
it.
they look like they were like you packaged them.
They have a weird taste to it.
Yeah, they look like sugar. They don't taste like sugar.
That was like, you know, the nectarine, whatever they call
Oh my god.
it, the sugar substitute.
Oh my god.
What are you do? What are you gonna do? You got no, you know,
Yeah, but
my feet are fucked up. I mean, I looked at them the other day, put cream on them. I got like blood spot. It's a nightmare. Like if I ever turn 90 and get a 16-year-old girlfriend, whatever I do is do a 23-year-old girlfriend, I'm about to get my dick up with socks on. You know, embarrassed.
you don't like doing that?
With socks on the backpack. Oh,
Look at Bill Belichick. He's 73, she's 24.
no, that's abuse. That's abuse.
Dude, she has a job.
This is a joke here. Okay, this is a joke. I don't think I can shut my balls to a girl. Listen, if you're 55, yeah, you can look at my balls. That's what you see every day in your life. When you're 55, or when you're 26, you don't deserve that. That's a woman.
She's running for like Miss America, but she's like as Miss New Hampshire or Miss Maine, one of those two I just read. She has a job at the University of North Carolina,
Right, you got her a job.
and she was in the Dunkin' Donuts Super Bowl commercial.
Right, because he put her in there, not because
No, exactly. So I'm saying,
So it's a
okay,
fucking
the balls must not be that bad.
But just doesn't look good. I know he's got a daughter or a son or something, and they have a hard time with that.
Oh yeah,
They have a hard time with that.
he has multiple kids.
So, yeah, so I mean, you have a 24-year-old girlfriend and your daughter is 38. It's just some shit that just doesn't look good.
Obviously, I know you're married. Nothing's ever gonna change. But like, I had a rule when I was last single that I didn't want to go under 25. If in a different world at 62, what do you think the youngest you would go is?
45.
Okay,
I have something to discuss with her.
right.
I have something to discuss. What am I going to do with the 30? Look, listen, 30-year-olds are great. They're great, they're cute, they're silly. But, come on. There's not a lot of 30-year-olds that are going to hold you every day. That you're going to hold the conversation every day. Now, you don't, Joey, who fucking kid? You're in it for a blowjob. No, you don't. Because I come in a minute. What am I going to do for another 23 fucking hours? Okay? I mean, that's how you do it. I had a rule when I was young. And as much people want to know, when I was doing coke in the 90s, before I met my wife, that whole 9-year run, I had a rule. And it's a simple rule. Look at her and talk to her. If you can wake up to her in the morning, bring her home with you. But if she's going to annoy the shit out of you, let her go home with your phone. If she's already starting to get annoying late in the night and drunk, now she's going to go back to your house. She's going to be even drunker. And then she's going to pass out. And you're not going to you got to wake up to her with that drama in the morning, with that alcohol breath and God knows what else. Now you got to give her a ride home and shit. Think about it. Oh, so after I was like 30, after I let go, I had more control of my mind like that. I had more control of what am I getting myself involved in. Because when I let over, I was sleeping with women, but there was nothing. They called me a two. Hey, you have any blow? Yeah. Like I'm over my head with both of them. Some of them walk up with my girlfriend. No. But I gotta worry two chubbies. I'm saying no.
So did the rules change?
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed these girls calling you. Where you go into a bar and seeing them going, hey man, I got a gram of coke. Like, let's go back to your place. But after a while, I got old because there was nothing there. I'd see them a week later. But it was like nothing was there. Listen, everybody likes to have sex when they're coked up and shit. But it wasn't working for me anymore. I fucking, by the age of 32, when I left both, I'm like, when I get a girlfriend, I'm getting a girlfriend. And I met a girl. And I dated her for 4 years. It was okay. And then after that, I went off for 2 years. And again, I was bumping into, on the road, whatever. I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? But I met Darren.
Oh, I hated just dating. For exactly the reason why you said it.
I like, listen, you want me to tell you what I like?
Yes.
I like picking you up, or you picking me up, smoking a joint, either going and getting something to eat, going someplace else and getting a couple cocktails, talking a little bit. Listen, we all want to bang on the first night. The first. But then again, I mean, now people are banging it 2 nights.
Less than 2.
I people are banging it 2 in 1 night.
They're banging in an hour.
Yeah. You know, so it's kind of very, I always like working for it. I don't mind working for it. But something's too easy, you're not going to do anything with her anymore. When a chick comes in, okay, I love the same thing. You're not going to get your dick sucked at all. That's just stupidity coming out of a fucking mountain. And you ears get clogged up. You probably the drinks at the bar. The next thing you know, she leaves with a chubby dude with a missing foot. And fucking, you're drinking that. You're like, I do. You know, dude, I like the struggle. I like meeting a woman and talking to her and meeting her mom and talking to the mom and the dad. That's another thing. You know, talking to them and seeing what you're going on. And then, yeah, you want to eat their ass. Have fun. That's something else, but at least you got something out of it. Right. Even if it don't work tomorrow. When I see you next time, it's going to be cool. I didn't do it for a month. I didn't do it for 6 months and get everybody doing on a start. It was just little things. And it was just weird. I got married, divorced, and then I went through that shit for 2 or 3 years of just coke chicks. Very seldom did I ask a chick out because
You just didn't want to?
I didn't meet them in that capacity. I would always meet chicks out at night when they were doing coke. Nobody wanted to eat when they were doing coke. I can't even take it to a cheeseburger.
And so none of those Coke nights ever turned into like, hey, let's actually go be in a relationship, or all those were like
2 or 3 times we hook up after that. Maybe I'd go to the house and smoke a joint with her. I was walking in the mountains. And I would go to the house and smoke a joint or something. And then, you know, a week later, she's on a show with some other dude. Then a week later, they call up, you know, going, hey, can I come over and drink? No, yeah, what the fuck? I'm sitting here with my dick in my hands. You might as well come over.
right. But then like, or do they even stay the night, or they just as soon as
Some stay on the night. Some of them put me at 4 or 5 in the morning after the deal was done. The total.
which is what you said, I think is exactly right. If you're annoyed with them, or if they're not, if there's not someone you want to hang out with, it's always going to be that. It's like what you were saying, like, well, of course guys want to get laid. I'm sure women do too.
Yeah, they go out, they get dressed up, they did their toenails, their fingernails. They don't want to go out to talk to somebody about insurance.
But that's different. That's different. Going to a club or a bar and hooking up, I think, is different than the dating apps. And because if you hook up with me, I've had a couple women just come right over on the dating apps, and none of them were anybody that I should have. And it's not like I was 200 pounds
away that night and invited to the house.
Yeah, no, it was 100% on. I'm not blaming them, but I'm just saying.
They made them at McDonald's. See, they order what they want. They order a fish sandwich, they smell like shit. Just keep going, you know what I'm saying?
Dude, if I got on McDonald's, just come home, all right? Do you remember there was a girl you called Milkshake, and she wants my other friend, same girl, her nickname was Tater Tots because she Uber Eats tater tots and then got into an Uber to my house. Like people are like, and at that point, I
Uber Eats tater tots.
Oh, plenty of people.
That's some fucked up shit.
Oh yeah, the crazy one to me is Starbucks. Just get coffee delivered.
I see that. I mean, listen, man, people in that world, I don't like always touching my shit. So, I'm cool with it. It's really weird, though, telling you guys this because it's a true story. Like, when I met Terry, I was ready for Terry. I was so ready for Terry. I didn't get serious with Terry at all. Like, too much. It was sporadic. We did coffee. I would go to her house for lunch. I would see her in the comedy store at night. Some nights if she was working, I would go down there. Then I'd disappear for 2 weeks. I wasn't really with her.
You were like building a friendship?
Yes. No, we was swapping spit.
Okay.
Shit. But I still was like, 2 months in. Like, this is like, boy, I gotta get my life together. 2 months in, I finally started hooking up with her. And one night, we met at Ralphie's house. I thought I wouldn't see her for a couple of days. I was coming to New York. I'm not going to see you for a few days, but I'll definitely see you when we get back. And she showed up at Ralphie's like 2:30. She goes, you know what, I want to hang out with you. So we hung out, we stayed up the whole night. I'll never forget, I had maybe 4 cigarettes. That's the time I came through Denver and went behind the bar and just stole a pack of cigarettes from one of those coffee shops right here. That's how broke I was. Probably had 4 cigarettes, maybe a joint, maybe $20. It was like a Tuesday night when I was leaving. It was her slowest night. Wednesday night, she made like $35. She gave me the whole $35. And I go, what are you going to do for the day? She goes, I got change in the house. I'm probably going to sleep right anyway. And that's when I go, you know what? I gotta get my life together. When I come back, I gotta start dating. She just gave me the last money out of her purse, the last pack of cigarettes she had, and she drove me to the house. And dude, that usually you're embarrassed in front of a girl. Yeah, if you need to do that. You're fucking embarrassed, okay?
And you didn't ask for it.
I didn't ask.
And like just to like tie this back into what we started the podcast with like your friend who would like come buy me dinner for my birthday. That's why you married Terry. And it's like that kind of like, yeah, I'm sure you must think about that all the time. I would.
All the time. All the time. She gave me that money, and I remember coming to New York and going, I gotta get my life together. Like, this is something that she's okay, you know. I gotta do something. And after that, I think I moved in with her maybe a month or 2 after that. And she still tells the story that out there. She goes, bring your clothes and your stuff. And I shut up with one bag. And she goes, where's the rest of your stuff? I'm like, this is it. And she goes, don't you have all that? A radio, a TV, anything? I'm like, no. This is it. I had a bag there. When I moved in with my wife, I had a fucking bag.
And it probably wasn't that big. Like, it was just a duffel bag, right?
It was a fucking army duffel bag. 4 pair of pants, a couple sweatshirts, a CD player, some socks, toothbrush, gel. I had no underwear. I couldn't afford it.
No,
There was no underwear in those days. It was cocaine or
I was going to say, you could have afforded it.
was window number 2.
Because, by the way, underwear is like a one-time expense. It doesn't have to be like a weekly.
But still, why waste the $8 on 3 of them? You know what I'm saying? $8 to them every 3 months. That's what? Fucking
Every 3 months you buy underwear.
Yeah, every 3 months you gotta buy underwear. You're disgusting. I got big balls. They're fucking, you know. But there's a pic today. I saw a video of my balls.
Oh,
They put it on Instagram. The one from when I took my balls out to the comedy store.
okay. Oh, yeah.
It's on YouTube. It's got like 92 million hits. I haven't gotten a dime. Fucking balls, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they probably demonetized it.
Yeah, they monetized it. They kept all of mine. I guarantee you 20 ads on my balls. But yeah, man, that was, you know, it's weird that I'm about to have an anniversary now this year. And I've been thinking a lot about that. But we got to cut to a break real quick. We're going to talk to you about DraftKings, Huel, and Nick. All right? We'll be right back, cocksuckers. Hey, I want to welcome you to the church family. Listen, if you want the taste of a real milkshake without the extra pounds of a milkshake, you need Huel. Huel is a complete meal in a bottle that tastes just like a milkshake, but it's good for you. It has 35 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals to keep you going all day long. Me, I love the chocolate. I haven't tasted the vanilla yet, but the chocolate is delicious. You know what I'm saying? Choose between chocolate and vanilla, because both of them are incredible. Join the community of hooligans with this exclusive offer for new customers, okay? 15% off plus a free gift when you press in code CHURCH, CHURCH, at Huel.com. Again, 15% off plus a free gift for new customers with code CHURCH at Huel.com. See our show notes for terms and conditions. But do me a favor, unlock a healthier, easier way to eat with Huel. You're on a run, you're on a move. You're the real deal. You ain't got time to cook it. 35 grams of protein, 27 minerals and vitamins. Nutritionally complete meals in minutes, so you can focus on what really matters. Yo, DraftKings, get excited because the NBA playoffs are here. If you're looking to score some cash, try your hand at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. If it doesn't have to be crazy, just start out by placing a bet on your favorite player's performance. Like tonight, I got whatever to do over 25 points. Not bad. Think they'll drop 30? Put your money where your mouth is. You can win big. Listen, you know me, I love DraftKings. The same game parlay, NBA, they got the pool, you got the casino. It don't stop. You gotta check this out. They got something special for first timers. You ready? New DraftKings customers. Right now, new people. You're gonna bet $5 to get you 200 bonus bets just like that. 200 bonus bets instantly is a lot of money during NBA playoff time. So make it to a playoff run to remember with DraftKings. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app right now and press code Joey, Joey. That's code Joey, Joey, for new customers to get 200 bonus bets when you bet just $5 instantly. Only at DraftKings, where the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here for Nick. Listen, if you want the easiest way to get that nicotine fix, Nick pouches is where it's at. They're made with natural coconut fibers, so they're not going to slice up your gums, and they come in a bunch of great flavors, like strawberry, watermelon ice, which is tremendous, wintergreen, and berry lemon ice. Me, I like the berry lemonade. Tremendous. You get to choose your nicotine strength, whether you want 3, 6, or 12. Are you kidding me? Or what? Ba 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 da ba da ba ba. Nick has you covered. Coming soon, they even got an option with 0 milligrams of nicotine. So if you're trying to come back, use one of those every so often. Now listen, I love this berry apple. You put it under here, heaven. It's time to upgrade to nicotine pouches, just like I did. Right now, church listeners get 35% off when you order through my link, nykdpouches.com/church. Again, nykdpouches.com/church. Use this code up to 3 times. Don't wait. Get 35% off now of Nick Pouches, nykdpouches.com/church. And check out the church bundle with some Uncle Joey's favorite flavors. That's right, nykdpouches.com/church. Again, remember, NYKD products only for adults of legal age. Every order is age verified, so don't try it. Also, this product contains nicotine, but you already know that, because nicotine is an addictive chemical. How's that be? Right now, get some Nick products and get the party started. We're back in black. You know, I was talking before the break about that this year, this June, it'll be 25 years. Isn't that crazy?
That's crazy. 25
years. When she mentioned it to me like 2 months ago, what are we doing for anniversary? I'm like, what anniversary? And she's like, July. We've been together 25 years, Joe. And it destroyed my insides. I'm like, how the fuck did I last 25 years with a woman? I never thought I could make it past 4 years. Like, I lasted 4 years with my ex-wife. I lasted 4 years with the girl after that. But, you know, I was a 4-year man.
I mean, and I love you, but do you ever like for Terry to put like to deal with, because Joey Diaz, 24 hours a day, like that's 25 years. Like I don't think a lot of people would have made it. Like, and you're a great husband. I'm not saying you're doing how you want.
It's not like it's.
I'm not saying you're, but I'm just saying it's to last, and for anybody to last. But you know, like you've talked, and this is not a negative thing about you at all. But as you talked about, like especially at the beginning, how wild you were to last through those years. It's not easy.
For 7 years, she didn't know if I was coming home or not.
That's crazy.
Every time when I was home, she's like, "When is this motherfucker? When is the phone gonna ring? And when is he gonna leave again?" She used to get really upset. Like, you were home at 12. When I went to bed, you were home. I got up at 7 to go to work, and you were not home. Where would you go? I would fucking go out in Hollywood.
You still like being over, like you.
Thought I had a drug problem.
Oh, okay.
If you have a drug problem, you don't want to be fucking home. I would bring the drug home, do it, and then go, what am I doing? I gotta get out of here. So I get back, I wait till I sober up a little bit, make some calls, and get the fuck out of there. And in those days, there was always somebody up in Hollywood. Always. I had a fight over on whatever. She was a drunk, and there'd be people over there. She went to the bar. So at 3, she'd go home hamming with gay guys over there. They'd be doing coke and shit. And I'd slip by there. I had a couple of my favorite things. I'd slip by his house. And 2, in those days, there was always action. The guys at the store would hook up again at 2 and go to some parties and shit. And I would let them know, and they would call me. It was a different. And then by 2005, the paranoia started hitting me differently. I wasn't going out after I got home. It slowed down a lot. Then I got off in 2007. The rest was, but it's funny, I was thinking about that day. One night I went downstairs to meet I had 3 dealers at the time. I didn't want them to know what I was doing. I didn't want them to know how much I was doing, so I would go to all 3 of them instead of just sticking to one. And the guy at night, he was a bartender. His name was Johnny Blade. I used to call him Johnny Blade. And he would come over on a motorcycle. He got out of work at 2. He'd be by my house at 2:25. I could time him every night. Because it was 2 blocks away. And I'd be downstairs, one day, I'm waiting for him. And I'm out there on the steps, I'm looking. And there used to be a light, not on my block, by the YMCA, but down the block, there was a light. I'm looking at this light. And I'm looking at this car, the light turns red. He's no dangerous stop. I can hear the engine going. He's flew past me. And not 2 seconds after, the car was chasing him to shoot with a gun. And you can hear the bullets. And I'm out there, fuck. Maybe I should go inside. Fuck no, I'm waiting for my coat. No, I don't give a fuck. Who gets shot? Holy shit, that neighborhood used to be fucking insane. So that's what I'm saying to you. I was out. I would go to Sergio's house. Sergio always had parties late night over there. He would fall asleep. I take the coke out of his pocket. And he called me in the morning. What happened, man? How did they call my pocket? Somebody took out that chick. White chick. Went around her. Oh, it was just a different fucking world now. And back then, I'm here to sponsor the store. That's where the party started. Right. It was at the store where the party originated. You know, there's no thing.
And while you're like starting a relationship with Terry. So yeah, and then there's been a few different phases because then like you stopped doing coke.
Terry was phases because I still remember Terry waking me up one morning like after breakfast. Why didn't you talk to him? And those days, Marilyn Martinez would call the house every night at 3 o'clock. Like just to see. In those days, Dice used to call the house at 3 o'clock.
And was it a house phone or a cell phone?
It was a house phone. It was an old house of brick. And one night I wasn't home. And Marilyn called at 3 in the morning. And my wife answered and she goes, "Cocksucker." And Terry fucking blew a gasket. Terry, my wife loved Marilyn, God rest her soul. But she kind of got a little like, you know.
At 3 in the morning, cocksucker's a little bit much.
Yeah. The next morning we had breakfast and she's like, I told you about something. She goes, you know, I dated guys, but this is fucking insane, Joey. The phone rings, you gotta go out, fights at the comedy store, fucking. And that was the A-day of the comedy store. She was watching everything. Remember, I would host on Sunday night, so she was watching everything. There was always a dilemma up there. There was always an argument. I was always torturing those fucking guys. And she would deal with all this. She would have to deal with all this shit. You know, and, you know, there was a lot of times when you had to tell me stuff, man. You had to fucking tell me stuff. You could have said, you get off, women are going to talk to you. And the other waitress is running, no, Joey's talking to the girl in the hallway. But look, if I was talking, even if I was talking to her outside, I'm in the hallway. So she would know. That's why my wife don't give a fuck about guns now. Because my wife was at the store those first 4 years, and she saw it. Right. She saw it. She saw the life of a comic, and then she came home with it. So she saw the life of a comic from the inside out. She saw it, and she understood it. She heard about what the other comics were doing, and then she just let me know. Until this day, I have, as a husband, I have one of the longest ropes in the world. If I call my wife right now and go, hey, I'm not coming home tonight, I'm going to stay at the office, she wouldn't say nothing to me. She trusts me that much, so she would go, okay, just be careful. You're going to go out. You want to drink? We don't even talk about drinking. Right. But there's no, like, if she doesn't, she walked into us to real one that was talking to two. She came right over, I introduced her to women, were like, oh my God, you know. She knows. She fucking knows. I tell her pretty much everything, even though sometimes it takes me a week or two. But I still tell her. She giggles, you know, she likes it. I tell her about it. Stupid chicks. She fucking giggles. And she's been with me. So she was with me until the night when the fucking girl said something to me. And she was embarrassed. She was like, how dare that woman say that?
A girl interviewed in front of your mother?
Oh,
And she's alive?
we went to a big restaurant, the girls were there.
Oh, okay.
There, shit. I got up to go to the bathroom. When I was coming out, there was two girls. We take a picture. So my wife was in the back with the girls. My wife heard the whole fucking thing. I even said to my wife, honey, take a picture, get to the table. She goes, don't worry, I got to go with one of the girls tomorrow. And as she was walking, that's what the girl said in my ear. Said something really like out of control. Like, I just sat there, was a confused girl. I showed my balls. She's going to faint 3 times from gag. But she had to be a prostitute. She was really good looking, very flamboyant. She looked like she was a prostitute.
And she's talking about that stuff with your wife right next to you.
Oh,
Or something.
like they say crazy shit. My wife giggles, you know. You gotta remember, people hang out with my neighborhood. I hang out with 2 women pretty much in my neighborhood.
You always hang out with women.
They're both married. I have a great time with my shit. I made one of my partner. I made little stupid videos for Dolly and shit.
Oh yeah,
Steve's wife.
of course.
And then Rabbi, I always fuck with Rabbi every 2 days about something.
Dude, you know what? I don't think we've ever talked about. How did you feel about dating her when she worked at the store? Because that doesn't seem like something you would allow. Not
Something that I wouldn't allow.
just for yourself personally, like just dating someone where you work there.
Listen, I've been going through, when I met Barry, I've been going through this for 3 years. I've been regular there. Never really had any drama there. I had no rules. There's rules in comedy, especially on the road. Rule number 1, don't hit on the patient. Even if they like you, don't hit on them. Because that club only watches you. And eventually he's going to fire her, and then you're not going to be able to go there, especially as a feature act. Because feature acts are wild. When I was a feature act, I had to do 30 minutes and just hang out by the bathroom.
Hang out by the bathroom?
Yeah, wait for girls to come over behind. That was funny. Oh my God. It's like, especially when I opened the rug.
Wow.
And just they would come up here. Oh my God, can you introduce me to rug? Yeah, but I'm just saying that it was when you're a feature act, you're fucked up. You make mistakes, man. Right? And I made them, and I never went back to those clubs. Maybe make 1,000 excuses. But at the end of the day, I either did coke with a waitress, I slept with a waitress. It's just little rules, you know. And I wasn't paying attention. Well, I love to tell you, you know, I was paying attention. In those days, I didn't give a fuck. If it wasn't the improv or fucking a theater, I didn't give a fuck. I would never take it. I never thought I was going to get back. So I would much burn the bridge from time to time. But back to your question, which is a very interesting question. I thought Terry, there was something about Terry. I liked her eyes. And we started talking, and I was like off the kilter. And that's why I was like hitting on her, trying to like me. Because I know Mitzi didn't allow it. I know Mitzi didn't allow it, and she didn't like it. But if you waited already, and she found out, she would.
Right.
Now, you didn't find out that we were already living. It was too late. I already told Mitzi we were living together.
Would she have been mad if she found out not from you?
Yeah.
That's wild. That's crazy. That's a whole nother
I didn't like that. Listen, you think I like dating the girl that I live with at the fucking comedy store? You're fucking crazy.
Yeah.
But in reality, it kept an eye on me.
Right.
And watched over my career because I got to make a bad mistake those years. She was right there to justify it, you know. And it was funny. After she started working at the store, there was still some nice craziness. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
Some stuff that she saw, not from me. Not with me. So she started understanding the game. And then she would put labels on it. If that happens to you, Joey, she's not here. We would discuss it. So she got to see that also. The craziness was women in the audience. When they're there with a man and they come up to you and go, fuck you upstairs, and go back and sit with that man. That never happened to me. But it happened to this girl. It's a reality that it fucking happened. So, listen, I don't know how long. There's days of like, fuck it, 25 years, and a kid. And a kid. I had a woman who ran for me. When we got divorced, she fucking ran like her ass. I wasn't fine. Yeah. Talked about me, fucking tortured me, the courtroom tortured me, life. I took a beat. I didn't ever want to get married. I didn't ever want to have a child again. But I met Terry. And in the relationship, I was like, this ain't no last. This ain't no last. Because I'm a fucking animal. In fact, I was out there with a bus. But she can't. She calmed me down a little bit. And then I got off the coke. And then, like a year after I got off the coke, there was some problems at the house. She was like, I'm getting old. Nothing's happening. And I was like, I told you we hooked up. There's no marriage in this fucking house. I already did it. I failed. No reason to do it again. Once you fail at something like that, like marriage, like I failed the most basic thing you could fail at, communication. That's basic. Communication is basic. And we get together with women for different reasons. And yes, it's okay if you don't like somebody after 8 fucking years. Mm-hmm. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. But in that situation, right, because I had everything done. I had a job with her, family, but I also wanted to do fucking comedy. I also wanted to do comedy in a bad way. There was no way I was going to go fucking sell roofs for the rest of my life. I had to at least know that I failed at comedy and that I would go back to a job. But there was no way at that age I wasn't going to get to comedy. It had been on my mind too long, you know.
Right. And then, you know, I don't necessarily think you fail. It wasn't a great end to the relationship. But I think it's better. I honestly think it's better to break up than to stick around for the kids.
I see it now when I go to softball games. Parents won't communicate. The kid knows.
100%.
The fucking kid always knows. So in my house, listen, when you walk in my house, especially my daughter and shit, I wanted my house to be completely opposite of the house.
How are you?
We all know, right? I didn't like that about my house. I didn't like that about my house. I didn't like that about my house. If I get a house someday, it's going to be different. And that's what I've done with this house. And one of the things is like a no pressure. Like, we don't have to get up at 8 years and have to jump in the shower. Like she gets up, let her jump in the shower, and my wife, and I work. I work till about 9, 12. I jump in.
Yeah, it's going to take me too long. May I ask how old are you? Yeah. Fine, you take. Okay. Yeah, it's going to take me too long to make a WordPress blog for right now. But check it out on Rothschild. Okay. Well, feel free to enjoy Dia's podcast. I'm just chilling.
Get out of my time. So that takes a lot. It's just little things.
Subtitles
that nobody thinks about.
They were.
Nobody thinks about. So, no fucking arguments, no drunk talk, there's none of that shit. I smoke dope in the garage, or sometimes I go outside. You know, nothing's in my fucking house. Like, I don't want to go smoke upstairs. I don't want, you have to. This is what I have to do. Maintain this house with a daughter in the house.
Would it be different with a son?
Yes and no. You still have a child in the house.
Right.
So there's a certain way you have to act when you have this child in the house. You know, I don't want to smoke pot when I live.
No.
I'd rather she don't see me and she
have a suspicion.
Have a suspicion. I'd rather her do that. And she knows.
Right.
She even told me that she knows my stash. But I don't want it to be the Grateful Dead in my house with a bunch of fucking people drunk. That was never going to happen.
No, dude, I mean, it's crazy. I have this written down. Another word I would use for what you're talking about, I think you've used it before, is peace.
Peace.
Like, it's crazy how much of a difference that has when you have like a peaceful life. How much of a difference in
when I tell you, George, Nick, my wife, Christina, that I love you. When somebody tells you they love you, like, what the fuck? What are we gay? No, that's a promise that I'm never going to bring stress into your life. That's a promise that the cop's not going to call you. They're going to go, George, come bail him out. You know, all the things that would upset George, would upset you, I had to do that. That's when you tell people you love them, I'm not going to put no drama in your fucking life. Nobody's going to knock on your door, go, Joey killed somebody at 3 in the morning, come down from the state. No. If anything, anything, I'm here to help you. You know, if anything. And if I don't have it, we'll get it. We'll figure it the fuck out. George, you know, I'll type through a fucking window. George saw me on a Friday, took a stereo with the fucking Social Security check. He knows. George knows. Don't fucking test me, motherfucker. And I'll take it. I'll take everything. I'm also a fucking thief. I will take everything. You understand me? But nobody's gonna starve with my kid. No, not in these days. Not no more. Not like we did. Nobody's gonna fucking starve. We'll steal it. I don't give a fuck. What are you gonna do? Throw you in jail? What do they want? What do they want? You know what I'm saying? They might. Who gives a fuck? But that's a long time to be doing it. And listen, man, just the same. Now we just giggle and shit. It's great. Now we know each other. I smell the farts. Can't tolerate mine. You know what I'm saying?
25 years. Yeah, that's
25 years. And when you heard that about 30, that's not going to happen. I'm going to be the same fucking pussy for 30 years. You're looking to turn gray and old. Bro, it's an adventure. It gets better. Everything gets better.
that's cool. Especially because they haven't like. There's probably a lot of people listening who like had a marriage fail, or like everyone's had a relationship fail.
We all have shit, but you know what? I always believe that God didn't put you here to die by yourself. There's an ass for every seat. Remember Dale Jones used to say that? There's an ass for every fucking seat. Okay? And women panic. Women are the worst. Women are the fucking worst. Because once they hit 34, they think this is it. I gotta meet this guy. Then they meet a guy that's the worst one they've ever met. But they don't see sheep, what's that expression? A wolf in sheep's clothing, because they're so overwhelmed with the child and the fucking marriage and, pigeons and my cousins coming in from Hialeah, and that's the biggest mistake they make. Now they're 43, still looking good with 2 fucking kids. And that bum ain't paying child support. And he sees the kids once a week. So you ended off in a worse position than you were by not just getting paid. It's like my friend's mom called out, my dear friend called me. And we were talking about her daughter. 34, I was clear 40 friend, And you're like, after a while, you gotta say to yourself, wait a second, this pussy is making some horrible fucking choices. I'm gonna get off the dick for 1 year. I'm gonna get off the dick, like what I did. Get off the pussy for a year, just to focus you, to make you realize what you really want in a woman or in a man, before you make a bad fucking mistake. We've all made mistakes where in our mind, this is gonna be it. I'm gonna marry a pigeon, so I'm gonna look like a doctor. No, it's not always that way. It's not always that way because you look at a preconceived notion. It happens to men and it happens to women. If you're 34, you want to get married as a man, and you've been dating fools all your life, and cheat on your fucking brother, steal your car and crash it, you got to change things. You have to look at it from a different perspective and go, you know what? I'm not going to date a woman for a year. No more fucking websites, no more. I'm taking a year off the pussy to make me really realize and build the woman or the man I want in my head to pop up next time. I know what I want, and this is what I'm looking for. Yeah, everybody wants a chick with fake tits and can suck a dick. Listen, 3 years in, you don't make the carpet. Little bitches are going to another guy who fucking pay for their tits. And I always learned something from Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee was a good Chinese guy, international star. His wife was no fucking playmate, but she stood by him. And that's the woman that calmed him down. And that's a lesson for a lot of people. When you're 21, everybody wants to marry Farrah Fawcett. When you're 30, you'll marry that chick with the missing toes, the bartender at that fucking dumb bar you hang out with. Because that's it. The window's closing. And that's what we all do. We start getting desperate. Oh my God, I'm not going to have a child. Oh my God, I'm going to die alone. And we make the worst fucking mistake because we're going in there with them. We don't have to just get together, sucking my dick, I eat your pussy, we smoke a joint, Let's start with that. Let's start with we walk the Carvel and we'll take it from now, suck your dick in the car. You know what I'm saying? What happened? What happened on the third day? Huh? What's the third day? Ice cream. whatever, carve out. I don't know. But these are all decisions. You know, if you're gonna go to a bar and you're gonna hit on a girl, she's smoking coke with you, and she just goes up to the boyfriend and he's an animal, and you're gonna get engaged to her. That's not gonna work. She's been getting fucked in bars for 20 years. You know, and once she dumps your ass, you go right back to that fucking bar. These are things you gotta know. You know, like people, you want to meet a whore, go to a fucking bar and get one of those chicks with a tight shirt on. You want to meet a smart chick, go to a fucking library. I met my wife at a fucking comedy store. What do I do?
And go to work, dude. I mean, it's crazy. Like I mean, you talked about your other relationships. Like it sounds like you might have put like a little bit more effort in with Terry than you do with other ones. Or like you.
I didn't want to get married to the others. Like I did after I got divorced. What? Listen, I met my wife when I was basically 20 fucking years old. 21 years old. I met her. This, and here's the scary thing.
Your first one.
My first wife. This August, I'll go that bitch for 40 fucking years. I met her August of '85. It's April of 2025. Yeah, he knows me like the back of my fucking hand, that bitch.
Even though you haven't spoken in a while?
Yeah. Because she was there in the beginning. She was probably the animal. Wow. So I met her in '85. We were done in '91, maybe. You gotta figure I didn't see her for 6 months. I was locked up. Listen, man, you know, it is what it is. And I wasn't gonna get married again after that. I lost everything. I paid debt till fucking 10 years ago. I paid debt on that fucking divorce.
So you said like you weren't gonna get married. What made you decide to finally get married?
I wasn't gonna get fucking married.
Right.
I had met other girls. Some of them were nice. Some of them were. Nobody was married material. Honestly, nobody would make me married, Terry.
Yeah.
When I woke up at 4 in the morning one day, she had my football suit on, long as short. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? This ain't a regular girlfriend. This is not a regular girlfriend. Up with me. Because I had to be there at 5. So I would have to get up at 3:45. Sometimes I just stop smoking coke at 3:30. She would get up, fucking I'd take a shower, put the football suit on. She'd make me a little breakfast, just so I would drive down there 45 minutes with nothing in my stomach. A lot of people don't do that. They wouldn't give a fuck if you left hungry. So that gave me a little consideration. It's really funny. It's an episode of Sopranos. He's going to go out and meet the real estate. And he goes to a house. That's the night that she helps him buy the shirt.
Oh yeah.
Remember that? She helped him buy this shirt. That's a really good scene. At least it was for me because I understood. Then he went to his girl's house and he was dying to fuck her. But as he was taking off his shirt, he thought about his wife. He goes, what am I doing? What the fuck am I doing here? He's got shot in the head. She was by me for 6 weeks. And then I was home for fucking 4 weeks last year. Now I'm the fucking first chick that moves around. And I learned that when I was like 20. The guy who used to own the gas station across the street from Montgomery had everything. The Porsche, he was 25, he had a Porsche, a house in Miami, a truck, and all these women would go to that gas station because he was a good looking Spanish man. And then a girl that has a boyfriend that was going to get married came up to him and she goes, you really famous. Tell him I'm going to sleep on the side, don't be on them. I go, okay. Next time I saw George Knight, man, we started to know about girls who was she's pretty hot. I guess you didn't hear it from me. But she told me if you wanted to sleep with her, she would give you a piece of ass. He looked at me for a minute. He was like, she's really pretty, but it's not for me. I said, what are you talking about? He was broke. Because I've been with my wife. We went to a one-bedroom apartment with no money. What kind of man would I be now to cheat on her? I don't know. That's character.
Yeah. I think it. And it would destroy you. It would just destroy the marriage. It's crazy. It's like even when you were saying like when you showed up at Terry's house with a bag, the thing about what you have now, I'm like, she's been there for like to see what you guys have built is pretty crazy.
That's why I tell her everything. It doesn't matter what the fuck I do, I'll tell her. Because she'll look at me and go, the fuck, Joe? No. I just tell her, because why lie to her?
It's not good.
Anything I do with anybody, I pretty much tell them.
When did you start doing that?
I started doing that like 8 years ago. If I have an explicit woman, I tell her. I get her off my chest before she hears it secondhand. She sees a picture. Nothing happened. But I sat with her 3 hours and Joe Rogan part.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? A couple of people said something to me about that.
Why?
I was that girl, and I was like, listen, she's a dear friend of mine. I'm 62. I'm in no mood. This shit don't get up all the time. This dick don't get hard like it used to. You know, what if you make a call and your dick don't get hard? I'm back. You know what I'm saying? So I cover my bases. At home, I can fail. I can shoot it dead at home. Shoot it me for 25 years. Fucking some young chick. I don't fuck. It's not even, you know. It's fun. I love going out at night and talking to fucking some young chick. You know, I told you I went to a strip club about a month ago. I was with a little black girl all night. Didn't ask her for a dance or anything. At the end of that, she was giving me $100. I said, absolute. And I just gave her $100. I didn't get that $100 the next day. But I made her fucking work. And that's when it comes back to me tenfold. And I didn't try to fuck her. And she's still my friend on Instagram. We'll be back next week, cocksuckers. Tip Top Magoo. What do you got this week? Anything?
Yeah, May 4th, I'm at Broadway. Greenwich Village Comedy Club.
There you go. And May 17th, Philadelphia. It's sold out, so I don't even know why I promote the date. Go to the Excite page and look to see if they have tickets for August. I'm sure they'll have a bunch of tickets. Come on out, knock yourself out, have some fucking cheesesteaks and burritos, and do what you need to do. I love you, cocksuckers.
Love you guys.
Have a great week, and we'll be back next Tuesday. Tip top. Look, they'll be like, I hate this. Stay black, cocksuckers. Love you. What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? It's Tuesday, the 22nd of April, the day the devil was buried at sea. The church of what's happening now, New Testament coming at you. Let's get this fucking party started. We're back. What's up, you bad motherfuckers? Uncle Joey here. My main man, Lee Sayat. We're solo, just how you like it. No guest today. Nobody busting your balls. Just us coming at you direct. You know what I'm saying?
Just you to bust my balls.
Nah, you're going to be fine, cocksucker. We had a great last week. Anybody who came out to the Paramount, I want to thank you with all my heart, your audiences. I was really nervous in front of you guys. I didn't know what to expect, but you guys, it's fun. I was going to Texas. Who the fuck am I kidding? I'm happy Lisa came down. We had 2 great sets, and he got fucked up the first night at Terry Black's. He had to eat an Adderall at fucking Mitzi.
So then, dude, I found out a lot. So I didn't get fucked up at Terry Black's, but I think you brought me to Terry Black's on purpose. Someone reached out and was like, "Hey, edibles hit you heartily of fat, like fatty food." You brought me to the whole fatty food.
When you eat those carnita lizard skins, you get just as high, right?
You eat pork tacos.
When?
All the time you have carnitas.
When?
All the time in LA you had carnitas.
I don't know what you're talking about. Did you see me carnitas off the food truck? No, I got a reposado, a fucking steak.
Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't eat
You
pork
didn't
on
see
the
me
road.
mad at me for eating steak tacos.
No, I don't eat pork on the road. I'm Cuban. I respect that shit. We're the kings of the pork. Why would I go out with the Minuets and eat that shit that they make? That pulled pork shit, you can take that shit and shove it up your mother's ass. I hate pulled pork more than anything in the fucking world.
Oh, me too.
And barbecue pork, gonna fuck you. You want to rock with me? Come down to Las Brisas and get the pork chunks, and then come fucking talk to me. Or get the fucking pernil, that meat that's clean, Bobby, with the yolk on the side. Yeah, I don't want to even eat that shit. I just want the fucking pernil. If it's not that, I don't want this. Okay, no, I don't never eat carnitas out. That's a fucking, that's a percentage of ruining your asshole. You have to look at carnitas and lizard skins and go to yourself, what are the percentages of my asshole surviving? The guy's got one glove on. The other hand, he just picked his nose, he scratched, he's changing dollar bills, he's got cocaine in his hand, dirty hands, and he's in your face. Now, don't get me wrong, sometimes that adds to the season. Yeah, right or wrong. I had a fat black dude in Dallas one time sweat on the pork chop. That's pork chop. One pig off his forehead. When his head sweat would hit the pork chop, it goes. I ate like 8 of those motherfuckers on white bread at $2 a piece.
Oh, you're just selling it like out of his car or something?
Right there, I was high and fuck after a show. It was a black show, and this chubby little black dude was out there, one of those Bahama Mama white beater shirts, stains out of it. Somebody shot him with a musket. He had different holes in it. And he's out there fucking making these fucking pork chops with the bones in them, George. It's 99 degrees. It's Dallas.
Oh my God.
And this guy is drenched. He's just dropping taste sweat and armpit sweat. And the pork chop would go, yeah. And I would go, give me another one. Frank's hot sauce with a can of Coke. 8 of those motherfuckers. The last one I ate about a white bread. He gave me the elbow at the end, the fucking hard part that you give to the pigeons at the Puerto Ricans. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God, you had 8 pork sandwiches?
Oh my God, I was 400 pounds. What do you expect me to get? But see, that's why I was 400 pounds, because I was eating pork on the road. But that was tremendous. That was not that. I studied him. I watched him. Yeah. I was watching the night before. I was watching how he was marinating the pork chop. And I also watched how he was dipping them in the fucking thing with the seasoning. He was a savage. He was putting like the Cuban shit, not the Cuban shit, the mobo or the other adobo. He would put them in adobo. I don't know what the fuck he was doing on a grill, and he would smash them. And he had 400 pounds of bone and sweat. Cold wheel, I think.
So when you were that heavy, like you wouldn't mind eating in public? Like when I was that fat, I would hate.
I had no choice. I had $28 in my pocket. I had to stroll into fucking the Palm and Edgewater.
No, I mean like I would be the dog.
You know, I'm trying to eat clean meat, but I told you, 95, I was getting Subway sandwiches, veggie and cheese. And even still, I wouldn't eat the meat. In my lowest times, I would never eat that lizard meat. That's just to let you know. I'm not like you. You don't eat that fucking pigeon meat.
I don't think I've been to Subway in 10 years. Because
it doesn't matter, because you got medal from Subway. They sent you a plaque. You were a pedophile, that motherfucker that's still in jail.
Oh, Jesus.
That motherfucker's
Last time I heard about him, he's getting like super fat again.
He's getting super fat because he caught him. They give you fucking lean meat in prison.
Oh, I heard it was like honey buns. Like he's going,
he's going. And he's sucking dick. They're raping him in there. He's getting beat up. Remember an article came out like 3 years ago. He's getting beat up like the first month. He had a black eye and shit. Yeah. Oh, yeah. They got him. Once they know you're a pedophile, they give it to you. If somebody finds out, they sell it between every place you go, they're going to fuck you.
That's in terms of, I'm for that. But like, how do they make that rule? They're like, okay, pedophile, we're going to kill you. You killed 30 people, but you're cool. Like, I don't get where the rules.
You kill 30 people, they put you on the death sentence, right? Or life in prison. If you get the death sentence, you exhausted with appeals.
Right.
And someday you'll have to face the music, but by that time it might be 18 fucking years. So you could buy yourself 18 years of pedophile unless somebody dies. Put you in jail. They do that with castration.
Oh, shit.
You're killed, you get hurt up. Right. I don't know. So I just heard about this maybe 2 or 3 years ago. That some prisons give you.
Yeah.
You have a long sentence, they give you medication. No, not something. It's something to fucking.
It's chemical castration? Yeah.
Chemical castration. So the time you're done, you'll never bother nobody. That's how you.
Dude, it's crazy. Did you see that they're executing people now with like the firing squads? Like guns?
Where?
In America. A couple of like over the last couple of months, there's been a couple of people who've chosen firing squad.
That's fun. I mean, you have to really, let's say you shoot somebody, right? And you get the chair. You ever go see what happens here in the chair?
Yeah.
And if the chair don't work, you still half alive, your eyeballs hanging, and they're like, shoot him, they give you all this shit for your heart. I'd rather, listen, that's the best way to go. Somebody says, listen, you gotta go in the morning. Pick your poison, cyanide, fucking whatever. You like that? You walk out there, they raise the flag. There's a guy behind you, a little drum. They put you to the wall, they take the mask off you. You have the thing around your head, and any last request. You like a cigarette? Yeah, they give you a little cigarette, right? Whether you smoke or not, you take the cigarette. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
You kill an extra 3 times. That's extra 3 minutes. You gotta think, you fucking smoke that cigarette to the fucking filter. You got another one? No, just one cigarette and shit. Then they put a blindfold on you. It's not like you're watching the guy shoot you. They put the blindfold on you, then you start praying. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for. And you're booked. That's it. You're dead. That's the way to go. But you want to be sitting in a place and they fucking, and then they put a mask on you. And they shoot. Why are we talking about this? Who's going to the chair? Why are we going to the chair? I didn't even do nothing.
That's where I felt like I was going on Wednesday in fucking Austin. Dude, that was the highest I've been in a while.
And all you had was 200 milligrams and 2 coconuts.
So I had 300 milligrams, and
he was fucking falling asleep next to my friend. Oh, I was talking to my friend, and he like, and finally, thank God, she's a savage. She goes, Lee, take it out of her.
And I was scared.
After that, he was drinking fucking, what was he drinking?
Maker's Mark.
Yeah, like 2 of us. Like, oh, okay, let's go home.
I had some fun.
Stop. You had 1 or 2.
How much did you have? You actually had some margaritas. I forgot about that. You never drink.
Never. Spicy margaritas, tequila. And you saw me walk out of there. Alcohol does not affect.
It's not.
Saturday night, I had to meet somebody. I was sitting there for 2 hours. My finally go, fuck it, give me a margarita. And I drank it on the way home. I had to think about it for a minute. I fucked up. I'm like, not at all. In fact, I even tried cut the lines just to fuck with people. In case there was a helicopter out there or something. You know what I'm saying?
But that was a lot of fun. That was dude, because I've been like Austin was the first place I ever did anything on the road. You let me do like 3 minutes on a late show at the old Cap City, and I was so fucking nervous that after I got off stage, my legs shook. I had to lean against the wall. My legs shook for like 10 minutes. I just couldn't deal with the adrenaline that I had. And then I've been back a couple of times, but it was the biggest room I've ever done, and I think it was the first festival I ever did, which is fucking awesome. Thank you. That was a crazy experience.
I remember when I was doing comedy 8, 9 years, and everyone had festivals, and nobody would ever invite me. After a while, you went to and I finally get invited. I get invited to the Toyota Comedy Festival in New York City, like 1999, and your whole family comes out, and I don't know who else. And I get there, the kid keeps telling me, you're going to go up for 5 minutes, you're going to go up for 5 minutes. I don't know how the audience is. From 10 o'clock to 12, he told me, you're going to go up next. And he put a salsa band up. And then I went and ate a bag of things. And when I got off stage, it gave me $25. I went home, embarrassed the people came to see me. I felt like such a fucking asshole. And I saw that motherfucker years later. He's like, hey man, that night I go, don't even fucking say it. That was the setup, you motherfucker. Guess what happened? He died of cancer. Fuck him. Fuck him.
I don't think you keep track of
that. He was on one of those GoFundMe, like, skeleton shit. Fuck him. I ain't sending that motherfucker dying.
I was gonna say, you sent like 20 cents.
Nothing. That's what you get for putting me on after the salsa band. He was fucking a horrible comic. I hate him when I get show. He was like, oh, you remember that night? I think you were there, George. I was fucking furious that night. But that was it. Every other festival gave me shit. I wasn't good enough. Meanwhile, I'm at the store killing motherfuckers. And they're like, nah, you can't come too often. And then I start looking at the schedule. I'm like, these are all geeked up motherfuckers anyway.
Yeah.
What am I going to do with these fucking peasants? And then they would give it like $50 a set. Like, remember they had one in Ohio and all those every year?
Oh, yeah.
They offered me, like, yeah, we'll give you $55. Just save the $55. Whatever I do is better.
or they'll be like, oh, we'll give you a hotel room, but you have to share with 2 other condos.
And now at least let me up and give me an option to like headline a fest. That's a whole new 3 guys or whatever. I don't mind doing that, but I'm bringing people that would have to fight to get to the fest. And now you're in there.
Yeah,
Now it's a credit. Whether they like it or fucking not, you actually perform at the Paramount fucking theater. Whether they like it or not, that's it. Whether they put your name on a flyer, who gives a fuck? You did it. Right.
I didn't
That's
think
all
about
that matters. It's all that. That's all that matters. That's why when you do those festivals, I like to take people that, are going to fight for their life to get to the festival. You're not with 3 managers with 3 certain names. They're not going to look at you for those festivals.
So is that how you get like at your level? I know that like your agent.
But no, I never got a call for a festival before until I started saying, put me in some fucking festivals.
Oh shit! Okay.
Because they're like 1 night, 2 nights, and I'm out of there. I'm not going to a festival premiere. I'm not going to any of the fucking parties. I'm not going to. I don't want to sing. I don't want to play the bongos. I don't want to do anything. I just want to focus on my fucking show. Do the best I can at my show. Get the fuck out of there.
I'm surprised to hear you say that you were nervous. You didn't seem nervous.
Always fucking nervous.
Well, you're always nervous, but like it's how you didn't like. You said you were nervous to go out there. Didn't say like.
No, I'm not going to sit there with my knees banging. I'm not that type of nervous. Listen, I told you 1,000 times. If you don't get nervous, quit.
Right.
Quit. If you don't give a fuck how they're going to feel or what reaction they're going to give you, quit. You always have to be a little nervous. When you touch the microphone, the thing comes out of your stomach, a little fart comes out of your mouth, you hold the microphone, that's when you know you're on. Whatever's in that midsection, whatever butterfly, whatever heart palpitation you're having, once you touch that, what was the movie? Carrie. When the guy touches the microphone, he chokes to death on the stage. I just saw it the other day. It was on last week at about 2 in the afternoon. I went home and watched it with my wife. Tremendous. The last half hour.
Oh shit! With the blood coming down.
Yeah. And then she goes home and the fucking mother tries to stab her. Fucking tremendous movie.
Wow, I haven't seen that in a long time.
This time. Anyway. Yeah, that's what I don't like about all that shit. The festivals, the people you see are people that have big people that are agents. And when the festival people call them, they go, oh, you're looking at Joey Diaz. Yeah, hold on. You got to look at Lee first. You got to look at this guy. You got to look at this guy. He's making waves. He's getting spots at the store. His podcast is number 88 global. And they get him in because you're calling for me. So that's what you get as an agent, is leverage. When you have an agent, you have leverage. You have, Shane Gillis. You have Chris Rock. You have Joe Rogan. That's leverage. And then you have the bottom guys, the guys that for me 30 years ago on the bottom, they're looking up, waiting for fucking something to drop. Because I had a fucking drop from my bed. You know what I'm saying?
It's crazy. Because I applied to a bunch of festivals. I got into Boston.
$35.
Oh yeah,
And you gotta say, go fuck yourself. Who the fuck are you to judge me? And I gotta give you $35. You know what I'm saying? At one point, as a comedian, or even as a human being, you gotta sit there and go, let me think of this dynamic one more time. Okay, I'm a desperate comic. I'm trying to get on the board, but how desperate am I? By sending a $35 gift certificate, whatever the fuck you gotta do, like a certified check for $35. And trust me, you can do this for years. And I remember when I was that comic, and they had to go to a black club mix. Then that club ended because they shot 4 people in the comedy show. Oh my God! I had to go down there and make a tape on a Wednesday night to send it. Which I knew if I was fucking got a standing ovation on that thing, they weren't going to put me in the festival. And this is 1995, 94. And I had to pay $35 then. Never heard from them again. When they made me, they wrote me, if you want to be whatever, a volunteer and work the show. I was so fucking embarrassed. I felt like fucking right. So now you're taking my $35 and you want to give me a volunteering job so I get experience. So I can learn what a stage looks like. Ain't that a bitch? You know what I'm saying?
Why do you think some comics forget about this stuff?
Because they're not looking at the big picture. They're not going, wait a second, I'm sending $35 to somebody. I don't fucking know. This guy don't run a network. No, this guy don't run a network. This guy don't run a network. What you sending this to? I want you to figure out who you're sending. Some guy, Joey Diaz, various films and performed all over the world. Show me the money. Show me his resume. Show me that IMDb. What movies has he been in? Oh, he was an extra on Cha-Cha Man. And that's not over. And that's what we buy in. I see it now. I subscribe to comedy pages to see all the sketches. I don't have the balls yet. There's like 4 guys on there. Big Zoom comedy class. They've done thousands of cruise ships and thousands or whatever. And young comics, more than me, those guys. I took one class at the University of Colorado for $35. And I took one at the New York Comedy Club for $50. And listen, the guy was mediocre, but I learned one thing. Stand up is you, something your beliefs are, is against the world beliefs. And that's
Right.
it.
You've done that for a while.
So, they have all these scams. Listen, when you get to Hollywood's about to go on. But here's the funny thing. You get to Hollywood, you sign with an agent. You finally get an agent. And they're like, all right, let me look at your headshot. Oh, we don't like that headshot. We don't like that headshot. We want to get you in front of big names. You take a list, call one of these people, tell them you have a headshot. That Sandy sent you. They'll take the Perry. Oh my God, Boris. Oh my God, the headshots he does. Now you call Boris. Boris wants to charge you $800 because they already told him what characters you're going to. They have to take a picture of you as a fireman, you as a pizza man. Those are all $300 a piece. Then these motherfuckers make you go get copies. Oh yeah, which all those businesses are out of business in LA because the headshot is obsolete. There's nobody has a headshot.
I think I was the last person to buy a headset.
Yeah. And you still have to throw them away.
Oh, I threw them away when I went to LA. I threw away boxes of them.
I got still some headshots left, but they're fucking useless. They're 30 useless. So then they get you there. Then you get a commercial in. And they're like, we love your look. There's the paperwork the way you're gonna do your headshots. Now you gotta go to the prayer, stand online, and pay another $80 to get into a fucking web thing. So the agents can look at your headshot. Then they bang you with another website. Then they bang you with another website. Listen, it's a bang fest. And you're 21. You just graduated from college. You were going to go work for your father. But you called your grandfather and told him that you really wanted to be an actor. You and your friends used to jerk off by Saturday Night Live and thought it was the best thing you ever watched. Now your grandfather's going to go, okay, I'll give you my inheritance early. And he gives you like $100,000. You got a hope. You fall for all these scams. They see you coming. Breathing exercises for acting, how to move and balance and acting. It is unfucking real.
Oh, dude, like a year before we left LA, I did a commercial acting class. And I did it, and then this commercial agent reached out to me. I went down to his office, and I swear to God,
His name was Luke.
Thank God I can't remember. Maybe.
Zulik or something like that, yeah.
Dude, I was in the waiting room, and there was a little person in his office, a girl, he calls me and he goes, and this was when I was over 300 pounds. And he looked straight at me, he's like, yeah, I think we're going to do good things. The only other fat guy I have is a ginger that scares people. So he was just, all he did was look on that website for like weird looking, he had the little person, he had the fat guy.
Yeah.
And that was all he had, was just weird people. And that, like, it was, and I still I got more auditions when I left LA. He still sends me emails somehow.
Remember he sent you for a show as the fat guy that you wouldn't do it. I want to go for
Oh, I didn't, dude,
And I'm like, no, he's going to set your career on fire. And he's like, I don't want to do it for $3 hours.
I moved, I was in Massachusetts. I got an email to fly to LA to audition to be the fat guy, like, dancing on Tosh.0, like, tomorrow. They're like, you got to be here tomorrow. And I'm like, no, I don't want to be the fat guy dancing. And I'm not going to fly there to probably not get it either. Oh, my God. I had never experienced that. Like, I went to like 3 auditions, and it was like how whenever you hear about auditions on like podcasts, like, oh, you go and there's 80 of you in a room. I went and there were 20 of me, and it was scary. And they were like, because you were supposed to be like outside in your pajamas getting the newspaper, and so all the other guys were. It was, I think that was rock bottom for me. Just realizing what I looked like.
That's not union, too.
Oh, it was all non-union.
Yeah, that's a fucking nightmare. That's when they keep you there all day for like $500 cash.
about. I was talking with someone recently about when I met you. I was there editing reality TV, and right, like literally, I think a week before I left my job and we just did this whole time, I went to a meeting to join the editors union, and like I was crazy, dude. In another life, like I'm 600 pounds in LA, either dead or editing. Like it was crazy like, where my life almost went. And yeah, I was, dude. They scammed me there. When I was editing, I got a call one day to edit the poker TV shows, not the big one, like the small one. They wanted to be like 800 weeks, and then they can use you. This was the best. They said, listen, you know how every other job you work 5 days a week? Here, you have to agree to work Saturdays, but we almost never ask you to do it, which means they ask you to do it every week.
Yeah.
6 days a week for 8, and I still have to pay the dues, like you have to pay the dues. That would have been crazy. It was a wild. It's wild how that happened.
It's crazy how you go to school for something.
Yeah.
And then you get there and you're like, fuck. That's what I signed up for. I was looking for the bitches.
Oh, yeah.
Looking for chicks in bikinis and shit going on.
In my mind, I thought I was going to be editing like Scorsese's. Like, that was my dream. To, like, edit like a fucking cool movie. And I got to do some really cool TV shows, but it was the peak of what I was going to do was reality TV. And now I'm talking to people, and like, they're not even getting that. They're getting like you're editing someone's YouTube channel. Like that's what I want to go to school, all those college on back for to be some YouTube. And you can make a good living doing it, and there's nothing wrong with it. But that's not what my dream was.
It's crazy what they sell you out there, and now it's just going down. That's it. Production companies are moving on. People are working for tax breaks in other states. They have to get to a state to agree with a 5-year tax break, and that state's going to fucking blow the fuck out.
Oh, yeah.
And every state does it for about 2 years, and they go, we can't do this no more. That's the end. That's it. Houses dry up, jobs dry up. We need a state that'll do it, just like California. What happened to California was it got so expensive to shoot in California. Say this to me again. It's like you told me it's too expensive in Detroit to build a car. You know what I'm saying? That's what happened in California. That's why the production, listen, when I got there, bro, there was always auditions, there was this, there was that. It was kind of a joy. I had more options. On Fridays, I would have to snort coke. I would have to snort coke. From all the movies I auditioned for, and the commercials, and where I was hanging, I couldn't wait till Monday now to find out. Maybe Sunday night, it's Friday, I don't have any fucking money, I gotta pay the rent. It was stressful, that game of fucking sitting there all week and wait, so like, and then it just ended. After 2007, whatever happened in 2007, that was the end. That was the end.
When like the economy crashed.
Listen, I fucking did great 2000 to 2005. My career went down after the longest year I came out. But usually, most people go up. Mine went stutter. It just fucking stayed there flat. From 2000, I shot 20 fucking things for TV, movies, Taxi, and this. Then I just was shooting these short films, these fucking low budget things. And then I started picking up steam. I got sober. Oh shit. And all of a sudden one day, I'm fucking Sacramento. And I'm opening up for Gabriel. But Gabriel's coming on Friday. But they want us there all week. So it was me and another comedian. We're going to work Wednesday and Thursday. And then we'll open for Gabriel. This is like the craziest week ever. Fucking Wednesday morning radio. I got into an argument with the other comic. We almost went to blows right out radio.
On morning radio?
We were going to go outside and fuck it up. And the manager had to go in there, the radio staff. So we did the show Wednesday night. I didn't like what was going on. And fucking Thursday, I go to Red Lock to eat lunch because it was right next to that hotel. And I got a fucking call. And it's an agent of mine, a friend of mine. I'm like, dog, Greg Garcia is looking for you. And I'm like, are you fucking still what? And they're like, it's going to be, my name is,
right.
And they're doing like the whole season about I said, fuck it, I'll be there. I did that last show Thursday, Friday morning. I woke up at 6 a.m. flight to LA, walked in that room, I had him laughing, booked it before I even got to the airport to come back. And at the airport, I got a call already. It was Rogan telling me, listen, what are you doing this weekend? He goes, Harvey, got a commercial. Come to San Francisco to college and do 5 shows. I was like, fuck it, I'm on the plane, Pat Tucker.
That's wild.
So I came all the way down, did the 2 shows with them, and I did 5 shows with them, and I booked Greg Garcia. So now, he's fucking calling me at 4 in the afternoon. Greg Garcia, what are you doing? I got a scene for you to run down. We were an hour away. That's how it was. Once or twice, they actually called me and gave me a call sheet. I said, you have to be here tomorrow, 1 in the afternoon. First time I showed up to that set, 0 fucks were given. I was sober from coke, but I was smoking weed like a fucking soldier. And one of the, you guys will never see this. Find the shirt. Find the picture of me with a weed thing on the shirt. Right? I'm not a poster child. I smoke weed. I don't have to fucking advertise it. That's my belief since I was a kid. Right? But somebody gave me a shirt from a weed store. They gave one to me, and God rest his soul, Ralphie. They actually went on their way and made Ralphie like a 7X. And they made me like a 4X because I was big. Right? They made me a 4X, but once you watch it, it just felt your body. There's not too many shirts that do that. You know that 1 or 2 shirts you have that just, you go, damn, it's just looking tight.
I love those shirts.
You know what I'm saying? And from the side, you're still a fat fuck. Front, and a certain angle, your shit is smooth. You look like fucking, Superfly walking into Harlem. Like that type of shit.
Oh, yeah.
But I love this shirt. It just felt good. The guy spent money on it. And I had like a big weed thing. And I had camouflage shorts on. I went on the set of this. I usually walk on the set. People don't say dick to you. As soon as I walk on that set, people turn around, look at the shirt, go, yeah. I'm in there 8 minutes. And I'm like, oh, these motherfuckers are smoking weed on the set. Oh, shit. So I went right into my green room, fucking rolled up a bone. They had a little vent to the little fucking thing. And I was there fucking puffing. They knocked on the door, Joe, you don't go in there. Then they put me in a prison suit. That was the prison thing.
I remember that.
So I did 1, 2 episodes on the books. And then he would just call me at 4, go, Joe, come on down. I want you at the scene. Don't worry, you're going to get paid. Don't worry, we're good. I would go down there. Then he called me. He goes, what's your comedy schedule? After 2007, I go, or 2008, I go, I'm wide open. I just got weekends with Rogan. He goes, we're going to shoot 13 more episodes in that fucking prison. I'm like, oh, shit. And I'm going to be on TV during pilot season, which never fucking happens. That means people are going to pick their pilots, and they're watching you on NBC on some show. You might be recurring on or something. It was perfect. And the fucking strike came. And that was the end of that.
And did you at all think that maybe when the strike's over, they'll just pick it back up?
I knew that was the strike. The strike went out for a few months. By the time they got everything back together, they had changed the storyline. People had moved on.
How many people do you think, like, there must be hundreds of people who have stories like that, like they could have been the next big fucking anything, but then something happened.
You ever see the Green Book?
Yeah.
Remember the beginning when they stole that guy's head? He was at the club and somebody stole his head.
Yeah.
Rigor mortis and bricks. That dude was one day from being one of the biggest fucking stars in Hollywood.
Holy shit.
One day. He was the original character for Don Johnson. They had put him on retainer, $750,000 the series went, everything. He had it till that Friday. And Don Johnson walked in with his son's hand, looking like Johnny. This is Italian guy who was good looking too. That's why they had him. He was a really good looking guy. He's old and he's still fucking so that's a good looking fucking dude. He's got to be 70 now. I guarantee he's still swinging. With Viagra shit, he's got the teeth in, he's out there. Okay, but yeah, that dude was one day away Friday, so they gave him the deal on Monday, and that Friday, Don Johnson walked into that. Can you imagine how much undertaking that 750,000 store to coke just like he did all the way till my fucking heart gave out?
I don't know how you don't. Like, I don't, because like if I don't make it because like I'm just not as funny, like as much as that would suck, I would understand. But like if I feel like I'm screwed for some reason, that has to kill me.
We're going to go real quick. What are we talking about if we make it?
Okay.
I just want to clarify this. We're going to go for a break real quick. Talk about DraftKings. We'll be back. Hey, Uncle Joey here. Listen, the playoffs have arrived, and you should be throwing some bets with DraftKings. They're the official sports betting partner of the NBA. If you've never bet before, there's no better time than give it a try. Listen, take a chance, Columbus. All right? It's a whole new season. The birds are out. The clouds are beautiful. Anyway, it's a perfect time for you to get your sports betting career on track. Listen, you're going to have a great time. It's exciting. Whether you mess around with the casinos. But what are you talking about, Joey? Talking about the playoffs. They got something special for first timers only. Uncle Joey's here to crack that little virgin. Anyway, new DraftKings customers bet $5 to get 200 in bonus bets instantly, all right? Make it to the playoff run right now. Make it a playoff run. So remember, with DraftKings, download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Press code Joey, Joey. That's code Joey, Joey, for new customers to get 200 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. Who's better than DraftKings? Nobody. Only at DraftKings, where the crown is yours. Get it together.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Hey, Uncle Joey here. Listen, I get it. We're all living in a crazy economy. It's time to figure out how to lower our bills. Mint Mobile is the best place to start. Their premium wireless plans start at just $15 a month. Listen, $15 a month. So you can call your mom whenever you want without breaking the bank. Listen, I love Mint Mobile. It works. The sound is great. Listen, what am I going to tell you about phones or services? You get the unlimited talk and text and high-speed data on the nation's largest 5G network. It doesn't get better than this. Don't overpay for call service. Shop data plans at mintmobile.com/church. That's CHURCH. That's mintmobile.com/church. CHURCH. Upfront payment of $45. Then you get the 3-month 5 GB plan required, equivalent to $15 a month. Come on. New customer offer for 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra, but do me a favor. See Mint Mobile for details. All right, give me a shot. We're back, you savages.
I remember this time.
What we
We were talking about, I said, if I make it.
define make it. Because I'm sick and tired of hearing make it or be a millionaire or no, people throw that out for fucking wilderness.
I know exactly what I want right now.
Okay, what do you?
I want to have the ability to do any comedy club in the country. I want to be on the road between as much as I want to be. In my head right now, that's 30 to 40 weeks. Later in life, that might go down. But I want to be able to headline, and I want the shows to be sold out because people want to come see it. And it, honestly, sold out is, that's a end goal. Right now, I'd be happy to have like 200 people come to want to come to every show. That'd be bad. I can't even. It's like I see it because I'm around people who do it, but to like have that is just like a dream. That's like it's amazing. I can't even comprehend having that be my life.
What about just being fucking?
I would love to just be fucking, but the reason I talk about it professionally, like that's what I was saying before. If I don't make it, I don't think I'd ever stop. But my goal is to make my living doing it. It's and unfortunately, and it's crazy, but unfortunately, just being funny isn't enough to make that happen.
I came from a different background. You went to college, you invested your fucking time. Okay. You have a relationship right now. How old are you?
36.
36. You're still a young fucking man. I'm just trying to be realistic here. What happens? You know, what's the next move for you in life? You think you're gonna do Jimmy Kimmel, or are you gonna get engaged?
First,
Yeah, it's just all involved then. This all becomes a ball. Okay, and now it's like you have to look at that. I started comedy at 28, and 3 months later, I was divorced. I was separated. Those first 5 years, and I'm not saying nothing bad about being married or having a relationship in the beginning. You started, you know, pretty tight, but you're telling me about 40 fucking weeks. No woman's gonna allow that. Don't be kicking your ass after the first, you know. So we'll burn that bridge later. You know, 40 weeks is a lot of weeks.
and I've never done it.
Listen, I've done it, and you could do it for about 3 years, sustain it. You know, with a base somewhere that you go and settle for a few days.
Right.
You know, from 98 to 2004, I was until I got the longest yard. It was nonstop. Holidays, I was never home. It was poor girl's birthday. My wife, never. The 28th, Christmas Eve, never. I would tell her, just go home to your parents' house. But just no, I'm not coming home. Because Houston would book me for 2 weeks. The best club in the country at that time. Tell me, come in the 22nd, do that week, and the week all the way to New Year's Eve. And then New Year's, I'd bring in Jim Gaffigan, and I would shoot to the comedy store. It's like I didn't lose a fucking thing. That's awesome. You follow? And then I would work that, and I would always beat them. You know, for me also, it was mixed in addiction. I knew that I could go on a road and go into deep places, and nobody would see me like the people right in front of me. You know what I'm saying? Right. That's the best way to disappear.
And that's the thing is I don't want to disappear. So when I say, honestly, I have. That was my goal, like even before I moved to New York. Now that I'm here, part of those, and I'm just 40 weeks I've only, I think I did like 30 something last year. Part of, I want to live in New York. I never want to leave here. So if some of those weeks means I'm doing 2 spots a night at major clubs in New York, that would be amazing too.
You know, when I was 36, it was 1999. I was living with Ralphie, I was living with Gavin, I was living wherever. Whoever was out of town, that's who's better at stuff. There was always somebody out of town. You know what I'm saying? Right. And I was just, in those days, it was so crazy, nothing was good. Like by 99, I was gone. Like not on drugs. Gone. Like I was overstimulated. Like I didn't have an apartment. It was like being homeless and doing it and being a comic. So if I wasn't home at night, sleeping on Josh's couch, or something to do with that, I was somewhere right with somebody. I was at the front of the store. We get t-shirt off, stealing sodas from the store. You know, I mean, you improvise. But what I'm trying to say, it was like going to a 6-week training camp in those days. But they all ended with cocaine or somebody's couch, not having money, waking up in the morning. There used to be a gas station on Sunset. We really loved this place. Since I'm a professional, there's a gas station on Sunset across from where the old Denny's was, where they put that restaurant that's kind of Jewish. From Israel, they had the bread.
Yeah, the Israeli food, the Mediterranean food, yeah, right.
There you go. That used to be a fucking Denny's. That was the worst Denny's in America. Rock and roll Denny's. Everything on that block is called rock and roll.
Yeah.
The rock and roll supermarket, they're rock and roll because, dog, it's a party. Friday night, that supermarket before 3 o'clock, you walk in there, you don't know who you're going to see. When I first moved in, I saw the kid with the bandana with gold, you know, They're poison. I saw him one night there, like at 3:45. But every time they close the bar at 2 o'clock, rock and roll Ralph selling booze by the gallon, though. And all you have to do is sit out there 20 to 2 just to see the motherfuckers that came in last minute. So that extended over to rock and roll Denny's. I remember one night I'm a rock and roll Denny's George. I got no fucking dough. I got $12, $13. You know, I don't have to lie to nobody. It's 19. Now it's like 2001. And I got, this is the last $20 I got before I go to Kennedy Airport, coming to New York City to audition for work. Analyze that on my birthday. And I go to Denny's that night, fucking starving. There ain't a soul in there. Maybe like a waitress or something. It's about 1 in the morning and I'm eating. I'll never forget 2 eggs and that fucking ham and toast and they give you the artificial chopped up. I know what they call them. And I get like, yeah, I'm sitting there minding my business and dog something slides into me. And I'm eating it. I go, what? And it's a fucking white girl, pretty, but all cracked up. This can only happen to me in Hollywood. All cracked up, bruises on her thighs, and she's picking up the dress to show me a pussy, and I won't bite. I refuse to bite. She's like, look at this. Look what I have between my legs. I'll give you a good deal. You have a car. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah. And the waitress is watching me, and I'm looking at her going, what do I do here? Somebody help me. Somebody fucking help me. I'll never forget this. She's rubbing my shoulders, and I'm not lie to nobody here. At a different time, if I had a package in my pocket, that chick was good to go. You know what I'm saying? I'm not lying to nobody. She wasn't bad enough. Right. She was having a rough night, you know. And I'll never forget, like, I ate the eggs, I dipped the fucking bread, I ate the 2 yolks. I looked at her, I go, you know what? You're right. You look hungry. And I left her the hand. And I fucking tipped the fuck out of that dog. It was over. Shit. That's rock and roll Ralph's. That's rock and roll Denny's. Then they shut it down. But anyway, we're getting the rock and roll because there was a rock and roll gas station across the street. Okay. And he ran it by himself. And I would wake up to go in my pocket and pray. In those days, I would just go in my pocket and wake up in the morning and say, let's see what's in there. Some mornings, coins, some days it was $1, 10 coins. It was a really hard time. But I was at the store every night, and that's all that mattered to me. I was at the store every night, following Paul Mooney, going 50 to 50. I didn't know what was going to happen if I followed Paul Mooney. And then I would make my living going to Felipe Esparza's rooms, Louis Barcena's rooms, and we bumped into those dudes on the street who eat tacos the first night. That dude, Alfred Robles came by us. I gave him a big hug and just the taco off and Alfred goes, Joey B is the son, because I said, congratulations, Alfred. I love Alfred Robles with all my heart. And he goes, Joey, I just want you to know that all this started at the fucking whatever lounge. And he just, because we used to have Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And I picked up $40 a night. That's $1. That's I'm gonna have bread every night, and I got gasoline.
Oh, I still can't believe you budgeted for cook.
Yeah, you gotta show up for the 20s in the store just to get the party started. Maybe you mingle with the wrong person. They go, you know what? I don't know. We'll get 5 packages now. We'll take this thing back up. Oh my God. Oh yeah.
But anyways, you were saying,
well, I would make a living from those Felipe rooms a weekend, something to take me on the road. Well, I was pretty aggressive. I was always going for it. But my whole life was surrounded by those spots and sitting back there watching whoever came in. In those days, the store wasn't the store Rico. It wasn't nothing. It was Paul Mooney who came in, and Dice started coming in. Everybody else was broken. People that nobody knew these people. This is before news radio. No, this is news radio before Fear Factor. It was a fucking nightmare there. Our Tuesday was 8 people. Tuesdays was 8 people. Wednesday was 30. Thursdays was maybe 60. It was a great end of the weekend for sure. It was nothing the way it is today. But when you say make it, I just want you to understand what you're saying. Because a lot of people say make it, they don't classify it.
Right, no.
Like for me, making it was being funny and not being an asshole. I didn't need a fucking ship. I don't need a butler. I don't need an assistant. I don't need none of that shit. I just want to be a regular fucking dude. Don't need to bother. But the ability to wake up in the morning and fucking tell you I want 2 eggs. I don't have to go in there and change and shit. Right. That's success to me. I can do right now. Me going to no food with 20 people and jumping up and down and, being Johnny, but that's never been a big deal. No. That's the last thing I want to fucking do in the world. Which I like to go to no food and get some nice sushi, you drop up to 500, whatever. At least you know. When I go into local, I'm just getting 20s from the ATM. Walk in, every fucking Japanese guy gets the they'll call me, what's that sushi? Sushi dynamite? I'm get dynamite. If you're gonna go into a fucking sushi spot, that's the only way to do it. Go to the ATM, take 20s to start. That hot black girl at the sushi place, because there's always got a hot black girl at the counter. Yeah? Oh, nice black dress, nice black shoes on. That looks like Whitney Houston and fucking my other girl put together. You're like, God, here's a 40. Every other Japanese gets a strict 20. You know what I'm saying? You're looking that good, you bad motherfucker.
What is that? That'll get you like the
That's Johnny Bananas. No, that's what everybody wants to be. Right. Nobody wants to walk in a club with a fucking frown and funny rabbit he is. Put me in the corner table so I can smell everybody's asshole as they walk by. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, all of us in this room at one time said, fuck, we can't wait to walk into a club in New York City and go, here's 10,000, everybody suck my dick. Oh, yeah. Whiskey for everybody. Isn't that a dream for anybody, or is it just me? Walk in the club, I don't give a fuck if Trump was sitting there, walk in and go, suck my dick, and put 100 grand down. Drinks for everybody, just walk out.
Dude, mine was similar, but mine was casino. I want to be able to go into like 10 grand and just sit. I saw one guy do that at the Stratosphere. He brought 10 grand to the blackjack table and they had to count it out and give him 10 grand chips, and he made everyone wait. He could have gone to the cashier, but he made the whole hand. And I was like, he had 10,000 to put 1,000 on each hand. Like that. Like that's what I want.
Look at it.
I would love
that. Get the 10 and go, drop it. You know what I'm saying? We're going with 10. Well, call them. All the Chinese doing the thing. Oh, yeah. Chino, Vita. Bah. That's what they do. They say their signature or nothing. You don't have to. You'll never see me again. Right or wrong. That's the whole thing of doing this whole thing. But after a while, you have to really normal. I was watching that stupid show last night. And the one with John Hamm. He becomes a thief.
On Apple TV, I haven't seen it yet.
TV becomes a thief. Just going like I did. Going to somebody's house to take a watch. But he's doing the old trick. They got 20 watches. They won't even know. But it's interesting because it's interesting. What we talking about? I gotta be honest.
I don't remember up until a second ago. George McNick.
Fucking guy, George is supposed to be the editor in charge of the editor.
was so fucked up. No one can remember.
Yeah, I told George I was getting some dynamite weed tonight. I saw him take 2 hits and go right from the strawberry sandwich. And it was all over the shop. The condition one hand. He was over there eating matzo balls. The whole fucking thing.
Oh, giving people tips. Going to the bar, to the casino we were talking about. Being a big shot.
Oh, yeah. They go to, I'm not going to tell you the story, but last night they go to somebody's house. And the guy was on a championship NBA team. Okay. You know what I'm saying? The guy was retired now from the NBA. He's one of those guys that has a beautiful house, gym in the garage, a basketball court, but outside it's just fucking trophies, pictures they have with Michael Jordan, and they have a championship ring. But at one point, let me show everybody my toilet. It's a toilet from Japan that's worth $500,000. It washes your ass, it steam cleans it, it deodorizes your nutsack, and all these people were like, ooh. And at one point he goes, wait a second, anybody who could score on me, I'll give $10,000. He's out there blocking a little white guy shot. 6'7". He's throwing a hook by. Yeah, everybody's like Lee. Everybody's like a little tennis dude, and this guy's 6'8", blocking it. Then when he blocked it, he take it, slam dunk it. They had some pile and they had more of them. So fucking, you look at those type of guys. And at one point when you're watching an 18, right, you're a basketball, you go, I wish that's my house when I'm fucking 40. And as you get older, you're like, I don't want to leave my fucking house. No. You know what I'm saying? I don't want anybody in my house to have my fucking trophies, me being an asshole. That's too much. I don't know. I don't like a picture of me now. I don't like none of that shit. I say put it Troy Conrad's pictures of me. Because it's real dark and it's just, like that shit. But you're not going to walk in my house, there's pictures of me with celebrities, me with Johnny Bananas. I don't want that shit. I see movie posters on the wall. I've been to Hollywood houses, and like there was a couple that like you'd go and like every movie they had anything to do with it, like they had the poster up in like their kitchen. It was very short. Frame Spider-Man 2 for me, and I got the longest shot I got from Adam. I have no idea what the longest shot is. Yeah, but you had it in your office where it makes sense. You're not going there like giving everyone a tour and showing them all the things, all the memorabilia. That was never the house that you. And your office, it makes sense. Or like a couple around the house. But I'm agreeing with you. It was really weird. I think once I got locked up, it's just when I got locked up. But I always knew this going in. When I got locked up, I met a lot of people who thought they were fucking Johnny Bananas. Everybody in there was Johnny Bananas. Everybody will tell you they were part of the motorcycle gang. They were the mafia. They did work with the Chinese. These guys are just fucking heroin dopes. They were just dopey people who were doing meth, and they couldn't get off the fucking. They were in jail 20 years, and they still were fucking doing speed. And he was in there for murder or something like that. These guys. It's what was he called? The people you met, everything you met people. Yeah, sort of I saw that, but I remember being a kid. Telling you guys, I grew up with a great guy in my life now. Every summer, my mom would look at a plane in Miami. It was like Disneyland. He knew the background I grew up in, so he would treat me different than his kids. It was like our little secret. We would do things at night, and one day he pulled me for a ride. He goes, "Listen, I'm going to go to 8 years. I got to shut down." This guy had everything. He had fucking everything. A house, a boat, 2 Dolphin pictures, a beautiful swimming pool, a construction company, and something came back to haunt them from 1959 in California. And they put him in federal penitentiary in Atlanta. And I always saw that. And then as you grow older, you see all these Italian dudes that get a life sentence with their 60. What was that whole life about? So for 30 years, you had Spark Steakhouse, but now you're 60 when you can't go nowhere. You're in there to your 80. That's the payoff for me is not worth it. No. The ending was never worth it. The ending to end in that way, your family goes from having a house to living in a 2-bedroom apartment. They can't make rent. I never understood that. What about like the pressure of like living for 30 years on the run, like always thinking the cops are coming? Like that's crazy too. That's the whole life of it. My main thing was shit like that makes you go, and then you see these people that, listen, man, there's people who are very generous, okay? And I love them. I love being generous. But before I was walking through a block, be generous. I be generous to people around me. I watch struggling. If I was, right, anybody can give to the blind kid. They have a festival, people come to the house. It's like, what do they call it? It's a fundraiser, and now you, Joey, were you in Spider-Man 2? Yes. 20 moves ago. When I was a young actor, what the fuck are you doing, Joey? You know what I'm saying? Like, you want to give a fundraiser? Don't give me, you see a black guy on a bicycle, come in. It's 500. Go get a fucking, put it down payment on a fucking car. Next time I see you, tell me what you want a month. Every time you come by here the first, I'll give you one, and I'll give you my wife's number, whatever you need. That's what you do. Instead of fucking being look at me and asking the president, like, here. Let's hear it from Elise Hayat for being such a, we're giving you a ribbon that you pay for. And there's your cunt wife, I'm part of the organization. Bought you 25 grand to even talk to these boys. So they can come over and act foolish now. At the end of the day, you're 65 and you're laying Isn't that what you fucking really think you're back? I hope I'm there. So before I get involved, listen, why be a fucking fake issue if you're gonna that whole lifestyle? Then I went to Hollywood. And I moved to California. I saw the most specific day I'm gonna forget was they had not a reshoot. Here's what I fucking realized I was on to something. I don't lie to you guys. I had a reshoot. Not a reshoot. Like a table read. They added, we came back from long shorts, but I mean, we came back from being long and short now because we had a week hiatus. Everybody could do whatever they want. Okay? We got a call one day or an email that they would change. We weren't going back to work that Friday, that Monday. We were going to push it till Thursday, but we had to go back until on a Thursday and go over these new things they had written that we did not even dream about when we left Albuquerque. So I'll never forget, they say be there like a 1 at the whatever building. They'll give you a pass at the gate. You just pull right up. And it was, we had already fucking done the Albuquerque scenes. I had already let them know who Uncle Joe was. Like, they were on the program now. They were on. I'm just a fucking idiot from North Bergen. I didn't say shit for the first 2 weeks. I did what they told me, and then I started taking chances. And they were like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? And there was my ball sack full out in front of Adam Sandler. I had my leg out the whole afternoon. Finally, everybody didn't want to come say it to me. Wait a second. Nobody wanted to come say it to me that my nutsack was sticking out. So I'm sitting there,
And you weren't even filming. You were just on the.
no, we were filming, and I didn't know I had like some type of shorts on. We were just filming from duck type, whatever. And it was like 3:30 in the afternoon. And everybody's sitting around. I don't know. I said, I don't need to get a chair. And then you get that chair with Joey Diaz at the time. There was no Joey Diaz chair because I didn't think Joey Diaz was going to make it. But on this particular day, I said, I'm like, oh. All right, how's that? Huh? And when I sat, think of me sitting with shorts, 400 pounds at that point, on a helmet. Look at the position I got up in. Okay? And, you know, it could just hold, the underwear could just hold for me. And the right nut came out, and I didn't feel it. To my daughter's, to mercy, I did not feel it. I just hung out there like this for like an hour, sitting there. An hour? And then I got the story from Adam Sandler. Adam Sandler came over and said, next to me, how you doing, big guy? I'm like, good, how are you? He's like, what is He's like, if I was you, I'd put that speed bag away. I'm like, you put that speed bag? And he goes, that thing hanging from between your legs. He goes, it's been sitting. Nobody's had the nuts to come here and say it to you. Oh, nobody would say nothing to me. They were doing like little things. We were going to tell him, nobody. They were like, leave it out. No, I'm not even fucking talking to that kid. He's a lunatic. Oh my God. Right then and there. Adam was like, man, he rubbed my stomach. He reminded me of my father. My father had a stomach like that. Oh, that was it, though. So we pull up. We're pulling up to Sony and fucking, it was like a Thursday. And it was like, I think Tracy was gone. No. I don't know if Tracy was there. It was like Adam, Chris, wasn't Adam. It was like Chris Rock, like 8 people. And I pulled that. Everybody had a Jeep, a fucking Porsche, a fucking this, that. And I pulled up with a neon with no windshield wipers. You know what I'm saying? You know, like when you do that so many times, the windshield wipers fly off, and you're like, I'll get them when I get them. So what do I got? Money for windshield wipers with cocaine? Boom! Fuck cocaine. There's people who rub this fucking metal on it. It's fucking crazy. Like, I used to get into like things with Lee. When I first met Lee, we had a big stick up his ass. And we talk about things, and Lee thought I was putting them on. Like, I came from this fucking struggle trying to stand up. Like, when I first went out, I had a borrow money to get a Nissan. This piece of shit Nissan. The body was great. It had like 99,000 miles. If you know anything about a Datsun, it was a Datsun B210. If you know anything about a Datsun, those motherfuckers don't blow up spark plug until they go up to like 300,000 miles. It was just a horse cylinder engine that had some kick. Those things are still around. You had to throw a fucking Nagasaki bomb at those things to knock them off the fucking Route 3. I had one of those things up with a stick in the back. I would hang my shirts back then. In the back halfway, and then the other half was below. In case you got to pull over, Jack, you got that thing protecting your eyes. So you have like a Puerto Rican shade. Then you have the shirts. In the back was everything. First aid, a tire, a basketball, a frisbee, so you could never be bored. Literally a fucking bored. You know, so the point I'm trying to make it with is what the fuck, like I always say, nobody shows up at an open mic in a Maserati. Right? Nobody's first time on stage is on a fucking Maserati.
You told me you're talking about fucking when we first met, because I had a stick on my ass.
You know, and I would tell me about how I still remember that fucking time. So, we were coming back from my first road game in Michigan. I guess your first road game. There was no network road game. No, at that time I wasn't even running road game. There was no road game. It was 95. I'm already going to Baltimore, but the first place I went was Michigan, Detroit. The Arabian town. Not Detroit.
Grand Rapids?
No. That's a Christian town with all the fucking churches. This is right there. Well, I'll think about it. And I was coming back, and I was like, oh, I'm on my way. I don't care that I'm living in my car. I don't care that I owe the attorney $60,000. You know, I'm going to see my daughter. Fucking, this is what I am. I hate it. Awesome. Right to the left side of the car. I cut down. I get out there, I put the spare tire on that motherfucker. I go on, you know, everything's even the bicycle tire. Everybody says it's a, what do they call it? 50-mile tire.
Oh, the donut.
I drove that donut back to Colorado and back to Michigan on that fucking donut.
Oh my God.
I didn't listen. I didn't get a new tire for somebody put $50 in my hand, whatever. In those days, it was like $22.50 for a tire. You think I'm fucking kidding me, man? I rode that tire, I had that car, and I delivered fucking Chinese food with that dumb tire on. Dude, are you fucking nuts?
The reason why I'm speechless is last year I got a fucking flat in New Jersey, and I had to put the donut on, and the guy told me, listen, whatever you do, don't drive over 50 miles an hour.
There's no way with 90. I was cutting people off. I was at the fucking stuff. That you learn that all. You know, one time, George, what do you think? You guys think I had shampoo on the road? I didn't use that bar soap that gets you dry. You become like Irish English Bergman, you get all fucking dry skin.
Oh my God.
Fucking, you pull your pants off, dust falls off. From your fucking legs all the way down. You don't know what that's like. You broke. You're on the road. People telling you, listen, don't put soap in your eyes. But I got no Visine. I got the fucking washcloth. I'm taking all up on the smoke. Oh my God. Did you guys smell your clothes after fucking Texas?
I smell like barbecue.
No, they don't listen.
Oh, the sweat?
You don't smell like rotten asshole and fucking cigarettes and booze, okay? Because when I opened that suitcase up, something flew out.
Really?
And I had like 8 pounds of weed in that motherfucker.
I think it might have been that.
Shit, no.
I haven't, no, I was.
It was fucking, I told my wife, please, let's draw it right now. I didn't go upstairs with that phone. Wow. Because I think I was packing it when it came back. Saturday night, I went in by the thing, and I'm like, ooh, Lord. I had 2 jackets that smelled like fucking Marlboro Red straws. People still smoking that. They don't give a fuck.
Oh, yeah, that was crazy.
That was great. They smoke everything with it. After 11 o'clock, it's over, but they shout. They put the curtains down. People are like, come on, go and take a picture of Joe Rogan. You're in no day. We came all the way.
Oh my God. Dude, there were people from everywhere there.
Yes, there were. Yes, there were. The festival was nice. Listen, I was very happy. When I got put down there, very proud. I thought I made a bag of dicks. Not at all, but then I forgot I was in Texas. That's a good state to develop. That's a, you know, I developed in Texas. When you do the math, I'll tell you, I was always in Texas. El Paso, I got to give props where props are taken. You know what I'm saying? What do you got this week? So I'm not into the podcast. I just want to talk to you about it.
Okay. On Friday, the 25th, I'm in Westfield, Mass. I had a Bright Idea Brewing, and then on Sunday, I'm at Friends Village, probably coming back there.
Look at you, nigga.
It's fine. And then I might.
When I was in Austin, I got there. We got there Wednesday. Went to eat. I didn't really think about it. I made the video, and then all of a sudden, within minutes, my phone started popping. Right, like people, "Oh, you in town?" The guy, I forgot to hit back AJ. When I landed, fuck. I was supposed to, because we were going to come Wednesday night. We had already eaten dinner. So, what the fuck was I going to tell you? I asked Joe if I go to the Rothschild. No, I asked Joe if I could go to Wells to Wellness. He goes, yeah. I'll call later. But as soon as I got out of there, the dude texted me, "Go, I see you're in town. Let's hook you up. Come on in." You know what I'm saying? So I was like, okay. And then I called him. We made a time. He called me back. He goes, "You can't come till this time." And I walked in there next morning. That was the best night's sleep I got. Knowing that I was going in there. That night was like 5 hours, right? Probably maybe like 5 or 6 hours. And it wasn't that I was drunk or anything. Like, yeah, the room was brutal. It was cold as fuck. I put that room down to 65 on the third level of the fan, and I brought my own little portable fan.
You did not bring a fan.
Come on now.
How cold do you need to be?
Come on now. Come on now.
Holy
And I put that blanket on top, and at one point I got off, and the bed was wet. Like I missed it 18 times. I had to turn the pillow over to it. It was dripping.
You were sweating that much?
Yeah, because I put the blanket over my head since I got the hose coming out. I feel like you guys breathing. I put that blanket on my head. I get that room colder than fuck, Jack.
But then why are you sweating so much?
Listen, my room has been so cold lately. After 15 years, my cat's going under the blanket. I landed in bed at night. I was just I hug her. And I pick the blanket up, and it's like a 10-minute walk. She goes, "No, get out of bed. Like, there's going to be a problem." Get the fuck in there already. Jesus Christ, I'm like this like 10 minutes. But I went to Wells. I walked in there. The guy's name is Brigham. And they had moved locations the first time that I went. The first time I went, I got a shot in my knee, and I was fucking petrified. And it went by like this. Nothing. Really? And I went down a second time. They go, "Come on back." I did it again. Boom. No pain. I didn't faint. In fact, I even took the earphones off. They usually go in those places with earphones, so I don't hear the needles ripping when they take it out. That's how much of a pussy I was. I was in the hospital 3 weeks this year. You gotta take me now with needles. I'm like, you take me off. Nothing, no more. I even put some. Yeah, they had to put a thing in there. They had to put, to do this thing, they put like this catheter in, and they shoot you with the fucking, the first thing I did was a stem cell IV. No, I did a stem cell, I was scared of the bag that drips. So I did a stem cell blood, something goes into your blood. That was the first 2 times I went. And this time I walked in, I told them I was in the hospital floor, they had a fucking AI computer that you taught, like they told me what went on with me when I was in the hospital. And they go, "Let's ask this guy." They asked him, because he gave like the fucking guy. It was unbelievable that he was future.
And then so you did
N2 for the number 2. I did a lung. I've been doing those. I'm supposed to do like 3 a week. I just ran out of the prescription. There's a steam you put on with a hose. You put the chemical on the bottom, and you put it in your mouth. It's like a pipe. You breathe it out.
like a nebulizer?
A nebulizer. So they gave me a whatever stem cell nebulizer. Yeah, we didn't fuck around. And they shot me with the needle, and they put whatever in my blood. And we did the liquid IV, the IV, the IV. And then from there, they put me in the red light therapy bed. And then from there, I went into a hypo chamber. They put an oxygen mask on, and oxygen goes in it to wake everything the fuck up. And I was in there for like, I had to pee, but then from, I had to pee. I had so much oxygen in the rip up. My dick got hard as fuck. And they opened up that little balloon, and I couldn't even pick up my leg. It was like one of those 8th grade hard-ons. Motherfuckers hard, you wake your mother up, "Mom, take a look at this. I don't know what's going on."
I think the guy was really happy about you talking about it. And then now you're going to
son went to that area. I was looking out for the wilderness. I don't know what fantasy crossed my mind. Sometimes when you look at trees, shit happens. Especially if you got in the spectrum like me. Things happen. You're out there just staring, and all of a sudden you're like, having a time, but there's no time. Oh my God. But that's an interesting question you had for me tonight, because I don't know. I have people who actually come up to me in my neighborhood and say shit about how I should act. Nobody said something the last 2 years, but I had two neighbors. Like in 1 year, and I go, I was doing something, and I saw you here on TV. I never knew it. They're like, what? You act a certain way. And I'm like, well, how would you like to be that? Do I have a little for a man? So, come on. I remember at one point, like anytime I try to be a patient, I remember being fucking free. And there were people who used to go, you know what? I ain't eating the food. There was this big white guy who would go, shit, I wonder what you would eat under that fucking bridge. Or something to that effect. Right. And it made sense. Right. Like when you were under that bridge, what the fuck would you eat? And listen, he wasn't up the bridge. He should say, we've all been up the bridge. But you're like, one moment you get up, and there ain't no fucking open. So you just gotta drink the water and look straight. Or, cereal with fucking water. You in prison. You better fucking eat that shit. Yeah. That's a one-shot deal. There's no more day up the corner. That's like a nightmare. Yeah, there's nothing like that. So it's just, when you look at things and you're looking for what they are, I don't know, guys. I'm too old. Is there something like that, like no matter how much money you had, that you still wouldn't spend money on? Like for me, like I don't think I would ever do like a $200,000 car, even if I had. The only thing I wish I could fucking do, I'm not gonna lie to nobody. Because at times I think I'm fucking doing something. It's just the only thing I wish I could do. I wish I could rent a private plane. For like your kids? Every week. To go somewhere with you guys. Just on a whim. Right now, no, I'm 62 years old. You ask me what I want to do. Yeah. We're too old for a week in a place. Ain't nobody gonna make a week in fucking Florida. But 2 days up in Vermont, that would be fucking great. To have like a private plane. I'm not saying spend $17 million on a private plane. We'll be able to charge, saying to invest the money in a package. Like you have 5 flights for $8,000 a flight, $40,000. You can make 3 payments or something like that. I would fucking love to. I would. I don't want to go to California. Where would you want to go? I'd like to do it up Florida run. Somewhere I want to go again and do a show. Let's get it out of the way. I'm going to fucking Red Rocks. I told this I'd love to go to Boulder. I like to take George to Boulder with me as my personal bodyguard. George will do his own video. Spots in Boulder with Joey Ron. It's going to be a long video. That'll be right to Con. Hey, Con. How was George? Yeah, no, don't worry about them. I'll take care of those with the government. If they arrest you, will be cool. Don't worry. We'll get you an attorney within minutes. Holy shit. That's awesome. You're doing Red Rocks. I'm doing Red Rocks with Burke. Well, why not end a nice show at the theater in Boulder? Why not? Why fucking not? Right. Do another fucking Santa Fe run. Santa Fe, New Mexico, guys, for 3 days. Rent a car, go up, get green chilies from all over the ski resorts. Just do a green chili run, maybe one more Denver one. I don't want to fly to that fucking airport. But on the other hand, I don't want to go to Obama either. If Obama, the guy who died in a plane crash, fucking Mount here, fucking Obama. We are doing this. Oh, Jesus. You know that song? Isn't that the Obama? No. Yeah, I didn't know he died in a plane crash. You don't like that song? I love that. So we used to have a teacher, Mr. Terrado, and I'll never forget that. In those days, at Bergen High School, there was an A cafeteria and a B cafeteria. B cafeteria. I'll give could be saying it wrong. But the A cafeteria was just for Spanish people. And the B cafeteria,
Is this on like the sign or this was just no? It sounds like you went to school in prison.
this
Didn't you say that you like recess or Jim was like shoveling the snow too? Like
no. That was at McKinley. You shoveled snow.
Okay.
But once you got to North Bergen High School in 1978, it was lunchroom A, and lunchroom A was just the Spanish people, and lunchroom B was for everybody else. White kids, a few Indians. No, at that time, if you were Indian, we over there with them.
Just that you were proud of me.
Yeah, so here's what gets complicated. Every day, teachers would have to switch posts at different lunches. Okay, so every day there was a new teacher, two teachers for cafeteria A, and two teachers on, and sometimes you'll be this lesbian teacher that I was tight with. And one day I showed her my balls, like, she was teaching gymnastics, and she had those things like this, and I had all my sweats, and I picked up the place. Her name was Miss Bernard. She's still alive, I think.
Oh God.
Yeah. And I'm like, Miss Bernard, my balls were swinging. She never took me to the principal's office. But there was a teacher that I idolized growing up. In fact, I got to reach out to this dude. His name was Mr. Terranova. And in those days, Mr. Terranova had a suit on, tight as a motherfucker, by room A. And as I walked by, he'd come up to me. And I'd walk up to like this close to the thing. He'd be right here. Also, with three Spanish people walking, he goes, hold on 1 second. And he'd go back to me.
Oh my God.
Kids would go, but he did it perfectly. And his face, Joe, you could just be talking to you. And the tree. And one day we were sitting again talking there, and there was like a little misunderstanding, and some guy stepped on Mr. Terranova's shoes. A few kids stepped on his shoes. I'm talking to Mr. T. And also, T's talking to me, and also the kids. You know, people step on your shoes and they keep going. And also, time out. And he goes, get your hoop doop reggae shoes off my. The kid just cried. And when he said hoop doop reggae, the kid just fractured. The kid thought he was going to Studio 54. He had those pointy fucking shoes. Oh my God. Get those hoop doop reggae shoes off my feet.
Jesus, everything, the more you describe it, the more I'm like, this sounds like fucking prison. That's crazy.
There was no prison.
You said they had to change posts.
No, the teachers.
Their guards had to.
No. They would just stand on the corners to make sure like a 50-year-old didn't come in. You know, that's why they were there, to make sure some fucking 50-year-old is strolling with a Beatles lunchbox. Let's sit next to a bunch of 12-year-olds. Hey, have you ever heard fucking Here Comes the Sun? Yeah. Well, so what you had? You had some fucking country club in there.
No, I'm at a brewery on Friday.
Oh, there goes another brewery.
Yeah, and then I'm at Greenwich Village Comedy Club on Sunday.
Okay. You fucking doing great. You did 2 great fucking sets.
Thank you.
You handled yourself up front. You know, listen, man, you never want to see your kids suffer. In life, you never want to see your kids suffer. And I love you. I don't want to hear nothing bad about you. But I'm really proud of how much better you get up front. And you were not going to get down one pass.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
No, you have to go first.
Yeah, I don't know.
I want you to figure out in your mind, you're going to be the life of the party. You're going up first. Joe, this is the Joey Diaz show. I'm not taking that away from you. Your attitude is, listen, I'm opening up for Dave Chappelle. This is the Dave Chappelle show. I'm not taking that away from him, but I am the quarterback. I'm the first face they fucking see. So my tempo sets the tempo for the rest of the night. If you drop back to 5 and throw to the 5-yard line and get the guy to step out of the middle, that's your tempo. You got to speak this stuff up. You got to let them know about that Jewish explosion. I didn't think it's ready to go. I just had lots of the fucking bacon. And I got fucking diarrhea. I'm ready to stab a motherfucker. You know, and that's your mindset. Like, after, like, yeah, we fuck around, we giggle, but, you know, that's it. Now you become a Jew. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. You know that focus? Like, when you see a Jewish surgeon, he's going in for the big kill.
Right.
But before you die, and he's like, listen, if you live, I need an extra 15 points. Cut it out. And he's like, fuck, it's a Jewish procedure.
Right.
And I want you to become the best at that. From right now, I don't want you to worry about headlining or featuring. Trust me, I know somebody else who focused on that. And that became something later on. But how to get that stage and a cold opening and just go. You don't have to ask questions. You're not there to learn. They're there to learn from you as a company. Right. Who the fuck are you today? Hey, who drinks tequila? I want that shit like I want a finger up my ass. You know what I'm saying? I never want that. I want them to come at me. What's that?
And the heater turned on.
Oh. Fucking guys, when you're the exorcist or something. You know, I want to go out there and control. That's you. You're the quarterback, right? And that's a lot of people. I MC'd last week. That's okay. You're going to move up. No, you're not. You're going to be MC. Look how you said MC. You're going to be MC the rest of your fucking life. Look at your attitude. When you're an MC, you're that first guy that runs when you in the Super Bowl. They don't have the fucking some move runner. They have the fucking fastest guy in the team. First, he blows the thing, smoke comes out, white bitch's face, his dick pops out of his shorts, and he's on the 50-yard line like he was getting chased by 3 cops. That's the way it is. You look at if you go out there, hi, my name is Lee, I'm Jew. Well, right. Now you got the thing is they just threw more dirt on you. Forget about what fucking Hitler did. They just threw more dirt on you.
The top of
yeah, you did it to yourself. You out there, hold up. And I saw you doing that. You were struggling for a while in New York, and it hurt me, right? Because it wasn't doing nothing for your ego. But I knew in the long run, I knew that now you look at it as this sucks. I don't know what I'm going to do. I have to be the second guy. No, you're going to learn how to master being the first guy. And master it with the back of your mind. The joint is just got hit by a car. He ain't even showing up tonight. That motherfucker, when you put that in your mind, and you have to figure out, like, you know, because one day, and it might be fucking soon, somebody might come up to you. You might be going up first, nigga. I'm going to have to give you a sign. Yeah. Fucking Ari didn't show up. You already went out there for 15 minutes. That's horrible. Right. But that's another curveball on Friday.
I'm sure you won't go
to the side instead of, you might be up there for 28, and I'll tell you can do a 10. You got 18 more.
Oh no.
Oh, your inside's great. You think you're killing at 18, and you're like, you got 12 more minutes to fight it out. All of a sudden you look aside, you're like, keep going. And you're like, keep going. After 12 minutes, I'm done. I've done everything. My mother's joke, the one I wrote in the 3rd grade, the one I got from my nephew's cup. Them little kids that had those little fucking cups, you know. Yeah, what animal don't you play cards with? A cheetah? All right, let's wrap this motherfucker up.
Well, I appreciate it, buddy. It was great. I honestly really appreciate it. Not even honest, I love doing the shows, but like you gave me that advice to not ask questions. Like at the airport, like 6 hours, like barely just stay awake, and that's like all I've been thinking about. So I appreciate it.
You did good. You know, that was really that's 1,000 people. 18. Yeah, that's fun. I didn't expect you to go out there and fucking do what you did. So I'm very proud of you. Very happy that you're working on it. That you came back down off the plane. I got home with milk. I couldn't even get up Sunday. That's how old I am. This kid went, did the dojo count with Steve Simone, then went to the midnight show. There were 2 people there by the time he got there. Oh, that's heartbreaking. You know, that's the proof that you're a real comic right there. You waited all day for the midnight set. You get there, there's 8 people to boot. The first people, the first 4 should have been shot on the long time ago. Now it's down to 1 person. You're up there going like, you know, should I shoot myself now? Or should
And with the dojo, and this is the last thing I'll say. The dojo was great with Steve. It was a. And that, like, that was a great comedy, right? Yeah, Steve's 30.
What's he doing? He sat at home like a fucking genetic.
No, he's eating pizza all over the place. He's gone to like every amazing pizza place so far. And he killed at the dojo, so but it was.
I would have brought him. I didn't know he was going there.
Oh, okay.
I should have brought him. What do you think? I don't want to see him. But
I think he's doing something.
He's a Catholic. He's like Jesus. Like the change his mind. I love you, cocksuckers. The only thing I have coming up is May
8th, yeah, 17th.
17th at Parks Casino. It's sold out already? Oh, we just got August tickets.
Nice.
In August or
so go to
May, don't buy any tickets. They're all too high. If they're over $40, come in August. You know what I'm saying? Bring your in-laws. They want to see some shows. Stay black. We love you. We'll be back next week. All right. Thank you. Sunday, it was the worst meal ever. That fucking PF Chang's.
How do you even end up at PF
I go to PF Chang's once a month. I get the Szechuan beef.
Yeah, well, we're recording. We don't have to.
Fuck it, let's go from here. I get the Szechuan beef. I get the hot sour soup, and you're safe with rice. You're always fucking safe. Always safe with that. They got the little noodles. Always safe with that. Yesterday, I had to go to the mall. I had the girls with me. Everybody's hungry all of a sudden. Fucking hungry. But you take bread. We're hungry. All right. Let's go to PF Chang's. Go to PF Chang's. I go in there. They got the oolong sea bass. They've had the oolong sea bass for 30 fucking years, but they took it off the fucking menu. When I went in there, and the only reason why I went to PF Chang's, I agreed with the fried chicken. It's just I got no fried chicken in New Jersey. At least this kills the whatever. It's not the best fried chicken, but it ain't bad either. So I go in there, they got no fried chicken, and they got the oolong fucking sea bass, which they haven't had for fucking 2 years. So I go, you know what, let me live off a little bit of the box. Let me get the oolong, whatever the fuck it was. I got the house salad, and that was it. The house salad, they poured like 2,000 gallons of that Asian dressing. I gotta have it. And the fucking oolong, I don't know who cooked it. It wasn't no oolong. It was fucking deep fried some shit.
Dude, I have to be. You have to admit, if I was coming in here I went to PF Chang's and got fish, you would have a 45-minute win.
I've been getting fish from PF Chang's for 10 years.
You live in New Jersey. What about Freddie? What happened to Freddie?
When I go on the road, to Columbus and certain towns, I know exactly what the city's on.
Right.
I go to PF Chang's, close to the hotel, and they always got the fish in the salad. Can't go wrong with the fish in the salad. Cannot go wrong. Okay, you can get the fucking maki shrimp. No, I love that shit. No, I love that firecracker shrimp.
Oh, that's good. I like that.
Yeah. All right, you're fucking dead. You go there with a little hot. Fire shrimp. And then I know you eat sushi.
No, I don't eat it. How dare you put that on my record?
They got 3
I'm
rolls.
on this record.
They got 3 rolls. This is all 3 packets. You're in there. I'm eating Asian, But the fish ain't bad. That's my point. First of all, it was $44.
Damn.
They raised the fucking salt. Like the prawns were 31. And they were greasy as fuck. I tasted one. I had to spit it out. I went home, both of us, me and my wife, were shitting blood all week. Everybody was shit. The only one is my Billy Goat daughter. But she had to be from Rothschild. She was safe. She was fucking safe.
Right. So how did you end up there instead of going to Freddie or like a regular Chinese place?
Because I was in Freehold at the fucking mall. You don't understand me?
Yeah, but if I had that excuse, you would be freaking me a new asshole right now.
Because you did it because the girl told you to go there.
Your girl told you to go there.
It's the boss and my fucking daughter, my wife told me to go there.
Oh, your daughter's the boss?
Yeah. You would sit with that miserable fuck at a restaurant.
Your daughter?
If she don't like it, it's fucking miserable. She looks on the phone. She looks around the restaurant like a retard. I can't. So I gotta take her somewhere where she fucking enjoys the food. And she's gonna be. There was a Yankee game. watching that, blah, 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 blah. Oh, I got stuck with her. Listen, hey, okay, but not really. This is the shit I live for. On paper, it sounds shitty. I went to my daughter's middle school game. I got there, and the bus from our school is there. And the girls from that school is there. But I'm going to see the other team. We'll wait, and it's the home team. It's the fucking home team. I'm like, where's this fucking home team? So I'm sitting in my car, I'm watching them warm up, and all of a sudden, I see the principal of school run out to school like that. And she's like, yeah, it's been canceled. Our team went over to Marlboro, and you guys came here, so forget it. So it's 3:30 in the afternoon. So all these kids are scrambling. They're on their phone calling their parents. Like, three of these fucking kids, their parents work like 6 o'clock at night. Yeah. So my daughter comes over, she calls me, and she goes, Dad, no game. And I can fucking tell that, okay? I can see you guys are walking over here now. So she goes, and what's her name's parents? Don't get out till 5. Do you mind? I go, bring her with you. Then she called back. She goes, Jewish girls, don't get out till 5. Bring her with you too, because I like her. I like both those girls. So they got in the car. That was the longest 30 minutes of my life. 3 12-year-old girls do not shut the fuck up.
And they were talking to you?
No, they don't want to talk to an old fucking man for. They had some fucking music on and fucking jamming and yelling and talking about the school and this. And I go, I asked them the question of life. You want to crack 3 little girls? What do you ladies want to eat? Oh, it's like I fucking pulled a fucking plug and threw a fucking grenade back there. I don't like this. I don't like that. I don't like this. I was one girl that her legs are like this. Her little waist is like this. I will put the picture up. You gotta see how she eats meat and hamburgers. She weighs 10 pounds. Her mother tells me all the time, we had to leave here and take her for a fucking steak last week. She ate everything. She cleaned up the steak. And she didn't give a fuck. She didn't go anywhere.
She the Jewish one?
No, the Jewish one was the one I have. What Chinese food? I don't know. I'm a fucking Jew. You know what I mean?
Oh my God. Especially when it's cats over.
I'm like, Jewish, Chinese food. I don't know. I'm playing something. God damn it. So I took her for pizza.
Okay.
Fancy fucking restaurant. And they were in love. They all got that little sodas with the cherries and shit.
Oh, the Shirley Temples?
Yeah.
That was the best when you were like a kid.
Wow. Hey, my wife got it. My daughter got a chicken paw the size of my head. The other girl got a whole fucking pizza. And the other girl got a half-pound cheeseburger with the fries. God, I didn't eat thick because I had the stitches in my mouth. I had to sit there just
No wonder they like going out to eat with you.
Nah, I had them for like an hour and a half. And the shit they were talking about is fucking amazing. That the shit that they were talking about at who's they doing at 12? Oh yeah, they don't even kiss. They just walk around. Yeah, they were dating, but they didn't talk in school.
Oh yeah,
What are you talking about? You know what I'm saying?
That's when you're dating. You hold hands. You break up the same day.
Yeah, they don't like that shit. Then my daughter told the story when she was 6. She had a boyfriend for about 2 weeks. The kid kept getting in trouble. A Russian kid named Nikita. And she dumped him, and that day he slipped and cut his hand and got stitches in school. My daughter's like, I felt so bad. I just dumped him. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't even remember Nikita. He was a big fucking kid, 30 years old.
What does it feel like to you, to hear your daughter talking about like dating and like?
No, she's like fucking. I think my daughter's gonna be a lesbian. I don't know. She likes softball, and she's like, I don't know, those kids are goofy. What the hell she told me? She goes, those kids in my class, they come in thinking that they got a big dad, but she goes, at the end of the day, I got a bigger dick, and I just work with it. So,
Jesus, I can't wait till she's like 16, just going crazy. Like, what were you like at 12? Do you think about that now when you look at that?
Yeah, and it's 2 different worlds.
Were you dating back then?
Well, I was starting to fall in love with this girl. I dry up. That's it.
Oh, and then New Yorker?
We dry up. We walk home together. We dance at the school dances. I mean, I was don't. I mean, in my mind, that was sexual shit because I was raised with that shit. I got Cuban uncles who ask you at 5, you got your dick sucked? You got your dick sucked? You're like, you start crying. You know what the fuck they're talking about. But that's what they ask you. The sweet, creepy fucking Cuban uncles. All of them would be in prison.
Right.
Because the shit they say to you growing up, that you're a fucking young man. So,
Do you fuck with? I mean, obviously not like in the sexual way, but like, do you fuck with these kids at all? No. Why?
because they're young women, and I don't want them to take some room and go to their homes and then say something
That makes sense.
I said something. I don't discuss anything. I talk some shit on my daughter. She's my fucking daughter.
Right.
But these young girls, if they get in the car and they get in the car, I'll tell them right now with a fucking conversation. And they don't think that way. Guys, trust me when I'm telling you that I'm around these kids. I see them with little boys. They're 12 still. When I was 12, I was starting to bang it out. I was sniffing my aunt's bras. I was doing creepy shit. These guys probably are, but they're reserved. They wear slippers with socks on. These fucking kids, they don't even have cover their nuts. They're so weak. I mean, they're just an test, but men don't even have testosterone. Grown men have the lowest testosterone rates of all time with the egg whites and the faggotry and the fucking and the phone and the fucking, there's no cum left. You think these 12-year-olds are gonna have cum in their little nutsacks? They don't eat like us. They don't eat, When we were growing up, you ate what your mother cooked. Fucking pasta, steak, black beans. Fucking kids got every single option. And there's every single chemical in their fucking food, right? From Cheerios to fucking, everything. They don't even have sperm. They have nothing. They have fucking nothing, these little fags.
Jesus Christ. You think it's going that way? Like, I would have thought it's.
I'm just telling you what I read.
What articles are you reading when they're talking about 12-year-olds?
I'm not talking about kids. But what I'm saying is that it's a fucking crisis right now that they've tested men 25 to 34 and testosterone levels across the board. That's why you see these guys with their brown shoes, the blue suits, and they tighten up. They look like fucking faggots. They look like fucking faggots. Let's accept it. Fucking Look at men today. They don't look like men no more. They don't look like James Coburn. They don't look like fucking Salazzo. What was that guy's name? They don't look like that. They don't look like that. And then again, you look at women. If you guys are watching this, if you're young, dig up Playboy magazine on Google. Look at what tits looked like in the 70s. They were thicker, and the fucking circle in the middle was gigantic. Whatever that fucking thing, areola. The areola was huge. Titties from the 70s and titties from the 2000s are two completely different fucking titties.
I never thought about what do you think happened to the titties?
Everything changed. Women started putting more shit in their bodies, just like fucking men did. So I know for a fact right now, if you look at the fucking charts, testosterone is down in young men. So it's got to be down in young kids. It didn't even reach. It doesn't even fucking reach. And that has to do with playing. Guys, when you're on a fucking computer and you're running, that's testosterone in your fucking legs. Walking upstairs, walking up the field with your fucking football uniform on. That's what builds testosterone at our age. At my age, if I sit there and watch TV, there's nothing in your dick. You try to jerk off, it won't get hard. And if you do get it hard for a minute and a half, dust comes out of it. You gotta stick up with your fucking protein, and you gotta fucking do stuff from here down. You gotta do stuff from here down. That's your sperm, your fucking growth hormone. Then you gotta supplement with that shit that's big now. The fucking tit milk.
Breast milk?
Yeah, you get it in powder.
Really?
What's the first shot of tit milk that comes out? It's liquid gold. They call it liquid gold. What's that shit called?
I've never heard of it.
When the baby comes out of the fucking womb and the doctor gives it back to the mom, that first blast of tit milk, colostrum. It's called colostrum, and it comes in fucking packages now. And you got to put 2 or 3 fucking dips in your milk every day or whatever, and watch what happens to your dick. Watch what happens to your head. I started taking it here. I got no hair on my head, but everywhere else, I'm a wolf man. I got hair everywhere. Oh my God. My wife had to shave my ear the other day.
Yeah.
I got hair everywhere else, on my legs, behind my kneecaps. It grows hair, cholesterol, not where you need it.
Oh, I didn't because you've been like hairless. Like I've seen movies and like I've never seen hair in anybody.
That's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. So I don't even know how we got in this conversation.
I have no idea.
With testosterone. And then I had the best day of my life the other day when I went to the fucking dentist. I went to a dentist that's high end. Computers, 3D imagery. Okay. This is wild. I mean, you get raped up the fucking ass. But you go to these old guys, they're still working like 1970. You know, you can't fucking do it. So I went to this guy just to check him out. Oh my God, they print it up on the thing. They show you your teeth. They got a DJ behind you. It's fucking amazing. So I go in there. The guy's like, I got to rip 2 teeth out. I got to take medication the night before. I go in there, fucking 10 in the morning. I put the iPod, whatever, fucking earphones on. And guys, he started popping needles in my mouth. I felt the first 3. And after I didn't feel anything. At the end, I go, you pulled your teeth out yet? At the beginning, I didn't feel 2 teeth. They're 16-year-old Cuban teeth. Pre-revolutionary teeth. You know what I'm saying? When there was fucking real tip milk and Russians and
You're not lying. You bought everything with your teeth. I've seen you open like fucking like
yeah. I got Cuban teeth, bro. I seen them go like this for a minute.
And this was your best day?
What?
This was a good day for you?
It was good because I had a lip. I thought I was going to faint 8 times, but I didn't. The only thing that bothered me was the stitches. The cotton that hung in my mouth. Every time you have to fucking put it in, the cotton would hang in my mouth. It was driving.
Why do you like cotton?
I fucking hate cotton.
Really?
I like cotton underwear and cotton t-shirt. But a ball of cotton drives me fucking crazy. Rub it out there. Even like a Q-tip. When you fucking stick it in my ear at first. That's why I always do those Coke pens. You ever scratch your ear with a Coke pen and ship it?
Oh my God. I've seen you do that. Yeah, the blue one. Yeah.
You pop it, you snort Coke. But before you snort the Coke, you scratch your ear with it. The wax holds on to that little Coke. The next morning, you'll be looking for that second.
Do you ever put Coke in your ear?
Anyway.
I don't know. But
Why would I put Coke in my ear?
I don't know. Why are you picking your ear with a
dog, please? Why would I put Coke in my ear?
You put it everywhere else.
Dogs put Coke in their ear. You want to get your animal high. That's what the fuck you do. How did you know we got promoted? You did 3 spots on Thursday.
Yeah, it was great. Comedy's been going great. I was at St. Mark's Comedy Club too. It was a great weekend.
Look at you.
I walked up the stairs for one of the last times.
I told you when I met you. You were looking for the first woman.
It was not the first.
Oh my God. I knew you got it. And now you dropped it on me.
What did I drop it on? It's in third week.
It's in Harlem. I was excited.
I was excited.
I'm up the corner from a Chinese restaurant. I'm down the block from this. And all said under his breath, he hit me with like that. I told him for the 4th floor. I said, what? What you saying? No elevator, 4th floor. I go, please, get the money back.
You can't get the money back.
You're not going to fucking go 4 flights of stairs. I know you for years.
I'm going to go up. I have to over the next couple months because it has AC. She doesn't have AC. I have good AC. She's like minimal.
I'll get rid of it.
This is New York City. The entire Goldberg.
New York City. If you ain't got AC.
She has it, but like it's like New York.
Yeah.
Have you ever had the buildings where it's like either hot or air?
Yeah. Fuck you. No, you got to get one of them.
Oh, I have central air on them.
Tell you Jewish to be one of the windows.
Oh, I need AC everywhere.
You're a chubby Jewish. You got a 9 for sexual air. Oh my God, let's open the window to breathe.
Oh.
Fuck you and your fucking breeze. That shit don't work for Joe.
No.
People in California pull that.
They do.
They're just cheap. But we live in the beach. We open up the window. Listen. Stop. You're just a cheapskate. You're just a fucking cheap fuck. Put the fucking air on. When I'm gone, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Windows, light candles, rub each other's feet with Papa's here. Put the fucking air conditioning on. And shut those fucking windows. I don't want to hear your neighbors doing Yama-State noises next door.
One of my favorite stories with you and air conditioning is I think you were in Nashville or somewhere, and you turned the AC on so cold that it was too cold to get out of the bed to go pee.
Yeah.
You just peed from the bed.
Fuck yeah. It was too cold. Sometimes that air conditioning backfires, Jack. You got to do what you got to do. But these people at home, we have fans. And listen, a fan ain't going to work. They got fans in Cuba. Ask them how it's working out on them. You know what I'm saying? They got fans in Puerto Rico too in August. And
let's put a string on it so you can see where the air is.
Yeah, I don't want to see where it's going. I just want cold. Listen, when I moved to North America when I was 10, my mother made a mistake to put an air conditioner in my window.
Oh yeah.
Now, guys, 73, TJ, how much cold was it in 73 with the bullshit we got now? We had no fucking buildings. This whole river line, they had no buildings. So that air that comes down from Canada, from fucking what you would pop up, and then it would catch at the bottom of those North Bergen hills. Your ears like potato chips. They would just break. Would you break? That's why a bunch of people in North Bergen don't have ears. They got fucked up ears. Chickarelli, all those motherfuckers, their ear broke. You know, I used to put my air conditioner on in December. By the time I got it even work, by the time I got up in the morning, it was frozen. It was 2 inches of snow on it. I'd have to leave a bucket under the bed, push the bed. My mom would go, "Why do you put the air conditioner on? It's fucking December." I'm one of those types.
Oh yeah, I love opening the window
Fucking December. Colorado, and you too, where TJ lives, New Mexico. September comes along, you open the window and ooh, you gotta get up before and shut that motherfucker down. It's cold in there. It drops to like 10 and shit. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you open the fucking mountain, Colorado in July, leave that little window open. I don't care what it was in the day. Yeah, sleep from milk. Leave that window. By 5:30, you'll be waking up going, "What the fuck?"
That is something that I'm loving New York with this. This is going to be my first full summer.
Oh yeah.
And dude, I was here last summer looking for these apartments, and I would walk out of the house and be like, I'd have to change 3 times a day. And I'm not you who takes 3 showers a day normally, but fucking I would be
4 flights of stairs. You're in no danger taking that one shower.
Oh, I know, dude. I'm so happy to getting out of that fucking place. But who knows?
Who knows what?
I don't know. You give me 200 milligrams of fucking coconut gummy. It's already fucking kicking in.
Here we go. One.
What do you mean here we go? Yeah, we're in train.
Bitches, we're back.
Oh my god, dude! I'm not even gonna remember Austin. I already know. People are gonna ask me how was Austin, but I have no.
You ever see any movies? Remember it? Nobody wants to remember. They want to go down there, get barbecue shit, get chlamydia, come right back. That's the University of Texas. A lot of dirty pussy.
Really?
A lot of dirty fucking white women. You put on the streets.
Is that good? I don't want to. Why do you want to get chlamydia?
Come home with a grab, a little scratching, and a little juice coming out of your dick. That always makes mama happy. You know, how can you die without getting chlamydia?
I'm okay with that.
Stupid chick in LA who got the fake tits and got married 3 months later. What'd you get the fake tits for? Nobody came on them. She spent $3 grand on fake tits. Nobody came on them. She didn't tit fuck anybody. She met one guy and got married. That's it. Take him back. What do you need him for?
Take him back.
Take him back. $3,000 down the drain.
That's
Now
it.
you have kids. You got to take them out to breastfeed. What would you do that for? I spent $3,000 on titties. I'm rocking, Jack. I'm at Rudy's, smacking people with tits. I'm having a good old time. I'm earning. You can make a little good living with a big pair of tits in the ball.
Yeah, but then you're gonna have to spend all that money on therapy. After 20 years using your tits in a bar?
Well, nobody wants to see your tits in 20 years.
Well, yeah, but after
You got
20
a
years,
stomach
you
like
use
mine.
stuff.
Yeah, you're still gonna have great tits, but a stomach like mine. Nobody wants to see you clap when your whole body fucking shakes. Okay, you got a short longevity. Right. Nice fake tits are like a running back.
Oh, really?
3 years.
And then what happens? You gotta retire
And then one gets bigger than the other one. The one nipple fell out of line. So you gotta work on the fucking jerk. You gotta take them out.
Have you? I've never like I'm maybe a stripper, but I don't think I've ever seen like in person fake tits. Like no one ever has had fake tits. I don't think.
You never been with a woman?
I don't think so. Really?
Oh, you give a stab and you lift up the tip, you rub the scar. Punch it a little bit.
And you punch the scar?
Sure, you rub the thing up. You press your finger in there, you dirty fucking flat chested cock fucker. You press that finger in there, they love it. Pain and pleasure at the same time.
Jesus, I don't like. I did hook up with a girl once who had the reduction. I was really pissed off when she did. I'm like, why would you get it reduced?
Why'd you get it reduced? I don't know.
Oh, it'd be a fucking bummer.
They always tell you that, but my back was hurt. Let it hurt.
Lay down. Oh my God.
The ancestors are all bent over. Who gives a fuck? Your back hurt. I went to school and brother had gigantic tits in grammar school. I mean, they were gigantic. I mean, gigantic. She was cute. Like her back started hurt too. What are you gonna do? They had to bury the tits. Now she's got like C cups. I don't know what are you gonna do. They still work.
Would you ever do anything? Like, did you ever like think about like any sort of plastic surgery?
All the time. But I'm going in next week. I'm gonna do my left side, my foot, and I'm gonna do my face. I'm gonna look like fucking Mel Gibson. I don't know. Are you fucking
Dude,
retarded?
they do a lot of shit. Like, they can make your dick bigger.
Yeah, but who needs that?
I don't know.
Who needs that? Why don't you go get your dick bigger?
Because I can't show up now with a bigger dick.
What do you want your dick up to?
That'd be nice.
Do a review and fucking.
A review of my dick?
Oh, call it. What's the guy's name?
Ron Jeremy?
No, Ron Jeremy. What's the guy that runs his review?
Fucking, not Netanyahu.
Alan's favorite missiles. That's what you just do. You just do a male review. You bring Aaron Berg with you, another Jew.
I don't think he wants to see my dick.
And listen, when it's 2 feet, everybody wants to see you.
That could be true.
When you have a 2-foot dick, everybody wants to take a peek. It's like that girl at 3 in the morning. I don't want to have sex. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see your dick. Yeah, they do want to see you. They've got 21-inch dick. 26 inch, let's do 2.2 feet of dick. 1.8 when it's cold, okay? Everybody wants to see your dick. You can open up an open mic, charge $5, people come in. And for $10, they can touch it. Like they can rub it. That's where the market picks up.
What's that Mark Wahlberg
You
movie?
sell t-shirts afterwards. I touched a big dick. This is a big business.
I went to New York and all I got was
Yeah, you got business. I got business for you.
What was that Mark Wahlberg movie where he had the huge dick?
Boogie nights.
Boogie Nights. You can just let guys like look at it in the back, right? Or where was it?
It
was crazy.
Doesn't matter.
Of course, you're the one talking about a 2-foot dick. Oh my
If
god!
I had a 2-foot dick, I would wear underwear.
Why?
I just take the ticket. Why? Because why?
What? It's not a ticket. It's jail. What do you mean you're gonna walk around?
The ticket. What's the story? You got your pants off. Look at the size of this fucking board between my legs. You want to fuck with me, cocksucker? It's 10 degrees out. I got 1.8 over here. You want to give me a ticket? You know my grandfather in here? The size of his fucking dick. Fucking me. We're back, motherfuckers, in a big way. We'll be back with our guest. It's Tuesday, the 15th, the halfway mark. So get your shit together. The Church New Testament is here, cocksuckers. We'll be right back. What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here for Blue Chew. Listen, if a soft sausage is holding you back from meeting the love of your life, Blue Chew has what you need. They send chewable tablets right to your fucking front door that are going to make you a beast in the bedroom. Just head over to their website, talk to one of their licensed medical providers, and if they approve you, you'll get your medicine within days. It's easy, it's quick, and it's confidential. Even the mailman will know. I love Blue Chew. You know why? They come in individual packets. You meet a victim, you put on your cake, you eat it, and you're ready to rock it. She will call back. They even taste like mint, so your breath can be fresh when you're diving that little monquois. Anyway, make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for church listeners. You ready? Try your first month of Blue Chew for free, especially now. You want to head into the late Memorial Day swinging dick like Batman. You know what I'm saying? Just press in code Joey, Joey, and pay $5 in shipping. That's promo code Joey, Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. We're back, bitches, with author extraordinaire and dear friend, Mr. TJ motherfucking English in the house. Joey, how you doing? Pull that mic up, TJ.
How are you doing, Joe?
I'm doing well, my brother. How about you? Always look like crazy.
Yeah, I see you often enough.
What's that? I know. I live right fucking here. Wish I would do more stuff for you. Maybe go to the Blue Note or something.
Anytime.
Go to the Blue Note type of thing.
Yeah.
I had to get some shows there, but they were already booked for you.
Yeah, you got to take the turn. Yeah.
You been to the Blue Note?
It's one of my favorite places in
You
Russia.
He's a fucking king of that. He knows what he wants.
It's just so blue.
Mr. Blue. Have you been to the other ones?
I've been to all the
Hawaii?
They want to Hawaii?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I haven't been to all. They got them all over.
Seattle.
A lot of places. I always see an advertisement. Houston. How long have you been into jazz?
I think it's funny because there was no jazz around at all when I was a little kid growing up. So I probably never. Well, no, I take that back. My parents had a couple of albums. They had Louis Armstrong, and they had Bing Crosby, and they might have had some Sinatra stuff. So I got a little flavor of it, but it wasn't until I got to college, Southern California, in the late '70s, and I would just go to these great old used record stores near the beach in Santa Monica, and I started buying jazz records. And I just was winging it. This looks interesting. I mean, I kind of knew, okay, I've heard of Duke Ellington. Let me listen to that. And I just started to explore it and then just got into it. Just got into it. There's no other music like jazz to me. It's got soul and feel it, but it's also kind of intellectual. There's like a thought process involved in it.
And I don't know anything about music, but seeing it live, which is new for me, like I saw it at the Blue Note, and then I went to Nashville and saw it at a jazz place. It was great. Like live in a small place is cool as shit.
Yeah.
Because it's like, it's just like you can really get into it. I know you're not here to talk about jazz, but I love the Blue Note. I love it.
Hey, the last book I wrote was about jazz.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So jazz and its historical connections to organized crime.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, there's more to that story than you think. I mean, jazz and the mob and mafia in the United States kind of all started at the same time in different cities like New Orleans, Chicago, New York.
And when they own clubs?
They owned clubs. They owned the very first jazz clubs. So they were in on the ground floor as the presenters of the music. All the clubs most of the clubs were in every city, large cities and even medium-sized cities, were run by the local mob element. That's who ran the jazz clubs.
And just because it was a cash business, like why would they pick jazz?
Jazz was. You know how big hip hop was when hip hop just first started to really hit in the '80s and captured everybody's imagination. Jazz was that times 10. So jazz was like a cultural phenomenon. There'd never been any music like that. All there'd been in America up to that point was, bluegrass and folk music, and then classical music from Europe, European music, basically. Jazz was like American. It was the blues, it had the blues and the roots of it, and it all started in New Orleans, so it was a phenomenon there. It was really popular. Everybody went to jazz clubs.
Whenever I watch a movie from like that time, and like people are out seeing music and like doing stuff every night, like that doesn't happen anymore. People are out seeing something every night because there wasn't TV or like it was crazy.
Yeah.
I can't imagine how big that was. Like a huge part of the mob's business.
It was a huge part of their business. It wasn't so much economic as it was prestige. It was like the hottest thing. Like everyone's coming to your club, and everyone wants to be seen in your club, and everyone wants to be at your club. It was great advertising for a mobster.
Oh shit!
Yeah, it gave them stature, and they became friendly with some of the musicians and hung out with them. So there's a lot of cross pollination.
That's awesome.
It's really weird. I used to go to the first started in '93. I trigger I bought in Colorado. And this was really was gonna those off the not very far.
Yeah.
I was one of them I doing the show. On the $75, people that like me, the way I started talking to him. He took me in the back. He was like, no. You started just doing comedy in whatever it was, 89, comedy. Before that, we did everything. He took me in the back. This was a little fucking club in Gulf, Colorado. Everybody was there. Everybody. Even when he did start it, it was Rose. And one time she showed up and told him, and he got so coked up in blood. But she pulled the fucking mattress out of the blood all over it. The mattress was nose and shit. what's really weird is that going back to the 50s.
Yeah.
We had a bunch of people that I can't remember all the time. I do remember Roseanne story, but just, you know, it's
That's a throwback to like the days of burlesque entertainment,
Yep.
where you had a venue and you had all these variety of acts. You know, you had musicians, you had fucking jugglers, you had all kinds of shit, dancing, but and it would travel around the country. It was huge. You go to all these different cities, big cities, little sized cities, and jazz was a part of that a little bit when it first started. That was put in the mix. Those vaudeville shows. The guys at Sam Davis Jr. came out of that. Um, yeah, I miss that kind of nightlife.
it goes on. I was thinking about this a few days ago. The comedy show, Zero, used to be Zero before that.
Yeah,
I don't remember, guys. That was full service club, sex, booze, and the chick got pregnant. The belly when they did the abortion.
It was really a nightclub.
So, you know, for you, if passages, you will find where Bundy seen that was his club.
yeah, that's all back from
Bundy would fuck.
Prohibition.
So you could see where he would watch the show in the main room from standing up there. Nobody could see him. There's two-way mirrors all over that fucking place. I remember this thing. Lindsay's office was a safe. A little safe you could open up and go to the wall like a bank. Damn.
You had that much cash coming in?
You had to open that. No, it was an old fucking safe.
I know, but I'm saying they had that much cash coming in when it's
Goes
filled.
into an office.
Oh, okay.
That's all.
No, but you're saying it was when it was zeros, it was a safe. I'm
That's all
saying
from Prohibition days.
That's all prohibition.
When there was illegal activities like booze and gambling going on in those establishments. I fantasize about that era
So,
a lot.
you could go downstairs to the basement and you could, there's a secret path, you find it. If they got raided, there was a way for them to get out there and come on the valley by the fucking hill. I mean, bro, it is very interesting.
Yes.
Like, it's very interesting what they did. And it's funny because when I read your book about jazz, that's what I was feeling in those clubs.
Yeah.
You know, never mind money laundering, making money off the fucking prohibition. You know, mobs is just a way to play money, and it was a sign of stature. So it made fucking sense.
And they all wore beautiful suits. All the gangsters dressed fine. They everything about them from head to toe was just finery, the best suits, the best tailoring. So when they were in a club, there was this guy Owen Madden who ran the Cotton Club when it was in its heyday, and he was a fucking Irish punk from Hell's Kitchen, and then the leader of a gang called the Gophers. And he did some serious shit. He even went away and did time for murder. And he came back and it was the middle of Prohibition. And he was like, oh shit, none of this existed when I went away to prison. And now he's come back. He's like, I'm going to make the most of this. So he started making connections with politicians and the police. He started using corruption to create a system. To make a long story short, within a year, he was bootlegging all of New York City. And he wouldn't step outside. So they called him, what was his nickname? He'd come to me, I catchy nickname, something to do with Broadway. Because he'd hang out on Broadway, and he was a boy, he had an affair with Mae West. He had a flame with Mae West. This guy was the cock of the walk, as they used to say. But he never went anywhere unless he was dressed to the nines. He didn't show himself in public. And the gangsters were like that. It was kind of a very elegant presentation. You could see why people were attracted to the allure of the gangster. You know, they had that sex appeal. They really had it.
Even when you watch the Raging Bull, when they go to that fair at the beginning of the first fightings, everybody's dressed for a fucking.
Oh, yeah.
No suits and gorgeous.
Yeah. The women, too, though, they dress up in the finery and the dresses. Yeah, that got lost along the way. I guess it was the 60s, really, you know.
I still remember dressing up for fly. Like my mother would make me put a fucking suit on anyway.
Fuck.
Whereas I got older, I got suit. Now people wear flip flops and pajamas, dirty hair.
How do you do if you're like, doing research on something like this? You can't Google like the mobsters. Like, do you interview people? Like, how do you research this?
That was a tough one. That's a good question because the different books I've done have different research requirements, and this one was tough because it was ancient history. There was no one left, no sources, nobody to talk to. A lot of my books, like this recent one, it's all in firsthand accounts, but this was like everyone's dead and gone. So how do you recreate that? The first thing I had to read the memoirs and biographies of all those musicians, and I had to find little references in those biographies to the gangster element and stuff. It was there. Usually it was like a chapter maybe in someone's thing, and so I had to coalesce all that knowledge about that. And then I had to find a story to tell, and I found the story to tell by focusing on two main guys. The first half of the book is Louis Armstrong and the gangsters, and the second half of the book is Sinatra and the gangsters. And so telling those two stories, you get like the whole history of that relationship.
And how do you, if you're doing research like that, how do you know what to trust based off of like what you find? Like just one memoir, like you have to see it mentioned in a couple of different books.
You gotta cross check and you gotta verify the truth.
That's
But then there's a thing called folk history, where you make it clear that, all right, this hasn't been vetted, but this is what the story was.
Right.
And after a while, the story becomes real history. It's what has longevity. Like a good story lasts forever. You know what I mean? You can tell stories about Sinatra. Nobody cares if they're true or not. They're good fucking stories.
Always a good fucking story.
Just that it was when I was doing the Westies, I remember I would hear the most outlandish stories about the Westies. But I knew the stuff that they had done that was verified, that you could prove, there was proof, witnesses, that kind of thing. And that shit was outrageous. So anything I heard that someone would say that they did, I'd have to think, well, it could be true. Like I heard some wild shit about them with their head rolling it down the counter in the bar, somebody's head being cut off. I couldn't verify that to be true, but they did other shit that was equally as wild. They did cut off heads and put them in the freezer with the idea that they were going to save the fingerprints to plant.
Oh my God! When Joey told me that you were coming on, the thing that I was thinking about is like you have like one of the few professions, and I'm sure it's changed, but like you're writing books the same way like a lot of like 100 years ago people were writing books. Like it's kind of there's not many things left like writing a book.
Yeah, it's an ancient art. It freaks me out sometimes when I think about it. When I'm writing a book and I'm lost in the middle of it, and I got a stack of pages, but still I got another stack to get to the end of it. And it's intimidating. And I'm always thinking, nobody's going to want to read this fucking book. Nobody reads books anymore. They said this is like prehistoric. This is so ancient. This is the voice I'm hearing in my head, right? You stupid motherfucker. This is the 21st century. Just what you were saying. This is like primitive. People open a book of written pages on a piece of paper, and that can hold their attention for sometimes hours at a time. That's like real primitive storytelling if you can pull that off. But now we're in an era where I think that's a dying art. People being able to do that. Nobody has the attention span anymore.
So to write it or to tell it
or to read it.
There's still people who shit, that they don't listen. The thing I miss about the books is not writing as much. That was the only place I could read on a plane.
Yeah.
With peace.
It's the best.
4 hours, 2 hours, the best piece. Ever since I stopped traveling, I read books all over the hospital. As a matter of fact, I read the Corporation of the hospital last time. I got a question for you because I laughed for 2 hours. You said that because every time you read a book, people always go, "Why would I read that book? I read it already." You motherfucker, you get attached. You can read.
That's true.
I'll read a book once a year. If I really like a book, I'll read it once a year. Cujo, Corporation, fucking Havana Nocturne. There's another one I read every fucking year. You Are a War, the War of Art, Frank Field, whatever.
Yeah.
I read every chapter just to keep my mind fresh. But you fucking dropped the line and I fucking died. You said something about that they call people from Oriente, the Palestinians.
Oh, Palestinos.
Oh my God.
They still do that.
That the men without land.
Yeah.
Oh my God. That's a Cuban sense of humor. That's a very Cuban sense of humor.
He called me up when he read it.
Dying,
Great.
dying. Look, Palestinians.
You have no land here.
Never.
Yeah.
And how do you? Because like, what I was trying to relate it to was, I'm like at the very beginning of stand-up, and I have to not only write jokes but weave them together, and like putting it here versus here matters.
Yeah.
Like with a story, like yours isn't even a novel; it's like actual things that happen. Weaving that together into a story must be completely different. And like it's just like,
Oh, it's a big task.
yeah.
But that's the creative part. That's where the artistry comes in. Where you take all that. A lot of people can gather the material, but not everybody can tell that story in a way that really grabs a reader or a viewer or whatever. I think about what you guys do as writers a lot, because you're right, it's a much different form, but you're kind of doing the same thing. You're structuring a set, right, where you want it to tell a story, right, roll and flow. Yeah.
Oranges, and it takes time because you have to do it in a drawing board and also on a stage.
Yeah.
So that's the difference. Like I would love to write a book where you could talk with the people.
Yeah.
What's that called?
Workshop it or
Workshop.
yeah.
You know, a chapter every week. You get like 6 chapters ahead of you. You just do it once a week. That would help me a lot. You know, because I don't get tested. The fucking matter.
Yeah, but also here's another thing. You clearly have the storytelling skills.
Right.
It's the storytelling skills.
So you learn that.
You might have to be born with that to an extent, right? The storytelling skills. I think of it as come from the ancestors, from somewhere you inherit that. Yeah, George Carlin used to say, you don't lick it off a rock. You got it from somewhere. You got it from your ancestors. So the storytelling, yeah. And then you fine-tuned it with the life that you live. Yeah.
I'm a storyteller, so and I'll be banging my head on the story. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? And all of a sudden, I'm eating fucking breakfast. And a complete different story came in. That's going to weave. Now I can tell the story about the wind getting fucking pussy. All that shit. Now it's going to work. Now it's going to work.
Yeah, click. Everything fit.
It took fucking 3 months of thinking. And I was going somewhere else at the time. And then this morning, it hit me from a different perspective. And I was just talking to a girl I went to work with. She was telling me that she didn't want her father's fucking right. Because she has author's block. And I was like, I've been going through the same fucking thing. And when I go to Starbucks, I can't write shit either. That's fucking terrible if you Starbucks. Nobody can write there. What are you going to write there? About lattes and shit. And so I started writing in the garage.
Oh shit.
Yeah, last night I was in the garage and I have a little freezer there. I put my pad out there, the computer, and this fucking morning, I think he was asleep.
You're going to have to set up a little table out there. Test, you know?
But even like I was just thinking like you might like that there's no desk. Like, are you walking around and like doing stuff as you're writing?
No, I just sat in the garage. I put the Bluetooth on.
Okay.
And I fucking sat there for 30 minutes. I made great notes. And I wasn't even going there. I said to you, I wasn't going there. This morning, something came in. And if I had it for that, it would be fucking perfect.
You know, I often have to remind myself. So, when you have a writing task, you do anything to avoid it. You do all the shit to avoid it. And so I'll go for long walks along the river, and I'll be hard on myself because you should be writing right now. But no, those walks along the river are really valuable in terms of thinking time. That's part of the process. So you have to do that periodically.
My whole thing is I like the warmer weather because I think, right, take a look and smoke a joint. It's good. You leave that alone. You just go for a walk and go. Sometimes when you come back, you might not be able to. You might not. Or you make it the answer to something. Actually, that's always been a fucking thing that you're there. So yeah, writing is, I wish I would have gone to college for it. I wish I would have put more effort into it. My stand-up career early on because I'm just going to get at it. You do stand-up, it's like writing. Yeah, you just put out a book. You're right. That book just came out. You were right, because you can't just shut it down for a year and wait for your pussy and you'll come to me. You got to keep writing that muscle, even if it's just what your day is going to be about.
Is that true?
Day one. Yeah, it's a muscle.
That makes sense.
What if you want to fan your pussy?
If you want to fan your pussy, it's your pussy.
It's like Joe, because like that was. You said something before the podcast that little commitments become big commitments. You said that the entire time I've known you. Like you've been writing. You were writing that book when I first met you. You were writing it, and like, how many times did it change? Did it change?
Every other day.
Yeah.
Right. I wouldn't even know that what Jay happens to him, where he writes it all, and he beats himself up. I would beat myself up at the beginning. Nobody wants to read. That's how my mother was born. Nobody wants to read Robert Julie's book. Nobody wants to hear about you raising your fucking stupid kid. Nobody wants to hear anything. That's what I was going through my mind.
Talk yourself out of it.
But it's really weird. We write 10 stories, and what you're looking for is a connector. You need that. Through Hutch throughout, and that's, I can tell you stories for hours. Connecting them, that takes time.
Yeah, you call that the narrative.
That takes time.
The narrative, the whole together.
That takes time.
And that's when it's saying things. That's when you have something. It's real. That reaches, that does still reach people, even though books maybe are not popular in that way anymore, but to people who read books, it can have a real impact.
How do you think?
I like to read, like I'm a nerd. I have not great comprehension. So when I read a book, it took me 20 years to figure this out. I have to read a book a day. Marker. I have to learn how to read. I can't go in 3 chapters because I'm going to have to wake up in the morning and read those 3 chapters. So I go 2 and I pace myself. Then I'll read parts of it again. And then I'll start on the next chapter. It took me 20 years to learn.
So what's the market?
To retain the good stuff.
Oh, you underline things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do that too.
Why not?
I write in the margins. I do that.
I get into it because everybody says, I like to smoke pot before we commit that war. Go fuck yourself. I like smoking pot, getting a light, and maybe a pot of coffee. I just sit there and roll in the joint. You can smoke it with coffee as you read your book.
Oh, you get high and read, huh? Yeah, I can't really do that. I don't retain it if I do that.
That might be the retention problem.
Yeah.
Well, if you get too high, you start reading, and then stories from your life come in.
Start going
You gotta
into
back.
your head. Because your imagination is inflamed while you're reading it. Right, it's extrasensory and you're picking up a lot of other shit.
At the same time, I want to feel the book. I want to feel her. When the writing gets her, I want to feel like I like reading and writing. Like what are we doing today? switching through the fucking channels. And the last 30 minutes of Carrie was on. One of the greatest 30 minutes of television in movie history. In fact, Travolta, that's how they got you to go see that movie. Because Travolta was in the movie, but coming up to the end, he gets killed.
He was kind of a nobody.
At that point, he was. There had been like maybe 6 episodes of Walking Back Time.
Yeah.
And the girls liked him, so that's why you went to see that movie.
They must have been disappointed because he's hardly in it.
Yeah. He what?
He's hardly in it.
Yeah, he gets killed at the end.
Yeah.
But it's so weird watching the last half hour of that movie. And I remember reading that book and not even knowing who the author was. Not even giving a fuck who the author was. And then years later, I got him writing, and he tells the story of how his wife threw that away. About, what was he thinking about? People who move things with their mind?
Yeah, telekinesis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His wife threw it away, and he got home. She gave it back to him and said, finish this. And I became fucking Harry. And I'm thinking about how the fuck he wrote it. Like, even with you, Corporation, of Editor, the Westies, I like reading a book and then for like a day or two going, I'm fucking this motherfucker right there. That's how much it's nice stuff.
For writing, that's a great compliment.
Yeah,
Because you want to think, you in your act, what you do, you want to think, I just want to dazzle these motherfuckers. I want to make them have to go, fuck, how did you do that? And I know you must get that feeling in your stand-up, right? Yeah, well, you're just going to keep past.
Yeah, you throw it in the scene of a minute, you start laughing. That's the money. That's the money that nobody can pay you enough for. When you start laughing. That's why I was having a hard time writing jokes when I was 45. Because I like to get bullets when I write. So if I'm giggling, motherfucker, that joke's gonna rip down. As dirty or as nasty as it could be, I'm right that much down.
So as you write that shit down, and you start to call your way through it, how much of it do you keep? How much of it is good and how much of it is just?
So let's go 50%.
Oh, that's good.
50% is good, the other 50 is kind of that's the danger about writing comedy. When you get high, that you might wake up in the morning and find some shit you can go, oh, I gotta see a priest.
No, I gotta burn that.
And no, I'm lying to you. Now that we break it down, I retain 20%.
I was going to say 50% is high.
Yeah, I retain 20%. Especially if I'm getting high and I write a page. First off, the first hour I gotta figure out what I wrote. It's hieroglyphics, I'm so high. And I start writing Joey shorthand. Like I start writing my own shorthand. I don't remember the next day. There's a ton of problems. Yeah, tons of fucking problems.
You know what Carlin said about how he did it was he would write his stuff not high at all. He would complete what he thought was an act, and then he would get high and punch it up. And that was the point where he would get high. He said that was always really good value stuff. He would bring it in.
It's funny because I do that with acting auditions. If you send me an acting audition, I read. Then I read it, and then I start making notes. What goes here, where I'm taking a pause, where I'm going to take a drink of water, where I'm going to scratch my ass, everything. I'm going to improvise, I'll put something there. That's when that works.
Weed is very valuable to your creative process.
It's got to be great. Like I want to drool. I want to fucking drool like a monkey. I want to drool, be left the fuck alone, no music, not too loud. Snapple iced tea, no sweetener in it, that shit. I could go for hours, 2 hours of writing. And no computers.
Yeah.
I use computers for research. Everything is written by my hand.
Well, you're describing the process of being a writer and how isolated and alone that is.
Not only that.
And you tune the whole world out and you create your own little world that you're working on in your writing.
Absolutely.
That's
I don't even like when I'm writing. Because you're writing something good on social media. I'm going to shut the door because that's an insult. So I got to wait till they leave for me to do anything.
you're maintaining your sanity, though.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing. You know, I'm an only child. Right?
I've always been at it. I love smoking dope. It's just
Right.
listen, when I was 18, everybody was going why this. My goal was to get $1 million and move to the home by myself. And smoke dope and eat chicken nuggets and drink cranberry juice. That's happiness for me.
Sounds
Nobody bothering me, nobody talking to me.
That's not bad. How old were you when you came up with that?
18, right? I'm like, if it was up to me, at that age, I wanted to move to Cartagena, buy a big rock.
That's so very clear-headed for an 18-year-old.
I knew,
Right? How you think?
I knew all those things. I also knew at 14 that I was not in the work days. I loved people who had days that they had
Yeah.
they were out in the corner with hot getting a hot dog, and then they worked the work day, but it didn't really fucking matter. That's a completely different discipline. Because I didn't like going out either. I could care less about going to a club, VIP. So if you could pay me,
Yeah.
night, and I could have my days to myself, no drama, because when you're walking in the house, I'm usually for work. You can go in there and make a cheese omelet, put on fucking Popeye, and sit there, nobody's gonna come and break the fucking phone. Everybody's up there.
You're living a dream.
No, but I've always loved that.
That's what I mean. You had that dream, and now you're living it.
Well, having a day job for me was always fucking cool. And I would do it, and then I'd go, what the fuck, I could steal. I could sell an 8-ball for $75.
You know, it's a grind. I can see. I know guys like you. A lot of guys like you want to kind of criminalize.
Yeah,
Because they can't take the grind of having to do a 9 to 5.
I had to work 12.50 and I worked 12 fucking 10 hours a day. I'm gonna make $1.25 a day. I can make that fucking break it into a room. I know a guy that's got that on it in his pocket right fucking now. And that's what would happen. I go, well, you know what? It's time to become a human being. And I take these jobs in Colorado and drilling fucking weed, getting bit by mosquito bites. And I felt like, what's the check in? And I'm like, you know, I got bit. I had a fucking salami sandwich.
See all the deductions from the check.
I'm like, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing it. It's not working. It's not working. So I went without for years just to prove my point. I'm not working days. I would work days enough to get money, and then I quit. And then I fucking figure out. When I lived in Boulder, my rent was due. Every day before my rent was due, I did not know how to get that $4. And I didn't care. And I'll tell you all the time I got that $4. And you die. But I remember it. I would just go to the table and wait for people to drop the sheets. And I would pick them up and go in. They'd spend $300. I just go in there, pick everything they did, and return it without even walking out the store. Wouldn't even walk out the fucking store. I know one time I needed to write the guy dropped a receipt for $500 for a lawnmower. And I went to go to steal it. They didn't have it over. So I got in the car and I came on his lawn. I had one left. I actually walked in there, put the receipt on it, walked up to the guy. I was like, what's going on? I go, I just got this out of the water. I didn't even buy it at that store. He took the receipt. You didn't buy it at any store.
So how old were you at this time? Were you doing this?
20. This is out of prison.
Out of prison.
No, we bet I could go back to jail anytime.
Oh.
But I think they caught me. Right there. They take me to Boulder. I'll never forget. I walked to Boulder and all the cops know. Joey, what's going on, Joey? How you doing? Get back. We told you to get back. Yeah. But I used a different name. But they're in the car now. Their fingerprint. I still remember that cop's
Did
name.
you have fake ID?
No, he's calling me Joey. And the card says James something else. And he's pressing my, I'm like, I hope he doesn't look at that fucking card. Well, I was in there 36 days already, 30 days over the holiday. They knew who I was. Their fingerprint me go, Joey, how you doing? I'm like, oh, if this motherfucker looks at this fingerprint card, then he sees this thing, he really shoot his pants. And I got away with it.
Bro.
And then when I went to court, they pulled me aside. They didn't know who you are. And I did I went back to court on that man. I did the probation of that man. And I had the community service. And I did it just to fucking.
Nobody ever asked to see an ID.
No, and at the community service, I became friend in the cop at the HIV building. And I would paint it, take the garbage out, the HIV building. And after the job was over, about a year later, I smacked my ex-wife's boyfriend. The cop that came to arrest me was the cop from the HIV kid. He wouldn't arrest me. He's like, I'll give him a ticket. He gave the other guy a ticket for calling me a racial slur. So every story fits. You see what I'm saying in my life?
You got a little angel over your shoulder.
Oh, fuck you crazy.
You got an angel and you got a devil.
Oh, I
You
got a
got
big
two.
devil.
You
My
got two
angel got a
shoulders.
big dick. My angel got a big dick and he's pubic. You know how those pubic angels. They ain't fucking around, motherfucker.
Yeah.
What's happening, beautiful people? The NBA 82 game grind is over. Now it's time for the real fun. Playoffs, defense, make things even more exciting with DraftKings Sportsbook and official sports betting partner of the NBA. You could be raking in dough this playoff season. Take it from your Uncle Joey. You're not going to want to miss this one. Listen, playoffs start this week. I think it's 8 games, whatever. Lines are still soft. Go get yourself something. Here's something special for your first timers. You ready? New DraftKings customers, new guys, not you old geezers. New guys, bet $5 and get 200 bonus bets just like that. Make a playoff run to remember with DraftKings. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and press in code Joey, Joey. That's code Joey for new customers only to get 200 bonus bets when you bet just $5. $5, 200 bonus. Jump on this deal. Only at DraftKings, where the crown is yours. I love you guys. Good luck. And download the DraftKings Sportsbook app right now.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
So the last kilo, talk to me, brother. We talked about everything. But the last kilo.
Last kilo. There's a little bit of New Jersey in that book, but it's mostly Miami boys. Cupid's in Miami.
What's the guy's name?
His brother, Willie Falcone, and his brother's name was Gustavo Tavi, but his partner was Luda. So Willie and Sal, they were kind of legendary figures in Miami, starting in the early 80s, all through the 80s, really, until they got busted. And they created a gang called Los Muchachos. And Los Muchachos were the biggest, by far, importers and distributors of kilos in the U.S. So they created a distribution network based in Miami that was shipping it eventually to L.A., San Francisco, Chicago, New York, everywhere. And they only go at the high level. Like in these different cities, they had maybe like 8 customers. But there were 8 customers who were buying bulk. And so they were operating at that level. And interestingly enough, there wasn't a lot of violence in the story at that level. Okay, I really learned some shit researching this because, you know, we're all primed to believe that the cocaine universe is just bloodshed from top to bottom, and Uzis and chainsaws like Scarface. So I just assumed that there was going to be nothing but violence in any cocaine story that you tell. But this story, there wasn't a lot of violence the way they were doing it. They were Cuban exiles. They were tight. They were that first generation of exiles whose parents had been humiliated and had to leave. And these kids were like 10 or 11, and they grew up watching their parents suffer, in a sense. And they were driven by this desire to make it by hook or by crook. And the cocaine thing just kind of fell in their lap. I go into it in the book. It was actually connected to the anti-Castro movement and the CIA. And they were bringing kilos to the United States to sell and use that money to buy arms and explosives for the Contras, Central America. So it was all wrapped up in that political politics from the get-go. And so that's how Willie and Sal first got into it. They started doing it to raise money for the anti-Castro movement. And then the anti-Castro movement got busted, led to the Iran-Contra hearings. It was a big political scandal. So that shut down. But by then, Willie and Sal had created a system, and they were like, well, let's just keep doing it and keep all the money for us. And that's when they became the Los Muchachos. And they created this very complex apparatus of they go right to the source, they meet with Escobar. They were dealing with both the with the people from Medellin and the Cali people. They were double dipping. Those two cartels didn't know. Willie and Sal didn't let it be known. If you're following me, like Medellin didn't know they were dealing with Cali. Cali didn't know they were dealing with Medellin. Because neither side probably would have approved of it. They were doing it. And they did it at a very high level, and they came up with a system to bring the kilos into the U.S., and they did that in all kinds of ingenious ways. They had their own pilots of planes, but they also had boats. They wound up being championship powerboat racers. Yeah. I mean, they owned the powerboat racing business. They owned a company that built the engines. A great way to launder money, by the way. The company that built the engines, the company that built the boats. They were designing the boats, and then they got to racing, and they were going into races for regattas all over the world. You know,
They got a order.
They had order on eventually. Yeah.
There was a series.
Yes, there was. Yeah. Yeah, that's Willie and Sal. So I was able to do this book because Willie Falcone's family reached out to me. He did 27, 28 years, something like that. And as he was getting to the end of that bit, his daughter contacted me. It was like, he knows your work. He read the Westies, he read Havana Nocturne, and the corporation was just coming out at that time. So he got it in his head that I was the guy to do his book. And he had his daughter reach out to me. And I didn't know enough about him to know whether I would want to. I think I said no when it first came up. I said I can't really answer that because I would have to at least have a chance to talk to him, So I tried to get into prison to see him, and prison shut it down. They wouldn't let me in. So I had to wait till he got out, which was a couple of years later. And then when he got out, they deported him from the United States because he never bothered getting U.S. citizenship. He was a Cuban. He came over that time when Cubans were being given a kind of special legal status, So he never even bothered to become a citizen. So they deported his ass. And so now I'm getting to know him a little bit because we're doing Zoom conference calls. So I'm getting a feel for him. And he gets deported to the DR, and then the DR finds out, one of the DR politicians finds out he's there and starts accusing another politician of letting a big narco in the country. So they kick him out of there, out of the DR. He's got to go hat in hand, find another country. I can't tell you the country where he's in, although it would be, I think, real easy to guess. So I had to go there to interview face to face, and it was right in the middle of COVID, and it was a pain in the ass getting a plane. I'll say South America. I'll narrow it down, and I kept missing flights because I didn't have the proper COVID test before the plane. It was a nightmare getting there, but I got there and I met this guy, and for like 3 days we just did interviews all day long. We'd start pretty early, like 9 a.m. We'd go till lunch, have some food, and then come back and do another 3 hours. So we did that for like 3 days. Him just telling me his life story. And I had it. I remember coming back thinking, wow, I've never had this kind of access tell me their whole life story. And everyone wanted, Willie Falcone hadn't talked to anybody. So everyone wanted to know his story. He was like a mystery man, very charismatic. And I got that motherfucking story. And was able to tell that story. I know he's a criminal, he's a bad guy, and he certainly paid for it and everything. But it was kind of an honor to tell his story. He was he's a guy with a certain code of honor. He's a criminal, and certain criminals, to me, are almost like royalty in a sense, criminal royalty, because they have that sense of honor about what they do. Especially guys who put crews together, and two robberies. I have a friend who is an incredible source up in Boston, Irish American gangster named Pat Lee. He was kind of a rival and later a partner of Whitey Bulger's. He started out as a thief, breaking into warehouses and shit. And as he started to advance up from that, he started doing armored car robberies. And I've had late night conversations with him many times over some Irish whiskey or whatever, and he's telling me what he knows about his life as a thief, and he would put together crews. And I said to him, one of the things about putting together a robbery crew, something like that, to me, I was like, how do you do quality control? How do you know these guys are people you really trust? Your crew, you're gonna do a armored car robbery. It's gotta be people you have total faith in and you totally trust. And so you want to know none of these guys are gonna break and snitch. We're in this to the end, and I'd say, yeah, but how can you guarantee that? And he said, you can't guarantee it. He said, but you always wanted to try to make sure because otherwise we're going to have to take care of that person. So a week late, you're going to have to address them. So that person may want to be killed. That person will be true. That's just the nature of putting together a criminal. And they did. He'd tell me these stories of how they do warehouse robberies where they pull up a big truck like 2 in the morning at a warehouse. This is back like in the 60s, 70s. And they'd actually pull the open truck butt up against the wall and then they'd get hammers and shit, just break the fucking wall of it. Just take out a big section of the wall. And then they go in there like mice. And they just start looking for what was favors, what buys shit. I said long-term shit is canned goods and stuff. Anyway, they go in there, they fleece the place, and then he said, you know what their signature was? After they did one of these robberies, and they wanted people to know it was their crew, they find a desk of who they thought was the most important person in there, and they open the bottom drawer and they would shit.
And that was supposed to be like,
that was their
joke. That was it.
That was their signature.
That was that fucking song.
that was the worst signature.
That was we were here.
You talk about criminals. The American public has been. We love criminals. We love their stories. Look at all the movies you have in the 30s, Scarface.
Yeah. I still love.
I love all those.
Those Jimmy Cagney movies.
He's crazy. He's on the import. All that shit. But, it's a market that was never fucking make it. Look at this poor De Niro movie out there. Kid died at that. I don't think it was a bad movie.
Yeah.
I don't think it was.
Did you see it?
I didn't have a chance to.
I know.
I was in the airport last night.
Yeah, no, they killed him before he was even out of the gate.
And, people like, because the movie was making repetitive. I went to movies every Friday, just like you did. Every Saturday we went to the fucking movie.
Yeah.
We either went to what came out or $2 for $3.
Drive-ins. Remember driving?
Yeah, drive-ins and Clifton, whatever. We've taken that, but at the same time, the mobster shit, Italian-wise, is done. Now, mob land. It's like I tell you, there's gangsters, there's people with gangsters, and there's hella good. God damn, that bitch is fucking good and everything she does. Did you see her last night? She had the fucking red of toenails painted in her hands.
I understand. Every Latino male I know has a thing for her.
Really? I don't think
Latinos have a thing for
I don't
her.
want to fuck her or nothing like
Well,
that.
you ever see her when she was in her prime?
Oh, she was a piece of ass, yeah. But now she's old and she don't give a fuck.
She's still kind of sexy.
Still very sad. She had boots on last week and a mini skirt and a leopard shirt on. She's fucking 75 years old, a leopard shirt on. Unfucking real. But besides that, that's we've with all those stories. We go into it. How many fucking Eskimo movies are there?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, Netflix. I have different
No,
fucking
it's fine.
Paradise Remains, and they're all got off.
Like 7 or 8 of them.
And they're all got off. The only one that is Narcos,
Yeah.
and that even lost its fucking thing after a while. And every time you go on there, the Narco, now it's Aaron fucking Rothschild. Aaron, the guy who carries Hernandez. How many movies do you think?
Oh, and
He got punched in the head, and he fucking shot 18. What do you want from me? That's what happens. You know, it's like Bryce Mitchell. Did you watch that fight the other day? He got knocked out again. Listen, I always say Christianity and punches to the head. Olympics. Jesus got punched in the head. He left 3 days later. He's like, I don't need this shit. It don't work. But it's funny how, you know, this cocaine thing. Like, listen, I love all this shit. I love it. You know, I love all this stuff. It's just like,
yes.
I saw it. I saw
Yeah.
point A, and I saw point B.
Yeah.
I saw everybody spending $2 for an acid, and 2 years later, everybody was spending $50 for aspirin. That's a big fucking up.
Yeah.
People were spending nickel bags. It was $5 for 3 joints and a little vanilla envelope all over the city. And now the needle just moved to 50 fucking bucks. You know, I was telling somebody, I remember living here up to 83, and we would go out and buy half a gram between 3 of us, and that'd be too much. You know, when I came back 18 months later, people were leaving on Friday to the home on Sunday or Monday morning. Like, it just blown up.
Yeah.
I saw what happened with weed in California, what happened here.
You're Cuban, so you were in the main vein of the Cuban culture. The selling of it, the using of it. You know, you had that Cuban connection. And cocaine was like these guys who I was talking to who were in Los Muchachos, and I interviewed a bunch of other ones other than just Willie. They were from that generation, Cuban exiles, and they just hit the cocaine business, and they just took over that shit. They turned Little China into like where all their safe houses were, where you could stash shit, nobody was going to talk about it. You could get away with the whole culture became part of the cocaine business to an extent. So you were in the middle of it.
So I made sense. I did a buffer on it.
Yes.
And there was a gay terrorist thing. He would always break people's balls. And one night he said something to me, I said something. I said, oh, I got that word. In my house, you can't say oh,
Mm-hmm.
that means I hope.
Yeah.
I said to him, I hope you fucking die, motherfucker. And they came to grab me by my head. My mom, she can't say that. About 3 weeks, I just motherfucker died.
And the gay Santero guy?
Yeah, he died. So, I'll never forget, we had to go up there one time. I got to be up there. I'll never forget the story of the streets. And when a Santeria person dies, they can't bring them in. You have to do a thing while the cops are standing there. You have to do a fucking thing to not be brought to a funeral party. You gotta take the Saint out of that. So when they were taking the Saint out of there, oh my God, what are they doing? It's going to be tough. She was telling my mother and another lady in the car. God, two of them. While they were doing the fucking thing. Somebody had a bunk bed, so they got with a kilo. I still remember being a kid.
See, I told you that.
What the fuck are they talking about?
You descent.
And that was 1971. And I still remember being a kid telling my mom, clean your fucking nose. And I was a fucking kid, guys, 8, 9, and going, clean your fucking nose, please. My friends are here. You know,
Do you think it's like as prevalent as weed is now?
sad.
Coke? Or like
Not when I was 8, 9, 10. I knew that my mother's bar, people did, and I knew that they did stupid shit. They weren't smoking or anything like that. They would just, I still remember getting up in the mornings, like in 8th grade, 7th grade, going to school, and they'd be in my living room with a huge aluminum foil open. And they wouldn't grind the coke those days. There was no grinding it. You just put the wraps in.
Oh shit!
And they would just sit there. And I'd go to school and eat my Cheerios,
Oh,
and I snort coke. And they all felt guilty, so they would all give me money. Hey, what do you got to have for lunch? It's $50. I would leave like $200 every time they all was going to go. And my mother used to go, don't give them cash. But nah, come back tomorrow. You can do whatever you want in my fucking house.
no, doing coke that way is what burns a hole in it.
Well, they didn't know. It was 1974,
Right?
1975. And then there was a guy that used to come to my house. And in the mornings, I would get my mother and stepfather and everybody else talking about it. I had to throw him out all the time. He used to get paranoid. His name was Diego. He had an eye that when he did coke, it staggered shit, right? So when I was a kid, I liked him a lot, Diego. He had 2 sons. I liked him a lot when I was a kid. Something happened at the bar. I did something. I stuck up for him. And he called my mother. He goes, come home with me. Take him to Macy's tonight with his son. I was still living on 88th Street, so I had to be under 10. I'll never forget when he came over and he took me to Macy's. He would buy whatever you want. And I bought like the Hot Wheel carry cans. And like the mongoose. Remember that one thing?
Yeah.
And I brought it home. And we got walking the car. He looked at my mom. My mother looked at all the time. That's all he wanted. And my mother looked at me and he goes, and the guy took a fucking 6 inches of cash and he goes, I brought this. He didn't want to spend any of it. When I saw it, I go, whoa, 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 whoa. Let's go back and get some skis. Because I just saw the James Bond movie on skis. I spent like $21. I had like $10 to spend on it because I said something. And come for his wife. Like somebody was in trouble, but I said I hadn't seen him. And they were like, he's smart, he's a good boy, he didn't lie. He fucking stuck up for us. So then my mother dies. I don't see this guy, but he was tight. Before my mother died, they killed his son. He was doing everything. Somebody up in the just around here, somewhere up in they had money, a white girl. And after my mother died, we 43rd birthday. He goes, don't you find out who you are? I'm like, yeah, where is he? He wants you to call him. I go look at the street, he's in Florida. So I called him and said, they're late. We looked at it like 2 days later. First night he goes, picked up, he's like, I said to you, because I want your Italian friends to kill that family. Because he knew that I looked about families. And he shot a guy 8 times in the back. He goes, see if you go over there and fucking have him killed them. Right? I'm sitting, so he got a wife and 2. The one kid died, the other kid is way older than me. I got to be 18, 19. And this guy comes in the room. You ready for this? He would do coke. Like he would disappear, they come back. A white t-shirt, V-neck t-shirt with things, no chain. We jump flat down and speed out. But he would get margarine cup. This is unheard of. He get the biggest margarine cup.
Is the gay Santero still?
No. The gay Santero dead and buried.
This
This is like a hookah to me. He would get filled with water and then put a dish in. So the water, the dish would float in the water. And then he would put coke on it. So if the cops came, he would just dump the coke in the water. That's a complete different set of paranoia. He had bars on his window already, the whole fucking thing. So now we're doing coke, sneaking little coke lines, and he's just rapping on. His eye is looking all over the place. And he would carry it. A 22 and a 32 in his waistband. And do you know son slips, he shoots himself in the fucking foot. And his wife comes running in. The son, he's on the floor. And they're like, call the ambulance. He's like, don't call nobody. And his wife goes, he shot himself last month. And I looked at his feet, he had like 3 little bullet holes. I could see. Every time the gun fell, I'd go, oh, I shoot himself. Jesus. Like, that was 84. And by that time, the cat was out of the bag. But all these stories that we're reading about now.
You ever told that story before?
I think so. So that was a wild night. It was a Monday morning. And the music at the time, which at the time, give me a higher love. It was August or September of 84.
Yeah. Those songs really place it in time, right?
Yeah. Check a time.
I feel. That's that one, I think. I feel for you.
That's a good one. Yeah.
She still looks good. I'm on her social media.
She looks really good. First, I listened to Sweet Thing. She was still with Rufus. That motherfucker played a guitar. There's nobody plays guitar.
She was cutie back then.
He was what?
She was a cutie.
She was hot.
She was adorable.
That was 76. That was my
She was like in
great.
her 20s. I'm not anyway. Even if you cannot stay. She had a big fro.
She was hot.
Yes.
With all these books now and all these series, it's just like this drug thing, we were fucked. We were fucked as Americans. Like, they fucked us. And I had a great time doing coke for 28 years. I'm not going to sit here and be Johnny Hypocrite, but we got fucked. You know, because you read about all these different organizations and stuff. Everything was great for about the 80 or 81. And then the government got involved. And that's when everything fucked up.
That's the war on drugs.
There was no war on drugs. It was a silent war on drugs. We were going to make peace with you. She went out there and got Noriega. Right. And they never gave a fuck about Noriega. They were talking about the Panama now. Anyway, they wanted with Noriega. They wanted that 15%, bro. Just the way it is. And that's what they always fucking do. That's what they always do. And that's where it blew out of proportion. And, you know, you watch all these documentaries, Cocaine Cowboys, this and that. How many of these guys were? Think about how many of these guys were
In the cocaine business.
Everybody got in the cocaine business after a while.
Yeah, well, there were many layers to it.
They were morons.
Yeah.
Morons. That was a lot of money because they used to rock those morons. They didn't know what they didn't know. They didn't know what they had interested. I got locked. Before I got locked up, there was a family called the Barclays in Longmont, Colorado. This is 86. I got locked up in 87. By the time I got locked up, they were already in town waiting for sentencing. I didn't know the story. It was what I read. It was a father and son landscaping business. And one day they bought a fucking ounce of coke, started selling it. And the thing took off. Right? They couldn't even, and they were so stupid. They were rednecks. They didn't know how to launder the money, so they would just kept buying landscape trucks. They had every fucking truck that you could buy. These people were making serious fucking money. And when they got busted, the cops busted them and sat there the whole night and smoked coke. Just to double check the amount that they were fucking making on weekends. Busted the whole set of kilos, the whole fucking thing. I get locked up and I meet a little more. And we're talking today, and I'm like, what the fuck are you motherfucking rednecks doing up along with it right there? We started with an ounce. They were picking up 5 kilos every other week. These guys got huge. They're 2 idiots. Thank you, all thank you. But Barkley, the young Barkley, lived with his wife downstairs. She was pregnant. After they got arrested, they found out that the father locked her up. When they were doing coke together, they were rednecks, but they were white trash motherfuckers. Wait, they were doing coke together, the mother and the father. Okay. So the young Barkley, who was married, who I was doing time with, they got divorced during sentencing. She went with the father. I mean, this is just cocaine shit, man. This is just, I heard all these fucking stories. And that's how they got it to people. That's how she ended up ratting on the both of them and fucking because she was fucking the both of them. Just crazy shit. It was a crazy time in there.
When cocaine, you know this, when cocaine hit, let's say early 80s, this period you're talking about, it hit like a fucking tidal wave. And it hit everywhere in the U.S. This was William South. They were bringing it to these different places. They were selling more coke than anybody in L.A. and by the mid 80s, and it just hit everybody. People, the early media about cocaine was mostly positive. It was on the cover of Time magazine, Newsweek magazine. They were like, everybody's doing it, all different levels. Don't get a hangover. There's no hangover, and all the PR on coke was very positive. Of its own crack. So crack, like tarnished the image a little bit. So if you were a coke dealer, you had blood on your hands by, the coke, by the crack era. It hit like a phenomenon. We all know it from the clubs, the way it took over at nightclubs. I mean, come on. But what always got me was up in New York, and I'm sure this is true. Actually, I saw it in Cleveland and some other places. Cocaine hit the working class. Like you go to the local Barney store after work on a Friday, and all those working class people were doing coke. They made it affordable. It's one of the things when it's out there. They brought in a lot of product so that they could bring the price down. The price came down suddenly, and they got it to the middle class and the working class.
What they did was they did something that they got the biggest form of free advertising that there ever was. And anybody ever been with cocaine? Because in the early 80s, somebody was a bad boy. They came out and they went to their training.
Yeah.
That was it. And people would come up right up to you. Coke, man. Is it cool? Do you really see things? They'd ask creepy questions. But it just took one thing. Like we were in the coke, sure, let's try. And boom, they were because.
How could you say no to it?
Yeah, because you believe that it's what you do in different class.
You're at a club.
By you doing it, like a chick lives in the projects in North Bergen. You got her in the city doing coke, drinking Tom Perignon, she's sucking you dick, because nobody's ever made it feel that way. All of a sudden, there was no VIP in those days. But think about it, that was the VIP. If you come out of the bathroom, oh my God, doing all that shit. And that's.
What do you think changed? Like, why? Because I've seen cocaine out, but I've never, it wasn't, I don't think it's like that anymore. I don't think that's the type of drug.
It's out there, but it's out there.
Oh, it's definitely out there, but I don't think it's
Not like that. Not like it was. No, we're talking about.
Now it seems dirty. Now it seems like people are like that. To me, we've never done it.
Somebody, it's like people, I don't care. I always win. You know what I mean? Every time I go to Vegas, I clean up. Well, they just don't get bigger and bigger.
Those are the people who do a lot of cocaine.
If you're winning, everybody I know wins. How the fuck is Vegas getting bigger and bigger? These cartels have all the money in the fucking world. And they're doing all these motherfucking big forms, magazines early on, the Escobars. That dude was making what, $6 million a day? Are you fucking kidding me? So, it was, I remember it feeling like if you did coke, you were a little better person. Celebrities were doing coke, rock stars were doing coke, athletes were doing coke. And I'm telling you, I grew up in northern New Jersey, blue collarville, and if somebody went and came out of the bathroom, it was like fucking all over breakfast.
Well, you had a better chance of getting laid if the ladies heard that sniffing too.
Yeah.
They loved the coke.
They fucking loved it.
No, it was, and I wasn't even that into coke, really.
I was, and loved it more they were. Loved it. I didn't get high for like the first year, and I think they were playing a trick.
But the whole, sorry to interrupt, but the whole world can be divided into two groups. The groups are when they laid out that line of cocaine in the party club for the first time and said, you want to try some? There's the people who said no, and there's the people who said yes to that. And there are two very different kinds of people, right? Totally different kinds of people. I personally would rather spend time with the people who did the line of coke than people who didn't do the line of coke. The ones that didn't do the line of coke are ones that just probably became bored.
Dude, I was gonna say,
boring. They were the boring.
My mom smoked the bar at 78. She had some money. She invested in the fucking jewelry store in the city. And she was buying more jewelry. She was selling. But she would go to fucking Yonkers Raceway. And they were fucking, she was losing her money family. So, my last year with her, she started holding drugs downstairs in the basement. For people. But for a few weeks, there'd be weed downstairs. Fucking, those yellow Colombian bags. It was the worst weed in the world. Never grew it, crushed the seeds, and put the seeds back in. So it means every time you spark it, it blows up. It blows up. You couldn't even smoke it to it. You have to keep lighting it. And then I went downstairs and put it on a big bag of coke. I'm talking a big bag of coke, and I would look at it. I would ask around. And then what that stole from, like just a little taste, like it was like, you would be going like to a coke business. It's like, where'd you get this from? So I took some. And one day, a week before my mother died, one day we went to Hudson County. We brought beautiful Albertsons to my buddy's house. While we were down there, everybody was in the basement. And I walked upstairs and I had to take some. I had some fucking coke. He's like, he was 16. So we were drinking vodka, pepper schnapps. And we would crush the
You're 16?
16. We put it in the freezer when we got hard. And when it came out, that's how we did. We sprinkled the coke out there first. Like, we called them like snowballs. We were right down. And we're talking to these kids who are not doing drugs. We're like, what's in a snowball? And they're like, what's a snowball? They didn't even know. And then finally, we went upstairs and put a line of coke. Like, don't say this to nobody. We took that coke. And I don't remember I didn't get high.
You guys were little hoodlums, right?
But that we used to bring it.
You were like Jimmy Cagney.
Go. That's not what you used to bring it to school. There was a football player that sold grams in school. We would bring them into the classrooms and pass the package back and forth during the class and do little books. And kids were looking at us like we were fucking Martians, man.
That's hilarious. I guess you were destined to coke, you know. And you just got there way faster than most people.
Say the funniest story. In 6th grade, I'm dating this cute girl in New York for a reason. And my man, your man, Doctor, comes over. When he comes over, the guy fucking hates me, but he comes by himself. And he was like a broad, cute guy staring like that. Because he was like 6'1", 180, but he had big hands and big feet, and he was thin and hard. He sounds like a big dick. So one day he comes over, and he's like, your mother tells me you're dating some girl. My brother lived there to give me like advice. Not it. I mean, you got to think, this guy used to take me to a barber shop on the way back. Those little apartments up Boulevard East by the 60s. Right there. There's little, like, they've been there forever. We would go in there, and it was one of these places where he would go. So the two girls that were always naked, and they'd be eating each other out. We'd go to a spot for a little while. I'm in the 6th fucking grade with this guy. You know, this is Docky, dog. He knows the legend of Docky. So one day he's like, you eat a pussy? And I'm like, no, I'm not doing anything. I barely kiss her. He's like, here's what you do. And he fucking went his jacket cock and he took fucking something out. When he had a capsule, he emptied it like a fucking contact, you know, contact for the 16-hour cold release. Yeah, like a contact that he emptied it. He filled it up with coke. He gave it to me. Next time I was over, you put that on a pussy. I'm like, what? I didn't even know what he was talking about. He's like, gotta eat a pussy and all this shit. I'm like, I didn't tell that to nobody for fucking like 5 months.
Wow.
Everybody came over to Steve. She goes, get fucking down here. She goes, Docky gave you fucking coke. Like, where is it? She goes, in my drawer. I was like, go I could hear her on the phone. How dare you give him coke? He's 12 fucking years old. What will you think? And he's on the other line, but I'll touch me. He's going to put on pussy. You want fire. You know how they talk. So I want like a fire. Like those old school revolutionaries. Bobby gave me a fucking capsule filled with cocaine. So that's what I do. So at first, I would look at them and go, I'm never going to do that. I'll smoke dope, but I ain't putting nothing in my nose. And then I discovered THC crystals, the little biscuits, aka fucking pirate tranquilizers. And then cocaine came along. 6 months after that, I swore I wouldn't do it. So I fucking hooked. And that was it. 1979 to 2007. It's fucking hooked.
It was a hard thing to not do because it was around. It was everywhere. You know, you go to a party at somebody's house, it's definitely going to be there. Go to a club, it's definitely going to be there.
Go to a woman's bathroom, it's there. Go to a men's bathroom.
It's kind of everywhere. There might be a line at the party. They're like something. The coke was there. There'd be like a line.
It was crazy because if you went to New York in the 80s, you could put it out on the table. Sure, people do it in restaurants,
Yes.
clubs. But then I went out to see in 93, like in the package shop, they almost fucking called 511.
Yeah.
They put me out, they went to like it's New York City.
Yeah. No, that is fast.
It changed completely.
Or what about like that? The history of like cocaine and comedy. I was thinking like comedy might be one of the worst places for you to go, like cocaine wise. Like they look me out every night. Yeah, I was just thinking that's a cool.
That's a book somebody should write. The history of cocaine and comedy.
Well, again, that's my favorite fucking comic, Richard Price. He lived himself up.
You should write that book. The history of cocaine and comedy. You got another book in there?
She's talking to the guy at the end.
Because like yeah, everyone did it. It seemed like it. I mean,
Freddie Prinze,
Oh yeah,
all those vets.
Prior.
You know, all those fucking great. Those guys got hooked. Marvin Gaye was fucked up.
Oh yeah.
Marvin Gaye was fucked up. A lot of those guys. My favorite Hollywood episode was fucked up. Fucked up. You know. And that's why cocaine was easy. Because athletes would do it. You know, the only person that broke my heart that comedy did coke, there's only one person that was in shock. And that's Joe Montana.
Well,
When I found out Joe Montana did coke, I was fucking pissed off at him. Why?
really?
Because he's like my hero. You know, he was my hero.
You put him on a pedestal.
Yeah. I think Joe Montana did coke. And I heard horrible fucking stuff. So,
Yeah, a lot of athletes that are football players who do coke. Basketball players, I'm sure. Baseball players. Remember the whole big scandal with the whole New York Mets in the 80s? Keith Hernandez. They were all coke heads.
fucking the Phoenix Suns with Gandhi's ex-younger brother.
They were
Walter
doing
Davis.
in the dugout. They'd make jokes about how they were going to run out and sniff up the foul line on the field. Like it was a line of coke.
The fucking San Diego Chargers had a problem. Fred Dean left. Called a bunch of free base motherfuckers. We went to the Niners. Yeah, it was real, man. And you know, listen, we were sold the Bill of Rights that didn't do anything for you. When I found myself in prison for kidnapping, I was like, they were fucking wrong. Okay, they didn't give me money. They didn't really know the effects of cocaine. They didn't know the effects of long-term usage. They just didn't know the effects of long-term cocaine usage with alcohol and the imagination.
Yeah.
Because cocaine and the imagination, life and imagination. Imagination sometimes gets you in trouble when I use it. You know, you don't even know it's imagination. I just had something 6 months ago where I'm like, what made me do something like this? Imagination. So something that I thought would happen from the TV show I watched or something, it's just horrible.
So are you saying when Coke first came out, you didn't think it was bad for you?
It wasn't home. It wasn't milk. It was something that you did it, made you drink, no hangovers. You're gonna go home, fine.
Yeah, there were no case studies of long-term users. There hadn't been any like
Fuck, and I just thought you knew it was bad, but it was fun.
no.
I mean, the other night something was on.
I thought the Time magazine said, there were no bad consequences from it.
In 1987, something happened in this country that was really weird. I was just coming home. It was the death of Lenny Bias.
Mm-hmm.
That was very controversial death in my world. Because I was about 20 something at the time. He got drafted and he died next day.
That night at a party.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said he never did it before. So if he had never done it before, this is his first time. Well, he died and they went after Lefty dried up. But the moral of that story is how crazy that is. I was here. I just gone in for something here. And I was in the city. And something I went to get coke or weed. Somebody goes, "You got the bias." Shit, I'm like, "What?" I didn't know what he was saying. I thought he asked me how Lenny Bias died. But nah, we got what killed Lenny Bias. And I was like, "You cold-blooded motherfuckers," But it was cocaine was such a bad, like,
That's wild about the drug world, right? There's that, I don't want to call it evil, but there's a certain level of that business where, like, if they hear there's a certain coke that's taking people out, they want it. There's a very self-destructive tendency, to use that shit. And, yeah, if that takes over, we're all in bad shit.
I saw something that said cocaine was a curse from the Incas to destroy white men.
It's possible they used it.
And for what I saw, what I've seen, what it made me do, yeah, there's something to that. There's something that comes from the natural. But the shit they put in there, once you find out what they actually put in there,
It's a plan.
you're like, no wonder I had t-shirts. This was good. White t-shirt. And you would put chlorine on it, but the sweat would put out. God knows what was in there. You see it with gas, acetone, fucking, Maluga juice. It was just so many fucking things. And that's why I'm pissed sometimes. When I go back into the 80s, the late 70s of cocaine, he was like, they were fighting a war that they were help supply.
Yeah.
And that's what happened.
Yeah. That's the corruption of the whole thing.
That's what really pissed me off. And listen, like right now, I feel at times that one of those people that sues Marlboro getting cancer, be talking this way. Like, I'm pissed about what they did because I was that weak and I like it.
Yeah.
You can't be mad at Marlboro. You can't be mad at the Colombians. And you can't be mad at
Oh, it's a plan. When I was in Peru, I did coca leaves every day.
it felt like $1 million. It was clean.
Well, first of all, it's because of the altitude. It keeps you from getting altitude sickness. And so you have just a little wad of coca leaves in your mouth. And I liked it. It was kind of like water tobacco. I've never done that. But I was doing it every day. And the hotel where I was staying, they had like a bowl of coca leaves. When you come into the hotel, you could just help yourself to it. There was always tea that was made out of coca leaves that was there for you to have.
Did you feel yourself getting addicted to it?
No, hell no. But you get a little buzz. It was like coffee. It was very much like coffee. It gave you a little caffeine buzz. And I used it one time when I was going up to see a shaman, a woman. All I knew is that this woman was elderly, and she was in this village outside of Lima. And we could go see her and, have a session with her. And I said, yeah, that sounds great. We had to take a bus to get there. And then we got off the bus, we had to go up a hill into a very remote part of this little village. And then we get up there, and one house out in the middle of nowhere, and there's a line there. There's a line of people waiting to get in to see this curandera. And so I'm in the line, and finally get in to see this old lady, and she's like, she's about 95. She speaks a local dialect, not Spanish, so there was a translator there. And I sit down in front of her, and she said, "Okay, you got to take a bunch of cocoa leaves and put them in your mouth." And by then, I've been using cocoa leaves almost every day while I was there. So I was like, "Great, no problem." Boom, put it in there, and I'm vibing on it. You know, I'm getting the juices from it and everything. And she's looking at me. She's looking at me. Then she turns to the translator. She says, "Is he married?" She was turned on. I think she was turned on by the fact that I was taking to the leaves with great gusto. She liked that. She's turned on by that. She thought that was great. So it's like a bonding thing. The coca leaves. It's a ritual from long ago, just like coke, cocaine.
But that's from more natural way, and that's more the spiritual way.
Yes.
When she like gasoline, she feeds you fucking, everything else.
Yes.
Whatever
Yes.
else
Well,
they
that's
have.
man. That's man. That's what man does. That turns it into dirty little. What are we going to do about that, Joe?
Pisses me off, DJ. Everything pisses me off. That's what happens. They all get no teeth. You have a fucking hernia now.
Hey, you're doing good, man. You're still sitting here telling great stories, able to enjoy good stories.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You know, I'd rather be in the hospital at 60 like this. So we're here. We're going to Austin this week. 2 sold out shows.
That's it.
Weeks.
Is it Rogan?
Thursday, Friday. It's a stem cell in my dick. It's a shot here.
Really?
No, I usually go for a shot at my knee. Maybe.
You do get to a stage. I guess men get to a stage where you have to start shooting your dick or something.
Not me. Not for me.
Yeah.
That's a different world. But they will invent something.
No, that's already happening. I had that guy was telling me about Boston, a gangster friend of mine. He had some, and he got it on the black market for another gangster. He took me one day. He said, "I gotta take this over to this guy. This injectable fluid with needle that they injected in their dicks because they were both probably pushing 70 around that time, or into their 70s, well into their 70s, yeah. And so they were having to inject their dick. So he's going over to see this guy to give him some of this liquid. And they're making a deal. He's paying it for it. He got it on the black market. And so they leave me in the car. I'm sitting in the car. And they're standing in the street right in front of the car, and I'm watching this transaction. And the one guy who I didn't come with, he comes over to the car and he taps on the window. And I roll it down and says, "Hey, you're the writer, right?" Yeah. He says, "You're writing a book?" I said, "Writing a book? No, not at the moment, not writing a book." Because he said, "You're not putting this in a book, right?" He didn't want me putting it in a book for these guys, having to do a black market deal to buy the stuff that's injected into their dick so that they had any action at all. And they tell me, the older guy, the older fellow, tell me that that's one of the next things. We're probably not there yet. I'm not quite there yet. But that's what we have to look forward to.
And what is the gel doing in your dick?
I don't think it's a gel. I don't know. I think it's just something that stimulates your blood, I guess.
Really trying to keep by those fucking lizard balls.
This episode is also brought to you by Hooch.
I remember I was in Hong Kong once and you go to one of those little places where they sell all that shit. And the variety of stuff they have in like a Chinese pharmacy. All those ancient herbs and shit they have.
They're all for the dick.
A lot of them are for
Your dick.
But they shoot themselves
That
in the
black stuff, that black tar that you eat, that breaks, that's for your dick. You have to go to Chinese pharmacists. They say you can't put that shit back. That's good dick. That's like open out with dick. You just keep giving it. It's the dick that keeps coming. You know what I'm saying? TJ, always a pleasure.
I
Fucking
Thanks
Thank
for
you for
having me.
reading the book. Thank you for being
Yes, sir.
Thank you for being my inspiration. I love reading your stuff. Hopefully one day I will be like you.
So for the audio listeners, TJ, what's the name of
The book's called The Last Kilo. The Last Kilo. It's a subtitle. I don't even remember it anymore. But yeah, it came out as a hardcover book a few months ago, and it's out there. You can get it anywhere. You can buy a book. Yeah.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you.
And that's it. We got Austin, Texas. Lee, what do you got?
the 19th Saturday? I'm with Steve Simone at the dojo.
For the dojo of comedy, yeah, he was right there. Fucking perfect on Saturday night. What else you got going on? You doing any shows at the fucking you, DJ?
No.
You doing any shows at the Blue Hole?
Doing it.
Blue Note?
Blue Note. Shit, the conversation is deteriorating rapidly all of a sudden. It's just crumbling right before your eyes.
I love you guys. See you next week. Stay black. I want to thank DJ. I want to thank Lee, but most importantly, I want to thank you guys for always having the back. Have a great week, and we'll see you next week, I guess. What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here for Blue Chew. Listen, if a soft sausage is holding you back from meeting the love of your life, Blue Chew has what you need. They send chewable tablets right to your fucking front door that are going to make you a beast in the bedroom. Just head over to their website, talk to one of their licensed medical providers, and if they approve you, you'll get your medicine within days. It's easy, it's quick, and it's confidential. Even the mailman won't know. I love Blue Chew. You know why? They come in individual packets. You meet a victim, you put on your cape, you eat it, and you're ready to rock, and she will call back. They even taste like mint, so your breath can be fresh when you're a diabetic. Little maquois. Anyway, make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for church listeners. You ready? Try your first month of Blue Chew for free, especially now. You want to head into the late Memorial Day, swinging dick like Batman, you know what I'm saying? Just press in code Joey, Joey, and pay $5 in shipping. That's promo code Joey, Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? Uncle Joey here, Lisa at. Welcome to the church, New Testament. What's up, you savages? Uncle Joey here. It's Tuesday, the 8th of April. The year is moving fast, cocksuckers. What's up, Lisa at?
I'm good, dude. Happy to see you.
Happy to see you. You're looking good. You had time last week.
Yeah, dude. It's like getting into the clubs in New York. It's like my first experience trying to get past at places, and it's been a little bit of a grind, like a lot of a grind. But I got a good news from Broadway Comedy Club, so I'm excited. I'll be there a lot this month, and I'm a broken record here, but I just love being in New York, doing stand up in New York. I'm having a blast.
Good for you. You sound like that song. Remember that song in the 70s? I love New York.
I do.
That's you.
I never want to
I love New York. As you say in New York, you hit that stick for behind.
Dude, every fucking day.
Me too. I just got an email yesterday.
Has like a mug.
Yeah, they got the over and under.
Oh, you
They're
should
gonna
put that
follow
on.
you one day. Take the buggy. It's gonna be family. And I'm gonna beat you up.
What do you mean? Just
Give
take
you cash in your wallet. Give them a picture of your girlfriend. Whatever. Hold on to the wallet.
Do people still put pictures in their wallet? Do you have pictures in your wallet?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. I've never met anyone other than you who has pictures of their wallet.
Picture of my daughter. First community. Like 9 years old.
About that, but now you have the dude, the weightlifting.
Rango, yes.
Yeah, Rango.
Yes.
That's awesome. Dude, that's good. That's changed now since the phone. I bet you're like one of the few people I bet who still has it.
Old school dog. The phone goes up to 2300. You don't go back to a Canada strip. Oh, man, 2300 is what they're saying. This is just giving people an excuse to raise prices. Oh, all you gotta do is mention mentioned tariffs already. It's like tariffs. Tariffs. Everybody was buying cars this week. I mean, motherfucker. That's it. And now your parts, if you thought your parts took long during the pandemic, forget about fucking now. Especially if you got a, you know.
Thank God I'm not buying shit. Not a thing. And it's the only time I've been happy to not have investments. The only two without investments, and I'm thrilled.
Everybody's like, I lost $2 million, bitch. If I lost $2 million, I'd be burning down a town. All right? $2 million. I lost it. No, you didn't. If you're saying it like that, I don't believe it. If you're saying it like that, you throw your wife out the window, she comes home with, I just got a new Range Rover. What? I just lost $8 million fucking dollars. That's what I want to see. Don't just tell me I lost $3 million.
Yeah, but you're right. The new iPhones are gonna be expensive as fuck, man. They're already expensive, $1,400 a month. Dude, I have that Mint Mobile that's sponsoring us. I got so sick of even before the tariffs paying $100 a month for a cell phone. $100 a month, and Mint is $15 a month, and it's the same thing.
Yeah, but you call people in another country. That's the problem with that shit. You call somebody in Bulgaria. Mint. God damn it.
Oh my God.
I didn't do shit. I'm feeling a lot better.
You seem like you're feeling better.
Yeah, feeling a lot better. I started smoking again, not guerrilla style. Just because, listen, let me explain something to you. I don't like not having that. I have the control, but you know what? I'm not going to eat. But the worst thing is when you have to eat and you're not hungry. I feel like that. As it's going down, I'm like, why am I doing this? I'm not hungry.
And you're not hungry without weed? Fuck.
And the edibles, listen, let's be as honest as we can. I think I'm coming to the end. I'm coming to the end. I'm just waiting for something to happen with Eric. Like, what do you, something. They put in a gummy,
Like an improvement in heroin?
something like heroin gummy, something, because that's my next level. I stopped weed after 5 weeks without smoking. I thought I was going to see the devil. It was okay.
Right.
It was okay. And then I really, I throw down 800, 1,000 milligrams as ABS. I'm expected to eat the kitchen.
Right.
You know what? I ate 3 little dumplings. The tiny white ones. Because they're disgusting too.
You don't like those?
They're all fucking disgusting. Listen, donuts are done. There's no donuts on the East Coast. Dunkin' Donuts closed. We fucked up when we left LA. And we didn't bring a franchise of Yum Yum Donuts with us.
Oh,
So we brought a Mexican with us. Those are Mexican-made donuts.
Oh, they're good.
Fucking delicious Yum Yum Donuts.
Well, they make them fresh at the store.
At the store.
Dunkin' Donuts, dude, especially I see it in the city all the time. Oh my God, have you seen what's at McDonald's now? Oh, Krispy Kreme is at McDonald's. They're just trying to kill us now. They deliver in the city. They have Krispy Kreme at every McDonald's. Just in the back of like a U-Haul truck, they bring it all like handmade.
Last time I had Krispy Kreme, it tasted like dick, okay? Yeah. When we Delray, when you're coming out of fucking Irvine or Ontario, you're pulling out, it's 11:30, ain't nothing to do, and there's a fucking Krispy Kreme. I go in there, get a dozen
From the drive home,
of just the regular donuts with
the glaze.
the glaze. Oh my God.
Oh
Me and Marilyn Martinez, whoever was in the car, were like, "It's 4. Fuck it, get 4 fucking donuts." That's how good they were warm on the fucking box.
Dude, it's my favorite part about doing Mohegan Sun. If anyone asks, I'll do a free spot of Mohegan Sun. They have one of the ones that with the conveyor belt, and it gets hot. Oh, that's amazing. But when it's like room temperature, it tastes like cardboard.
I saw a Cinnabon the other day.
Ooh, I still like those.
I haven't had a Cinnabon in 15 years. I was like, "Mercy, you might want to try the Cinnabon?" She was like, "Hell no." Yeah, no, it's like, that shit tastes like gas, man.
But
I mean, what else they destroyed in New Jersey?
What?
The Africano. It does not exist in New Jersey. It tastes like this. I bought 3 or 4 of them just to try them out. I think I threw away all 4.
fuck. So what about Carvel? Carvel, you don't go to just Carvel get a little ice cream?
Every once in a while, I go to that little cone. But the problem is, you got kids working at Carvel. They don't know the spirit of Carvel. You go in there and just fuck it up. A bunch of kids with acne just fucking it up. There's one by my house that's a drive-through. You have to, if you want something original, you have to go in the daytime. In the old days, she's my age. And she'll make a fucking egg cream that'll make your head blow up. If you tell her thin, she'll make it like milk. Whatever you tell her, she's dope. The kids that work there at night, they're 17, bro. They have no responsibilities, whatever they pay. $12 an hour, they don't care. The fucking pineapple I shit there. You have to pick the pineapple and move it around every hour on the hour.
Right.
These kids just sits there.
Dude, if you're high, if you have 800 milligrams in you and the stuff doesn't taste good, there's a problem.
A lot of shit don't taste good. Wait till you get older, you're gonna go, wow. I used to eat 22 of those. Now I eat one of them and I want to shoot myself. Your taste buds change.
And I know you're half joking around, but they're like, do you get the munchies on heroin? Like when you were doing heroin, did you get the munchies? Or are you just taking heroin because you want to be fucked up?
I want to be fucked up. Okay? Nobody takes heroin and thinks about the munchies weed.
Well, you said you want to be able to eat.
That's why. If you don't want to go on Ozempic, just do heroin. You'll never eat.
You'll sleep the whole
You'll
time.
never eat. You sleep, get up, shoot, storm, whatever the fuck you want. I'm just waiting for heroin to right. That's it. I'm done with the THC. I moved to a different level. 50 years. I'm a doctor. I got a doctorate in THC. What do you want from me?
So, but do you think, and I know you probably don't keep up on heroin, but I would imagine now they were making edible gummies in their kitchen in California. Well, yeah,
It's all effective. I don't want that kind of listen.
You don't think they're making heroin gummies?
They probably are. I need to do it for legit chemistry. Somebody went to Yale. I don't want to do it with Nicky's uncle. He's in jail and he knows how to make. I don't do that.
Okay.
I want to make it legit. I don't have to get China White. That shit that makes you fucking play Jimi Hendrix music. You don't even know how to play the guitar. You do a lot of China White. You're in there playing like Jimi Hendrix. You're in there going like fucking Jose Feliciano. No eyes and shit. Holy shit. This Jose Feliciano is still alive. He's still alive. How alive as a bat? He's got to be 80. Because he sang Chicken and a Man song. And that was 77. That's 23, 25, 48. No, 50. No, 53.
20. I think it's so many numbers. I don't know what was the last time? What was the last time when you were like completely sober for like a week?
1980.
And you don't what goes through your mind when you're completely like you just hate it? It's just boring.
Water. Nothing. It's bad enough my mother died. When your mom or your dad dies, when your mom dies, the rest of your life, it's like eating food with no salt. That's the best way I can tell you. When your mom died, that's when life comes. No salt.
Right.
And then when you stop smoking, I mean, there's positive things to it. I don't want to say I had a good time the last 5 years.
Yeah, it seems like
Things started coming out, like, the comedy writing was horrible. Getting loose on stage was horrible. But I like when my
what was the difference?
clarity, a little bit of clarity. I had a lot of noise in my head in the year last year. A lot of shit, And sometimes, that's what makes you sick. Really thinking too much about shit. Listen, I know comedians that go on the road, they don't worry about them. And here I am at home, going out to cancel that gig because I only got 20 minutes. There's so many things that I worry about, that I should worry about. The shit I should worry about, I don't worry about.
That's what was fucking with your stomach, the work?
No, just, my daughter's getting older. I'm getting older. Listen, I didn't have a middle life crisis. What I did was have a kid. You know what I'm saying? You're 50, you go out and chase a 20-year-old home, and you crash your car, and you go back to doing blow, and cash in your 401k, and then when you're 58, you go back to your wife begging, sorry, like a fucking animal. I didn't go through that. I had a child instead of 50. So I knew at some point it was going to catch up. And I kept during the pandemic, I had to deal with shit. But I did. But it was different. After I got out of the hospital, the third time, I was like, I'm certified old. That's it. Once you go to the hospital 3 times and you're 60, you're certified. Your body takes a different turn, and I have to accept that. I got to accept that. And you have to accept a lot of things that you're like, fuck, I'm not going to work out. I'm not going to walk by Jordan jeans and get a tattoo on my hand. And, I'm not going to do that shit.
Right.
I'm just not going to do that. Get a Corvette to prove something. But I got to do something.
I don't know if heroin gummies is the way to go.
Listen, you talking to me about serious shit?
Of course I'm talking
You're talking about heroin shit. That's something in the future. That's eventually going to be fucking made.
So what do you want? Are you talking like you want to have like a little midlife crisis sort of?
No. I was just thinking about it. The fucking big question for me the last 3 years has to be what the fuck happened
Over the last 30 years.
What happened those 23 years in LA?
Right.
How did I go to LA with a fucking horrible drug problem and leave there with a kid and wife? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just very hard to comprehend. The other day somebody came up to me and they're like, I saw you in this. I never did that. And I was wrong. I did do that shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's just little shit that I'm like, wow. I forgot a bunch of shit. And I just want to know.
Well, I think that happens. I feel like that happens a lot in life. Like, taking it back, like looking back at a lot of the church clips that people are posting. I was 23 or something. And now, I think life just happens fast. Yeah, for you, you focus so much on just, what's in front of you that, you don't seem like you go back in your head and, ruminate over, the past a lot. You just are really focused, or at least more on, just in front of you.
You have to always go back and figure out where you went wrong, what you can do better, what you should have done, what you'll do the next time. That's just a part of life. That's just not.
You do that? I
didn't sit there and go, I shouldn't rob that gas station. Okay, I did it. I'm happy we moved on.
Okay.
But there's little, you think about little things that just fucking drive you crazy. Something you said, and you go out one night, you shouldn't have said it. What the fuck is that? Fucking kick you,
Yeah.
You're on stage, you say something, where'd that come from? You have that, you go on stage, you're in the middle of 20 minutes, you're having a great sentence, decide to just fucking say something.
Yeah.
And nobody catches it.
Only you, but it drives you.
Only you. Nobody catches it. People just go, whatever. That's it. But you said it. When you walk out of there, you're like, thank God. George or Lee or Nick can say, Joey, what the fuck came out of your mouth just then?
Right.
So I think about that shit. I shit in a bathroom. That in my house. I put that there purposely. The bathroom. No. Oh. I didn't build the fucking house, genius.
So what do you put there?
I put on the wall June 8th. Not wrote it out, but when I went to do this gig at New Orleans, they gave me a plaque. The house of blue. I don't know what it was. They gave me like a plaque. June 8th, New Orleans. I hang it in my bathroom for a reason. Because I bombed so fucking bad that night. And I want to see that thing every fucking day and go, what the fuck was I thinking? And then I bombed. And the majority of people, African Americans, and what did I do? Start doing African American jokes in front of these poor people. And then I had to walk out in front of all of them, and they all started hugging me and bumping me. And I'm like, oh my God, who's going to stab me over that black joke?
I can't believe you kept the plaque.
This was, I was going to smash it. I
see my mom that hard, yeah. You don't bring home a lot of shit. You're not really a sentimental person. I'm surprised if you. Just knowing if you bombed that bad, I could see you being pissed and throwing it away. No,
I brought it home to remind me that can't ever happen. That cannot fucking happen again in your life or in your next life or in the life after that. You cannot let something like that happen. And it wasn't like an intentional bombing. It was a bombing where you were prepared, where you're overconfident. You just came from the store on a Thursday night, right? And you think you're Johnny Bananas. You fly in, you walk there. And that's your body. It's something about your body. This motherfucker's coming out like he's James Bond. This is not going to work for this motherfucker.
Yeah.
And they refuse. That's the way life is.
What is that? What does that do for you? Like just remembering it,
not to do it again. And you and I both know I'm stupid because it's going to happen again.
right?
But in your mind, that sits there that it can't happen again. A bonding like that cannot happen again.
Did you? Because at the beginning, did you like try to forget your bonds, like forget they happened? And
No, you go home to cry it out. So I've always gone home after my bombs go. Even when you have like 3 shows and you do 2 of them and the middle one bombs, you still go home and think about the middle. Of course, you don't think about the 2 that people involved, you brought a girl up on stage, you took a tit out. They don't remember that. They remember that bomb. So you remember that bomb. And I would go home on coke. So I'd be sitting there, this is not going to happen again. It cannot bomb. I try to listen to the jokes. In those days, I would stop after the first show. I would take my first show and go, this is work. This is not back to my shit. You know?
it's amazing. But it's cool. It's cool to like use that as motivation and like to think about that you still do that and like it still gets to you.
And that's good. This is what I was saying before the podcast. That as a comedian, lawyer, and whatever you do in life, you have to work yourself up. Then you work yourself up, and you think I made it. But no. Now it's a different type of work that you have to do. Now it's kind of intelligence, it's this, it's that. It's just so many fucking things. And you're like, when is it end? When do I stop struggling? You don't. You don't. You don't. Jay-Z sits there with black people jumping up and down around him. They're smoking blunts all day. At the end of the day, eventually he's going to have to go back to work. And he has to cut 12 songs or whatever. And it's just, I didn't know my point.
Do you think, me too, but do you think, as we were talking about that, I was saying, well, when you started this with, and like how, like, the goal of the last movement has been to, like, figure out what happened. And maybe when, like, things were going crazy in LA, you thought you could, but you really couldn't look back at everything. So you, in 4 years, you did 30, 20, whatever years, and looking back.
Well, just to keep that in line. There's a line in Godfather that I think about every 2 days. And it's as fucking real as it is. Whenever and I wrote it in my notebooks. It's written in a lot of my motivational stuff. And this is a fucking horrible saying. It's misogynistic. But it's true. Women and children can make mistakes. Men cannot make mistakes. And we make them. But if that's in the back of your mind, a lot, and listen, it's in the back of my mind, I still make fucking mistakes. But think about that line. Women and kids can make mistakes. Men can't make mistakes. That'll fucking kill you forever.
But why do you think men can't? Like, what do you think that meant?
You know what that means? That when a man is a man, listen, when you're 19, you think you're a man, but you're a fucking moron. Okay? And guess what? When you're 25, you think you're still a man, you're a fucking idiot. And then when you're 32, you think you're really a gangster. You're still a fucking idiot. It's like there's a certain time, like when you're 44, that you see the field a lot better. That's what happened to me. Once I got to 40, I started seeing the field and where this fucking game was going and what we need to do to keep this fucking march alive. Okay, and that's it. That's it. Is how we're going to keep this drive alive. With the Giants, we're down 3 points. There's 3 minutes on the fucking clock, and we got to keep this drive alive.
And now you're in your whatever 20th year in the league, and you've seen everything. And before, when you're rookie, you have no idea what's going on. It does seem like life's coming at you really fast when you're young.
No idea. No idea. But only way we think we got it. You really don't got it. You try the best you can and compose it, and you chucking and driving. You know what I'm saying? And it's like what I said, you become a professional in your mind. You're an amateur until you become a professional, but it has to click in your coconut first before you go on to the next thing. So we're done with the fucking Nirvana hour here.
Absolutely.
All right. As I say, I was thinking about, I have never, in all my fucking life, since I started this podcast, been hit up so much about this fucking captain of police burger. I have never been hit up so much of people going, And then I guess the lieutenant got a DUI in Bergen County somewhere or something like this. I have never in my life been hit from so many people, and it's like a combination goof, fucking like Joe. Like some people are trying, what the fuck is happening in North Bergen?
It seems like an onion article. It seems like
Yeah, like something on the onion. And every 3 days a building gets hit in North Bergen, a dump truck goes into Target. It's always something down here. Like we never had this bad luck in all our lives. If we did, it's because Carmine Balzano shot a guy 7 times in the back. It was good worthy news. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Not taking a shit on his fucking desk. And people keep asking me, what the fuck is going on up there? And the simple thing I can say is this. I've been back here for 5 years. I drive around North Bergen. Parts of it look fucking beautiful. Other parts of it look like it's 1955. Where my mother has the house down there, had the house where I grew up, it looks like 1955. Today, I got a call from a friend of mine that lived on the edge of my block. Grace, we were talking, she goes, Coco, I went to visit a friend of ours, Lisa, who's also from that neighborhood. And she goes, I'm on there. I'm like, what the fuck happened? So they weren't ready for 2025. North Bergen just was not ready for 2025. They were not ready. Like right now, half these New Yorkers are dying to move to Jersey, dying to move to Jersey. You move to North Bergen, it looks like a bomb. Looks like a fucking bomb.
And aren't taxes really high?
Really fucking high. They're about to get higher. And the only way I can think about it is like this, man. First off, the mayor of North Bergen is like a mob boss, right? Like, I'm not saying he's a mob boss. I'm just saying this so you guys understand. He's hurt. He's down. He got shot. All right? He's like Vito Corleone. So when you have Vito Corleone shot, you got all your underlings trying to figure it out. And no, I don't think any of them really have to fill that void. I really don't. I look around this town, I don't understand what happened. I grew up with this town was fucking straight up gangsters. This town was straight up gangsters, man. My 8th grade teacher's coming on the show next month. I swear to God. He went to fucking jail for murder for 13 years. Our 8th grade fucking teacher.
Before or after he was a teacher?
During. The fucking wrong. He was the mayor of Weehawken. Up to town home when we take.
Jesus.
So we were raised here by fucking pseudo gangsters and they stole. But everything looked up to date and everything looked great. I look at towns surrounding, like I went to Jersey City a month ago. Looks like a fucking new city up there. Fucking Jersey City is gorgeous, yeah. I come up, I get lost sometimes, I end up in Hoboken. Fucking gorgeous. And then you come to North Bergen, and there's all these Puerto Rican bands and stopping on County Blue. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I don't know what the future is.
Well, why did you shit on the guy's desk?
I don't know. I'll call him tomorrow. I'll call 911 and ask today, why did the fucking chief of police shit on the fucking desk? That'll fucking baffle him. Like, they'll sit there like, I don't know. Hold on, we gotta get...
I bet they've gotten a couple calls about it.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Have you ever wanted to do that to somebody?
What? Shit on their desk?
Yeah.
No, but I shit on the kid's box. Put it in his drawer.
In jail?
Yeah, I shit his cheese box.
Yeah, but
The Virgin flag on it, and fucking the welfare cheese. And I put it in his drawer, and he found it like 3 weeks later. It was a skeleton. With Steve Delray, cocksuckers. What's up, beautiful people? This episode is brought to you by the best nicotine pouches you're ever gonna try. Nick, they're top tier. Nick pouches are made with natural coconut fiber, which means they're not gonna tear your mouth up. And the experience is way better. With flavors like strawberry, watermelon ice, wintergreen, berry lemon ice. They even have an unflavored option that'll get you covered. Listen, I love Nick. I started with the low batch because, I can't be seeing the devil and jumping up and down. But you take one of these, look at this coconut fiber. They even got a 0 milligram option that's launching soon. That means whether you're looking for a little extra punch or you're trying to reduce the habit altogether, there's something for you. Like I said, here's my favorite, this little berry lemonade. It is tremendous. So it's time to upgrade to nicotine pouches, just like I did. Right now, church listeners, Get 35% off when you order through our link at nickedpouches.com/church. That's nickedpouches.com/church. For the slow people, nykbpouches.com/church. nykbpouches.com/church. Use the code up to 3 times. That's how much Uncle Joey loves you. Don't wait. You get 35% off now on nykbpouches.com/church. And check out the church bundle with some of my favorite flavors. That's nykbpouches.com/church. CHURCH. Nick products are only for adults of legal age. Every order is age verified. Don't even think about it. Warning: the product contains nicotine, and nicotine is an addictive chemical. Enjoy Nick. We're back, bitches. My main man, Dean Delray's in studio. It's been close to 4 or 5 fucking years since we did the original church with Dean Delray.
I couldn't believe you said that. You go, I've been out here in Jersey for 5 years.
August 19th will be 5 fucking years.
Dude, it hit me like a fucking sledgehammer because I remember specifically exactly how it went down. I was looking around the corner from it. I go, all right.
Are you still living
No, I moved back. I had to get out of there because, once COVID was over, I go, holy shit, I'm in the Burbank flight path. During COVID, no planes. Then all of a sudden, COVID ends once in a while. And then after about 3 months, from 7:10 a.m. to 10 p.m., every 8 minutes. Dude, it was fucking insane. And I was like, that's why Joey's on the edibles, because he can just pass out through those fucking planes. Because you were getting that too.
I never heard of it.
I don't remember.
Where do you live? You live in the valley?
I was right around the corner from him.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't use one plane.
Oh, we need it.
Oh my God, dude. Well, also they said that the fucking some snafu went down where the rich people of Pasadena pulled some kind of shake and fake and had Burbank Airport switch the flight pattern. So they're suing them right now. And all of a sudden, they used to fly out and then go over Van Nuys, the industrial area, and then head out towards Pasadena. Now it's straight over Studio City and then take a right down fucking, all the way down Ventura Boulevard. It's crazy. All day long now. So anyway, I'm on the couch and you go, hey, are you home? And I go, yeah, I'm coming by. I go, all right. So I'm out front, cocksucker, come down. And you were just standing there in your Subaru. I'm out of here. I'm leaving tomorrow. I go, what? I mean, I was fucking floored, dude. Like the wind was taken out of me. I go, what do you mean? He go, yeah, I'm done. Bought a place in Jersey. I'm out of here. And I still would never forget it because I was like, wait a minute, this is a guy I see every fucking day of my life, and now he's gonna be gone.
You went to tacos?
Yeah, we went to
You all went to tacos?
1986, which they're opening in New York. Fucking crazy, man.
I mean, one of those guys coming out here, they're just gonna.
I hope so.
It's 2 white guys.
No, I think one of the guys will come out.
Yeah, I need those motherfuckers out here to show these peasants.
Got to get the flavor.
Gotta get the flavor.
Yeah. But that was it, man. And now he's out sitting on the couch just now. And he said 5 years. And we hung. We flew in town one time, and then we did the Sony haul together. But other than that, man.
Gang signs like a big pimp.
text and calls.
It's crazy how fast.
I really can't believe it.
It's becoming an accomplishment.
Yeah.
You graduate this May, Phi Beta Kappa.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do fucking things. Told the company you want to suck our dicks. Want to figure of better things.
Sleeping in our own beds.
When that shit happens, I get so angry. I get so angry when I go, that was 5 years ago.
Yeah.
I gotta join the army. I could have been out right now with insurance and benefits and fucking a new haircut. No, I'm wasting my time in South Jersey.
Also, you could have been dead.
Yeah.
I'm telling this bit right now. I'm at this age where I go to a big party. I just went to one of Jerry Cantrell's from Alice in Chains. I'm looking around the pool. The sun's out. And I'm like, oh, I'm at that age now, or a couple months ago. Yeah, Steve died. I just saw him at Jerry's party. That's the age we're at right now. Right?
No shit.
Yeah, it's fucking scary. I just saw him. It's going to come out of our mouths a lot in the next couple years.
Dude, why does everyone over 60 talk about dying all the time?
Because Roundup in the soil all the time. Everything's poison.
It's even 50. When they start turning 50, all you will talk about is dying.
Yeah.
It's a reality.
Yeah, but you don't have to talk about it every day.
When you're 20, you can wake up. I'm going to die. But yeah, but once you're like, I'm living like a guy. Then you're 40.
What do you do? Very cool. Well, that sounds like fun. Good, man.
You fuck the chick with AIDS and you didn't get it. And then you just start going down the ladder. Well, some days I'm lucky, but eventually I'm going to fucking die or something. And now you start doing preventive shit or whatever. You start going to church. You don't hurt.
You start going to church. Says God, what did they find God quick? One bad misdiagnosed. We think it's a stroke. You're like, oh, Jesus.
And
In the church.
when you're 60 or 50, you want to live.
Oh, yeah.
God, yeah. But then you start looking like there's a couple of 80-year-olds that do everything. Somebody was telling me that their 83-year-old still works their father. They do everything. Some 80-year-olds can't get out of their wheelchair. Yeah. Or can't get out of their bed. So it's a card you take. So instead of taking that card, do something about it. Start getting ready for that age. So you won't fucking be a mope. You have to go to the doctor now. It's so weird to get older.
Oh,
you
true.
still think you're so fucking invincible. And you're really not. You're not. Like, I went to a weirdest thing that people were doing coke.
Oh, my God.
Okay?
Wow.
I was watching them do coke. I'm like, I couldn't handle it.
I couldn't imagine.
How fucking do I do that now?
Just your heart alone, that's fucking scary. When you're young, when you're like riding it out, you're hitting some wild turkey, trying to come down a little bit in the corner. Imagine you're 60 and you do fucking bump, and you're hoping it doesn't have any fentanyl. You're asking the guy, this stuff's cool, right? And he's like, yeah, I think so. And you're rolling the fucking dice.
Can you imagine being 65 doing a fucking dying from fentanyl?
No.
You were running a marathon last month. Like, oh, damn it.
Yeah, I just saw him at Jerry's party. What's going to be the callback of my son this year? Holy shit.
It's insane. You look at that shit. Like, listen, I'm going to be honest with you, motherfucker. I'm way up here. It was me about traffic. I was trying to get around cars. And I made the biggest mistake. Yeah. I got a Jewish priest. Out by Philadelphia. And like, I thought I was going to crash the fucking car. It was just too much going on. Yeah. Guitars and cars and people yelling. I'm thinking about how when he fucked the hairdresser in Chicago when he busted his old ring. And his ass, did you read his book?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Whoa, what a fuck.
Oh my God.
Who is it out there?
Dog. And I always liked him. I didn't care if he was
I
gay.
don't care.
I knew he was gay the first time I laid eyes on him.
Dude, you and I are from cities, and you saw, especially San Francisco, I saw guys all day long, the denim with the chaps and that hat. When you got that leather hat on, We know what the fuck's going on. You don't wear that hat unless you're out ass chasing. You know what I mean? It didn't bother me ever. This guy looks fucking badass. He's out there full leather, gay daddy, and he's looking at the metalheads going, if you only knew. You know? If you only fucking knew.
But I knew he was getting the first from my song because he had a whip.
Yeah, he had that whip.
Came out with a fucking whip, but he's whipping the fucking floor. I'm like, oh, this guy's a great gay guy. He's a great fan. He must be great at parties.
He's an unbelievable singer, man.
He's still out there.
Oh my God, come on, dude.
Still out there.
I had him on the podcast, Joey, and I was telling somebody a couple days ago, Brian Slagle, the owner of Metal Blade Records, he has a metal podcast. So I chose my song, was Screaming for Vengeance. But I was telling this story, I interviewed him, and the most professional guy I've ever seen. Every couple minutes, he uses your name. So you'll be talking, he'll go, you know, Dane, the first time I saw Zeppelin, Dane, he'll use your name, fully engaged, man. And for 2 hours, just your name, he remembers shit. He's not punching at all. And this guy's like deep in his career. He could be like, who the fuck is this? I'm on a TV screen, you know what I mean? But no, killed it.
Well, that's part of being a singer, articulation.
Yeah.
That's why I always said if you're a comic, you gotta watch singers. Because they're doing the same thing without music.
Yep.
They get to your fucking audience. And if that's what it takes. But it's just I don't even know what we're talking about.
Well, he's my favorite. Like, okay, I was talking about metal singers. So I love Bon Scott, of course. We know I love Bon Scott. But when you get down into metal, you got Bruce Dickinson, Iron Maiden, right around that time, right? 82, Number of the Beast. And then you have Rob. And when you listen to Rob, how fucking crazy he is on that live record, you just go, it's Rob. That's all there is to it. Victim of Changes, Sinner, Green Man Alishi.
That's a great fucking album.
Unbelievable.
I still listen to it.
Unbelievable.
I lose my fucking mind.
Oh, Unleashed in the East.
It was so intense in the car. I had to switch to the Smiths.
Yeah. Oh, that's me.
I had to switch to the fucking Smiths. I was like, I'm thinking about it when I'm listening to the Smiths.
Yeah.
Because there's something a lot of people don't know. When you're raised in the city, you just go for a beer. Georgia's gonna laugh. You just go for a beer. Then one day you move to Colorado, and you move to a college town like Boulder, and they have beer, and they have 3.2. It's like a different alcohol level. You ever heard of that?
Oh, no, yeah, the
It's
higher.
lower.
It's so lower.
It's lower than beer.
Oh, wow. Beer, beer.
21.
Was it called beer, beer?
No. Budweiser made them. All those companies had a 3.2 beer. And they sell it. They used to be a club called Poco's, an 18 to 21 club. And I remember driving, listening to the fucking Smiths. Yeah. And you don't know what's objective in your memory.
Yeah.
The girl was from Cambridge, Mass. She worked at Abo's Pizza. There was Abo's Pizza, a driveway, and then downstairs was Pogo's. This chick was so fucking hot. I had just moved to Boulder. I had a tap the ticket. Within 2 weeks, I already know where to get a package. I'll never forget this. Like, only I could. That was all weed heads. But one of the weed head girls, I did coke last night. He's like, yeah, 50 a fucking half grand. So I'll never forget, I went to the pizza place. She started talking to me, a real cute girl from fucking Cambridge, Mass. I forgot what her name was. First girl, maybe the third girl I met. We're talking to her. I go, what do people do right now? She goes, well, I'll be at Pogo's tonight. Do you want to join me? I'm like, bitch. I went home, took a shower. I saw my buddy Ed. I go, give me a half gram of coke. I went to that thing. She's surrounded. She's an East Coast girl with strength. She's got like 6 gorillas around her. And I went in there like Carl Hall. But that half gram package, that bitch went to go. She was ready to go when she saw the little package.
Travolta style, staying alive.
Yeah,
just split the line.
Conversation, excuse me. You saw that pack, and then you just turn around and start walking, and she walks right behind you. And I dated her for like 3 days, then like 3 days she came over. That was fucking insane. That I still remember about 0.2 beer. This motherfucker goes to a party one night. he takes my weightlifting gloves to pogos or some shit. And I go, where's my gloves? You know, the thing I left in the pogo, I was going to fucking strangle him. My fucking weightlifting gloves. He goes, he's Rob Alfred.
He's coming down there. He's coming in as a dice man. Oh!
Yeah, I don't even wear those gloves out. That's embarrassing.
Dude, I was just in your bathroom, and you got the fucking king on your wall in there. Kelly Leak from Bad News Bears.
I don't put that up.
Oh, let me tell
Artistic
you,
director.
that fucking guy, man, that movie is just a masterpiece.
That's great.
Come on.
I'm not trying to be big.
Yeah, well, Billy Bob, yeah.
Billy Bob's a bad motherfucker,
Oh, I love it.
but he's not the bad.
No, he's Swing Blade to me for life.
Yeah, but he's good on this oil show.
I heard he's killing
Okay,
it.
what else was a good show? Wildland
Mobland.
with the London.
I heard that shit's great.
Fucking Helen Mirren.
Oh, yeah. She's
The
amazing.
sexiest old lady. You gotta see her in this show.
Oh, she's fire.
She has a leopard top on,
Yeah.
a leather skirt. She gives her grandson. The grandson says to me, "Wish I had cocaine." And she goes, "Well," and she goes in her bra last night. She takes it out. I'm having a little taste for you right here.
Whoa.
Who gives their grandson cocaine?
Granny finger.
Helen Mirren isn't even a bad motherfucker.
Oh, I love it.
She's past that.
Yeah.
But that's Denzel Washington.
She's legend.
Helen Mirren is up to life. Because then I watched her on 1823. 1923.
Oh, yeah.
And she was shooting motherfuckers last
The
night.
Western one?
Yeah, oh, that's a great show.
Yeah.
In fact, I got the other hour to watch because it was a long one last night. But that's what I'm watching. What are you laughing about over there? Tricky Dicky.
I don't want to. I think it's Helen Mirren.
Who?
Helen Mirren.
That's her name, right?
No, Myron.
Myron, Mirren.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
You know English.
Yeah. I'll tell you a crazy story, Joey, about her. She was up for an Academy Award about, I don't know, maybe 8, 9 years ago for something like The Queen or something. She did some movie I saw, and she was fucking fantastic. So every Sunday morning, I would go ride with Mike Beach, the actor, in this movie together. So after that, we became really tight. We'd ride every Sunday morning. So we went to that Starbucks on Sunset across the street from the Griddle. At like
Yeah. The hamburger place.
Right, exactly, right there. So we pull in at like 7 in the morning, and we're going to get coffees, and then we're going to ride out Sunset to Malibu. And we park, and it's Academy Award Day. And this car pulls up. She gets out. It's like a limo, like a black car. And she comes walking towards Beach, and I hit Beach like, holy shit. She comes up, she's all, gentlemen. I go, you're going to win tonight. She goes, well, thank you. And she fucking won. And Peach and I were like, hell yeah, we saw her this morning, man. You know, amazing story. That's like a Hollywood type of story where you run into people, you know, like, did that happen? Yeah, she is. Oh my God, I love her.
I love TV shows. I love watching like that for like 2 months. It was nothing.
Yeah.
And now we got something, and I'm excited because now the mayor, whatever will be back. Mayor what? Oh, that's my movie.
Oh,
My TV show.
I still haven't watched TV in like 16 years.
Really? You still getting up?
3 shows. The Wire, Sopranos, Breaking Bad. Those are the shows I've seen.
Tell you about that.
I hear it's great out there.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I hear it's good.
I probably still pick up, but I watched The Wire twice this year.
Oh,
In a year. I watched the
Yeah.
series. It ended. I gave it a week. I gotta go back.
oh, it's fucking
I gotta go back. I don't
phenomenal.
understand. It is some type of show that, listen, I love The Sopranos. I had The Sopranos on a couple of days ago, just laughing my hands off.
Yeah.
But that Wire, that fucking Michael B. Jordan,
Yeah.
as a young kid, he's a fucking kid on that.
Yeah, he's dead now, right?
He's what?
Did he die?
No.
Which guy
Black
died?
Panther guy.
Yeah, that's right.
Black
Fuck.
Panther guy.
That was
I'm up for that.
God, that's awful.
That's awful.
Awful.
It's a great. I just watched it. Jackie Roberts.
Yeah, that was
Oh,
great.
man.
That's a great fucking movie.
Awful dude that guy's gone, man.
37 or something. Just a baby.
Man,
The fucking The Wire. The Wire is just
come on.
the cops on there. He was a black cop.
Yeah.
He's also, I just saw something else. They have a bunch of people from The Wire. Tommy Mardoji, detective with him. Just the gay cop. Then you see the captain, the chief. You see the gay bar one
The
episode.
crackhead lady.
crackhead.
Come on.
Guy Bubbles.
Unbelievable. This show, dude. I remember I went to a meeting. Is it on HBO or Netflix?
HBO.
So I go to a meeting. You know, you go to like HBO, right? I go to a meeting. I'm in there trying to pitch this fucking show back in the day. And when you're in the lobby, they're like, "Oh, if you want some DVDs, go ahead and take." They got all the box sets there. I just brought down a fucking like duffel bag. I'm like, all right, I got The Wire. I got The Sopranos. I just grabbed them all, you know, and just fucking would sit home and watch that shit on the weekends on DVD. Back when you had the player, you fucking put it in
I
the.
still got it.
Wow.
Yeah, because I told my wife, we have over, I don't know how many goddamn people.
Yeah.
I got a ton of people.
Oh my God. I'm on the Criterion channel.
I have thousands.
Really?
Thousands?
I
I
the
just
place now?
they're in my mom's place right now. But yeah, I would go to like a place and get used DVDs all the time.
Yeah.
We read comics for people like in or FYE.
Amoeba.
Oh, Amoeba for sure. I would go, dude. I went to Amoeba and got like 12 at a time.
Yeah.
It's like $4.
I stopped going on people.
Oh yeah. What?
I still money.
Oh, it's a demon. You go in.
Oh, it's amazing. Spending it is absurd.
And then you buy shit you already have.
Why?
How about that?
How about when I cleaned out my own office? Me and my daughter took out 11 hours.
Fuck yeah.
It's like, yeah, you not forget. I had so many good hours.
Yeah.
Good buddies.
That happens to me all the time. I go in, oh, Saxon, denim and leather. I don't think I have this. Fuck yeah, I have this. I fucking obviously own this.
Thank you, buddy. Me for them.
Yeah.
I was looking for a particular hour. And I went on, yeah, for $100.
Yeah.
I went on me for $6.99.
Oh yeah. The owner lives in my building. I just ran into him. I couldn't believe it.
I was still right there.
Yeah.
So,
No, they moved to a new place right next across the street from the theater.
I haven't been to it yet, but I know they moved to right on the left.
In a frolic room where you just fucking pound their stolen coins for $3. You fucking get DUIs. Right across the street from there. What's the theater next to it? Like Seinfeld sometimes does big runs in there. They do Broadway plays. It's right there on the corner. It's beautiful. No, next to the Fonda kind of, I forget what. There's Pet Boys there, and then there's that theater. Yeah, it's a famous theater. I forget. They do like plays there. But yeah, man, they moved in there, and it's real nice. And the owner lives in my building. He's got the Berkeley one still. San Fran one's gone. But oh no, it might be still there. Yeah, it is still there. Tell me, yeah.
I was this weekend something happened, but I would have been excited for it. Yeah, 25 years ago. Now I'm too old to be excited. I saw some of the tape on it. It is what it is. I'm so critical of myself that when I see somebody I'm expecting the album, but I don't know if you saw Brett got back together.
Who did that? Oh yeah.
DiMartino.
Yeah, DiMartino. Yeah.
And I watched some guy put it on Facebook, and I went to YouTube to find the stuff. I didn't see Back for More.
Right.
But I saw Round the Red, something else.
Yeah.
I don't know how DiMartino can still play that fucking guitar.
That guy's a smoker.
He's a fucking animal. I didn't know they had Carlos.
Yeah, they had Carlos for a long time.
But I was just, it's so weird how every summer I go, I'm going to go to a concert, I'm going to go see this one. Like, fuck that. Once I look at the price tag, fuck that. I got to walk.
I got to get you in the Sphere. This is going to be your last concert.
To see the dead.
You got to.
I want to go see
Have you been to the Sphere?
Let me just tell you something right now. After you go to the Sphere, you will never go to another show. You're going to go to your local town, whatever fucking venue you got. You're going to be like, oh. Because this thing is like VR goggles on 1,000.
Did you eat the mushroom?
Dude, I'm doing a bit right now where I'd say, I got there with the mushrooms. I get in my seat, the band goes on, the screens come on, I go, oh, fuck no. And I put those things away because I know what's coming. It is so radical of a venue. These visuals, I don't care. You got to be a seasoned tripper to be able to handle what's going on with these visuals. I've never seen, first of all, this venue is only like 6 months, a year old, which means they've been working on this for the last 5 years. I don't know where the fuck this stuff came from, but they went from way back here, the 2 screens, to you're living in the venue. It's like, what the fuck? At one point, I'm watching Deadco, and you know, they've got the San Francisco Bridge and shit. You're like, whoa, this is crazy. And a satellite flies over your shoulder. And you just go like, whoa, fuck. I mean, dude, goosebumps, scary, amazing. One of the greatest things I've ever seen in my life. What's that? I saw U2 on the Octane Baby record. Unbelievable. So I've gone 3 times now. 2 Dead, 1 U2. And man, each time I go, this is fucking unreal.
They're just gonna raise it.
Yet they do like 16 shows or, 6 weeks or whatever, 3 a weekend. And I'm telling you, you don't even know the band's on. They are the music to this psychedelic ride. Some of the greatest visuals you will ever fucking see in life. At one point, they got a giant fucking bear, and it's walking, and it turns into 100 pieces of acid, the sheet acid, and it's floating across the screen, and then the sheet acid just blows up, and the bears are coming at you. They're just going like, what the fuck? I can't even tell you, Joey. I couldn't exaggerate how radical this fucking venue is.
After that bear turning into acid.
You have to
going.
go.
I'm gonna go.
I mean, just to fly in, I'll get us in. You sit in a great fucking seat. The place is not giant, and it is in. It holds a lot, but it feels small. It holds like 16,000, but it feels small because it's a ball and it's just a wall. It goes straight up the seats like this, and then there's a floor. But I sit in the seats, and you just get this whole fucking thing, man. That you can't even. I can't even describe it. Doesn't matter where you sit. It doesn't matter where you sit, as long as you're not on the deck 101 back, because then there's a hangover that you can't see the visuals. Other than that, though, every seat in the house, and then it has something like, 10,000 speakers. There's speakers in your seat. Everything. It sounds like a record. The sound is the greatest sound I've ever heard, and I'm telling you, I only go to the Spirit. It's
A lot of people going in there now. A lot of
Yeah, they got the Eagles. They got U2. They have Deadco. I think it's Backstreet Boys or whatever just announced they're doing like a run there, which will be wild. But what I'm waiting for is like Tool. I think Tool would be fucking insane. And then we got to get Gilmore or Roger Waters, one of the two in there. And if we could give them $1 billion to do one last run, hate each other, but stay on the sides, the greatest of all time will be Pink Floyd in there. Of all time. There will be nothing that will come close to it.
They did all that shit.
They did all that shit.
40 years ago.
They did that shit when you were making it. They're in the back making, flying pigs and planes flying. Those are screens. They were making that shit in the backyard.
That was,
Fuck.
it's crazy how they did that.
They did that.
They did that with the wall because that first song has a plane.
It crashes right into it.
Right into the fucking thing. And I was like, and I did some heavy duty acid for that. I was 16. I was mentally deranged. I was a mental midget, and I was fucked up.
When did you see that one?
That's all Coliseum.
Yeah, that's right. Because they only did like 14 and 14 shows. Yeah.
First night, and I was fucking. I left there going, what the fuck was that? Creatively.
Yeah.
Creatively, when you go somewhere and see something, that you go, I didn't even think of that.
Yeah. That's how the spirits, when you see it, you go, who the fuck give them all the awards, the visual awards, the sound awards, the venue award. This is how insane it is too. I don't even fuck with bad food. They have pizza in there from some place called Pizza Rock in Vegas. So I go, fuck it. Let's get a piece of pizza. We're at a concert. I eat this pizza. I'm blown away. I'm like, what is this? Even the pizza's fucking good. Everything.
How far from like the Columbus?
It's right behind it's kind of connected to the Venetian and the Wynn. Right there, you can stay at either hotel. You just walk in, easy. I love it. No bullshit. You walk in, you sit in your seat. It's perfect climate temperature, and you know the whole thing is a screen. The entire fucking place. So when they, at one point, I'm watching YouTube, and they're dismantling Vegas. Whoever does these videos, man, it's insane. They start taking Vegas apart over a song, and by the end of the song, it's just Vegas desert and that old Tropicana sitting there. And you feel like you're outside. You're like,
I can't imagine doing that for me.
oh, that's what I'm saying.
Because you're sitting there going, fuck, Vegas is falling the fucking apart.
Okay, you feel like you're seeing it. You're going, oh my God, we got to get out of here. Oh man, I can't wait to see it. So here's what you got to do. You book a gig in Vegas so you're not just out there.
Right. No, I'm
Yep.
just going nowhere.
Yeah.
You gotta pick up that ball. Fucking
Yeah.
bullshit.
You pick up the envelope, and then the next night we see that, man, and it's a glorious
On a Sunday night, it's
yeah, Saturday or Sunday,
we
Sunday.
playing Friday. We were watching Friday. 100% on Friday night. We saw Sunday.
I would actually take mushrooms with you there because I've been there now 3 times, so I've got my bearings. But you know, first couple times I go, I don't want to fuck around in here. This is crazy, you know. Oh man, I'm telling you, Joe, it was fucking epic. And John Mayer just destroyed. Destroyed.
He's so fucking
It's fucking nuts. Guy is unbelievable.
He looked like pussy. Yeah. That motherfucker has fucked everybody in Hollywood. Everybody. He has destroyed every snatch with that guitar. He just walks in like one of those Latin Mexican guys playing the guitar with a cape on.
Yeah. So,
Then he fucked this chick. Right? She wrote a song about him, the skinny chick that played the football player. Yeah, he fucked her.
oh fuck.
He banged her in the head with the guitar. He just said, yeah, think he's fucked. He fucked her there with that.
The guy can play. The guy can sing. Holy shit.
So you're doing something that I'm very proud of you to do. I know you've been working on it for a while. It's your new special. You got a bunch of symbols surrounding it. I mean, this is just, it's great thing that you're doing. And how seriously you took it, the sets, and, you know, there's not a lot of people that work like you. There's not a lot of people that are right there working like you, man. Like, you're a person like you, with your attitude, has that type of animalism, shit doesn't really bother you.
Yeah.
Because you're not focused. It's like when you said, the guy promised you on the Apple show, and then you don't hear nothing next day.
Yeah.
But you're so used to your stuff that that's what happens. The only time you got to come through shit like that, you're not doing it.
Right.
That's what people don't realize. I know it's bullshit. But like, I can't get stuff going because you're not putting in the work.
Right.
Don't tell me that you're again this. It's like me with stand-up. I'm having a hard time, but I can't put the work in. It's so much fucking work.
Oh my God.
You know, with so many notebooks. I sit there for hours in the morning and I just write stories and shit like that. I have the Laurie storytelling show. I was no danger.
Oh my God.
I don't even have a story.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
It's,
nothing has happened exciting in the last 5 years.
oh fuck.
You know what I'm saying? Except if my daughter hit the double or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, just nothing
But
exciting.
that's a fucking story because here's the thing I think is interesting about you right now in this thing, and I try to convey it on stage also, is like, this is funny because you've been this tornado your whole life, and now you're like, hey, fuck all this. You know what I mean? I just want to watch these Little League dads fight. And I'll just have an edible and laugh at it, and then I want to go home to my house. And that is a fucking interesting thing to hear from somebody that achieved such high status in comedy, from the fucking ashes all the way up to, you know, you and I, you sold out the Chicago theater. You got specials, you got a book, you've been on TV. So it's cool to hear that side of it, like, get fuck off. I just want to do nothing. You know, there's something funny about I want to do nothing, and it's so hard to do nothing.
So I get up in the morning, I try to be like Johnny CEO.
Yeah. Johnny CEO.
It just ain't working. You know what I'm saying? It just ain't working. I used to wake up like with this fucking voice in my head. You go out there, make people suck your dick today. I go to Facebook, I'm like, I'm not even right. Yeah, because they're way beyond that. They're still fucking the woke world. Yeah.
I can imagine that on Facebook today. They always at Facebook on fire.
What's that?
Them posts. People on Facebook are like, oh, like, I don't think they could handle that today.
What's that?
You saying, like you get ready to have the day suck your dick. Like, oh, that's
I used to say it all the
I
time.
know you used to. You don't think now.
And I can say it now, but the one thing they don't let me say on Facebook is like I'm gonna
To stab a motherfucker.
Oh,
my God.
Oh,
You can't use violence. What the fuck?
you're suspended for 2 weeks. High school
That's
shit.
right.
Yeah.
Stab 3 Puerto Ricans suspended. What the fuck? You can't stab Puerto
That's
Ricans.
just a saying, man.
That's so weird. Listen, and I've said this for years. I've tried to duck it. When I went to the comedy store and I sat on those stairs, and I said goodbye to Bill Gates.
Yeah.
And I wrote my name on the wall. I
Yeah.
knew that this was going to take me because that was my breadbrush. That was the last 22 years. That was home base. That was everything.
That's the cocoon.
And when I wasn't there for those 6 years, I improved, but not really.
Right.
I wasn't doing much. So that's why I went back there in 2014. And then when you're around those type of people, you grow.
Oh,
You know,
yeah. You got to rise
grow
up.
quick. You got like a month. You got to follow the leader. You got to follow this.
Yeah.
Once you learn it, now you got it. And once I got on that plane, when I took it by the store, I always knew it was going to be weird. My mind, I knew I wasn't in the major leagues.
Yeah.
I'm in the major leagues in my heart, but in my mind, there's no way. I'm at that level. People never understand those 4 years. The last 4 years.
Incredible.
I always looked at the first 4 years as my college, but it really wasn't. It was the last 4 years.
Yeah.
Like you got to go up there on fucking 8, like 4 espressos, fucking 2 joints, an edible. Like I had to have a plan to go up there. It was my A game. You didn't know.
Yeah.
You didn't know what was going to happen. I still remember getting angry up there, like motherfuckers dropping in. You want to drop in, bitch? I'm gonna make your life a look really good. I'm gonna show you why you gotta work with this bitch. And they will leave. I just saw that Judd Apatow made a comeback 3 years later. After I buried him at that fucking store that day. And then he started going to Largo with all those Largo eaters. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, then he went back. He was looking around at her. He was looking at the lineups, making sure the boys are fucking. The gangsters were in the deal. You don't like that. You don't like following that heat.
Well, it's a different animal.
Yeah.
When you were coming up, and when I started there 15 years ago last month, I tell people, you don't understand the hazing and the radicalness and the brutality of you've got to kick ass. You can't go up and go, where are you from? What do you do for a living? You can't do any of that shit. Yeah, somebody pull you aside and go, what the fuck are you doing? Yeah. It's a different machine now. And, guys like me, and Hitchcock, and Gerard Carmichael, and Melissa Villasenora, Tony Baker, these people, when I started, you're just there till 4 in the morning. You didn't leave because if you left, they were like, that guy doesn't want it. 4 in the morning. Yeah. So,
walk the big dot.
Yeah.
Get a sandwich, walk back and sit there and smoke out Eddie Griffin. Bruce Lee 400 Samurai. You gotta sit there and go, wow, this is interesting shit.
Yeah.
How many cocktails did I eat for the fuck's hysterical?
It reminds me of when I stopped music when you told me that story because I thought about it. I talked about it on my podcast yesterday. 2 days ago, Genghis Khan announced that they were closing after 40 years. 40 years, dude. And you and I know it well.
Stand up there.
Exactly.
They had a connect roll for a while.
I had a great pot sticker.
Yeah, they had a good idea.
Yeah, they got good parking and a cool little road on the side. So check this out, Joey. I played music 25 years, and on the last 10 months of those 25 years, I did a kind of a world tour, you know, playing all over America and Europe and stuff. And when I came home, I was like, you know, in my mind, I was like, this is kind of it. You know, people aren't buying music anymore. They're downloading it. CDs aren't selling, you know. And so I get booked at this gig at Genghis Khan. And I get in my Dodge Super B and I put the acoustic guitar in the trunk and I drive up and I walk in and it's packed. And I go, oh shit, yeah, it's packed. And there's a girl on it for me, like a pop girl. And as soon as she's done, the place empties out. And I'm next. And I go up there and I'm playing a 10-song set. There's people texting, they're talking and shit. And in my mind, I go, this is it. I'm going to count down these tunes. And when I'm done, I will not play music ever again. So I was like Burr on that thing. 10 more minutes, blah, 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 blah. 7 more minutes. I was like 5 more songs in my head. 4 more songs. And when I got to the last song, I put the guitar in the case, put it in the trunk, drove the Super B out of there, and never played music again other than the Bon Scott thing once a year. But it's amazing how quick people just forget. They're not like, hey, where are you getting? You know, a couple weeks ago, when's your next gig? And after that, it kind of goes away, and you're selling Harleys in the valley in the 114-degree sun. Oh, and some guy go, pull the blue one out again. I want to see it in the sun. It's like, motherfucker, it's 117 out, and your wife ain't going to let you buy this. You know, get out of here.
So when I got here, I was looking for a job.
Yeah.
Like during the pandemic,
Yep.
I was close to get a job at CBS, Stock and Shelf.
Whoa, really? Doing what?
Stock and Shelf.
Whoa.
I was like, but then I realized nobody would hire me.
Yeah.
I couldn't get hired because my fucking girl.
Thank God for that felony, huh?
No, felony, you know, people like Joey, you come to work here.
Oh, yeah, you get more.
It's going to be no. You make money, but then when you're out here, we're not going to do it. So
Yeah.
it was like,
But also people are like, aren't you Jimmy? Hey, can I get a photo?
yeah, that's the reality.
Oh, my God, yeah.
I got a fucking job at warehouse. People don't fucking torture me. Shit, this is how fucking crazy I am.
Well, why were you getting a job?
I just want to try to normal life.
Yeah, I tried it.
It sucks.
It's just like The Godfather when they go, I'm out, and they pull me back in. Because there I was. I did music 25 years, and then I go, I'm going to sell Harleys. I need health care. And then the Tarantino people come walking on one day, out of fucking nowhere. They go, hey, we need an advisor on this biker film. And next thing you know, I land a role and advising on Hell Ride, and then I start doing movies and then comedy. So it was like, what the fuck, the weirdest way to get into comedy. You know, the long way.
But it's crazy. I was like, you know what? Something's going to happen.
Yeah.
I'm going to buy into a weed store. Somebody will have a fucking outdoor business to need a partner or something. Nothing's happening.
Yeah.
So I'm stuck to the stand-up. And it's just fucking fine.
Yeah.
I can't be on planes every weekend anymore. That's going to take time. The tours, that's not.
It's worse than ever, the planes.
The planes are worse than that. I don't have the patience.
Yeah.
I just don't have the patience.
The animals in there, man.
If I get there and then when the plane's delayed, I fucking snap like a twig. And the walking and the switching, and they lose your luggage. You're like, you know what, man? And every once in a while, you can get a great flight.
Yeah.
You can get a great flight. But
No air traffic controller guys anymore. They're like, hey, are we cool to come in right now? You know, a wheel falls off.
there was something wrong with they were taking the birth people out of nowhere. It was a fire. Yeah.
Fucking
You
crazy.
see the flame from the fucking highway. That shit. Fuck. Every time you get on a plane now you have to pick up insurance.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Your family gets nothing. They got like $5,000. Well, if I die in the plane ride, I get a couple million.
Oh, yeah.
You get 250,000, 175,000, a percentage of what you're going to make for the rest of your life. That's the thing. Look at these people in Minneapolis. The plane that flipped off. They told me the 30 G's to go fuck yourself. Go fuck myself. I'm would send down there by mistake. You see that poor bastard?
Oh yeah.
They got him in prison. I didn't do that. We had to do something. Oh, somewhere along the line, you ran a package for the Nicaraguans. You did something for Valle del Norte, whatever that gang's name is. I don't know what the fuck that name is.
Oh my God.
No, the other fucking guy that, Trump just sent back. He iced some people, right? He sent back a bunch of Venezuelan gang members. Well, he took this dude that was like a UPS driver
Yeah.
in Minneapolis. The judge told him he's got to be back by Monday. And they're like, listen, that ain't going to happen. That prison's holds like 40 G's deep. By the time they find him, he's been raped already. God knows what's happened to him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we got some crazy times.
Really? He's staying? Yeah, because it was on 60 Minutes last night about the tattoos.
Yeah.
And how they found this guy had a flower tattoo over him. And he was a famous soccer player. They're like, knock it off. You're a fucking gang member. How long did it take you to work on the special?
Well, I was the first half of the material was kind of working up to do Conan for my second time, and then COVID hit. So there was a chunk about my back. And I was just going to go like an Al Magical style, which I really like his style, where you pick a topic and that's the thread of the 5 minutes. And from there, Burr started touring. We did a Texas tour right around COVID, and COVID was ending. And then from then on, I went on a 2-year arena tour with him, and I started working this stuff. And about the last 4 months of the tour, I was like, 2 things scared me. I had this weird acid reflux called silent reflux, where I didn't know I have it. It's not like the reflex where you go, God damn, heartburn. It's silent. My voice started fucking going away because the acid flies up on your vocal cords and it just trashes it. So I went to the doctor and I was worried, I have no special in 15 years. If I died right now, it would be like I didn't do comedy. Yeah, I heard he did comedy, but I never fucking saw it. So immediately I was like, I got to get a special going. And I really felt ready. And I remember Dave Attell telling me, he's like, don't rush it, because once it's out there, if it's a piece of shit, it's just out there forever. So I really fucking dug into it. I was ready. And at the right time, I ended up interviewing this guy named Todd Mayo. And he owned this cave in Tennessee where they do bluegrass concerts. He has an Emmy award-winning TV show called The Cavern Sessions on PBS. It's like the other show, Austin City Limits, but it's bluegrass. He found this cave. He was just down in the dumps in his life and went cave fucking hiking, found it, went, I wonder if we could do a concert in here. He does Chris Stapleton, his first show. 12 years later, I'm interviewing him because he wrote a book called The Caveman Chronicles. Mid-interview, I go, I got to shoot my special in there. He goes, man, we've always wanted to do comedy. Let's do it. And a month later, Bill Burr, myself, and Marcus Price, who directed it, flew out there, took a full gamble. No one's ever done comedy in there. We don't know what it sounds like. We don't know what it's going to be. And it's an hour and a half outside of Nashville, which at the time, if I knew that, I would have been nervous too, because it's in the fucking no man's land. And these fans got to come out there. But they came out, 2 shows sold out. We shot the special. Marcus killed it. Bill produced it, financed and self-financed. And it looks fucking insane. And it's the best thing I've done in my life. I absolutely, I don't care. It's one of those ones you can trash it with your comments, and I'd be like, yeah, it's not for you. It's just, I love it, So, yeah, we got it. We shopped it. I was like, here we go. We're going to shop it. They're going to be like, what the fuck? The $1 million special. No one called us back. Now, Netflix, we couldn't even get them to look at a 1-minute clip. And this thing's phenomenal. Like, if I was Ted or whoever the head guy is over there, and somebody said, you might want to look at this, I'd go, I don't care what it is, just buy that, because they're going to click on it with just the look of it. Just the look of it. Everybody that sees it, they go, what the fuck? And, nobody's really done a special that looks like this. We're in a cave underground. It looks like fucking Mars. It's insane. And at one point, a bat flew over. I was like, oh shit, a fucking bat. Like in the cave. It's a real cave. It's not a Hollywood fucking lot. People are in there, and there's one door in, one door out. Anything goes down, you're fucking done. And then we had all these cabins there, and yurts and tents, and people flew out, stay camped out there, partied for the weekend, and came into the show. It was goddamn magic, man.
And comes out on Patreon.
It's on Patreon right now for 10 days, and I put it on there really for my patrons that really helped me through COVID, man. Without the Patreon, I would have been fucking on the streets. I gave it to them last night. We watched it together, and now you can buy it on my Patreon for $10. It's self-financed, so anything helps. And then I drop it the day we hit Austin, April 17th, the Paramount Theater. I'm dropping it on YouTube for everybody for free. And all I ask is just to share it or fucking just watch it, man. It's pretty fucking insane, the look of it. And I love the jokes. The thread is great. I was ready. I was definitely ready.
No way.
I put you on the front. The intro has all these photos of people that helped me in my career. And if you stop it, it's kind of cool. You can stop it like a slot machine and see who comes up. Like Joey, San Francisco, when it was fogged out and I had the headline for you while your flight was stuck.
Shit, that's right.
Yeah, that comes up. Then you and I in the Comedy Store hallway the last week before you left. Boom, photo in there. I put everybody in there that really meant a lot to me in my life and my career. And then I dedicated to my mom, who passed away a couple of years ago, who didn't get to see this, unfortunately. But, Marcus Price, who did the recent Keith Robinson special, he directed the shit out of this thing. And he's in a cave. He doesn't know. It's not like we're all in a cave. Like, what do? I think you just get a crane and fly it. We had a crane in there. It was fucking flying over people. It looks cool, man. You saw some of it, right?
Yeah, it's really crazy. I don't know what's going on with this special world anymore.
Yeah.
Some they buy, some people on YouTube.
Yep.
It's.
They didn't buy like Joe List, but these guys are inspiring to me. Like a Sam Burrell or Tim Dillon, all these guys that put them on and they blew up. Shane, these guys put them on, and then they blew up, and then people buy it. And it reminds me exactly of the music business right now. The music business just sits back and they look around like, this guy has 10 million followers, and these 3 songs are 1 billion streams. Give them a deal. So now it's almost like they're kind of laying back and they're waiting, and if something blows up, then they come at you, and then that's when you grab all the money. Because you go, well, I already made this, so you got to, come with something. Because I already got it going on right now. Now, I am not delusional, and I tell people this a million times because people just go like, hey, you just put your special up, man. You get like 3 million views and you're selling out theaters. That's if you're like, say like a Rogan Weekly and you're getting people sharing it and you're getting the viral thing. This thing could easily just do 5,000 views. But in my heart, I'm fine with that because I made a special that I fucking love. And that's all I cared about. I love this thing. That's it, man. You either get clicks or you don't. It's not going to make you stop.
It's not going to fucking, at least you get to see it. That's the one thing about the special. It's a shame that HBO doesn't really put it on special.
Right.
And they do it from the older.
Yep.
Now, it's just, everything has changed so much, but it's also changed that we have to.
It's great.
We control our own destiny.
Yeah.
If you want to put a half-hour special, put a half-hour special.
Yeah. YouTube. And then there's this new Venmo TV coming out that I've been reading heavy duty on. I think it's just going to get better and better for self-made people. So Venmo, what they want to do is you have your platform. They do Venmo TV. There's no algorithm, so you're not battling like, oh, nobody saw mine because I wasn't in the algorithm. It's just straight up your own TV channel. You have it hooked up to your Venmo, and people just tip you or whatever, and everybody with Venmo can just watch this shit. They're gonna have like a TV channel, dude. It's gonna be crazy. I think that it could take off because like a PayPal did a PayPal TV. Everybody has PayPal. So you're on PayPal, and you go, oh fuck, look at this, that's special. I'll watch that. It's kind of a wild world, that we're about to probably venture into.
But they also, I've seen a lot of comics like get their old specials bought,
Right.
like later on. So like maybe they don't buy this one, but the next time they'll buy both.
Right, when they blow up like Shane Gillis or something,
Yeah.
they license it, and then you really know because you still own it.
Right.
And then you can do whatever you want. Possibly chop it out, put it out, make clips, sell it to a different market, put it on the hotels, the airplanes, anything.
When do you think you were ready? Like, you're 15, like, you think you were ready at 10 to do a special? Or like, when do you think you were ready?
To do another special?
So when do you, no, like, to do this one?
Oh, no. About a year ago, I was like, I'm ready. I had done this material in an arena all around America, opening for Bill. And that's a tough gig when you're opening for one of the biggest comics in America, hands down. And he's a slayer. And you're coming out stone cold, no host. And you're doing 20 in an arena. And people are just looking at you like, where's Bill? And now you got to get it going. It is the fucking truth.
Yeah.
18,000. Garden. You just did the Garden. It's so fucking electric when you walk on. Dude, I got goosebumps right now. You walk on, you're like, I'm fucking right where, some of the greatest shit of all time happened. You saw concerts there, like fucking Zeppelin played here 6, 7, 5 nights or whatever. And you're in that dressing room, you see all the photos, and you're like, all right, I gotta fucking, it is. So you really figure it out right away. Is this material working? And once you see it's working, you're like, it's time to shoot this and move on.
Did it change at all going from like doing it in an arena to doing it in a club?
No, it's just like in the arena, like somebody told me when I first started doing arenas, they go, the tip is go slow. That's it. And I was up there after a while. I was almost kind of cocky after a while because I was like, oh, another one of these. Because once you're inside, they're all kind of the same. It's driving up to it. You're like, fuck, we're in an arena. But once you're in, you're like, oh, God, where are we?
If you go up there and do my style, it's a nightmare.
Oh, yeah.
Because all you hear is punching you onto a microphone.
Right.
Because I'm on the ring.
Right.
Those ramps don't work that well in the arena. At least Bill has a tip.
Right.
But a fast ramp, you just hear boom, 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 boom. It's like fucking listening to.
Yeah, you got the echo.
You have to do the joke, let it magnify, and come back.
Yeah.
And hold your plate and do it again. And it's hard to learn, but that's why you do the theaters. That's why there's an evolution. Nobody goes from, I went from fucking 18,000 seats to 60 last Wednesday.
Yeah.
And I just died and slowed down. I just died. Everything that came out of my mouth was horrible at night. But I'm like, I couldn't make. Like, I just came from the garden.
Yeah.
And here I am in the back room. Had a fucking sandwich place.
Dude, the same thing happened to me. I did the Garden, and the next morning, I did the Cellar Brunch show and ate the biggest dick of all time. Of all time.
Just came out of this fucking garden.
Dude.
You're good. You're good for a month.
Yeah.
If you bomb within that month, it don't matter. Because when you walk off, you bomb to that. You really, bitch. Just get the gun.
Yeah.
Check yourself.
Yeah.
I'm saying,
I meant to ball.
yeah, 99 problems, a pitch ain't one.
Was that your first time near the Garden?
Second,
Whoa, who'd you go with Rogan?
Tony Hinchcliffe.
Oh, Tony. And,
Was
oh, that's right. Oh, that's out today, man, everybody. It's on Netflix today. Just came out.
No, not that new. It's a new episode.
Oh, Kill Tony?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was the Garden thing with the
No, they just recorded it. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Last night. 2 nights ago, I guess.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, which he,
I think Rogan's on. Yeah.
That's out today.
yeah, that's amazing. Huh?
Fucking
Wow,
crazy.
Kill Tony in the belly room, and now they're on fucking Netflix.
Dude, I look at a lot of people from the store, and I look at the success they've had, and all of them crazy hard workers. There's not one person that when we were in there and they're like, that fucking guy was like here 2 weeks and he did arena. No, man. It's like grind.
I had a situation a couple weeks ago. These guys know about it. A friend of mine put her podcast up, and it was a really weird conversation. And I did it for her because I have history with her. She's a whacker. And 2 hours later, she goes, I'm going to take it back. And then I heard from her right that night at 10 o'clock. And she was saying that she really wants to do a podcast, but she thought about it and she just destroyed herself. Like, you know what? We're talking about something. I've seen people do this all the time. You know, I want to be at risk, but they just do all the negative.
Yeah.
You know, I said, okay, whatever you want to do. You know, it's up to your choice. I really don't give a fuck what she does. But I thought about it for 2 days, how people don't see themselves grow. But I thought about how when I did comedy all those years, I thought I was just going to die of that. Okay, I was just doing comedy instead of doing criminal activities, whatever. My point is, but then you're running in this circle. You're in a circle, and everybody in that circle is poor. You're all struggling. This guy's got 2 roommates. This guy's mother sends him money. And then in my world, it was like Josh Gilbert, living in the apartment. He eats 50 burgers, he gets $500,000. Then, you know, I saw Ralphie made a studio apartment. And 6 months later, he's in a fucking house with a pound of weed on the fucking living room. Yeah. You know, I still remember Joe, who was on News Radio.
Right?
Who, like I said, he sold to the skinny kid at the store. What did that affect?
Oh, accurate.
You know?
Yeah.
And you see, so when you see people, like when you grow up in North Bergen and you hang out with 10 guys, yeah, one of them might hit you really down to the stock market, whatever the fuck they did. But unless you see it, you don't believe it.
Yeah.
And that's how because this isn't the problem. I wasn't just pointing her out. I point to even people in LA that come to you and they go, I really want to write a script, and I just need your help. You're like, whatever you need. And a week later, they talk themselves out of it.
Yeah.
Just talk themselves out of it. And you're like, do you want to like talk them back into it? You think, well, I got to do it. I ain't got time to convince you to get your life together. But it's so weird how, unless you see people grow around you, that's when you start believing. And then Josh Wolf, Ralphie May, Bobby Lee, and all these fucking people blowing up around you.
Crazy.
You know, and all of a sudden you're like, here I am in a 1-bedroom studio, eat fucking udon for breakfast. And then one day, something just happens. And now you have these, like there was a time I had to call my wife every day and go, you could play a $100. Oh yeah. I would have like 4 the night before. Yeah. So now I got 24, I could actually take 20 out and buy a bag of weed. You know, I never thought I would be out of that. This was at 40. I was still calling my wife. I was like, put 20 on my books. Joey, we don't have money for the rent. I know. I'm not throwing all this shit. I'm not even that. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about having good sets when people put you on a special or Comedy Central or whatever. It just switches. But unless people see other people growing, it's tough for them to believe.
Yeah.
that they're gonna throw at that time. And like I said, I just point her out because her attitude went from 0 to 0 in 4 hours.
Yeah.
Like it's not for me. I want to work behind the scenes. For what? You know, I mean, I just, all right, build up whatever you want to do. I'm here. And it's a thing. It's really like, wow, how people have. I know, listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I know so many times that was so much fun in our work.
Oh, wow.
And people that grab, they got scared. They did this, they did that. It's so many. I saw so many people talk themselves out of the career. And they were close. Because you never know. Close you are.
Yeah.
And boys, my girl, Cheryl Crow, life went before the miracle happened.
Yeah.
Let the fucking miracle happen. You know, it's a fucking miracle. For me to have another $20 in my checking account, that was a miracle.
Yeah, man.
Because if I got $300 for a kid, I bought an 8-ball.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
An 8-ball.
Yeah.
So it's a fucking miracle. And people don't, it's really hard to make people believe that you have to get to the slide. It's like you in LA doing open mics. One day somebody's just going to improv with me. You go to football mics here that they can do sets in the front. You just move into the chamber. Totally. Now it could be the chamber of a fucking machine gun with 1,800 rounds.
Yeah.
Or it could be the chamber with some bullets.
You don't know?
You decide, and you don't know. And you don't. And you get into that. Next thing you know, you book a national commercial. And now, it's no big deal booking a national commercial. But people can't fuck with you. Because they know you got a chance now. I don't want this motherfucker to blow up.
Yeah.
Fuck.
He's in the machine.
So, yeah, you're in the machine now. And then you might book a one-line role in a movie. And then it just keeps going and going. But you're in the fucking rotation, you jerk off.
Yeah.
Don't give up now.
No.
Now is not the time to give up. And even if you're not in the rotation, get into the rotation. Then quit.
Yeah.
You know, it's so weird. Jiu-jitsu. People quit at their first blue belt than anything. People see they got a blue belt, but they don't show.
Yeah.
It's just so weird how people don't see themselves. And to me, it's like a fucking shock because I didn't see it either. But I think when I got off the coach, I started to see it.
Right.
If I haven't had the opportunity to do it, it's now. And it worked. So I think people should really give themselves a fucking shot. You know, and go, I got this. And if I don't, I die doing it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Nope.
You're going to be broke anyway. You're not going to buy a car. I mean, it's just, what we're going into the next 5 years is going to be horrible for everybody.
Yeah, so do what you
So do it. Don't give a fuck.
That's what I said.
I got into comedy when I was in the worst spot of my life. Out of prison, fucking divorced. It was fucking horrible. It was horrible. But I wouldn't have wanted, you know, it's like I told Lee, nobody ever pulls up to an open mic on Lamborghini.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Nobody pulls up to an open mic.
No.
You know, Cadillac, fucking Escalante.
It's
Whatever the fuck it is.
even playing field at an open mic. Even playing field. We're all in there. No man's land.
You know, it's like people work for an hourly wage. That's great. But you're telling me you have a fucking boss. Take a chance. Columbus did. Because guess what? I'm the first. We're all fucking here.
Yeah.
Whether I'm the number 1 salesman, number 10, we're all leaving, bitch. Yeah. So I got another chance at the first of the point. And I love that. I love that we can throw away a month in your life. Fuck it. I'm smoking dope. I'm getting herpes. I'm not fucking sleeping this month. And then you come back, you take your herpes medication, and you're fucking back. That's what this whole thing is about, man. And as old guys, we are explaining to these young motherfuckers.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
You know, I've seen it. I've seen it. People fucking hit a home run right in front of my fucking eyes.
Oh,
I
God.
go, holy shit. We were just...
That parking lot at the store is a fucking plane, you know, like, it's like, here comes this car, like, whoa, someone got a deal.
Yeah. I still remember writing a one-man show with this fucking loser. And I would meet him at that hamburger place in Burbank.
Oh, yeah.
Where people bring all their cars on Friday nights.
Oh, yeah, Big Bob. Bob's Food Court.
Is that out of business?
No, fuck no.
That burger, fucking, that gives you hemorrhoids.
Oh,
That
man.
burger's still next to the fucking Starbucks.
Redman and I used to go there at
Yeah,
night, late,
right next to a Starbucks.
chili burger.
And I was in there one day. What the fuck was that? God damn it. forget now.
Cars going in.
No. Oh, I know what the fuck it was. I'm sitting there, I'm writing a one-man show.
Oh yeah, what is it?
I forget what the fuck I was gonna say. Goddamn.
Damn.
Those edibles are good. Oh, I'm writing a one-man show with a stick.
Yeah.
And as I'm walking, I hear Joey, what are you doing here? I turn around and Billy like that.
Oh wow.
And I go, Billy, what's going on? How you doing? We start talking. And he's telling me how he's thinking of moving back to Pittsburgh. Like the funny bone, he's offering a deal. It's horrible money. And I was about to tell him that they had called me through. And the money was god awful. And I had to call him back and go, I'll do those weeks. But I'm not doing Sunday. Then we're going to prorate.
Yeah.
They're like, well, you have to do Sunday. I'm going to listen. This deal is not going to work.
Yeah.
But I still don't go right now doing this. And a year later, he's on a CBS show. And now he's the host of the fucking, what's he host of? He's had 2 shows on CBS.
Yeah.
Whatever the fuck, recurring, whatever the fuck that's called, syndication.
Right.
And he's touring now. You know, he's going to be here.
Yeah. I see him at Flappers.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
yeah. He's a funny
Good dude.
motherfucker.
Oh man,
I still remember seeing him.
he's a lot of weight.
Yeah,
He looks killer.
yeah. I still remember seeing him. He was a killer guy.
Yeah. He's one of the nicest dudes,
Nice
man.
dude.
He'll come up and go, God damn, that fucking joke's strong.
Yeah,
You know?
he's a good dude.
He'll tell
He's
you.
a very good dude.
Yeah.
He's an old school comic.
Yep.
And I still remember him going, I don't know if this is going to work out. Motherfucker, you got a billboard on fucking CBS and shit now. Like, I remember those things.
Yeah.
How they won.
Oh man. I tell the story all the time.
Fucking, half of the well, I didn't know it was going on rich.
Ellie Wong's incredible. What a superstar.
Yeah, I don't remember. I didn't mean it after she had the TV show. You see all these people, you see them, they explode. You're like, okay, that could happen.
There's been a lot of explosions out of the store.
A lot.
It is nuts.
Check out Saturday Night Live.
Oh yeah. Melissa.
No.
Oh, fucking Punky.
Punky.
Dude, bartender, the SNL. Great story. Great
I
story.
bumped into that quack.
Leslie Jones also out there.
Jones.
Fucking Melissa, 3 SNL people. You know? Crazy. I love it. Yeah.
I remember meeting the black dude from Forrest Gump.
Forrest Gump. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Forrest Whitaker. Oh, okay.
That's what you lose. So, the pilot for Miami Vice. Years ago, we did a new Law and Order show. I got a call from acting coach. He goes, Dr. Rax, Law and Order wants to do something else. It's called Law and Order Judges Circle or something. Yeah, and they just wanted to use a couple of actors to choose. It was me, the kid that's always on. He was on our podcast. He's a guitar player that came from Northern California, and he was Joe Bonabasso's student. I forget what his name is. I see him a lot on Twitter.
Richie Kotzen?
Huh?
Richie Kotzen?
No. It was him and Michael T. Williams.
Oh, wow.
And during the breaks, I would talk to Michael T. Williams. And he goes, I saw you at the store one night, good stuff. And we started talking. And he goes, I used to hang out at the store a lot before I got Miami Vice. Because he was on the pilot of Miami Vice. And he goes, I used to see Trudy. Trudy was on Miami Vice.
Yeah, that's right.
She was a waitress at the store.
Wow.
She was a fucking waitress. He used to see her. And he was like, where is she today? And he goes, she owns a clothing store. And he goes, Compton.
Yeah. That place is has churned out the stars.
What's that?
The store. It is crazy. In the last 20 years since I started, I'm 16 years in now, I just look at the people and go like, wow. You know, Ari, Burr. I mean, Burr, of course, he's, 30. Right, but I'm just saying, when you really look at, these guys that became these giant killers in there working all that material, and then Gerard Carmichael and who else? Somebody else fucking shot their special.
There's so many shit that came out of it.
Yeah.
I tell people, totally a couple weeks ago, I don't really care about shit. Like I didn't know, but I held down on Tuesdays and Thursday nights for the last 4 years. And that meant one of these. Those were the best lineups you're going to see. We were right there. And, you know, they were always, just being around that, you knew you had to be a top of the game. There was no fucking, that's all I ever gave a fuck about. No matter how this ended, I came out of Comedy Store Marine.
Yep.
That's all I ever gave a fuck about. Here we go.
You get that name on the wall, and sometimes you're rolling down Sunset, and you turn the corner, and you see your name on the marquee. It is fucking awesome.
I wouldn't even look. Just shake my hand. On the parking spot.
It was awesome. You just
First time they put your name up,
oh,
you come all over yourself.
oh, I said it to my mom.
Leaving, they put the name up the night before.
Yeah, they put it up.
Oh,
I'm not there.
shit. And then you get there, it's a different name.
Oh,
They just put that out. Then somebody called in to pop in.
yeah.
You come down there and watch this.
Oh,
Harry Stoll. Any dates, brother?
Huh?
Any dates?
Oh yeah, let's see. This comes out tomorrow, so I will be with you at Moon Tower, 17th and 18th, and Lee at Paramount Theater. Then I go to the Vegas Summer for 7 shows, May 12th through like the 16th. And then one of my favorite new clubs in America, the Comedy Fort in Fort Collins, Colorado. I was telling you about it. It is fucking amazing. The owner's great. I'm there in June. So yeah, you know, and then the special once again comes out April 17th on YouTube free. Go to my website, ddoray.com, all the tour dates, everything, the Patreon. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Oh God, I fucking love you, man.
Lee, what do you got, cocksucker?
Yeah, Lee.
Look at the shape of this beauty.
I got a busy week.
Yeah,
I'm at Broadway Comedy Club Tuesday and Thursday with you on Wednesday in
Joe Deck.
Rojo, yeah.
And then I got May something, May 17th at Philadelphia. That's sold out. NJ Pack is sold out now. We got tickets going on sale for August something at Parks, right? August 15th.
Where?
Parks Casino, Philadelphia.
Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, what are you telling me? You're going to do like a run there?
Yeah. I have 2 shows.
Oh, that's cool.
I got one more next month. I love the place. So where you going to be again?
Broadway on Tuesday and Thursday, and you at the Job Site.
He got cooked. What'd you give him? He's got some swelling going on.
Oh, yeah. That was that last fucking
With the bus over, man. That was wild.
we have to ride the bus home when we carry it.
No,
We have to sit on your lap.
I got to go to the stand.
It's good to see you, brother. Congratulations to my brother. I miss you too. And just being here right now brings me back to those last couple of weeks in LA.
That time I smoked the 24 karat at Snake Bite, and I was drooling, and you were talking, and I just came out like, Joe Montana's the best. Just I was running down the stories with Leon, that bus ride over here, that fucking family brawl at the Gotham, with the tables.
Oh my God. What about the time we saw the guy with the pirate?
Who's driving?
The guy driving.
Oh, yeah.
We were right next to him.
Oh my God.
And the guy looked at us.
That was the fucking funniest thing. We're a pirate. Look at this.
Let me tell you something. It's not like a comedy rap. Oh my God. I got to go to the big of this traffic. I immediately had to go to San Diego. Stop. We have to look.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I was laughing so hard. My head was like, that's what I was telling me about. How you have to come in a woman's mouth and punch her in the stomach. And she comes and you make her suck it up in the jaw. How do you do that? I've never done that in my life. I'm just pulling his leg. I was like, well, wait a second. You come in that stomach. And then why don't you punch him to get it out? And then what? Then you make him suck it up with the straw. He was like backwards. Oh, yeah, I've never heard that. Jewish summer weight.
Also, and I could be wrong. Isn't this also the letter you told me that you were pregnant?
What's that?
Isn't it also the letter you told me that Murphy was coming? I think it was that same right. Like you told me those 2 stories.
I don't know. That was with the same. That was with Harris in San Diego.
Oh, yeah.
He was fucking late. He was fucked up. We took like 2,000 milligrams on the ride down.
Oh, yeah.
We got down. The guy took the show started. I was it's done.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can wait all they want. I brought me fucking lobster bisque in a rush. And I was like, I'm like, I'm not getting on that stage. I'm Jack. He said, what do you mean? I'm fucked up. So you better get some food out of here. And he was eating right out of the fucking container. Yeah, they gave him like steak or something. Oh man, great food.
I don't think I had an iPhone yet, maybe. Dude, we were trying to work, but we kept getting lost.
Yeah, kept getting lost.
You could have come home, something like that. Yeah, I was phone.
My ass driving. Oh no, I did it last Thursday. I did a one-nighter.
Oh,
You know, it's 7 hours drive down. You can just go to SF if you want.
I'm done. That drive always. Oh my God, people never understood.
It is hard. I like the train. I got the train.
How's it work? You drive back an hour and 30.
Isn't that nuts?
Takes you 40 hours. You leave at 2 o'clock, you're not getting it till 6.
Yeah, forget it. I leave at 10 now.
I'm not fucking doing it.
Crazy.
It was always horrible. That was the worst drive in America. How does a 1.5 hour drive take back an hour? I was in Coke. Oh yeah, that's what you used to close at 1. I made it back in an hour. Well, yeah, we're running home in a
I did an hour and 43 minutes Thursday night. No problem.
every time. I like the club, I like the beach, I like the sushi, but I'm not in the fucking car. 4 hours for this shit. Sushi bar, whatever the fuck. The comedy store. I love you, cocksuckers. Stay black. We'll be back next week. Don't forget to watch the Del Rey special. And don't forget to keep it alive, cocksuckers. Stay black. We love you. What's up? You savages. What's going on, Doctor?
I had a great interview. I know Mom was in the cash bags.
It was great.
It was on the plane with a lot of fun. But just like, I don't know, every couple of weeks I just realized I'm in New York. I actually had a good stand up week. I did show. I did every week something shitty happens at some point. But last week was good.
You got good weeks in life, you got bad weeks in life. You got 3 good weeks in a row, you got a flat tire on the parkway at 4 in the afternoon. That's fucking good. That makes everything good. You still want to shoot yourself.
Oh, yeah.
Like, when you get a flat tire somewhere, it's a flat tire.
I got one in New Jersey right before I moved here. The Amish dude had metal shit on his truck. He went, sorry. And then he just left. And then New Jersey has weird corrupt rules where you can't have a tow truck come to you. It has to be New Jersey, has to send a tow truck to you. And luckily it was okay, but they checked over Georgia. They took one number on the phone, one number in person. So yeah, the that and getting the car broken into. I don't know if you remember, right when we left LA, someone broke into my car at my apartment complex. That will piss me off. Oh yeah, it was just in my garage. I came down and my podcast bag was just gone. It was just a window was broken, and they stole a backpack, and it's just like stuff like that happens. Just like you're not even upset almost. You're just like ready to kill yourself. It's just the worst.
When I was living in Hollywood, my wife, we had the 1-bedroom shit apartment, 9 fucking cats, and we had a garage. You even looked up.
No, I was okay.
I met you in the back.
Yeah.
Before I met you, John and I couldn't make $7 rent. This apartment was rent control, and it was old. The bricks were moved. So one time there was an earthquake, and those bricks were going up against each other.
Oh.
They evacuated us. Somebody paid the governor the building blown down in 3 years anyway. It's next to the gate.
The YMCA, right there.
The YMCA right there in that thing. And the fuck we talk.
I'm assuming someone's breaking in.
And I really fell asleep. Sit down, looked at bed. I had the monkey on my back. I was fighting all night. I'm like, fuck it, I'm gonna get back to like 2 in the morning. This is what I went back. I came back to this girl downstairs. I think she was a half a look for her sister. I didn't do a half a look. The one was like mediocre, but the one was killing it. And she had a boyfriend. One day the boyfriend came up. He was coming up to each other. I know he was the guy that jumped off the roof and over. And I lived. I broke my fucking nephew. Whatever the fuck. This is the shit I dealt with in Hollywood. When I came back that night, I was already blasted a little bit. And I'm going upstairs. I got closed the car. We got fucking see it. Yes, we had a fucking whatever thing. It was a death trap. Didn't have brakes. Fucking windshield wipers. And you know, for a long time, I had changed the fucking ashtray. That fucking was a lot of money in there. It was like $22 to me in those days. That was a lot of money. That's like an emergency Chinese lunch. That's 1,000 things in those days.
That was your savings account back then?
It was like holding on. Like the ashtray was on the bed. It was all corners and shit. And I see these. And the next day I came out and they stole the whole fucking ashtray. Oh, they killed me. I forgot all about the feeling of anger.
And you can't even, for that, like, I at least got some money from the stuff they stole. Because I had receipts, stuff like that. I got new podcast equipment. It was just annoying. You can't call the cops over $20 in quarters. Or did you?
No! How many times I robbed people for it? I used to work in 1993 on up to George. I used to work at the Jeep store on 12th Avenue, New York City. Okay, 11th Avenue, and the Jeep store. I showed up at 8 in the morning with another dime in my pocket. And I would go right to service. I sold this guy a car. I left my wallet there. I'd take everything in the glove box, including the fucking companies to go over and make it out. I'm going to go tell them with the why that you can sell those things. I would fucking take a ton of those tokens and just walk around here. When I said, "Oh, yeah, you need that for fucking $8. $8 to me those days. $19.83, $8 is a lot of fucking money. That's a nickel back. And a train ride dog. I still got to walk the bridge. But fuck it, it's working. It's exercise. It's throwing some good fucking ass, baby. I don't know how to do it. You walk over the bridge, man. It's fucking beautiful. I've never done it. Oh, you walk over George Washington Bridge, and it's nothing. It's really nothing. I don't know how far. Break it down, George. How far is it? About an hour.
Yeah, but so most people do it for health. You're doing it because you're broke. That's a different.
You gotta listen. You gotta win a little. Like I would steal from shop. Okay. I would go to shop, right? You have my mentor taught me this trick. I would go to shop. What is it? I don't know. I used to steal the screen from. No. The big money was the shit that women put in their monkeys when they had a yeast infection. That was that preparation for hemorrhoids, please. I know them. I know preparation experts. You're a street pharmacist. You know, that's preparation experts of those days, which he fucking forgets was the yeast infection, medicine, and Tylenol. Tylenol extra straight. Safeway was on the other end of Fort Lee Bridge, right there. Right there. They had the best lobster business. And I'm walking there with a suitcase, like a businessman suitcase. And I walk in there, and they would have these poor bastards would have yeast medicine, but up on top they have the batman. I wouldn't even fuck with this. I just take a case and put it in the bag and walk out of there. There was no security. I got there before security. Security would get there like at 8:05. You gotta drink coffee. You gotta put that costume on. I was already on my walk over the bridge to see Pepe at the bodega 181. Like, damn, that's you took me. And I was like, whoa, you know, some cars you really found anything getting after. That was what it was.
Except the image, did it have like a middle place at the end with and then like it has like two little codes on it for your little briefcase. Like they would put it.
This is not Jimmy Shooter gave me.
Okay.
Somebody gave me. I don't know what the fuck gave me. Jimmy Shooter gave me one when I first got that. Like, I got one for years. I didn't know Jimmy Shooter.
How many days a week did you do?
Whatever was reading. I worked this. Some nights you picked up $60. You stopped at 181st Street, you picked up a fucking G-bone too. You walk home, you fuck whatever. And then you wake up in the morning and get up. At least that's a bus ride. In those days, they got me into the city. Once you're in the city, you return that bitch with the get there. You know what I'm saying? Now, when you leave up with you, you don't know who's going to leave a purse on the bus. You don't know what. You're going in there with open eyes, ready to stab a motherfucker. Jesus, and it's you're a hunter. You know, you just become a hunter. You want to be a cop. You don't want to be part of society, correct? You become a comedian, you don't really want to be part of society. You want to be a renegade. Yeah? You want to party and get your dick started. Party, or, you know, whatever the fuck it is. The alcoholism leads you to be what the fuck knows. For me, it was all those things. What we go.
But why you were stealing every day?
Yeah, you were stealing, so to sacrifice that love and have a full-time fucking job. I can't say shit about this fucking show. It's interesting because I never wanted a day job, right? I got my days to do that. Back in the Army, that was 90% of the decision. Easy as that, or work at White Rose Warehouse.
Fuck off, Rabbi Rothschild. Fuck yeah. I love you, Albert.
I never wanted to work days. Never.
I don't think a lot of people want to work there. So most people don't go to the. But then I have a choice.
I never make that decision. But I don't want to make me happy. I gotta make me fucking happy. Okay? I like going home with the dogs. Yeah. Fuck you, watch the video. Back when you go to bed at 10, you get up at 5, mom's there, whatever the fuck. No, I'm not working at Friday night, but you got a job. That's what I'm talking about. You said, all the time. It's very interesting. Well, we're talking about drugs. This guy's going to be upset. I brought him up to you guys. Friday night, my wife and my daughter have to go to the tournament. I can't go because I will never be back. The first game is at 11:30 on Saturday. It's a 2-hour visit. I don't know the time. That's all I know. It's town in Jersey. So Friday night, they leave about 7:30 to sit there. I can't watch basketball. I can't sit there on the fucking night, especially not my wife. At least my wife will find a show about fucking plus fucking whatever. So she always finds this shit. I'm good with the regular channels, whatever TBS, whatever regular shit. So shit, man, I'm just wonderful. It's going to I really don't pray. You know what? It's really so my life made you numbers. Because you are. And you fucking chicken nuggets and stuff in my face with these muscles. It was like 10 grand. I waited. What are you? Dog, I was solo. And I wanted to see the devil. I can't smoke reefer. And I was happy. I was a fucking editor. So I thought, not yet. Not yet. Okay? I was very good. So I don't think we'll get sushi. If my mushroom is on, I'm going to get sushi. So I started driving on the 9, make the U-turn legal, and I go into the place. I pulled out, there's not a it was a Japanese parade. It's gotta be, you know, a bunch of Japanese people, a bunch of white people that were waiting to pick up their orders and deliveries. They were big white people. Oh, I said, you know what? I could probably go in there and get a table for one day. I put a little table. Yeah, but I'm not walking right around. I'm fucking service. I said, I turn around again. I get back on the line. And they fucking around me. Hopefully, I'm not working. Maybe I won't have her. I don't know. That's what bad I did. Cheap police and shit. I was asking. Oh, yeah. What we do? Drive up and down Kennedy Boulevard and shit, right? And all of a sudden, I go, oh shit, Bourbon Street. Bourbon Street is a little fucking strip club. I You get off the park turn, I'm getting 99. There's two big strip clubs. There's whatever it's called. I forget what it's called right now. Triple X. That's live and kicking. They got fucking naked women in there, women flying through the air. The whole thing. I went there like 2 times when I first moved here during the basketball playoffs. It's like a kid I grew up with in my family home. So I would keep inviting me, and then I went up there 2 times. Always very, it's okay, but it's not. You're too old. You're too old to enjoy it. For me, I know it is the old. So I go in there, but not this time. I go, it's 5 to 9. I'm gonna fucking go in there. If things are creepy, I'll have a drink, whatever, and I'll leave. And I'll go home and deal with this fucking mushroom now. I'll go and something. I'll find something. I make the time. I went to this thing as I pulled out my friend, or talking about music. I grew up with this kid, my bird. A villa. So the podcast we talking about bands and all this shit. You get off from one of my probably walked at 10 after 9. I went to a club, sat next to this shit, like, that was my party again. It was me and the mushrooms that didn't tell me outside. Those purple lights, these places, music, and come up and DJ, like that girl, man. She's gonna fuck up that night like you were just talking, like I would talk. And how, and then who heard that mushrooms there? And then all of a sudden, what do you want to say? You know what? Fuck it, let's go for broke. Again, something completely out of my character. Heineken. Well, give me the coldest motherfucker. Heineken you got. And I started thinking, Heineken. Finally, my good brother recognized me. He's like, look, I buy you a drink. I bought him a drink. We started talking. Boom, out of nowhere. They had knockout women. I don't know if it's like that 7 nights a week, but I'm off Friday night. They were all they were clean, they were fucking working, they were bad for shit. So it's like a neighborhood strip club. That's very good. You go in there, you can talk to the chicks. I'm sitting there minding my own business. And it's beautiful. African American woman. When I look up like this, when you turn in a restaurant or a bar, and somebody taps, you know like this. When I went like this, I bet she was shanked. That's how tall she was. But guys, beautiful. Just
Right.
Dreads wrapped around her head, stunning. A beautiful face, 23 years old, 5'10". What do you want to do? 265. I'm saying, man. Bam! And I'm looking at her, talking to her. This girl's fucking gorgeous. She had a sexy. She was
Fuck off, man.
college. She's a dancer off the bench. She's shooting pictures. Me and the brother were just laughing. And she got up, going to this guy. Man, that girl's fucking cool as fuck. But my daughter's 11 years old. I can't go like this. You fucking, you know, lap dance. You think about your kids. You think about your nieces. What the fuck? What kind of girls are out dance with the women? So I just went in there and kept them. When they circle around, I just went in there and kept them. They come over, you just get free. I went like through fucking cash like a motherfucker. Did not even give a fuck. You know, when you go to strip club, I gotta say $50 for that. I don't even give a fuck. I got quarters in the fuck. I don't give a fuck. And the next thing you know, fuck. At the end of the night, the owners are listening to that big song. A lap dance, anything, because I think you'd be great guy, Joe Martin. I get a lap dance with this beautiful Russian girl, another fuck. I know this she was 6'1". Just beautiful. It was the best lap dance I ever got on. I fucking laughed. I was sweating. I had to like tap out at one point. She was a fucking knockout. I left there, it was like we were family. Everybody's family there. I met 2 guys, this Persico dude from fucking Staten Island. They were sending over tequila shots. I couldn't drink them. I can't drink them live. I can't handle that shit. Oh, I said 10 grams of mushrooms, but you're okay. Oh, solo motherfucker. Okay. And when I got home, I thought I was sober. When I got home, that mushroom trip started again. I went to bed like a 4. I didn't walk in my house for 2:15 again. Very on Joey Diaz like. But everyone, the next one I woke up, and I better get back here. And I said, you know what? Nothing happened. I was thinking about it. I would. Someone said, yeah, I go into the city people omelets, the guys eat. That's unforgettable. You gotta have a good time. And you're not going to. You're gonna sit there all night, with three other fucking morons. You and I both know this, right? Girls come over, and they leave. They're a bunch of morons. They don't. That's always very planned. I'm gonna tell you what, a little more slick dick, nothing gonna happen. They go over there with no package, they're unprepared. You gotta have a package thrown in the table. These bitches love that shit. They love that razor blade at that fucking table.
Also, how is this? I'm with you. I'm glad you had a good time. But you keep like, oh, the line at the sushi place is too much. But the strip club with the lights, people touch you.
At least I'm looking at beautiful women. Yeah, I get hard.
Yeah, I can see that.
Face for an hour. I think it's over the fat Italian dude for an hour. But I want to see more guys. She's no idea. The manager knew it. And then that's strip club.
With the lights for the mushrooms. That's a good place.
And the DJ knows the cake. He's gonna fuck this motherfucker.
Speaking of DJs, George Floyd was fucking killing it. George Floyd was on private plane. George was killing it. I'm so happy to
George, you love me. I love you.
I'm glad you went fun. Okay.
I gave away every fucking thing. I didn't give a fuck. The girls relax and so much shit. Watch those guys go crazy. That's the thing. Right. I can do myself. Just like those when people
Just to be like Rabbi, you went up on
it wasn't like a super late when it probably gets packed there, but it's a couple people.
Oh, you were there until 2. I stayed closed, baby. When they told me we were closing up, I couldn't believe it. I forgot. It wasn't like I blacked out. I did a gorilla biscuit or did a quaalude or a pill. I did mushrooms. So sick. Felt like 1 minute it was 9:30, then it was 10:15, then it was 12:30. I should go out. And about 1:30, God damn it, people on fire. Everything. All right, let's bring our guest out. Hey, good morning. I'm Joey. Just to fill you in, someone is on the way. If you need a quick fix for the business, Blue Chew's got you covered. Blue Chew is the chewable tablet that can help you have better sex. It's all done online. Just consult one of their licensed providers, and if you're approved, bam, you can make a prescription in days. Cover those facts. So you got about the glove compartment, so on, but take your confidence back and get rid of this like a runaway slave. You understand? Julie's telling you to make life easier by getting harder and the story options at BlueChew.com. We got a special deal for you this Tuesday, okay? For the church family. Try your first month of BlueChew for free. That's right, motherfuckers. Free. With your questions, promo code Joey, J-O-E-Y, and they spread out the shit. That's all I'm asking. No need to $5 and be swinging dick like the old days. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show.
It's very artistic. I'll give you that.
My little brother Aaron Burns coming to join us tonight. You guys ask for more comedians from the local area and the cities. We open. You look good. Yeah, we need to make sure we look good. We're just going fucked up tonight. Don't that. What's up, my brother? Good time. Fucking straight up. That's really good. Hey, kind of disgusting. No, Joey, you don't get it. I get it. No, we don't get it. I park. No door, people. There's no security. There's station. No one's working. He's going in. He's going money hungry. Ugly at the night shift. More friendly. And they'll do stuff if you want. I don't fuck around with my wife, but if I had to, hey, shit. These girls will never tell. And you never. I'm unknown enough to go, what do you do? I'm a plumber. I tell them I'm a plumber. And they go, oh yeah, what do you need? I get 420 out of New York. And then once somebody goes, it's the longshoreman union. I made up the plumber union. Someone thought it was the longshoreman union. But I stripped for 2 years. Strip clubs are the greatest place in the world. Forget yourself. Mick Jagger said, strip club's the best place to go if you want time by yourself because no one. Everyone's looking at the chairs, thinking about what they can do. Even if people see you, they're like, oh, that's that guy, cool. Oh, pussy. And then they go right back to pussy like that.
Look at this move.
And I love stripping was the greatest time of my life.
$400.
23. 23 years
Just
old.
to be around up on this.
Not a strip club. You're mixing it up with you're hot. Everything in with the juggalos. Yeah. I think it was a mix between a Chippendale and Gigolo. Yeah. That sounds like an ice cream flavor to me. What you mean was great? That's what it was like being tried. Yeah. We are a proud people and we represent this land. We are the Chippelos. They call me the one who fucks for $3. Yeah, it was the fucking best time of my life. Yeah, it was Fantasy Mill Review. I started out low debt. I started out dirt floor stripping for female strippers, and I fell in love with it. First night, I made $300. Couldn't dance, couldn't get hard. You're supposed to get hard before you go out on stage. Get hard, tie an elastic around your cock, and then you go out. That took me 6 months to learn. I would go buy this lotion at the sex store that would make your dick more sensitive, and you rub it on your dick. Stop the breath. Okay, you're confused. I have so many questions. Holy shit! When you go out like full, like just showing the dick, like why do you get hard? You tie the elastic around it, and at first you hide. You go over there. This is how many strippers work in a night. That's between 5. So there's like you're on in 10. You buddy, my friend Johnny Ford, like this. He was a crackhead, great dude. And he would fuck everybody jacked. One of the original Chippendales in Canada. Full of roids, fucking didn't give a shit. You put a condom near this guy, he'd slap you in your mouth. He'd go, what the fuck do you think I am? I'm not using that. He'd say, I think he would just fuck everybody. Always had a rash on his crotch. Always, I'm telling you, he called them Bobos, Joey. He goes, I got a really bad case of the Bobos. And he just put baby powder on him, so it'd be a red rash with white cake baby powder. The reason why I'm looking at you is I got the same problem.
Shut up.
I tried getting out of fucking rash. You got a rash? Oh, I had a rash.
Hey, I'm right in the middle of your short video.
Oh, I just stayed in my system. Yeah, I tell you. And it flares up. Yeah, it's like that. Did you see? I want that for 6 months. And then one day, do something with this, check out.
Yeah.
You know, do something with something.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, short time, like fucking savage. Yeah, I'm done. The next day, no matter what I put on, I wash it, dry it, I'm done.
Yes.
And it's like those things that the first hour when I go to bed, she put it dry. Yeah. And so I put like 3 and you put it in. But 10 minutes later, I'm scratching like I got fucking, I rip the skin. Yeah. My sheets are bloody. Now it's by my stomach. And it's those little fucking things you got when you buy the tag.
You're gonna
Our
have
skin
to-
tag. Every time I scratch, I hit the skin tag. The skin tag. No. I'm getting tortured. Trust me.
Yeah.
My medical condition is getting flipping switch on it. So I scratch, and I got to flip. So now I got to put special cream and then fucking
Hey, do it some color.
go everything for my cats and shit. Yeah, like tonight I'll go home, I'll take the fucking powder goes all over. And it's from my knee.
Well, I understand. May not
The skin gets so dry. So every night, I mean, like,
That's what I think.
which is 2.5 times a day. I got to put cream all over. The fuck I can dry.
What's the half shower like?
The half shower is like, you take a nap.
Yeah.
Like the first one, 1 hour, and like
Yeah.
You know how she nobody who matters.
Yeah.
So you clean this like that place with just to get out of the shower.
Okay.
Because I got a head, I got to fucking tighten this shit up. You know what I'm saying? My shit's getting old, so the head is getting dry. So it's like in the old days, like water on the sink, you're ready to fucking fly. Now the hair will stay good. Yeah, that's it. That white hair is done.
Yeah, I'm done. It looks good.
Yeah, sure.
yeah, I mean,
I was gonna say we don't have to do the half.
let's just say
All right, so back to
let's just say
tied up in the
Yeah, you're tied up.
goes well.
Johnny Thor,
You
fuck
get
everybody's girlfriend. He didn't do shit.
You're gonna have
You know how drug people's lie.
best
You know
bet.
that we Joey, I'm 10 minutes away. Just wait, I'm 10 minutes away. He hasn't even left his house. You know what I mean? He was a crackhead, drug dealer, good guy. I still talk to this guy. 63 years old, still strips, skinny, ripped, but looks like AIDS. You know what I mean? Like ripped, but barely any muscle. Just looks like he's got AIDS, but shredded. And if you fuck dudes for money, he's real over the fucking edge. You know what I mean? Toronto. Yeah, you might watch the show. He's a good guy. But he would fuck anybody's chicks over. They finally got a VCR. This is when you can use that to just use a magazine to get that hard.
Like I said, I'm in the middle of the thing. Okay, so I would say like answer one is the better of the two choices because it includes the subject matter and the requested information. Question two has erroneous information concerning the date or the subject involved. Therefore, I think question one is the best answer. Then I said,
Yeah, is that about the steroids? Did you get the same question?
no, they're the contrary. The first one that I had was about my mom.
Yeah, it says I just don't know how to start the answer correctly. Like I was going to put response A is Laura.
All right, I mean, if you really want to play it up, you just cheat, essentially. It's not it's sort of. Just open up another browser, go to ChatGPT, copy and paste the image there, and then ask ChatGPT what you respond.
Can't you tell them? It said something in the beginning
I know. Yeah, no, I know. I mean, it's up to you. If anything, you can do is sort of overall understanding that you are knowledgeable in the question, and then we put it into your own words. I'm not advocating you cheat, but you could use a large language model to perhaps decipher some of the information for you, and then from there, put a 2 to 3 sentence answer together for you, and then send it. Or I shouldn't say send it, but then put it into your own notes and then send it.
Okay. Okay, I don't need to take your power much, but
No, you're good.
I just wanted to see.
You're good. Yeah, I'm not. I am. Thank you. I appreciate it. If you have any other questions, let me know. But my best advice is you just focus on it. Recognizing it may not be right fit for you if you're in a period where you just had surgery, you have focus and things. So then just don't do it now, and when you feel that you're in the best mental state to be able to do it, then do it.
So how do we get to the test that?
I do, like there are two series of tests that you have to do. Are you doing the initial one or the second one?
I would think the control level.
Yeah, so I did that one too. I was ready to take the test when they were ready to give it to me, and I just stopped taking it and then took it later and I was fine.
Okay. Other people say,
Yeah, so just stop taking it, and then when you're in the best mental state to be able to do it, take it.
okay. Do you do much of this stuff? Where you just you don't even write responses back?
No, I write responses.
Mostly you get paid by this,
I haven't even get it. I just have it written. So what you do is you take the initial test. If you pass that, then you're able to take a series of like 2 to 3 other tests. And if you pass that, then you are able to do position for them. What how you look at that? So that's how it's done.
Okay, so
All right, take care, man.
alright.
I hope you feel better.
Thanks. Yeah, I just had surgery on my hip.
I hope you feel better.
Okay.
Peace, my love.
Later,
Take care. Thank you. And Gabriel, thank you for your
They go for mag. I know you let everybody come on the magazine. These guys are fucking savages. You love them. And you jerk off, and Johnny's jerking off, and then some guy comes in at the top of fucking fantasies. Who the fuck are you, like fucking people's girlfriend? And Johnny turns, and he doesn't stop jerking off. He's on in 3. He's a pro, right? And he keeps going. He's like, dude, I don't fucking know what you're talking about. You fuck Stacy, man. Stacy, my fucking girlfriend, man. Bro, she told me she had no boyfriend. You gotta talk to your girl, man. She's fucking crazy. So he turns it around on the chick. While he's doing that, Midnight Dream comes in. Big black dude grabs him. He goes, motherfucker, wrong place. They throw him down the stairs. 3 guys boot fuck the shit out of this guy. Oh, gun goes flying. Someone grabs the gun, puts it in his mouth. You wanna fuck with us, motherfucker? Blood everywhere, teeth. And then, Johnny, you there? You are. Shot you in the heart, and the other just runs out on stage hard, fucking his chaps on. These guys are still beating the shit out of the guy in the background. That's a professional. That dude, this was insane. It was fucking. My mom came one night. This was bad. Her and my aunt's famous cookbook author. My mom's this Jewish mom. She didn't know I was doing bad stuff. You know, when I was a kid, I got arrested. I broke into cars. That's what I did. Broke into cars. I got caught one night. It was me, a bunch of Jamaican guys. I was the only white guy. We're breaking into cars with spark plugs. You know, they throw the spark plug through the window. We touch the window. The whole window just shatters. We'd steal whatever out of the car. So this guy leans out his window. Call the cops. Fuck you, fag. And we run off down the street. Best night of our lives. Go to the McDonald's. The cops come up. Me and all these Jamaican dudes, and the cops go, "You're not with these guys, are you?" Because I was the only white guy. And that's my crew. So they arrest all of us. I was a fucking idiot. Get going to lock up. Fucking, it's awful. Parents come down. The next morning they come out chained up, like I'm the only white slave with all these people. 8 of us going chained up, ankles, wrists. My dad looking at me, just like, we're gonna release him on his own recognizance. He's got an 11 p.m. curfew. And my father goes, I'm a lawyer as well. I'd like to have that curfew made to 8 p.m. I'd like to have him not associated with any of these people. All right, confirmed. Go out.
get sent off to this boarding school, and then I come back from this boarding school, and I get into bodybuilding after college, and then I start stripping. And fucking, so my mom is just so proud of me that I'm not in jail. And her and my aunt come and watch each other, and I tell she goes, "So this trip?" And I go, "Yeah, but it's just fun. We don't get naked and nothing like that. We just have a good time and making good money." And my mom, I didn't know she was there. Fucking up there, fucking cock dangling out and shit like that. Fucking desperado. Women wrapping $5 bills around my cock, yanking it and shit. And the next day I go home with my mom. Because Aunt Rose and I came to your show last night. And I go, "What, the early one or the late one?" Because the early one you don't make. The late one. Oh, you're really good at what you do. And it seems like the women really enjoy what you do. And Rose could not believe I diapered you. I mean, she said that you really have a good schmeckle from my mom.
And when did you get in the mix of this whole fucking show? You did.
That was
Jumping up and down.
You never did that, did you?
What's that?
You never did that, did you?
What?
Strip?
Look at me. Homie wants to say
You used to be
listen,
jacked.
What?
You were jacked.
But I still didn't like what? But that's just crazy.
You never thought about it.
No.
Just because morally, or because you couldn't do it.
Just put that on the phone.
I'm sure there are like strip clubs with dudes in it in America. I haven't, but is it like the same thing that like Joey went to for girls? Is it just like
No, it's a show.
girls?
It's like a real show. And the women go insane.
Okay, so it's more of a show.
Hard to try to fuck you there. But I've done the girl strip clubs with their lap dance for you and to do this stuff. Little hot breath on your dick through your jeans. You ever had that? No. They just get down in front of you. And I'm married, so I don't get that a lot, and it feels like a real blowjob. And I was in Niagara Falls, and I go, "You gotta stop, I'm married. I'm gonna come my." I told her, I go, "I'm gonna come my pants. Yeah, you have to stop." They don't even touch it. They go, real close to it. But I started comedy in 2001.
So what year was this stop?
96. Because I was running I had a girl script. I had to get out. That was it. That was too much.
So it took you 5 years to get on the stage.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be there. I was at Detroit Rock City. I had 2 scenes in that movie, Kiss. And I was like, and I was young, good looking. I had hair. I couldn't act. But I was like, I'm a big movie star. And then it didn't happen. Then Yuck Yucks, Canada. They had amateur night. You call in and try and get up. First time I called in, I got on and went up. Did very well. So bad. Comedy was so bad. I'd be like, Michael Jackson before all that stuff. I mean, oh man. No, it was George Michael. I go, man, he should change his song to "I'm whacking off before I go. Don't leave me hanging in the bathhouse, yo." And I was like, oh, I'm great at this. And then I did it. Then you go do it outside of a club and you bomb. People looking at you and you're trying to tell jokes about dead hookers and stuff, and everyone's just staring at you. And I ate dicks for 6 years.
But Justin, what's worse, bombing as a comic or bombing as a stripper?
Bombing as a comic.
Really?
Yeah, when you're a stripper, you could just get angry and be like, "What, you dumb bitches? If you don't respect this." You do that when you're bombing as a comic, you can't get it back. Bombing as a comic is the worst heckle I ever had. From the back, long, dark room, narrow. Someone just yells at him, "Next!" Oh, and you can't see him to say nothing to him. And for months, beat me up, and I go, I should have said, "I'm not waiting in an alley to fuck your mom."
Holy shit. You tell me something. People have never heard of pain and doing 10 years. The fuck? I was watching that show 18 Degrees. You see that shit?
Yeah.
Watched the episode last night.
I know, I just know.
But Harrison Ford. How it went. Much every Sunday. So, watch it last night. She's a perfect shit. As a girl, she's like, she raised a mother chick. She's 18, 23. And there's a guy that tie these bitches up. Like the stuff they taught you, 2 hands.
Yeah.
And he taught you in this like first, making sure you leave, and then turn into pleasure. And then after a while, you go with the pain, into pleasure. And you shut right the sheriff got to think of it. You don't see what you see a guy going. And he's whipping it with another, he had another chick with him. And he just sits there, smoke a cigar with that fucking old disgusting purple, that shit trying to hurt. I couldn't imagine just sitting there. You're 31.
Yeah.
I think you want to see 2 chicks going at it. They both next to you. You know what I'm saying? I was telling some guy the other day, Lyle is way too much. He loves music. He's one of us. He loves music. I was listening to Don Henley's first show. It's a fucking masterpiece. He's like maybe 3 years after the Eagles broke up. And then the other guy struck. But he struck first. And I thought about a story. He said, look out. You gotta look this book up, guys. It's been out since 1997. We worked at lunch in this town right here.
I remember that.
It's a book about a hooker that wrote stories about everything she slept with. And Hollywood. Fuck, I mean, she grew some meat. And they went after her, but she didn't get in front. They sold the rights to a movie. But she had stories with that. One of the big clients, the biggest was Don.
Yeah.
And Don would make it go over there on the Friday and Saturday. 4 women. He would sit on a chair. There was a fireplace. Like a table. You would make him bend over naked and just stay in that position. And he would stay there and do coke by himself and smoke a cigar. And then get up. Put his dick in one of them back. Like 8 days. And go right back to his chair. Yeah, you sit there and you stay bent over. How crazy. It's crazy. It's I like my buddies. Yeah, you're doing that double power. Stay with it, you want to do my I don't know. You somebody wants to you just come to a wall or send a piece of choke you get there.
I had a whole world. I didn't know I did. Yeah, but I and after I was done, Joey, I looked at myself. You know, a good after doing something like that? No, doesn't have to pay for it. It's still fun.
You decide to meet it took me paperwork. Yes, Listen, man, people make mistakes.
Yeah.
At a certain time in their fucking lives, you have no idea what was going on the moment before. The moment after. Yeah, but I see so many fucking kick ass. I'm wondering, yeah, it's just good luck. Yeah, it's not makes sense. Listen, I cannot. So I just talking about politics, just to go out and have fun and make those people fucking die laughing while it's there. It's that. It's those moments. That's all that matters. It's not on stage, right? Like somebody, me too. That was my, you know, I like prior to that. Prior to that, I was some people like some people like that and drive on the Sunset Strip. I really like it. I just been on the stars. I'm a kid from North Jersey, New Jersey, where you go. They're really accessible. Yeah, I love this place. Yeah. On the campus. Yeah. I had the weirdest experience recently. I talking about politics on stage. I was in a show. I never had this comic before me, like 15 tourists, just went around asking person by person who they voted for. And when when one person said the wrong answer, the comments pour into them for the like 10 minutes and just about like how they're a terrible person and hope all their kids have terrible things happen to them. And then I had to go up. And it was honestly, I was actually proud of myself because I got them to laugh, but I just had like, I don't do anything. My whole thing is you go to comedy shows to forget all that shit. So I don't talk. That's why I make fun of myself. Like, I don't want anyone there. All I want them to do is that. It was such a weird show. I've never had that experience with someone just not even trying to be funny, but just being mean towards the audience. Different styles, people agree. That's the style. Don't break the punch. They don't get laughs. They're the audience. Yeah. Well, you're the style. You got your own. You're not right. Right. I'm going home at night. Let's see. You get to put sit there, do the exercise, right, George? It's still there. This shit's so dark, man. You know, it's very people don't know, especially in today's society. The IG, fucking this, that, it's incredible. How many people you look at? I don't even know you. Yeah. You know, why are you in front of a boat that ain't yours? Why are you in front of a boat that ain't yours? Yeah. So do you want to fuck? So that you don't want to die. Okay, so that's not the same. And Aaron, I haven't had a chance to see it yet, but you did a special a few years ago that like honestly it was one of the reasons why I wanted something to New York. It was called like something like 35 spots. It was like you did a crazy number of spots, 25 sets, yeah. And one how that was the appeal of why I wanted to move to New York. Because in Toronto I could maybe do 5 to 10 sets. And then I was like, I'm gonna look at we used to have all the shows in a paper. It was a paper, it was a website that was all these shows in New York. It was like open by COVID. It might have been the voice. No, the voice had some. So, yeah, and everybody else just yeah. And you look at it and go, oh my God, look at that. I can do 10 shows here. And you didn't know most of these were like shit. Oh my God. Oh, motherfucker. But there was just this love to get on stage. My goal was always to get on stage so I could just talk and stay on stage. That was the whole thing about the stage. There was nothing to see generous.
when I moved there, I started doing, and then I got in some clubs, and on a Saturday, I was doing 8 or 9. And I'm like, that sounds great. It does sound like a lot. But then I'd be like, I'm for 2.5 hours, and I'm sitting in Greenwich Village smoking. And I'm like, these guys, they do more. And then I researched it. I'm like, oh, Steve Byrne did 13. And I was like, I should fucking cross that. So then I went home, came up with this list of like, and I was like, oh, I can do 26 and then 9. I can like 9 this up. And then I made all these calls, and then I talked to this girl, and she used to work at Morgan's Spurlock. Remember the supersized me guy? Yeah, that ate over McDonald's. And she goes, I work at Morgan's Spurlock. You got excited about McDonald's? Yeah. And then he got canceled. You remember that? And he did some. I don't think it was one of those. Is he dead? Oh yeah. I don't even think it was one of those guys. I'm pretty sure. I think all of those guys are McDonald's. Yeah, I don't think it was a bad. I think it was like, hey, good job, Toots. I think it was like one of those cancels, you know what I mean? Like, he called me Toots. And it's like, I'm so sorry, I'm going to check myself into rehab. But she goes, you should shoot this. So we put together a crew, and I was like, all right, we can start at 4 in the afternoon. And we went until 2:30 in the morning. Ran around, and, shortest set was, I think, like 4, because I was like, I got to go. I can only do 4. Longest set was 19 that night. All different, a couple same jokes, but it wasn't the same set all night. And then, and then the next night I went back to work. I was like, all right, I'll go host it. I went out and hosted the show. You know, it'd be an interesting show. Right now, a guy like yourself, can do 6 episodes of you, especially now in the springtime. So it gets really hot. You can't walk the streets of June. Yeah, just you and your pals. Long parts, running your game, stopping your views, stopping your back. Everything you do, very natural. And it's like, take the time. Yeah. Accept the numbers. Yeah. Hey, if you want to have a group, you can. Yeah. And I'm working. Usually, I like happy time or let you be last that those days away. Usually, what's wrong? I'm going to try to get up with my kid at 7:30. Just 2 years. Yeah, I couldn't do it. I could not do it because I was enough. I would have gone. Yeah, a lot of food and stuff. There's too many people. I like, central restaurants. Yeah, small way. Now, these restaurants are almost fucking tight. You can do 2 shows and go out and go keep your restaurant open. You go to the back room, lock the tail, go through. You just got to take the back. Yeah, you gotta get the taste of the t-shirts. Yeah. That's it. You gotta go deep. You gotta go deep. You're late. Yeah. So you gotta make it worth that while. Gas money, the babysitter, the wife is not that bad now because he was gonna go home. So yeah, that's those days around here. If it's you, if it's you, but the other night I stayed with nice because he's like, you want to eat, but then you're like, it's 1. That's late for me. I'm like, all right, it's 1. I'm gonna go. But I'll do that. I'll do 1. No later than 1. That's crazy. How far is your drive? 40. Yeah. 35 to go to bed. Yeah. Think about shit process which just happened. Then maybe as you drive home, you're gonna be joke. Yeah. It's a fucking. That's wrong with that. You live. That's fine. Yeah, I know. When you get home, you're like, okay, fuck you. You sit home, and let's say you smoke dope. Get home, eat, take a shower, sit on the couch, and I'm going to bed. You get 2 pounds, that shit wakes you right back up. And now you're reviewing the material. Why does that guy look at me like that? You got to pay for those 8 people in the balcony. You know what I'm saying? So remember, I have no idea what I was going to say. I just forgot. I was there all the time. Oh, if you gotta shoot something the next morning and you got a 6 a.m. call, you're dead. There's no way your body adjusts that quickly. Even if you go, I'm not gonna do spots, I'll go to bed at 9 o'clock. You're not doing 2 a.m. It's not gonna happen. No, your body's like, no, yeah, that's the worst. You put the movie, it's a 5 a.m. call, you're like,
take a half a bottle of fucking grown-ups and try to fall asleep or just stay up. Yeah, and pray for the best. Pray that you're not shooting first, 3 hours, 7 there. You catch it for you can nap and maybe a little something. You know what I'm saying? I did it many a time. Many a time. I fell asleep with that. Then early for a long time, I just brought a sleep back. Yeah, because it's the same trailer every day. What do I get back? Fuck it. In the afternoon, I get tired. I put the sleep back in the machine right there. See the nice trailer? Huh? Bigger, like a half. Yeah, it was half trailer. Oh, God. If you've never been to half trailer, boy, you feel like a star, Dad. See, because normally the PM1 with this little tiny bed, it's like a jail cot. Oh, it's a fucking jail. It's like a jail cot. Like I said, you can't turn, you can't sleep. I'm not a rat, but it's one of my favorite TV shows. I've done it a few times. I love doing it. But the fucking 40s, you feel like I can't believe I'm in this one. Or you feel like just piece of shit. A room with a little couch. Like, they send you to summer camp. Yeah. Where you lay down, your feet dangle up. Yeah. Leave them up. I was going to say, right into the corner there, and he would love it. But you sit there, and it's, I'm not complaining. You're on the fucking set. Yeah. Of a tremendous movie. Every once in a while, they forget. And they put you in a big trailer now. Very nice. Oh, there's one that's bigger than that. The second one to that, it's the cousin. Yeah. It's the one with the bed. Now you got a mirror. Yeah. You got a little sink. You got a counter there. You put your notes down. You know what I'm saying? They don't draw, nothing like that. Now, what are you even doing? I can't imagine you jerk off. No, you can't. No, only you. What are you doing? Come up with something. I'm doing that fucking jerking off at work. There's a bed. Eventually, you're paying you $1,200 a day. You jerking off. If you're there for 18 hours, it's not going to cost you more than once. No, why would you not? So what do you do? That's what the fuck is wrong with you? Just talking about jerking off in front of his mom. I don't know. I have to jerk off in front of my mom. How would you just make that so big? Jerking off in front of my mom. You should have got to live with Joey D is here. Hey, people. It's good. The birds are singing. The clouds are blue. Get them. And you can relax with Maya. Maya combines high quality, hemp-derived ingredients with powerful cannabinoids to create some serious results. You know what I'm talking about. Whether you want a laser focus or deep relaxation, Maya has products ranging from 0 to high cannabinoid levels. And there's something for whatever effect you want. If you want to see the devil, they got something. If you want to relax, they got something. If you want to live the day, they got something. If you want to see the devil, maybe get a little on up, they got something. You can finally ditch those sketchy parking lot meetups and enjoy life at night. You get home, you take one of these two, they come at 100, 15, 25. This is a great company if you just start that. But that, of course, will be higher on those. Listen, you got to be 21 over. Check out the link to buy us in our show notes and treat yourself to buy us annual Spring 420 sale, baby. That's right. It's right around the corner with Black Friday level savings up to 35% site-wide right now and up to 50% off tax and bundles. And get a free gift with your first order using code JOEY, J-O-E-Y. Plus enjoy free shipping on orders over $100. That's code JOEY, J-O-E-Y, at the link in our show notes. Support the church and tell them we sent you. Enhance your everyday experience of life with fire. Let me ask you that. Let me ask you something. This is just something you fucking done next to you. Okay. Let me ask you something. I hope you stop jerking off. I've never started. Yeah, no, because I know you're a little Jewish class. You know where to go. That's right around you, motherfucker. Every morning, you get one more Jews together. Listen to me. I saw it online in the fact that I would fucking get off the Port Authority bus right there in the morning and walk to that point. There used to be tremendous trip bus on the corner of that. The whole time I was going out. Remember that? That's where the first time you see out of the mop in the fucking room. You're in there, the floor is sticky, and there's some chicken there, fucking like a bandage. And she's going the guy with the skin dick and whatnot. And you're traumatized, you know what I'm saying? But if you did the survey outside, we went in there the most, it was 10 degrees. was the fucking the ones with the clothes on.
Right.
And right away there'd be a fucking dude with tokens. Yeah. And, you had the old circus thing that you go into the circus. And you had the pouches. And the old days you could like quarters, six, and stuff. You had tokens in all four of them. And you pay them to give you tokens, like 8 tokens to go in there for 2 minutes. You didn't even have to, but $12 a minute. And the thing would close. You could big waves. And you have big people. You fuck up. And throw tokens in there like a fucking animal. Tremendous. And then you walk out of there and the storm blew out. You must do it. Put it on the floor with hot water. Put it back in this bucket. By the time you were back, another guy comes right. Those that motherfucker, those were the days.
Was there ever a line to get in?
Because there was 4 stages. And then there was one across the street.
Yeah.
Then if you went like 2 blocks uptown, there was the nasty one. And you saw it. And you went in there before. But that was crazy to me. People were going in before work.
Was there early morning?
I'm talking about going into the city 7 a.m. And then people getting off that bus, getting a cup of coffee. And there was no Starbucks. It was that hot dog man. They had the best coffee in town. 1 cup. Blue cups. With the white lid. I don't want to eat that shit. Regular, what else was it? Black, regular. And what else? There was another one. What? Creamy sugar, regular, and fucking black. That's it. There was no macchiato, fucking momos. There was no frozen whip. This is something they sold to society. But people did great. People worked 28 hours a day drinking that coffee. You get 3 cups of that shit.
Oh, the country was great. Everybody was getting a whole bag.
Yeah, who the fuck are you kidding? Anyway, not to get me off the communist right. But what are we talking about? Oh, the pervert. That Jews. The Jews love that shit.
I will say this. I'm Jewish. He's Jewish. I think Jews at first repressed their sexuality. And then, here's how I like sex. It's got to feel a little wrong. So I'll tell my wife, I'm just going to leave it down in the basement for 20 minutes.
What are you saying here?
But I always try to get her to. Because she's like, no, let's do it in the daytime when her daughter's at school. And it's never as exciting. I want it to feel wrong. That's what I like about sex. It's got to feel, ooh, it's sneaky. Could get caught. Let's go in the back. And the basement's this little fuck cave. You know, it's all cold down there. No one ever sleeps down there except me. It's a good king-size bed, but it's harder than the main bed. It don't make squeaking noises because I got ADHD. So if I'm fucking my wife and the squeaking happens, I go, ah. When it gets all soft, she goes, what's wrong with you? I go, this noise. It doesn't bother you. And she goes, no, you're autistic. So I tried to get her down to the basement. She won't come down, but there's something about it being wrong. So most people now say that, you know, oh, the Jews won this big sex cabal at Epstein Island. And you want to, as a Jew, go, hey, that's wrong. But then as a Jew, you're also like, it's possible. You know what I mean? Especially for the Orthodox Jews. Like, I'm like, the Orthodox Jews hate, like, they take it so, like, they're the ones who have sex through the sheet. They also do, like, I was in Israel, like, they'll walk and, like, not look at women. Like, like, they take it so seriously. So, like, for them to live in New York and live like that, but then also, I would bet there's a lot of, like, religious people who go in. But the Jews, you can just tell, like, that's, like,
I went in there as a young kid, which is why I'm fucked up today, because you're not supposed to see that shit as a kid to that level. I saw pornography that was fucking one level up to fucking an animal. I saw pornography in the 70s. It was wrong, no directors, no plot. It was nothing. It was
Insatiable with Marilyn Chambers. You ever see that?
listen, I have no idea about that. I'm talking about the dirty movies that got sent to your house.
Oh.
And you had to hide. And I saw some disgusting shit as a kid that was like, I saw chicks
Kissing. Huh? Kissing. Real gross stuff.
kissing. No, I didn't want that shit. I made my mother get HBO.
Yeah.
So that's the reason.
That was a good one.
So the chick was one big. Yeah. I was probably like 11. No, yeah, I was 11. It was good. But YouTube and the company fried food.
Yeah.
They're both like cousins to each other. So you watch now, you look Joey. movies. I'll never forget that scene. The face of the kid puts on the top of his head. Because we often want to we can't, you know, when you're fucking 12 and you start giggling, that's that 70 giggling you, but you laugh a lot and come back when you grow up. So you should have died at fucking eyes, but the waiters come over. My boy's gonna have to use it like that. Uncle Phil, yeah, call me when you grow. You know, I was always like the yell at you. Yeah, threw you out because you left. You fucking asshole. I'll never forget that. YouTube I saw at home. Hot dog, the movie, hot dog. Cheech Chong, yeah, the fucking band, you know, the weed, and the fucking little outside. So good, like, oh, that's the chicks, like, folks. Yeah. What was that? With Ajax. When you're a fucking kid, you lose your life. Now they come out and you're like, I should have gone a different direction. Something's not working. One of the girls that came, and this was my name, and I forgot about it. We talked about she worked in one of the sections, like a teacher. And this guy, a scripted, they were like a couple in the show. And I didn't know that. And then I started dating them. And Garrett goes, oh, you kind of true. Yeah, I know. And she gave it to me. No, not exactly. And I went to me. And then she told me she was here. We used to do like simulated inspection. Yeah. She was at a peep show. Two kids, 22 years old. Section scar, fake kids, but the old ones with the scars and those kids before they can do nipples. Oh, yeah. Right. Oh, God. And they just put a bag in the bag. Just in poison. Fucking hot. Dead ground tooth George. Yes, dead ground tooth bag in there. Come on, it's just a C-section scar. That's a dead ground. How long did someone that that was 6 months? And then she thought she got pregnant. Because we wouldn't wear condoms. Pull out, you know, like a man. And then, is this getting too sad? And then she thought she was pregnant, and then I know we're going to talk about it. She goes, no, there's no choice. But I already got 2 kids. I don't believe I'm getting pregnant. And I go, oh, jeez. And I say, when you move to America, I go, that's my life. It's done. Luckily, she wasn't pregnant. It was ovarian cancer. And we still count how lucky we are to this day. She was fine. She lived. They removed it. But it was a big scare. You know what I mean? I was 23. I was going to have a kid who's a stripper. Showed he had 2 other kids. The fathers were hooked on Oxy. I would have been the breadwinner for fucking 9 people. So much anxiety. Yes, she's fine. I don't know what happened to her. I can't know. What about me? I'm over here dying. You know, yeah, 2 kids, 2 kids. That's a lot. I didn't know that. Lost her leg rollers. What else? I didn't know this was too much. She lost her leg rollers. Anything else to break my heart? She was a nice girl. She loved me. That's what she said. She used to say she loved me. She was from a trailer park. Let me tell you something. I told a couple of people that just kind of thought about it today. You was there, disgusting stories. I didn't know these were disgusting. I figured I'm going to come on. Joe was going to go, oh, I got stories like that. No. All he's talking about is his rash. Brother, when it wrong, you set them off. All right. Well, I'll never forget that 1985, and I'm living in a fucking hotel in San Francisco with my ex-wife at the time. Who was just dating. She was a young kid. I was 22. I didn't know what was going on. But, I mean, guys, right there, 80 yards where I walked out and said, it's beautiful day to be alive. Right there. Across the street, there was a hotel. If you went maybe 30 more yards up the road, there was a place called Coffee Rock. And it was 24 hours and it was topless. But there wasn't one kid in the and they had donuts and coffee in the morning. You know, because I just went there high as a motherfucker. I'd smoke a joint, go in there, trust me, shoot on. Why? Because I would rather fuck. In those days, I was The owner was a big fat fucking Greek guy or something like that. Tremendous. Tremendous.
Is this the Tenderloin?
Yeah, I heard the Tenderloin.
Dude, if you have not been Tenderloin, that's real San Francisco. Fuck Ashbury. Fuck hate.
And I worked on Ashbury Hills. It was the fucking summer. It was 40 years ago for the anniversary. It was the summer of '85. I was out for it. I was back for it. And I went out there. Because they were looking for me in Boulder. Oh, yeah. They were looking for me in Boulder. I just met this girl. I had to tell her the truth. She was a sweet kid. She was coming with you. I go, let's do it. We went to the airport. We shoved it off to San Francisco. The first night I stayed at a hotel in California. Across the street from the fucking thing, which we'll get to on a different episode. I brought that joint like 3 weeks later. Oh my God, I wanted to fucking scream. And I was a fucking a young kid. And I landed in San Francisco and they said, go to this place for a cheap hotel. The first night we stayed at that place, then we moved into the Jimmy Hotel, which is now a kids from other countries come in. Awesome. And on top of the hotel, and it was probably the best education in the world because my mom had died in '79, and I stayed here in North Bergen. I hadn't spoken Spanish. I lived in San Francisco, and I grew up 3 blocks from my fucking hotel. I make a right turn, looking for weed. And all of a sudden, I hear a guy that walks through town. I go, whoa, tell me that you're Cuban. Yeah, we started talking. He sold me some weed and raw Cuban on this block. We just sell drugs on this block. Come on, fucking say hello. If you want to work with us, they were nice as shit. I was there 2 days later working. Yeah, talking Spanish. You had to buy the Canada for a bottle of rum for 3 years. That was your tribute for the day. You were an old guy that was like maybe 70. He'd just sit there and goof on everybody, fist fight. It was like, I became president because so many levels of the story, how much I learned. Because these were the guys that came, Fidel sent them over in '79. The people telling them were criminals, not these guys. These guys were made to be criminals. I don't know, was he dinner one night? He arrived to his home. We used to sell nickel bags to them. Yeah, we used to sell stolen travelers jackets. Oh, yeah. I was the travelers jacket. I saw one. American Express travelers jacket. They replaced him with no question. And you could bring them into a Chinese place. The Japanese place doesn't look at the idea of a number. They just take them and give you back change cash. So if somebody gave you $100 travel check, usually when they put the bill, that $2,000. So you have to spend $200-300 to get your money in cash. You can't just take their bill. It's doing nothing. So you had to take those Japanese. Whatever the fuck I needed that bag of rice. Oh, yeah. Oh, you gotta need a sword. Because if it was $69, you got $100 money. They gave you back the change. On some ones you learn, some you don't. What they fucking do. But that was one of the most interesting. I got a local police station. No, first of all, I went to American Park on the street in New York City. And that was '84. It's lifetime placement. Yes, sir. It's San Francisco. Like it's one of these things. They checked me out. They sent me out there. It was a nice part of San Francisco. Nice Italian restaurant. They said they want to see you. 30, 11, maybe you. That's not great. You get that real good. Hello. I keep walking. Nice girl. She don't know about it. I keep walking there. Hello. Nobody answers. I keep walking. She like walking. There it is. The door of the office is wide open. The bank is on the fucking desk. The safe is open. Cash. I took the cash. Do you know the Cuban? That was in there. Some of them walked out and kept jacking it. The suit was twisted from all the quarters. And one was longer than tea, coffee, Jesus Christ. You get back to the hotel, they're like, you got too much. They're running the bar to the street. Call back, like, what's going on? You got different jobs. Like, did you rob that place? I'm like, what are you talking about? I went up there and there was 2 p.m. Yeah. Well, the cops want to talk, all right, send them over. And they got scared. There was no big deal. But no one was that. What's the different place? Guys, kept checking it out. Thank you. I went upstairs. We saw it. Look, my name is Hope, and I'm from New Jersey. We just went off. He was like 10 years old. They went to Emerson High School, played football. I was on the bench. Walking on. I'm on the job. I'll go get your job. Because ready for it. I tried to stuff. And let's move to us. You know what I mean? Right. So go on there. Dress in the comments. Yeah, still there. Walk out there. Take it inside. Whatever you put the lights on. The music is black. The light is lit. I looked at the outside. We want back on Boulder. They know in San Francisco. You don't stop. Yeah, you don't stop the fire. You know what I'm saying? You gotta feed the whole motherfucker.
It's like when you get a job where you get to do 2 things, where you're a bouncer, bartender.
I had a bartender, like, they gave me a bartender job.
Yeah,
It was like karaoke. What you put in there.
yeah.
And the other ones were but I was happy to do it, but the adventure wasn't that job. It was the bus ride home on Hay Ashburn. And when I got off the bus, the 3-block walk to the hotel, there was always an adventure. One night I made a fucking left turn and walked up the hill by the park there, and there was just a dude laying there, fucking blood all over under him, gone. And people were walking by. And I wanted to know, and Western Dixon, like the motherfucker wasn't dead. You see the blood going down the fucking corner. This is freshly made. I don't know how. It was just freshly done. It wasn't like the blood was traumatized. Like, you didn't see it rolling down the hill. I just stayed away from the food. I didn't like blood at that time. So I just walked up the hill and mind my business. That's how crazy the hate Ashbury was. And then the night that topped it off was the night I fucking saw a white dude with a 2x4 fighting a black dude with a sword. That was fucking brilliant across the street from that movie theater with the concert. If that's done there. I was walking with them, so I started talking to them. Jersey, we do it. It's a hippie black dude. And I'm not doing anything. We just go to Sylvester's store. Sylvester was an old black guy. One of the first fucking guys that dressed up like a woman was saying. And he had 2 or 3.
How are you?
Feel in the other.
Hello. What's up, Silk? How was your day going? Can you hear me? Hello? Silk, how you living? Can you hear me? Silk, how'd you find out about me? Silk, did you find out about me from Blue Sky? Silk, did you find out about me from Blue Sky? Silk, can you hear me? Silk, can you hear me, Silk? Silk, can you hear me? Silk. Silk, you're a degenerate degenerate and fucked up 18 plus fetishes. Hey, what up, float your boat? Can you hear me? Yo, dog, are you on? Blue? Do you know what Blue Sky is? So, can you hear me? That's cool. We're just watching Joey deals.
The other one. Do you want to fuck with people like that? Trading places. Eddie Murphy had a party back at his house, and they were all dancing. He did that. He was very flamboyant. And I just wanted to go see him. I asked my girlfriend to go see some Leslie. We went to this movie theater. It was 2,000 people. It was a snowstorm in the air. Some guy came up to us and asked, fuck yeah. Me and my girl said, I don't know, we should do a fucking in San Francisco. Something over the U.S. You can fucking do it. You know what I'm saying? Especially in 85, you had to fucking do it. I'll never forget the invite us to a party after fucking drugs. There was acid, booze. And me and her, they don't know about it. The guy just told me the food and we put the acid in the face. And you're like, it was cool in there. There's a picture of Bruce Lee I've never seen. I kept looking at the picture. Kathy would say to me, what's going on with you? And I go, hold on, I'm talking to Bruce Lee. No, I'm not going to say it. And I started that shit with her. And she fell right into the trap. I'll never forget that. She said, why is Bruce Lee talking to you? I don't know. And we looked at me, followed up the airport. And I kept talking to Bruce Lee. She said, I didn't know that guy was landing. I mean, it was fucking insane. Where we was just goofing on it. And we started getting, it was just one of those nights we walked home. It was not planned. You know, the guy offered us the tickets on the phone or whatever the fuck. I had so many crazy nights. But then again, I saw some shit that in the 21 years I've grown up here, I never saw before. They scat the motherfucker in front of my favorite Italian restaurant. Another guy, guts her out. They don't fuck around the Tenderloin, bro. You know? They don't fuck around. It's like, I don't know how many blocks. Look how big it is. But that little area, anything could happen. Anything at any fucking time.
You still, I know the answer is yes, but I can't believe you went back to that restaurant after you saw the guy get stabbed.
Every other day was the best restaurant in San Francisco. Original Joe's, motherfucker. In the Tenderloin. Anybody can go to the Fisherman's Wharf.
Yeah.
I don't know that damn bitch. Not fish. They closed it. They did. They closed the one downtown. They have one at Fisherman's Wharf by the Hobbs, but the problem is, it's an hour and a half wait. Yeah, that's that. But then you go to San Jose, bam, there it is up the corner from the comedy club, living like a doctor for 3 days. Oh my God, we gotta go to San Jose to take this motherfucking Original Joe's. Those Italian hamburgers with steak fries. Good movie, dog. I missed that. That's one spot. We used to go to San Jose just for those 9 meals. I didn't eat fucking
Joking. He's not joking.
9 meals, Original Joe's.
Every day.
Every day.
3 times a day.
Timed it perfectly. I would walk in there, breakfast, kill it. Smoke more dope. Go in there about 2:30, kill it. Maybe go to the gym, read a book for a while. We're going at 6. Kill it again. Excuse me. Go back to the fucking.
It's all like heavy Italian.
Oh my God. Italian. They got a chicken parlor. Tell these numbers.
I love that you can get ravioli on the side. And look, you'll have it.
Oh yeah, you get fucking pasta. Tremendous. Right here's the clicker. Boom. When you leave your hotel and you're flying out of San Jose, guess who's at the airport? Bang! Original Joe's. And you get the two eggs and the steak and 7-grain toast with butter. With lemon, come on, bro. If that's what the king is right there, and you're right here, living like a doctor, like looking at them all stacking up like Chinese people stand online correctly. You're like, I don't have to stand online right now. I'm gonna have my little steaky poo with my fucking toy for like $8.99. No big deal. No, they could be good fucking Italian family. God bless them. God bless the fucking cat.
And that one has in San Jose doesn't have a counter you can please stand at, but you don't have to sit at the table.
Yeah, because which is farther?
Taking that, it's new and not progress. I'm watching Joey Diaz. How about you? How'd you find out about me? Tight, big dog. tight. No, I'm saying it's tight that you found it. It's cool as fun. Yeah, say whatever you want. Well, I'm just watching a podcast, not too much. If you're looking for something more interesting, I'm sure X has other stuff. But I appreciate you being here. USA? Excellent. All right, Doug. Well, feel free to watch Joey Diaz. Enjoy yourself. Hey, do you have Discord? Okay, that's cool. Take care, Big Dog.
We're sitting at the counter.
Yeah.
We sit at the
I
counter.
love counters.
Yeah, bro, this place got all of them got a counter. And that place was the first place in 1985. And yeah, it was the type of one, but the waiters were world class. World class.
Lifers.
Worked their life right. Union.
Yeah.
You know, the unit. $20 an hour before they even sit down. You know what I'm saying? Tuxedos. The one Chinese guy. Fucking. He was such a good waiter to me in '84. Like, I was going there just to see him at the tip. Because he turned me on to, all right, you guys are going to laugh. I don't like alcohol. He would make me Dutty Irishman. Frangelico maybe with cream, Irish cream, a little taste of vodka. And I would do it in the afternoon back then. Because at 3 o'clock, we Mission Impossible. So I would get a little jazzed up, smoke a half a joint, go home, watch Mission Impossible with the girlfriend. And there was a gay guy across from me. I would teach the curtain when he'd be in there with his thumb. And he'd just dance in front of fucking that one guy, Stevie Wonder. No, he danced to Stevie Wonder. Now this is she loves the color of this. And he would just look at himself and he was like, he's your friend with fucking in the buffalo.
San Francisco, transients. Everybody went to San Francisco. They were like, Joe, there were people running from something else. That's why people went to San Francisco.
Now it's something different, but back then, '85, I thought the end of it was very interesting. I loved it. I went back and I saw it change for years.
Yeah.
He's not saying I ain't saying the story, but it's honest. I got married. This happened in '85. I got married in '87. I got a young lady. She was super impressive. She was scoring all the time. And I got up and I went to her. We went to the months. We saw her. We played that. I put the 14 shit. She got married. And I went to the bar and I looked around. Saw Boosie. That was my name too. Engineers. This guy told me shit that they filled me in on where I came from. The shit my mother never told me. So I didn't like this guy. And I went and somebody goes, you and you say, you can't have this bar. And whatever, your day or something. I walked in there and bamboozled. And he cried. You were part of this. And he made a lot of his family. He hugged. Well, they walked in this business. I'm the fact that I stayed in my car. Like my 12-pack of beer. And I drank 58 minutes in the car. I finished about 6:30 in the morning. I would use it afterwards. I threw the shit in. I went upstairs. I walked in. She was still sleeping. I just got next to her up in bed. She never knew I left. How disgusting am I? You know what I'm saying? You pay for your sins. Fuck. That story haunts me too. It haunts me. But it happens. When you're a fucking fiend, you're a fiend. But I got up that night to go to fucking the A's against the Yankees. They had fucking Canseco and his cousin. And then that night, guess what I did? No, guess what I did the next night? You would believe this one, motherfucker. The Giants in San Francisco, Snowy Joey Montana, at the old fucking place where if you thought you've been called somewhere, you better check yourself. All right? Because you were free. What's the name of that place? Candlestick Park. with the river right next to you, the ocean, you just freeze at night. Tremendous, tremendous. I lasted maybe a quarter and a half. Yeah, we gotta go. It's too fucking cold today. There's a bar down the corner. I like the Giant, but I need to see this fucking. I need to be out here being a penguin.
Have you seen a guy in that by that park? Is that they have a guy with a kayak who like goes and gets the balls? Yeah, they go over. Like he's done it for years.
There's a few guys like that.
That's crazy.
Can you remember the club? How are you? Comedy club downtown Toronto. I'm talking 96, 98, 99. Comedy Girl, Comedy Land. No, I got it. The guy was a magician, Comedy Girl. Comedy Girl.
And your picture was on the wall there.
Yes.
And there was one downtown, then he had another one uptown. And his name was the Incredible Boris. He's a hypnotist, and not a very good hypnotist. He'd bring people on stage. You know, you bring about 20. He'd maybe get one or two. You know, a normal hypnotist give 10, 15. So that people just look at him. And he was a clean hypnotist. Remember, you know, on the beach right now, he'd speak like that. You know, the beach, the sand is warm, the sun is warm, you're just drinking it in, and you're thirsty because it's so hot out. So you can order a nice frozen drink, your favorite drink, and you sip it, and people just look at it. They knew it was bullshit. And he would book people, and then he'd try and get booked off of his bookings. So he'd book people to come work his clubs, and they should come work your club. And he was hypnotizing them.
That was a good 2 weeks. I worked for you to work in 2 weeks so long.
Yeah.
It's $1,200 for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
You gotta stay there for 2 weeks. You lived upstairs on top of the fucking vending machine.
Yeah. There was a bar.
Yeah, below. Walk down below. Food. Make it. And there was a Cuban name with that. In Toronto, they had a couple of Cuban restaurants.
Yeah.
But another education. It's fucking nice people.
Comedy Wood. That's what it was.
Comedy Wood. And here's the deal. They have 2 different clubs. You get 1 week at one club and 1 week at the other club. For 1 week, you lived on top of the club and you shared a room with somebody else. Somebody had a door. I mean, the door you could blow in. Yeah. And over there, you were not safe at all. Yeah. Then the second week, when you went there, you stayed with your cousin's house. And basically,
Big, tall cousin. This big. Looked like a mobster.
everything he did for a living. He drove with us. Yeah. So everybody who got to the door, hey, I got one here that's half alive. If you read this for 40 bucks, you're good. Come on, man. Come on. It's real. When you're a comic, man, it's so surreal. The shit that you both on top of the road, yeah. And at one point, you're like, I'm too old for this shit. I can't do this. You know, now I was the last 20 years, I was fine. It was what I was doing on the road till 2005, 2006 that I think about now. I'm like, I wouldn't have made it. I wouldn't have made it. Especially now, because there's no real bad comics on the road. Yeah, there's no comics that get fucked up on the road. Now, not like the old days. We used to have a lot of time. People are drinking, people are getting drunk on stage, people are pissing themselves on stage. You know, it's a different fucking animal. Yeah, bro. I used to call you, the guy's name is Kibadata. He pissed himself on things. Yeah, man.
When he was drunk,
He was fucked up to the gills, coked up. You pee your pants on coke, you don't. That's good coke, bro.
he didn't feel it. He didn't know he was being himself.
Nothing.
Larry Horowitz shit himself. He took some egg salad from this first gig. They did this gig. He goes, can I take some of the egg salad? He goes, whatever you want. Takes it, leaves it in the back of the car. They drive all day in the hot sun beating down on this egg salad. Gets to the next gig. He goes, make that egg salad. You want it? I said, the guy goes, no, man, I'm in the sun all day. Fucking pussy. Eats this whole thing of egg salad. The other guy does the MCs for about 20. Larry Horowitz goes up. Blazer comic. You know, Blazer, Jewish guy. He has this big actor who fills his face up. He's like a tomato about the most. Goes into that bit. Shits himself from the egg salad. And he goes, oh. And the people in the front row are going, what the fuck? What the fuck? And
And he goes, I'll be right back. And the host comes up on stage. Cover me. All right, everybody. Larry just took a step out. Where did you say you're from again? Goes into that. Larry comes back, doesn't have a change of clothes, takes his blazer off, wraps it around his waist, comes back up. All right, everybody. Goes into the closer, finishes up. He's like, thank you so much for coming out. And he leaves. Shit is bad. And it's like an urban legend in Canada. They go, what's the lesson of the story? You want to be like, don't steal egg salad. Don't eat hot egg salad. The lesson of the story is always do your time. Always do it. You still have 5 minutes left. You go up and you finish that 5 minutes. Don't leave the other guy hanging out to dry. I had that earlier. You know when you get that first good 15 minutes? Yeah. Some guy took me on the road. Great guy. But he was abusive. One night, I had already done my heart out. He told me that I asked him, somebody said, yeah, you got 50 yet? You don't have to. That's if you remember something. You got 15, they'll watch you. They'll pay you like $50 when I go. I went there, poured my heart out. Give me 20 minutes, it was great. He went up there, second shot, fucking banged. 10 minutes, he's like, Joe, come up here. And he fucking went to the bathroom. He puked, he peed, had him up there, do 15 later. There were big no shit. If you understand me, I mean, that's the painful shit. That's the shit that you remember. That's what people look at you and they go, well, you gotta love you. I gotta love you. Let me tell you a story. Where a guy called me back when I had no fucking material as it was, okay? I was like, I had the life and I got it. I was very happy, but then 10 minutes he's like, yo, come on stage, come for me. I was up there fucking 13 minutes. Oh, come on. You sweat. No idea what fear is. Oh, you say the same shit coming out. When you feel places you've never felt sweat before, then you start to panic. That's the panic button right there. Then you gotta breathe it out. Make sure you remember something good. It's fucking crazy. Your life is a stand-up motherfuckers. See, I forgot all about that kind of shit.
You used to tease me. You used to be like, I'm not gonna give you the light. I'm not gonna let you make it to 45. But I had
Why not? That's the only thing you love. You know, one of the biggest lessons I ever had doing stand-up was my dog Jimmy Payne. I'm in the living here. That's just too much work. I gotta fucking bring 5 people. Jimmy Payne is not rolling a Mexican restaurant. He had bars, taco places, fucking Red Robins, and things like that. He made everybody give a shot. Yeah. Some places didn't work. Food table, they don't turn them. There's a nugget game on, hockey game. You know, I get it. And fucking, he had a room one night. He would call me on Sunday. And go, Tuesday, Wednesday was a little thing. I give you pay, I give you 15 minutes. Yeah. Thursday, one of those people got it on you. I drove the thing. And fucking,
yeah, struggle.
I tell you, how you had this stretch. This was very interesting. Because I bet some of these other people, they don't do it. He was a good look. He was 1993. He was a kid. I was a kid. You know, I was 30. And in 94, I was 31 years old. And, you know, these bars had women. And one night, he made me go up on stage. And he goes to 18 minutes. And let me know I work with you. He was supposed to give me the light. What happened was he got a college girl. He started making out with her, swapping speakers and guns. I'm up there throwing heat because I've got pleasures all the time. Do you follow me? I was having such a good time. And thank God I run up there and rest for 15 or 20 minutes. Because then I start to panic. And then I go, okay, but he said, I'm going to take it. Sit back. Yeah. And finally, I saw the light. And he got up on the chair. Fucking man, he was joking for 3 minutes. And I was going to have to blow it up. He told me about 43 minutes. I got to have 18. Bro, you just did 43 minutes. Look at my fucking clock. There's no place you have to take before the end. The fucking stopwatch, like a fucking road. When we had phones, when we had fucking that shit, we were dead. Yeah. Dead. You know, it's crazy. We didn't talk about this shit. You know, I had the opportunity Saturday night. Doped up the concert. I thought it was great. It was a great honor. I had a great time. You know, I was loose. I was nervous all day. Listen, it wasn't 2020 Joey Diaz, but I still got loads of honors. You know what I'm saying? And it's so weird. He asked me when I came in, you know, how was it? I'm very happy I had the opportunity to do it. But being up on that stage, it reminded me of that comedy club you did like in the 6th year of comedy. And you got that it wasn't a stage, it was a big one thing. And you were basically on top of the audience, kind of weird. It took me right back to that. Like when I was out there, I didn't see anything. All I saw was this. I just saw this. And this was what got me hurt. If I would look at this, I would look at shit my fucking pants. But when I look up, I can't see. So it doesn't matter. All I see is like a city. That's all I see up there. Seriously. I don't see nothing. I just see a fucking city up there, you know. But it took me back to the importance of doing shitty things. Like that's all I can think about. Was really all of us. How important it is that, yeah, it's great to do improv, even with your friends. But I respect dudes that still go to the dungeon twice a week and work it out. Because that's the only way you get back. Anybody can go to whatever comedy club, they walk in, they're already mentally prepared that they're going to laugh. When you go to a bar, back room, you know, you see a guy do a chick doing a guy a hand job under the table. And that was the whole script. I know you have. So it's crazy how you got to keep doing it to stay really sharp, to remind you of the piece of shit that you are. Yeah. Like that's when you fucking walk out and go, next time I cash a check, I'm going to put a mask on. You know, because I'm a fraud. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm a fraud. And, you know, because that's what that mentality does to you. For me, I always had Rich. I spoke to Rich Voss today. So he's about Felipe. He's whatever. Felipe said the same thing as well. We started on the phone. We were talking, and you know, Felipe, one of those guys that gave me $80 a week. That's what he told me about my life. He's like, Joe, I'll give you $300 just to fucking let you see right now. No. Felipe, this is $40. $40. $40. You're like, wait a second. This is a little fucked up here. But every part that Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, if you showed up to give you a burrito, $40. That started the night off. You should have 25 back and cook. Gasoline money to get you back to the county store. And you still have other stops. Like I learned, I cut my teeth on the restaurant. You know, get a 2 tacos, do 15 minutes, then give you 25. On the way back to the county store, just make stops. So they pick it up on envelopes. 25 here, 35 there, but at the end of the night, I'm back at the store with a buck and a quarter. That's fucking big. 5 nights a week. Fridays, no. Saturdays, you gotta work on your own. These motherfuckers have been such hustle. They have all those rooms that you gotta work in the dungeon. Out. It's spotty, they're drunk, you know, you gotta work yourself out. That's real work. And that's what I always think about. I gotta get myself on those. I gotta get my those. You might get it in the fucking can.
Yeah. Chicken wings, coins. I had everything thrown at me. It's fun for me now. Like I'm in my 8th year, so now I'm just starting to like. The first time I was in those rooms, it like I would like not do well, but now I'm seeing like that I'm doing better. Like and that those rooms have like helped in like heckler situations at like clubs. It's like and Nick is here and I just said it. I was kind of stealing one of Joey's lines, but at Parks, like a huge show for me, 1,500 people. I had my fly down on a screen the size of the Madison Square Garden, and the one said, like, pointed it out, and apparently I said, I'm gonna leave it. I thought I just said, I'm gonna leave it down. Nick said, I'm gonna leave it down, bitch. And I left it down the whole set, and it didn't got a big laugh, but it was like, it's crazy how, I guess the hard rooms give you confidence. So it's, I don't know.
Doing a hard room, working out for the way you best. That's like 300 today, and 1 or 2, 1 or 3. You know what I'm saying? Like young people drunk. There's a lot of variables. There's people shooting cool. There's people with a good package. There's people with a cheeseburger. They don't really watch whether the season is, whether it's baseball, college basketball, whatever. Some people listen, I got 50 people here that want to watch college basketball. Sorry, I can't do it. Yeah. You gotta fight for that. And you go up there and start fucking around. Next thing you know, or you go up to different mindset. If they're reading, I'm going up there cold. All I want to do is say acknowledge. I'm not even going for a ladder. I just want them to eat their steak and look up and look. Get back to the steak. If I get them to do that, I already won. Next week, when I can get them to eat, look at me, and breathe. What is this going to talk about? By the third week, it's the same month. It's the same people. They gave you $15.95. Yeah. They gave you a prime rib, a potato, and a fucking thing of that dirty shrimp. And both of them broke up. Yeah. So I love that place. That place taught me how to do comedy. Yeah. That's how to go out in front of the same people. So every week I would come up with 7 minutes. 7 minutes I had to come up with. I would stay up all night Monday. Monday night I wouldn't even sleep. Tuesday afternoon I would stay up and go do that show. That's how important it was to me. They give me $100 a week. So I did that job for 16 months. And I pushed the fucking medic to the big show. Because I had enough of that concept. I did 5 the other night. Saturday night, 5. First 4 was just ripping, rolling, going, what am I doing in these clubs? I should be big time. Then 5th set comes up. The host sucks. He goes, go up there and wake him up. That was your job. So I go up there. Yeah, they don't know what comedy. I'm doing shit that kills out of the gate. They're staring at me like I just fingered one of the daughters, you know? Just looking at me like, what the fuck is this guy saying? And there's a brother over there just on his phone the whole time. Like, what are you doing? You just stay on your phone all the time? And this kid's going on his phone. There's 2 girls who with him, and they're kind of giggling. What's your problem? What's your fucking problem? Why does everything have to be gay? Like, what do you mean? They're laughing whenever you do gay jokes. They're laughing. I'm like, yeah, that's the world now. It's gay. Did you not catch wind of that?
Are you with the pitch? Can you hear me? Did you find out about the Boy Scouts? Just that's all I care about. Yes or no? That's cool. Enjoy your doing it.
Some guy goes, that's true. My brother's trans. And just yells it out. And then all of a sudden the brother is on the phone. He goes, yo, ask if the brother got a pussy. And I go, your brother got a pussy? He goes, yeah. Brother got a pussy. Yo, man. And he puts his phone away and he gets into the show 13 minutes in. Ask him what the pussy tastes like. I go, what's your brother's pussy taste like? He goes, I don't know. And then everybody comes together off this guy that hated me in the show. And you think it's going to maybe turn into a fight, and then all of a sudden it comes around. Oh, that's what people do. Yeah, that's what people do. Yep. And we think, oh, you do it. You do it, Joe. Yeah, it's 45 minutes. Bang. You do it, Joe. You get off there, go, wow, that was fucking amazing. And he was trying to survive up there. He's just trying to turn it. You got some dates coming up? What do I got? I'll be in Florida at some point. Key West. I don't go nowhere good, man. It's gonna be Florida. Coming to Key West. I'm gonna be doing that Marco Island place. What's it? The captain guy that wears a suit. What's his name? Captain Ryan. Captain Ryan. Off the hook in Naples. I'm gonna be there. And then I'm around New York City all the time. And now I'm on Jimmy Fallon, Fox News Saturday nights. You know, what did you do? That's it. Fox News, Jimmy Fallon, you're a Fox News regular there. You watches me all the time. You know, Fox News. What's up with you, Lisa? Where are you at this week, brother?
What's in 5th and that New York Comic Club in Stanford with Josh Lewis. Very excited.
This weekend,
Yes.
keep an eye out for Lisa Ad. He's making books. He used to be the director from Israel. Now he's been the actor in other things. I want to congratulate him. I want to congratulate him. I'm doing the dojo next Wednesday. Right? Games Wednesday. This week, it's Tuesday. Wednesday is the second. Times 7 or 7. That's night. April 9th. And we're still doing full power. That's guys. I'm happy that he came on today. Different flavor. We got a nice new young, nice comic. We got the other Jewish flavor up there. We Sayat.
So funny. The other Jewish flavor.
That's the other Jewish flavor.
Let's go. I'll air the other one. The mine is an old.
Relax. It's a joke.
Oh, if you out there just listening to the podcast, you picture a Jew, draw a picture of a Jew, it's okay. It's going to look more like me than it looks like Aaron.
Yeah,
I've got, there's no Jews that look like
he
Aaron.
looks like Nazi propaganda.
I really do.
Looks like fucking guy that sits on a plane. The rapper. Khalid.
He looks like he should have his fingers in it.
Yes, you ain't like around mushroom. When I saw you, I was doing mushrooms. I looked at you at one point. I'm like, what's DJ Khalid doing there? That's
I
Lisa.
wonder what's favorite.
I love you, motherfuckers. Have a great week. We'll see you next Tuesday. Tip Top Lagoon. Don't forget, Bluetooth to keep that little helmet strong. And boom, fire with the tremendous flavors. They got every different color, every front. And listen, they taste good and they take you where you need to go. And that's Uncle Joey Deal. I'm laying on you right now. Stay black. Have a great week. And that's it. Support my man, Aaron Berg, my little brother over there, Lee Syed. And I'm Joe Diaz, the old goat in the room, but I love you. Stay black and have and then stay black and have a great week. Hey, good morning. Uncle Joey here. Just want to fill you in. The summer is on the way, and if you need a quick fix for that lip thing, Blue Chew's got you covered. Blue Chew is the chewable tablet that can help you have better sex online. Just consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and if you're approved, bam, you get your prescription in days. Listen, Blue Chew is tremendous. They come in little packages. You leave in your glove compartment. You bump into a victim, you tell her you got to go out to the glove compartment, boom, it's all over the shower. Get your confidence back and get ready to sling some dick like a runaway slave. You understand me? Uncle Joey's telling you to make life easier by getting harder and discover your.
How are you? What up, Jake? Kicking in, sticking in. How'd you find out about me? You're amazing. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream out at 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data online than any person in global history. Data is Earth's #1 resource according to the Economist magazine. In 2018, data overtook petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. I'm essentially a real-life Truman Show, a real-life perspective. So, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show? Excellent. Well, that's essentially what I am. Great question. It all started during the pandemic. I was hitting golf balls after work at Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California, and I was saying some. I wanted to record my golf swing on camera, and I was making some jokes about the way that I was hitting the ball to the camera. I thought, my family and my future family might one day think that this is a cool project, or that I'm funny, and it might be a cool project to just upload the data and store it. And I started doing that every day after work. I had a nice little collection, and I decided, you know what, I'm gonna start live streaming it. And then when I realized that I created a YouTube account and I was live streaming, I didn't really like stopping. And I figured, you know what, I can just keep doing this 24/7 and make it go, make it essentially be a real life Truman show. So it's essentially like what people in the past would have been as a journaler or a diarist. I'm essentially a blogger or someone who live streams their entire life. I talk about some things that aren't normally discussed in society, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst through the use of technology like life drugs. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency, very popular Bahamas worth tens of millions of dollars. And one of the projects that we've done is build wells in Nigeria. I want to keep those types of projects going. But most of all, I want to mainstream, no pun intended, the use of desalination technology, where we pump good seawater onto land to make a drink of it. So that's what I do. I'm currently just watching a podcast. Joey Diaz, and just chilling. How about you? What's new in your neck of the woods? Absolutely. I'm live on 18 different streams simultaneously on YouTube alone. Yeah, phones and Chromebooks and laptops as well. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. And if you can keep spreading the word, I've got over 1,600 people, approaching 1,700 people on this Discord. It's less than a year old. More and more people are finding out about me. Other creators that you find, they have to end their streams. Mine, I never like. I always get going. And I'm always available to you. I talk about things that really are going to change the world, like anti-gravity, antimatter, truly cryptocurrency, extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean Ibex, which was a boat located in northern Spain, southern France, that was essentially brought to fruition, re-brought to fruition. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They made it their goal that by 2028, they want to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing African elephant surrogates. I just think this is mind-blowing technology. They recently were able to de-extinct the dire wolf. They want to reintroduce the Australian tiger, Tasmanian tiger, pardon me, following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, followed by the bear. I just think it's really exciting. And yeah, so frozen in glaciers, we have essentially like almost perfectly preserved woolly mammoths. And so you take their hair, get their DNA from the hair, and essentially create a, a, what I want to say, like a zygote that can be implanted into an African elephant, and then the African elephant births the woolly mammoth, and they take the woolly mammoth and take it to its natural habitat, which would be the Arctic Circle. It absolutely is. It is absolutely fascinating. You're absolutely right. That's why it's a really long. Harry Potter, Obama stock companies. The ticker's Bitcoin. It's worth like $50 million right now. And it's very well known. I talk about other things that I feel are important and going to help you. So, as I previously said, data is the number one resource. And I what you need to be able to have all your friends, all your family, give them everything they need. But then I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations that benefit not just you, the world. I talk about things that are going to benefit you specifically. Now, this is with your consent, but I want to give you the resources to be able to utilize life extension technology. Things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics. Things like perhaps cold shock therapies and perhaps things like ambrosia therapy to get you past the average life expectancy of someone like you at age 80, age 100, 120. But then eventually you may say, rather, I'm 120 years old. This has been a really great run. I don't want it to end. What's the next point? And again, this is with your consent. If you want, we may be able to utilize technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain like a CAT scan or an MRI, run your every avenue of your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, and do computer for you as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a quote of yourself, a robot, a real being, whatever you want to be. The sexual intention is that there may be an opportunity for you a digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I've thought about this before, right? Because I've heard of this. So, let's see. I don't think I'd want it because it's, I just, in my opinion, that would be just be not good for brain. I'd find it interesting. But it's something that I don't think I understand.
That's okay. Nobody's forcing it on you. That's your decision. And when you see that perhaps other people may try it before you and may have success with it, your mind may change. But in the meantime, I want to make your life as good as it can be while you're here on this earth. How's that sound?
That's pretty good.
Excellent. So with that, I'm live on 18 different YouTube streams right now. I'm live in quite a few different Discords. I'm the number one streamer of all time in Native Mouse Discord, number one streamer of all time in Python Mouse Discord, number one streamer of all time in Agile Speed Discord, number one streamer of all time in Amaranth Discord. I have more social media than any person in global history. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 TikTok accounts. So all you have to do is type Rothschild in the Google search engine, and you're going to find all my social media. So I hope you find that interesting. And most of all, more than any of the technology or advice you should just know that I'm here to help you. I'm here to listen to you. I'm here to be your friend. I'm here to be a positive influence on you. I'm here to have an optimistic outlook, and most of all, I want to give you hope. So if there's anything that you ever need, know that I'm here to help you.
What do you, what do you, what do you,
Sure. I like watching podcasts. That's a big thing. So I like to watch AI podcasts and artificial intelligence podcasts and computer podcasts. But I also really like stand-up comedy. I just finished doing a marathon of all the Kill Tonys. I'm doing Joey Diaz's restaurant now. After this, I'm going to finish up the Lex Friedman podcast and then the Joe Rogan podcast. I make videos, so and I program robots, and then throughout the day while people come here, we play games. So we'll play the games that we play are like mini golf. We play chess. We play things like there's basketball that we play. Just with quite a few different people. There's bowling. There are some girls who come in here every night and women. And we play basketball. We play bowling every night before bed. I like to sing karaoke. I answer questions. We learn. Just generally like to keep quite honestly. Cool. So with that, if you ever need anything from me, I'm here to help you. Please feel free to tell your friends about what I do and who I am. I would love to connect with them as well. And in the meantime, you're just watching the podcast. Feel free to enjoy, okay? Excellent.
Options at BlueChew.com. We got a special deal for you this Tuesday, okay, for the church family. Try your first month of Blue Chew for free. That's right, motherfuckers, free. When you press in promo code Joey, Joey, and pay $5 for shipping. That's all I'm asking you. Go get a prescription for this stuff. It'll cost you $2,000, $50,000. You don't need that. $5 for shipping, and you'll be slinging things like the old days. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. What's happening, you savages? It's Tuesday, the 25th of March. That's it. It's a beautiful day to be alive. There's the church, New Testament. Let's get this party started, Joe. What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here. It's March the 25th. Yes. Listen, I want to talk to you about something. Summertime is coming. You know what that means? It's time to head down to Pound Town. Dun, 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 dun. You need to be able to get that thing up there. And that's where Uncle Joey comes in. Blue Chew makes sure you're ready whenever the mood arises. Whether you're on the beach, under the tunnel, wherever you're at, you're ready to go. Sign up at BlueChew.com. Meet with one of their licensed medical providers. And once you get approved, forget about it. Your prescription will be there in days. Blue Chew works. They're serious. They come in little pouches. You put one in your wallet when you're ready for war. Bam! There you are. Anyway, no more wishing. No more praying for your little fucking dick to work. Those days are over with. Make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. It's summertime. These women got tons of options. Tons of options. So you better show up with a cape, a helmet, and a box of Blue Chew. Now, this is what I'm going to do for these nice people. You can get Blue Chew for free for 1 month. That's right. You can try it on your own. After you try it for 1 month, you can go, Joey, where have you been all my life? It's that easy. First month, Blue Chew for free when you press in promo code Joey, Joey. Again, Joey, Joey. Just pay $5 for shipping. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show and for helping young men sling some dick in 2025. You know what I'm saying? It's the summertime. 4th of July is coming. I love you guys. Yo, we're back like a hammer, guys. It's a beautiful week. It's going to be tremendous. We got a guest today, a sensational guest. His name is Myron. That's it. That's right. You ever see that Bullets over Broadway when the guy would call fucking Chaz Bombay? It's just Cheech. But Mr. Cheech, it's just Cheech. That's how it's going to be tonight. This is Myron, a dear friend, family, and as usual, our Jewish friend, Mr. fucking Lee Sayad over there.
Definitely not family.
What's up, my brother?
Good to see you, dude.
How was your weekend?
My weekend was great. I had a good weekend in Boston. Did a bunch of shows.
That's what
It went awesome.
they called me from the bar and said it was a nightmare.
The bar was.
What the
The
fuck
next
were
show
you thinking?
Saturday got canceled, so I went and did just a bar in Dorchester.
Sometimes you go home and hug mom. Sometimes you gotta go home and hug mom.
No, I like it. It's fun. It's funny. You just yell into the abyss.
You're a fucking trip.
Do it. How's your weekend?
My weekend was peaceful. It's something that happened fucking Pete. You know, the bridge broke. You're gonna get a fucking stink. You're there chewing like a fucking. It's a nightmare. You know, they can't even put them into a Jew or some shit. Into a Jew? Yeah, because they have to dig it out and still good. 2 teeth that go to waste, like fucking waste. And they want like 15 grand a fucking tooth, and the insurance, they pay for like the towels and anesthesia and like a cleaning. What else? Without these teeth, how am I gonna fucking survive? But anyway, what are you gonna fucking do?
Go ahead.
We live, we get stronger, we get better.
We play all the games on my phone. Hi, Rick, how are you? I'm good. Excellent. We're just watching podcast. Feel free to enjoy it.
Bad motherfuckers. And don't forget, Friday, you can't eat meat. Legs. You know what I'm saying? Remember that. When you eat that monkey, whatever you want to eat, you gotta give it a pass. Nothing. Fucking gotta sit there with the white cape on. Look up at the sky and wait for Jesus to touch you. All right, that's enough of the fucking religious moment. What's going on, my brother?
Well, not much.
Great to have you here.
Thank you.
But the reason why I wanted to bring you in is because you have an occupation, one of my favorite occupations of all time, which is being a police officer. You know, I wanted to be an attorney. And then I got 4 years, so that dream went out the window, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you dream just come down this shit. So, you know, it's always been fascinating to me. Like from regular to Hudson County cop to, you know, an FBI agent and the DEA, you know. And I became in love with all this shit. And like, believe it or not, when I watched the first year of Narcos, okay, yeah, I just didn't know that it was the same when the DEA started. It was in D.C. It was a little office over a strip club that nobody even knew they fucking existed. Right? And they went from, just like we did, they went from a big bus with a pound of weed with some sandals, some hippie dude, maybe had some speed, and then they started getting kilos of coke, and the machine guns came out, and it was so fucking surreal to them. Like, I don't watch all the bullshit stories. I'll just read. I'll just buy a book at Barnes and Nobles, and I'll just read about that whole thing. Even though you came on at night, the shitstorm was a full fucking blast. You had the fucking New York mobsters going off. You had New Jersey mobsters going off. You had tons of drugs coming into this fucking area by the shitload. And that's when, not really, there was still a couple of ways going on.
Yeah, I never did it for him.
No, you didn't need to.
We did ecstasy. We did ecstasy.
You're the DEA.
Drug Enforcement Administration. Yes,
So
sir.
you were telling me you went to Fairleigh Dickinson. Run with it.
So I was in Fairleigh Dickinson. First off, I went to Woodbridge High School, so I'm a New Jersey guy. I graduated, Woodbridge High back in '83. I played basketball, and I ended up playing basketball at Fairleigh Dickinson. After a year, I said to myself, because we had to be there like a lengthy time during winter and everything, I said it wasn't for me. I just stuck to my studies, and I was a finance major, believe it or not, and I ended up doing, what I'm about to talk about. So I went from being a finance major to basically being a law enforcement guy. I graduated in 1987 from Fairleigh Dickinson, and then shortly thereafter, I made my way to the DEA. That was the process started, I believe, in 1990. They had a hiring freeze, so I had to wait. Actually started in '88. Excuse me, let me set that back. I ended up getting hired in '90. There was a hiring freeze for like 2 years, so I had to wait. In between then, I worked in a prison, a local county jail. So, yeah.
What kind of education was that in the county?
I mean, it was. I tell you what. Once they lock the doors and you're in there with 150 guys, and you don't have any weapons, you don't have any clubs, and to be honest with you, maybe the guy you're working with, you have 2 guys in the pod, you might be like 5'6", maybe 130 pounds, and I was pretty in shape, but you had a lot of people in there, so you had to be on your P's and Q's. You had to watch your back, because there was a lot of fighting going on, a lot of people getting shanked. I remember one little story, and I'll tell it quickly. This white dude came in, and off to the side, I said to him, "Watch your sneakers, because someone's going to take them." Lo and behold, about 3 hours later, I hear, "Oh, boom, boom, boom!" I go upstairs. One guy's from the pod took in those mop wringers and busted him over the head. And I tell you, it was the worst sight. Then when I saw that, I was like, holy shit. You know what I mean? I really got to watch because there was like brains on tile. I mean, it wasn't that bad, but the guy was bleeding very badly. And I was like, holy shit, man. Excuse me? They took this thing. They took his underwear. Yeah. But, that was my first major incident. That happened quick, so.
Why did you go from a finance like as a I would go to a finance major to avoid doing shit like that, and then why did you switch?
You know what? I mean, I always loved numbers. I mean, to be honest with you, growing up when I was a little kid, my mom used to play blackjack with me, poker, and I was always good at math and stuff. So I said, maybe I'll be like an investment banker. Maybe I'll be an accountant. So as it ended up, as I get out of school, I actually did pretty well in school. Like I graduated top 10% of my class. Make a long story short, again, I got a job here in Hackensack at United Jersey Bank, which then became Summit Bank, which then became Bank of America. But I lasted like 1 year because I mean the people I was hanging with, like when I went to work, it's got to be fun too. You know what I mean? You just can't go to work and like crunch numbers because you go insane.
Yeah, banks aren't that fun.
No. I mean, it's nice when you get a lollipop when you're young. You smile. If you put your $5 in the kettle.
When you saw the brains on the wall, did you at all think about going back to the bank? Or
I thought about doing anything else but where it was, man, especially because I had nothing on me. You only have your mouth, and like your mouth and like just your instincts. But I think from working inside the jail, you develop a lot of instincts because you can't use anything else but like your brain.
They don't give you anything.
They don't give you a walkie-talkie. By the time I hit the bank, about maybe 5 minutes before anybody could come in, so you're on your own.
Why don't they give you a stick? Not anything?
Because they're afraid that if they gave you any kind of weapon, that somebody would use that against you. And back in the day when I was here, and I'll tell you, it was Middlesex County. I still have, I think, 1 or 2 people still working there. I mean, there was always a lot of people in that jail. So, like, when you came into that particular location, they would put you in a depot. And no shit, I think it probably has like 40 people. But what ended up happening was we had to get home mats to put on the ground because there was so many people breaking the law back then, even now too. But I think they don't allow all those people in a particular pod. But there was like 160 people with 2 officers, like checking. So like, if something went wrong, to be honest with you, you're fucked. But I used to play games in there with them. They loved me. They called me Robo because I would have like talent competitions. So what I would do is I'd give them the fucking mic, you know what I mean, the PA and shit. And some of the brothers would sing, some other people would dance, and some other people would do like some comedy and shit. And whoever did the best, you know what I mean, we'd actually like vote on it, you know. And I would give them 2 cheeseburgers from the grill. I ordered in, you know what I mean, from the kitchen staff. So that was cool. It kind of gave you a little respect when they knew that this stuff was taken care of. But then again, they probably, do whatever they needed to do to me, if they needed to start.
I always loved stand-up, but where it came to life, I got locked up, And you just brought up a memory, like, one of the nights they showed the worst movies. It was in the cafeteria, and they showed PT 109. It goes, and this is 1988, and they showed these black and white movies. But every night, every time there was a movie, like the projector broke. There were those old projectors, old porno projectors. And it would break. And I don't know what happened. I think now in my mind, I see the guard. He was a chubby dude. Little tan, he wasn't Spanish, he was something else. And he came over to me and he goes, "You look tough as shit in the kitchen. Why don't you get up on stage? Why don't you get up on the table?" And I was like, "I don't know." And then I heard some of the black guys say, "Get him up there."
How old were you now?
I was 25 years old.
You see, I was there in 88 too. That's when I started.
No, but that was in Colorado.
Oh yeah. That's a little different.
I was in a completely different fucking state. But it always stuck with me. Like, in fact, I was just talking to somebody about the confidence I got from doing whatever I was doing on Wednesday night. It was like 3 months ago, right? And I was doing everything. I was a Jamaican. I was the attorney. Right? I was the fucking house attorney. So we got into a beef. see a little judgment here. We cut a deal. We want you for 8 weeks. You can't eat bread, shit like that. And then I took over pretty much the entertainment.
That's
So we would go in, but it's really weird that I didn't forget. I knew I always did stand up in there. But till you said that you would have got the talent contest, I was like, Jesus Christ, God bless people like you.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. That's definitely. I mean, because you get bored in there too. Because what's in there? You got you had like a little TV, like you said. They would do that movie night, and then chow time would come up, and everybody would go nuts because they want their Slim Jims, what I mean? And then the meds, those of a sudden you hear meds up. Everybody would run. Everybody was on fucking meds, So it's just the way it was. And yeah, I never.
2 days of Thursday, you get compensated.
Yeah, and it came a little
nuts.
Yeah.
You take a shower and shit. You're ready for that motherfucker.
But that was problem like too, because then people would be fucking icing people's shit. Give me your bag. Now I gotta go over there. Most of the time I just turn the other way and let them handle it, because most of the time what would happen, to be honest with you, they wouldn't fight because they were scared. Some of them would though, and you knew which ones to stay away from.
I think in the lower capacity, like I got 4 years. I was in Boulder. Right when they told me, we got overcrowded. You're getting shipped to Texas or Oklahoma. And I'm like, what? And they're like, sit tight, we'll let you know. And 3 days later, they came it out. And I go, what the fuck am I doing? You're going to Summit County Jail. Oh, okay. Summit County? This ain't in Jersey. Oh, it's in Jersey. This is Colorado. This is a fucking ski resort. Oh, shit. And all of a sudden, they're like, I go, where's my prison uniform? They're like, where the fuck you are? And it was maybe 20 people. 20 of us. But it was like 20 of us. And there were like maybe 4 guards. And I thought I was locked up. I was going to a state. I was waiting to go to a state prison. And like the first night, the guy comes to me and he goes, Diaz, what do you want? I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, what do you want? I go, commissary? He goes, fuck commissary. We go to Safeway. They would go to Safeway.
You had good.
Oh my God. And then cable TV, carpeting. We played handball outside with whatever clothes you had. But I met an interesting dude in there. I had a great story and I read his paperwork. This motherfucker got in trouble. He got caught with 2 kilos of coke. He sold it to the FBI. Forget what his name was. New York City guy. He got in trouble. He got pinched, and part of his deal was to buy 2 kilos with these 2 undercover cops inside. Are you ready for what this motherfucker did? He got a house that he knew was already vacant. He set it up inside with a light. He went in and he dug a little bath. And he came out, he took the money, the 2 kilos of coke, and he came back to New York for like 8 years.
I mean, the guy that they wanted to.
The feds couldn't find him. They had the whole neighborhood staked out. This motherfucker slipped right through them.
It was the FBI, though, right? It was the FBI. But it would have been the DEA.
No, they let him slip right through. He was there because they caught him 8 years later. And now he was doing like 20 fucking years. Tremendous. This was a great program they ran. Anyway, I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's funny because it reminds me of something quick that I'm going to just talk about. And I won't really mention the office, but we have like 19, 20 offices. But there was an office that locked up 2 guys, and let's say this is about maybe like 12, 14 years ago. So what ended up happening was there was a big marathon that most of the agents, and there wasn't many agents in this particular group, that they went to this marathon after they locked the guy up, and they thought somebody was still with the guy taking care of him. So it was a Friday, you know what I mean? So this guy is in one of our lockups, our cell blocks, because what happens is we have a holding tank, and then we'll take you, like if it was Eastern District or Southern District, we take you to Brooklyn or Manhattan. But this guy, for some fucking reason, they forgot that he was there. So this guy stayed in the fucking holding tank, no shit, for 3 days. And nobody was there, so he didn't eat anything, but he was drinking from the toilet bowl. So thank God that, we have the toilet bowl in there. But I tell you what, I mean, you're laughing and all stuff. The guy had to come away with like $6 million because there was a massive lawsuit. This is legit. This is what happened. How do you forget? That's what we all say. But again, I won't mention the office, and it's my own people, but it did happen.
$6 million for fucking toilet water?
Yeah, I would do that too.
I'd do that too.
Yeah, if I might do my own shit.
I bathe, yeah, I use it as skin cleansing. Yeah, right? You might even hit. People wash themselves with their own feces and try to hit, Gloria Stefan is doing that.
How long did it take him to start drinking from the toilet?
I mean, I think the guy was a little high too. Fucking high. There was a couple of kilos they got him with, but I think it was like the next day because I think he was still like yelling for people and like nobody came. He's banging from what he says on the toilet bowl is like metal, so he's banging on it. You know what I mean? Nobody's coming. They're all out of America. They're going like in Vegas, right? So I'm talking about the division that's close to Vegas, but sometimes shit happens, man.
So what were your 3 first years with DA?
Oh Jesus, my first day. I mean, it was amazing. I mean, I came in full of piss and vinegar. I had a nice suit on. So they said, you're going to group D22, So I says, okay. So I go, I meet the guys. They're all laughing at me because I got a suit on. I go, well, it's the first day. He goes, take the suit off, Okay, we're going out tonight. So I go, what are we going to do? What are we going to do, It's like 10 guys, 12 guys to a group. Everybody has their own car. You have your own desk. We're going to the Washington Heights, okay, where the Dominicans are. So I go, let's go, So I go in the car with my senior partner, and I'm riding shotgun. He's talking to me, and we got a deal going. We have 2 of our informants, and they're meeting with some Dominicans, and we got like transmitters going, and everything's, we're watching everything. All of a sudden, the hit signal goes, get out, we got to go get him, So now I get out of the car with my partner, and I was in good shape because I just came to the academy, so I was one of the first ones there. And I got one of the guys that went in the bodega on the ground. Everybody else started scattering because, again, you're in the heights. They think you're coming for everybody. No shit, there was kilos coming out of the window. You know what I mean? Money and shit. And I'm in the bodega, and we're looking for 2 other guys that escaped. So I left the guy with one of our other guys, and 3 of us or 4 of us went off looking in the streets for these guys. We would go to apartments, and no shit, one of my partners, he was carrying a machine gun. And he goes, take the machine gun. And I go, what do you mean? I never was even trained on a machine gun. Even in the academy, we only shot it a couple of times. So I just threw this motherfucker on my back. And I remember when I was running, it was hitting me in the head. I was like, I had like lumps on my head. But we ended up not getting the rest of the guys. But the moral of the story, I knew it was a fun first day. And the thing I vividly remember, so now you make the right? You go back to the office. Now they have the guys processing and do all that, taking pictures. I got to stay all night with the guy. You know what I mean? And then in the morning, I got to take the guy to a range. So it was a long day. I think honestly, I probably slept like 20 hours after that, to get my energy back. But it was fun. And I was like, wow, this is where I want to be. This is fun. I mean, it's not the bank. You know what I mean? So yeah, it was a far cry from the bank. So
You're telling me when you rob a bank, it's the best day in their lives.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah, you gotta have that. I love that.
She's the better to get bitch slapped.
You're the same.
Yeah. But why did the DEA go and not the cops? Like, why are you going? Are they just bigger people?
I mean, it really depends on like if you work, like for instance, in New York. I was always in New York. I had to do a tour in DC. When you're in New York, there's about 20 groups here, and each group specializes in possibly something. So, and then you make your own cases. So you make cases based on informants. If you don't have informants, you're not going to make cases. But we did make cases, and I'll get to that later. In Brooklyn without informants, and that was difficult. But I mean, once you get your horses, your informants, you're just setting up deals. You can do deals basically every night. I mean, you really don't want it because then you're in jail. You're in court all week long, and you got to do other things. So I mean, it's not like we're doing bigger cases. We are, but we got to remember one thing too: that the DA has a lot of money. So in order to make buys, like I'll get into later on, like if you're with NYPD, the most you're going to do a buy for is like $400 or $500. Where I was like giving like $40,000 and letting it walk and doing it 2 or 3 times. So I mean,
how hard is it to convince someone to be in an informant? Because I think I flip immediately.
No disrespect. I think you probably.
Yeah, I would offer it immediately. I would give but some people they act like they're not going to do it. Was it hard to flip people?
Not really, because let's just take for instance, like in the heights, when we worked the heights, right? We would do crack cases. So there was a mandatory sense in federal guidelines where if we got over 50 grams of crack, you're definitely doing 10 years. That's a long tour. You know what I mean? So the Dominicans, to be honest with you, because they didn't speak much English back then, they didn't really know what the fuck was going on. So you bring them back to cell blocks, they wouldn't talk, right? And they wouldn't talk, and they just like, you know what I mean? And I just say, we all, my group would say, let's just take them down, we're tired. 3-4 days later, they'd be crying. Now all of a sudden they're speaking fucking English. To the attorneys, can you get me out of here? You know what I mean? I go, well, your time might be lost because like people know you're in jail now. But to be honest with you, I was always a decent guy when people, cooperated because I think people make mistakes. You know what I mean? If you make a mistake, you know what I mean? Instead of doing 10 years, perhaps, with the judge's approval and some letters written to attorneys and stuff, maybe we'll do like 5 or 6, or sometimes maybe we'll do like 0, depending on what the circumstances are. So,
And can you copy the informant, or you can
we'll let you know stuff. No, I mean, and you know what?
That helped to the funeral. Your son was a great performer.
Yeah, next somebody did a great job.
Did a great job.
But you know what? Yeah, I mean, some people, to be honest with you, I had people that just came in that just wanted to be in for it. Let's just say you were doing a money case, okay? Meaning like, you're looking for like $1 million. You're looking to do a reverse on somebody. Instead of buying cocaine, you're saying you have cocaine, you have heroin, right? If somebody shows up, let's just say with 200,000 and stuff, okay, and we come and we lock you up, federally, I mean, it's a conspiracy. You're still going to get hit for, what you were negotiating for. But what ends up happening is we collect the money. Now, if the informant was not a defendant informant, we would put in for 25% of that cut. So, for instance, I would cut a check, not me personally, but it would come from headquarters. Maybe 6 months later, that person might get like 60,000, 70,000. And let's just say you're doing $1 million. Let's say you're doing, I had informants that made more money than probably my whole group. And you know what? It was like, we'd be like, motherfucker, maybe I should just stop and become an informant, because here I am not making peanuts, but these guys are making real money, So
I didn't know they got paid like that. That's pretty cool.
you can put it in for 25%. Like I said, some guys would just walk in and say, hey, I know somebody who's got money, and you take it from there. And we're not going to turn them down. So, it was fun. I tell you what, it was a blast, man. I wish I was back there. I mean, still doing it, but I tell you, the commute for me, and I'm talking about silly shit now, but the commute was horrible because I lived down south, you know what I mean? So every day you'd have to make that trek down. And sometimes, 9:30, 10 o'clock at night, you're looking like with the fucking Holland tunnels jammed up. And I'm like saying to myself, what are they doing, waxing the fucking tiles again? It's like, you never got home, It was hard, especially if you had kids. So.
Now, before you started making buys and all that stuff, do they actually train you?
We really can't train someone to make a buy. I mean, we had like undercover classes, which is silly, over at the academy. Most of the people, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not trying to tap myself on the back or whatever, but for a white guy, I did a lot of undercover, and I enjoyed it because I don't mind being in front of people and talking if I don't know them. If I do know them, I don't give a shit if I make a fool out of myself, and a lot of people ask me to do undercover for the cases, so I did a lot, you know what I mean? And that was fun. That was the best part of the job for me, doing undercover. I frankly didn't like doing surveillance because you'd have to sit on somebody for 10 hours. You might not see shit. Maybe you're a dog barking in the place, or maybe the guy finally leaves his house, but he goes to Burger King and goes back. But you need the surveillance. You gotta keep eyes on these guys to see what they're doing, who they're meeting with, and a lot of these guys are night owls. So a lot of times you got to stay with them a long time. You just don't leave. You know what I mean? You got to leave when the boss says go. And if you had a good boss, sometimes he let you go a little early, but
Tough to have married with that job.
it was rough. I gave my wife, obviously, Denise, a lot of credit because we had 2 sons and, they were in school. She had to do everything. And, by the time I got home, I tell you, she had, food on the table, even if I came home late. So, and then the kids would be in bed. So I missed a lot of the kids, different things that they were doing with sports or with school functions, their friends. I missed all that, and that's hard. So
It's just crazy because for years, as George knows, I'm a Miami Vice fan.
yeah,
And so was everybody else my age at the time. And I remember like guys going to buy 10 kilos and not doing a line of coke.
yeah,
Like just looking at it with a tube, give them the money. I got to leave. Like,
yeah,
bitch, I got to see you do something. Like, that's always been my thing. Like,
yeah.
and then I got locked up. And it's a federal case.
Okay.
So they arrested me for like 3 hours and put me in a federal pen in Boulder. But I was in there with some dude who I'd never seen before. He was dressed like he was going to a Michael Jackson party. But this one, like, the tuxedo was used like Elvis. I looked at Elvis, but like Tom Jones,
Yeah.
he would like a tuxedo top on. Fucking guy was beautiful, sharp hair, new stuff. You could tell he had done coke for like 4 days. And we started talking. And, I go, what happened? And he's like, this is the wildest thing. And we just started talking. And he said that he went on a trip with a girl and another couple. And on the way back, that guy was a fucking undercover fan. But he goes, he was doing coke with me line for line. And I'm like,
Yeah, bullshit.
but then you watch a movie like Rush.
Yeah.
You've seen
Yeah,
it.
I try not to watch it, but I tell you what, I enjoy Narcos and stuff like that because that Narcos, that movie was
The guitar player, the crazy piano player. He didn't share George. He was a piano player in that band that does the other brothers. Did you ever see that movie?
I probably did, but it's not coming to me right now.
It's a movie about he's like a kingpin somewhere, but the moral story is Jason Patrick, Jackie Gleason's grandson, and a pretty girl from Fast Times. Well, yeah, undercover agents, but their boss is Sam, whatever his name is, and he just tells them, you gotta get out with these people. And these guys go off the fucking deep end. And then they go free out by the time they go to court. They look like, Johnny Belushi. There's no blood test, it's positive, they shave their head. I don't know. Have you heard shit? It's just jailhouse bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's probably a story, but like when I was doing my things or anybody does their things, if you're dealing with like legit businessmen, because you might be thinking about maybe some nuts on the street, you know what I mean, some kids or some, but with the DEA, most of the time what we were dealing with normally, I mean, you'd have to start low sometimes. You're talking, these are businessmen, Colombians, you know what I mean, Mexicans now, right? Whether it be the Italians. So, I mean, these guys ain't really doing this shit. So, like, when I was posing and doing some of my things and stuff, I mean, nobody would even ask me that. And I met some pretty top-heavy people. And, you know what, I would just be like, if they asked me, I'd be like, get the fuck, I don't do that shit. You know what I mean? I just make money off it. I mean, that's just poison. So, could be stories. I know, with the PBA, that doesn't go down at all. But, again, it depends on who you're working. Like, I would never go, although I have done Sunday, supposed to go in people's houses and stuff like that, apartments or nightclubs and shit. I've done that on a lot of occasions. Right? Yeah, but they don't want you going in because that surveillance doesn't see it. And I have a story. I have so many different stories.
Way home, it was like a coffee though, when people hang out. Like you stop and get a drink, and you go to your neighborhood. I thought it was like that.
No, I'm talking about like if I'm going even to go make a buy and shit. I mean, there was times that, I would go, to be honest with you, I have a drink or two before I go in and make a buy. And, I'll tell you, I'll give you one quick story. I don't know how it's going to come out. My memory's a little shot, but one of the guys from DEA was working this guy. He was a Russian guy. He was a big motherfucker, about 6'5", 300. And I didn't know him from that, nor did the DEA agent that had the case, but apparently he killed the cop in things, so he's like, hey, man, I'm like, what? Do you think you could try to meet this guy? I mean, you home? You have your phone? No. You have a phone number? I got a phone number. So I ended up calling him, and he just had a man. Just said, fuck it, let me try it. Forgot the guy's name. I believe it might have been Steve or whatever, but he was a Russian kid.
He didn't speak full English. And I'm like, I call up, I go, hey man, I know you shoot from somebody from somewhere, and you know what I mean. I know you were over at the it was the Limelight with Pete Gacy and stuff. Because to be honest with you, our office was right across the street, so we were watching a lot. And he ended up wanting to meet me based on, I don't know what the fuck I said, but we ended up meeting. But again, to make a long story short, he wanted to meet in an area maybe it was about 6 blocks away. And I got there early with my surveillance team. And I said, man, I'm here early, I'm by myself. And I'm like, I'm a little nervous too, because this big guy, he might have killed this cop. And it was a big story back in the day. The cop in Queens they come up to the car and they pull the trigger and they put one in his head. And so I got there early and I'm like, fuck, I'm looking around for a bar or something, So I see one and I go to the bar and everyone's watching. I didn't give a shit. And I'm like, I go to try to get to the door. The guy goes, I go, what do you mean? I said, I want to get a fucking drink. He goes, you're not allowed in here. I'm shaking my head and I go, why? I'm looking around though and I'm seeing something a little peculiar, you know what I mean? Because there was nothing but guys in there, So what ended up happening was now the guy calls me and says, are you here? I go, yeah, I'm here. He goes, where are you? I go, well, I'm by this bar. I go, but I can't get in. He goes, I'm inside the bar. I go, really? He goes, try to come in now. So I go back, they let me in. It was a gay place, you know what I mean? With all guys in there, I mean, it was crazy shit going on. I can't even recall because I was like a little nervous to meet this guy, and he was big. He met me at the door. He went to everybody, but there was guys on the bar, like, shaking, and, everyone's drinking shots. They're all dancing, bumping with each other. All of a sudden, he goes, come on downstairs. Now, there's all marble going down these stairs. I'm going to myself, motherfucker, Myron. I'm saying to myself, you're by yourself. I gotta go. I'm fucking ready in here, So I follow him down there, and I stop at the end of the stairs. Now, he goes in the urinal, you know what I mean? And this guy's huge. I don't know how he got the fuck in there. Because you got to squeeze in there. He's like Superman. And he's in there. Now I'm like, I'm a little nervous, I don't really get nervous like that. He opens the door and he goes, come on in. Now, we're engaged, I'm not trying to pick on it, but I'm thinking, what's this guy going to do? Is he going to do something to me in there, whatever? I'm just thinking crazy thoughts, So I go in there, and he goes, you got the money? I go, yeah, you got the money. He goes, the stuff's underneath the toilet. I look at him, and I go, I'm not fucking bending down to get that shit. I go get that shit and give it to me like a fucking man, you know what I mean? But he was nervous, too. I was nervous. We ended up doing the deal. Is the moral of the story, you know what I mean? When I came back out and I went back to the office, everybody was pissed at me because I went inside, but I did the job. But again, those are the kind of things you don't even do because a couple of our other agents, like namely, I'll mention one that I had a case, was Everett Hatcher. I don't know if you all remember Everett Hatcher from Staten Island. Gus Faraci was going bananas there in Staten Island. There was a movie made about it. Actually, Tony Danza played Gus Faraci, and he was out of control, and he killed our guy, Everett Hatcher, was doing undercover, and something happened. I don't want to get into it, but the guys lost him, and he ended up getting killed. And basically, what happened after that, which was obviously very sad, to see somebody getting taken out like that, and that somebody could actually do something like that over drugs. But I guess Faraci was just nuts, you know what I mean? So what ended up happening for like a good 6 months after that, we wrote him, all the guys, the Italian guys, every fucking family, broke down the games, did everything until somebody, came up with where this guy's at. Faraci. I don't know if you saw the movie. It was in Tony Danza played, I think it was Tony Danza, when he plays all those movies. He was in another movie of ours that Mob Over Miami was another movie that was made about that Chris Luggins, his kid, who was dating Madonna. But he had issues that nobody knew. He was at the club. The Lord did. He was a club liquid. I mean, she was one of the biggest clubs that night. Boy, yeah.
I went there once to get me a cock ring. On a Monday night, I went there.
There you go.
With some people from the improv. I was in shock. So, I didn't know what a cock ring was. I ain't gonna lie over there. I was like 40 years old. I had no idea. That's how big they took it. Let me tell you how hot the club was. On Monday nights, it was very tough. You got a plane ticket out of Newark or LaGuardia to go to Miami. That's hot.
I mean, even today, that's hot. I mean, Miami's hotter than Vegas. I mean, it's unbelievable. But that's a whole
Where
bunch.
is Chris Russell? Let's get to it. The last I heard, he had a pizza place 2 miles from me.
He might. I mean, like I said,
Yeah, he opened up 2 restaurants in LA.
yeah.
Who else is there? Everybody
I
forgot.
don't know who. I know Sophia Vergara. Yeah, but then you know who was also in that list was Sandra Bernhardt. They were all, that was, back in the day, obviously Madonna was the shit, And this kid, I think, you know what, and the reason I know this, because what ended up happening is we did a lot of cases, and sometimes when you do too many, when you give cases away, I had given that particular case away to another guy who worked it, but I still wasn't involved with it. But he was like 23, 24 years old. He was running Miami. I mean, and he had a lot of people behind him, that were mob guys. Well, he was a tough kid. You know what I mean? He was hurting people in his clubs. You know what I mean? They disrespected him, and he did get a lot of respect there until what ended up happening was his history came back on him. And that was he did a pushing job in Staten Island. This other kid, which well, I mean, I gotta tell you, I give up there. There was one kid. There was actually all three of them were there. I think Paciello, then he changed his name to Ludwigson because I guess he took off from his father. I mean, he was with another kid by the name of Reynolds, and so it was Tommy Reynolds, and then there was somebody else. Again, I had dropped that kid out of jail. Yeah. But they did, a decent amount of time, and I tell you, it was horrible with these kids. I mean, they weren't going to do it because it's that hard because they thought there was like, I think, 300,000 in a fucking cereal box, whatever it may be. And the lady come to the door, and her husband was behind it, and the kid Reynolds just come boom and shot her, Jesus, man. And so that's what came back to him, where he was in gold there in Miami, but he had to do his time. And I think he had to do 16 years, maybe. I'm not actually sure, you know what I mean? Because I didn't follow it, and you can't quote me on some of these things. Even some of the names sometimes because it's been a little while, but yeah,
Did anything like that happen when you were undercover, like anyone pulled a gun, anything? Like, and what do you do in that situation?
Well, thank God nobody ever pulled a gun, like I said, because I never would have a gun on me. Because when I worked a lot of these mob guys, I worked some older guys from the French Connection day, and that's when I was getting that, giving $40,000 and letting it pass. I let it walk 3 times. That's how much the bosses loved this case because we got involved with some good people. But when I started meeting these guys, and I'll mention, and this guy he did more time in Connecticut. I think he just got out again. After we locked him up, he got out. He just likes to be in jail, I guess. I guess he likes the commissary, and soldiers and shit. But, I was meeting a guy by the name of Frankie Catino. He was an old fucking guy. And I would meet him at a place called La Maginette over in the city, which was on like 53rd and 2nd Avenue. And I tell you, that was a fun case because I'm kind of losing myself here because this case was handed to us through an informant from Jersey, actually. And I'll tell you, he's dead now. Joe Ippolito was the informant. And I got to give props to my partners and the case agents on this. On all these cases I'm talking about, one is Eric Stenby, and the other one is Robert Prisoleri. We're great agents, and we did a lot of things. But I was meeting this guy at this La Maginette, and like they would pat you down like that. So if you had a gun on you, shit, you know what I mean? It wasn't working. They would pat you down for wires. And I remember I used to bring a whole lot of cash into La Maginette, and I felt like a kid. I really didn't have that money, but I was taking it from the government, So I remember the bartender, she was a good-looking girl, you know what I mean? And she liked when I come in because I'd say champagne, we'll get this guy this, whatever, and I'd always give her a good tip. But that's when I first, started meeting, we called Herbie, Frank Catino, in La Maginette, and that was a big case. There's somebody, he was involved with the French Connection Day. You remember the French Connection? I mean, back in the 70s, where that was the place from Pleasantville Avenue. Okay, Elvis Presley sung about that, right? What was the name of that song? The Purple Gang. You know what I mean? So that was fun because I was meeting with 3 or 4 guys at that time, and that case took about a year, and it all came from that one informant who now, unfortunately, I mean, he ended up, to be honest with you, he was a really good guy. I mean, he just made some mistakes, and he was involved with O.J. Simpson, and back in the day, that's how popular this guy was. He was a very charismatic person, and his father was big in the mob too. His father was Joey, and Joey was a big marijuana coke guy. So he's the one. I had to actually meet his brother while Joey was in jail. I met his brother in Point Pleasant for like a weekend to go over our game plan because I had to remember like all these people because I was supposed to be like Joey's like guy, that not took over. So I was spending a lot of time with them, and they set me free. And for like a year and a half, we went up on a lot of wires. We locked up a lot of people. Rutgers, Larry, and the group did an outstanding job. And we actually got into the heroin was coming from China. And there's a big difference between heroin. There was Afghani heroin, there's all kind of crazy heroin, right? There's hillbilly heroin, but the shit from China. And then when he brought that shit to me, we always met at La Maginette. I'd say to him, hey Herbie, I go, you got it, right? Because we can sit and have some pasta and shit, like on a little table outside. And I vividly remember, I could smell the heroin. That's how strong it was. And I gave him the 40,000. He gave me the fucking brick, and we go. And that was that. And we did that for a year. I made 3 or 4 buys. So we spent the loan just in money. Do the multiplication, 4 times 4, it's 160,000, right? But we ended up getting good players. Again, I can go into a lot of other names and stuff that maybe you all know, or maybe you don't. But they were like, this guy was related to like captains from the KZ family, and a lot of high level people. So,
Yeah, crazy how many of those guys spend millions of dollars.
Well, this guy, but you know what? The funny fucking thing about it is this guy hurt me. He looked like, honestly, he looked like Mr. fucking Bidou. He was skinny, he had no fucking hair. He hardly had a car. So, like, for instance, he had the juice enough to get the heroin. But these guys like that, like, and you'll see a lot of guys, like, they don't really have the money. They're not really businessmen. So this guy would do whatever he can to make a dollar. And I don't know what his cut was when he took off the end. But then again, on another occasion, he loved the fact because I was fucking whining. Then I bought a warm-up suit. I gave him a case of fucking this. And it all went together. It gave you like kind of credibility. So that was fun. That was one of my, I don't want to say best on the covers, but it was like just fun to do because I didn't have to go to the office. My one big boss, you could wear sweats, you could wear shorts. I'd make phone calls from around my house now, because they knew I was from New Jersey, so that was cool.
Do you ever have to be careful of like not going to that area of the city when you were just off, so like they wouldn't recognize you, or that wasn't something you worried about?
I really wasn't worried about it, but one thing that happened, and it's good that you brought this up because again, my mind is all over the place. The thing that happened in this case, okay, is when this thing fucking went down, we locked up about 20-something people, okay, and what happened was the undercover's not allowed to be there for the takedown, obviously, because they didn't see like, I called myself Chuck, by the way, when I was doing undercover. So what ended up happening, they did the takedown, and during the takedown, afterwards, I came into cell blocks, and they were trying to figure out what the fuck happened, and all of a sudden Herbie saw me, and they overheard like someone say, "Hey Myron, come here." Herbie goes like this, "I can't believe I got beat by a fucking guy by the name of Myron." And I looked at Herbie because I had promised Herbie, I said, "Herbie, in a week or some stones around, I got fucking tickets, we're going to go." I said, "Well, you know what, fucking Herbie, you ain't going to the fucking Stones concert either." So, yeah, but those were the kind of guys, like, we locked up, like, a lot of the older guys, they didn't really give a shit. They didn't really do a time. You know what I mean? It was like, like they go play probably fucking dominoes or something. But then again, I just found out with I'm looking for some articles. He got out after doing 10 years with us. He went right fucking back in. Like a year later, we got caught in Connecticut. He had a lot of ties to the KZs in Connecticut. One of them was like this guy, Anthony Bawat. He was 12 on. He was just one of the captains and stuff. They were involved with the Jesus gas pipe. Gas pipe. He wanted to blow up fucking MDC. He wanted to escape there. He was going to do it. You know what I mean? So you can't make this shit up. I mean, when you're on a wiretap, and the times I would be listening, like the first wire we did, which I didn't even get into. I mean, the shit that these motherfuckers say on the phone, I mean, you just gotta laugh, because they're saying, shh, shh, don't talk, you know what I mean? But yet they're fucking telling you everything.
Yeah.
And I'm laughing. And back in the day, I mean, nowadays the kids have, and I call them kids because they are, the ages have everything computerized. Back in the day, I'd be on 4 fucking phones with our group. I'd be in a chair that had the wheels like this. I'd have to, like, one phone would be going off, I'd wheel over here, right down the cut. The other one's going off, wheel over there, You'd be going nuts, because they just talk so much, and that's how you get them, And that's how we did get them, and it was fun. We locked up 75 fucking people in that first case with me and Eric Stanky. Again, I want to mention him because, he was my senior partner, and it was unbelievable. I mean, we started with the beeper. Back in the day, that's why it says we normally start with the performance. We backed out of the beeper. Then we were beepers back then, Bay Ridge and Bensonhurst. We backed out of that. We got 80 fucking guys, man. 80 fucking guys. It didn't stop. I wanted the case to end because it was like, as a matter of fact, I'll tell you a story. When we did the fucking takedown, this is a little side note. There was one guy that was doing some shit because of conspiracy in the federal system. You're still going to do the same amount of time. But this guy was dealing low level with this crew, but he fucking lived in no shit. He lived under Avenue in a fucking box, like a cardboard box. And we wrote the instructions out to all the people that when you go out to the takedown, there's like 5 guys who are going to do them. We said, yeah, you're going to find this fucking guy Matt. He's going to be in this fucking cardboard box. And lo and behold, they come back to the lockups after he goes, Larry, you were fucking right. He was in the cardboard box. And here he is involved with all these other guys. And,
So let me ask you this, because I get mad at my friends who will text about buying weed from and they don't go to a dispensary, but they'll be like, hey, do you have trees tonight? Or I'm looking for.
yeah.
Cops know what that means. They're being stupid, right? Like if they text about
I
buying
mean, of course, but back in the day, but nowadays, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Nobody bothers with that shit. I mean, back in the day, for federal, see, we used to do a lot of the Italians on the marijuana, but we do a lot of RICOs. If you don't know what a RICO is, you have to have 2 predicate felons. So they might be doing gambling, they might be doing prostitution, they might have a couple murders, and we bang them. That's how actually Giuliani started this shit, with the RICO. So when you get them, they're doing just about life, and basically they got to flip. But nobody's bothered with that shit. I mean, it would take 1,600 pounds back in the day for me to actually have anyone do a little